Chapter 1. Jun Xie abruptly awakened. He did not even wait to open his eyes instinctively. His right hand struck the ground, propelling him to spring to his feet. This was a perilous realm, where life and death hung by a thread, and lingering was not an option. This was the first thought that crossed his mind upon awakening, a primal reflex ingrained in an exceptional assassin. As he leaped into the air, his arm suddenly weakened, failing to support the weight of his own body, and with a resounding thud, he fell heavily back to the ground. In that instant, Jun Xie was engulfed in terror. What was happening? He soon realized that beneath him lay a soft bed. Glancing around, he discovered that he was in a lavishly decorated room, albeit utterly empty, save for a square table and himself sprawled upon a gigantic bed. Indeed, it was a gigantic bed, capable of comfortably accommodating 7 or 8 individuals without a hint of crowding. What was the meaning of this? Was I not engaged in battle? How did I end up on this bed? At this moment, Jun Xie's thoughts lingered on the memories of his slumber, or perhaps it was more accurate to say, they were temporarily suspended at the last fleeting thoughts of his previous life. Jun Xie was an assassin, a particularly exceptional one at that. Since his debut, he had achieved an unprecedented success rate of 100% over 5 years, thus ascending to the pinnacle of the assassin rankings. The name Evil Lord had become synonymous with his prowess in the underworld, reigning supreme. Furthermore, he held another remarkable title. A bounty for his assassination had dominated the global wanted list for an astonishing 3 years. It was not that no one dared to take on the task, rather, no one possessed the capability to eliminate this near-legendary figure of miraculous skill. Numerous elite assassins had once accepted this assignment, yet all had perished, while the Evil Lord remained unharmed. A wealthy magnate from country Y placed a bounty of $100 million on the head of the Evil Lord, and the 2 assassins who accepted the contract, both world-class killers of equal renown, met their demise within 3 days. After that, no one dared to touch this deathly task, regardless of the increasing bounty, as fear drove them away. What significance did wealth hold without the means to enjoy it? The name Evil Lord became a taboo within the world of bounties. Moreover, the name Evil Lord instilled fear across various criminal organizations. Many were aware of who the Evil Lord was, yet none knew what he truly looked like or the nature of the man behind the title. Jun Xie's character was aptly reflected in his name. 1 word: evil. 2 words: very evil. 3 words: exceedingly evil. He had always been a solitary figure, never forming alliances nor possessing a single friend. Moreover, when accepting contracts, he scrutinized not only the client, but also the target. Should he find a prospective client distasteful, even the most generous offer to eliminate a defenseless beggar would be met with an unhesitating refusal. Yet, when he deemed someone deserving of death, he would act without hesitation, subsequently demanding payment at the doorstep of the victim's family, leaving them with no choice but to comply. Often, these families had never hired him, nor had they even heard of his existence. It was rumored that on one occasion he assassinated a notorious human trafficker but could not locate the employer in desperation. He approached a young girl who had been abducted and demanded a mere dime, justifying his actions by stating, "I have never engaged in work without compensation, there will be no exceptions." Such was his character, leaving those who understood him utterly speechless. Legend has it that there was an instance when he cleared out the toilet paper from the restroom beforehand, leading his master to find himself without any when he needed it. Upon being asked to bring some, Jun Xie seized the opportunity to demand a fee of $500,000 for his services, and, astonishingly, his master acquiesced. As for why his master capitulated, it was because Jun Xie had summoned all his fellow disciples to the restroom door, even inviting several beautiful women to witness the spectacle. However, he considered his greatest flaw to be his overwhelming sense of compassion. As an assassin with bloodied hands, this declaration had drawn derision from countless individuals. Nevertheless, he maintained that his self-proclaimed compassion was not entirely unfounded. In his homeland, he could not abide the oppression of the poor by the rich, particularly the injustices inflicted by officials upon common folk. Abroad, he could not tolerate the mistreatment of his fellow countrymen. His patriotic zeal had, unbeknownst to him, incited numerous calamities. Yet, despite such a persona, many sought to hire him, for not only was he an unparalleled marksman, but he also possessed an enigmatic mastery of martial arts. Whether with fists or blades, his skills were unparalleled. However, the primary reason for his demand remained his flawless completion rate 100%. This achievement, while not unprecedented, was certainly unparalleled. He was, without a doubt, the ultimate assassin in the realm. Moreover, he was the sole assassin in the world with no record of Felurian apex figure among his peers. Yet, this golden assassin harbored the spirit of a typical discontented youth. This time, he had volunteered himself upon hearing that an invaluable treasure had been unearthed in the Kunlun Mountains of Country Z and had been smuggled away before the national security could intervene. Jun Xie, the quintessentially indignant youth, was incensed. How could the treasures of Great China, especially in this peaceful era, fall into the hands of others? With audacity, Jun Xie single-handedly charged forth, engaging in brazen confrontations and ultimately culminating in a direct clash after dispatching numerous adversaries. He finally seized the coveted treasure. Those present had been utterly cowed by his ferocity, and should he choose to depart, he could do so at his leisure. Jun Xie was filled with absolute confidence. However, just as his hand made contact with the palm-sized, exquisite treasure, an extraordinarily bizarre and supernatural incident unfolded. His injured hand grasped the small tower, and an overwhelming sensation of paralysis coursed through his body, rendering him utterly immobile, unable even to blink. Unbeknownst to him, the blood seeping from his wound was continuously flowing into the small, towering, exquisitely crafted, sinister artifact. In his final moments of consciousness, he beheld no fewer than 50 firearms aimed at him, more than 20 various weapons spitting flames in his direction. Despite his formidable skills, capable of annihilating these foes in a single stroke, he found himself tragically immobilized. This sensation was maddening. To think that Jun Xie, who had traversed the world without a rival, would meet such an unjust demise here. Yet, he did not consider himself to be a loss throughout his life. He had dispatched countless corrupt officials, tyrants, and agents from various nations surely. He had made his mark. While others may depart with smiles upon their faces, he would descend into the depths of hell with a grin. In this life, he had lived with fervor. He had lived freely and without remorse. Though he had taken many lives, each of those lives was undoubtedly deserving of their fate. Thus, having killed, he bore no regrets. Even if it meant descending into hell, so be it. Kill, 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 kill. Exterminate all filth. Purge all evil. Even if I am a reviled assassin, what of it? In this vast world, who could live as freely as I? Who could experience such unbridled joy? Ha ha ha! Jun Xie chuckled to himself, a wave of triumph washing over him. Young master, what is wrong with you? A timid voice piped up beside him, seemingly frightened by his antics, already on the verge of tears. Subsequently, a cool little hand brushed against his forehead. Young master, am I not dreaming, nor have I arrived in hell? Jun Xie jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. Suddenly, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged forth from the depths of his being. Waves of strange recollections flooded his mind. Jun Xie stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Was he inhabiting another body? Had he been reincarnated? Yet, how could the memories of his past life remain so vivid? Had he not drunk the soup of oblivion from Mengpa? Or was this a case of borrowing a corpse to return to life? Had he traversed time? Or was he embodying a rebirth? Jun Xie stared blankly, struggling to comprehend the situation before him, remaining utterly motionless. As the small hand flitted anxiously before his eyes, Jun Xie suddenly erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Damn it! Good deeds truly reap rewards." Regardless of how this came to be, the fact remains that I am not dead. How fortunate this is. It seems I must have accumulated countless merits in my past life, perhaps boundless merit. Wahaha! With that exclamation, a 10-year-old girl nearby trembled and scurried away, her lovely eyes wide with panic, fixated on the nightmare that was the young master, her petite frame shaking uncontrollably, her face paling as if she were a quail subjected to an extreme fright. With another piercing scream, the sound was chillingly sharp, and it was none other than Jun Xie himself who had uttered it. He had suddenly realized that his own voice had been high-pitched and shrill, reminiscent of a young girl's. Could it be that his manhood had vanished? No, this cannot be. Just moments ago, he had nearly been terrified to death, for he had thought he had crossed over into the body of some maiden. A cold sweat trickled down Jun Xie's brow. After steadying his nerves, Jun Xie began to examine the body he now inhabited. His meridians were obstructed, his muscles languid, and his joints stiff. How had this fellow come to such a state? His physique was undeniably feeble. This is utterly dreadful, Jun Xie muttered to himself. But he reassured himself that it mattered little as long as his meridians remained intact. With a few years, he would once again stand atop the world. Having made up his mind, Jun Xie suddenly remembered that he was situated in a completely unfamiliar realm. This place bore no resemblance to the earth he once knew. Here, he was truly alone, devoid of kin, utterly ignorant of his surroundings. What customs governed this world? What did it hold? Reflecting on these thoughts, even the cold-blooded killer and wicked lord found himself momentarily lost. Gazing at the antique furnishings and the bed, along with the peculiar garments that did not belong to his era, the initial elation of being immortal and having traversed dimensions gradually settled into a tumult of confusion. It dawned on him that he truly had a second chance at life. Yet, as this exhilarating thought emerged, an overwhelming wave of loss and anguish surged within him, a subtle sensation akin to drifting without roots, causing his nose to tingle and his eyes to feel moist, a heaviness settling in his chest. Jun Xie, with a self-deprecating smile, nearly shed tears, a rarity in his nearly tearless existence. The longing for his homeland and the difficulty of leaving it behind. He had once believed he could be nonchalant, that he could easily let go. But when faced with reality, all became tangible, and he suddenly realized he could not part with it. He truly could not. What he had thought was a life devoid of attachments now revealed itself to be riddled with countless ties. Most importantly, in this alien land, he could no longer find that sense of belonging that was rightfully his, a sense of belonging. At his core, he remained an outsider. Jun Xie quietly closed his eyes, gently tilting his head, and in the silence, a solitary tear slipped down unnoticed. This was the first tear shed in 2 lifetimes. A man does not weep lightly, only when he has truly been wounded. Staring blankly at the youthful and somewhat juvenile visage reflected in the bronze mirror, his face appeared slightly gaunt, with thin lips and long eyebrows that arched into his hairline, giving his eyes an elongated and sharp appearance. Jun Xie let out a bitter laugh, murmuring, "I must admit, this fellow is rather good-looking, quite delicate perhaps, though he seems a bit too much of a pretty boy, a touch too effeminate." Reflecting on his former life, how imposing and fierce he had been. Though not particularly attractive, with somewhat small and narrow eyes, a lower nose bridge, and an overall appearance that was rather common, he had been the epitome of manhood. Those pretty boys, although men in their own right, had never earned his respect. He never expected to find himself inhabiting the body of a standard pretty boy, especially one who was rather handsome. "Hey, mate, did you bring me here?" he questioned, gently tracing a small pagoda-shaped design on his left wrist, resembling a tattoo. A hint of pride surfaced on Jun Xie's face. Even in this new existence, this artifact remained in the hands of a Chinese person, not falling into the clutches of villains. This pagoda-shaped design was unmistakably identical to the exquisite little pagoda he had fought so fiercely to seize. Though it had transformed into a small tattoo on his skin, Jun Xie was certain that this was indeed the same pagoda. He could not articulate why, but he felt a profound connection to it, both tangible and mysterious. Upon seeing this sole emblem that could provide him solace from his past life, a tumultuous wave surged within Jun Xie, leaving him uncertain of the nature of this feeling. Yet, his typically composed demeanor betrayed none of this inner turmoil. He remained aloof, serene. Suddenly, as he gently caressed the small pagoda design, it emitted a hazy, golden light, and Jun Xie felt a sudden dizziness, as if something had materialized in his mind, while the tattoo on his hand vanished without a trace. One oddity. Shaking his head, Jun Xie expressed his astonishment. This phenomenon was indeed peculiar, transforming from a palm-sized pagoda into a tattoo, only to miraculously disappear. Could it be that this was truly a legendary treasure? "Master, the elder requests your presence," a voice suddenly interrupted as Jun Xie was about to investigate the newfound knowledge in his mind. "Please come here." Jun Xie raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What for? Why should I? Just because that old man says so." He almost voiced his thoughts, but caught himself, realizing that indeed the old man was his grandfather, at least in this body. The servant girl cast a frightened glance at him before lowering her head, her long eyelashes fluttering in a flurry, her small form slightly turned, as if ready to flee at any moment. Jun Moxie, a mere 16 years of age, was the only direct descendant of the Jun family. A prominent lineage within the Tianxiang Empire, he was a notorious wastrel, indulging in a life of ease and vice. Embodying the archetype of a parasitic scion with no redeeming value. Such was the background of Jun Xie in this new life he had traversed in. And no wonder he had ended up in this body. His alias, Evil Lord, coincided with his name, Jun Xie, while the original owner was named Jun Moxie. Wasn't that a stroke of fate? Reflecting on the past misdeeds of this Jun Moxie, Jun Xie sighed. Such scum would have been his target in his previous life. How unfortunate it was that he had found himself inhabiting the body of such a worthless character. A clear indication of destiny's cruel irony. It is often said in Buddhist philosophy that one reaps what one sows. Having taken many lives in his past, it seemed plausible that he would now face a similar fate. The original Jun Moxie's grandfather, Jun Zhantian, was a Duke of the Blood Orchid and a significant military figure, while his father, Jun Wuhui, had been a general who perished in battle a decade prior. His mother had succumbed to despair 9 years ago, and his two brothers, Jun Mayo and Jun Macho, had both met their tragic ends in a conflict 3 years back. An uncle, Jun Wui, had been gravely injured in the same battle, surviving but left paralyzed from the waist down. This once great family, steeped in loyalty and valor, now teetered on the brink of extinction, with only Jun Moxie remaining, a mere sapling, now usurped by Jun Xie. Fortunately, the body still bore the Jun name. Should Jun Xie ever have a son, he would theoretically continue the bloodline, a small mercy from fate, given the circumstances and considering they all shared the surname Jun. Jun Xie begrudgingly resolved to live out this life for their sake. He grimaced and shrugged, truly reluctant, lamenting the tarnished reputation he would have to bear. Pushing open the door, Jun Xie stepped outside into the sunlight. Momentarily lost in thought, he sighed. The sun remains the same, yet I am no longer who I was. Jun Moxie will never be Jun Xie, but my heart still beats with the essence of the Evil Lord. Regardless of the realm, two maids bowed and greeted him. Good day, young master. Jun Xie nodded indifferently, observing the four maids busily tending to some tasks nearby, shaking his head in dismay, looking at his surroundings. He noted that while other young masters were accompanied by beautiful maidens, he was surrounded by women of matronly stature, with the sole exception being a youthful girl of 11 or 12. This seemed to be the doing of his domineering grandfather, as these maids shared a common trait. They were robust and healthy, their legs resembling sturdy poles. What are they doing? Jun Xie asked, gesturing with his chin towards the distant maids. They are helping the young master feed the birds and dogs, the older maids replied, their heads bowed, slightly. Jun Xie ambled over, and indeed, a plethora of bird cages hung neatly. Lively birds flitting about within. Nearby, several large dogs lounged, their tongues lolling out, while from afar came the clear sounds of crickets from small bamboo tubes, apparently a rare and prized breed. Quite the eclectic collection, he mused, spotting two vividly colored snakes hissing in a cage. Disgusted by the sight, he frowned. Find someone to sell these creatures. Toss out what cannot be sold. If not, they could be served for dinner. This is a place for living, not a zoo. At this pronouncement, the 6 maids and the little girl following behind him widened their eyes in shock, collectively thinking, what madness has possessed our young master today? These were purchased at great expense and cherished. Forget the snakes. Save them for soup when I return, he added, striding away without a backward glance, as he traversed through a garden, several pavilions, and a playground. Finally circling a large fish pond, it took nearly half an hour to reach the residence of Jun's esteemed grandfather. Jun Xie realized that their homes were situated quite far apart, with a considerable distance of 5 or 6 miles between them. This family was indeed vast. If memory served correctly, they were in the capital, a place where only a few, apart from the royal palace, could boast such expansive estates. Seated behind a desk, Jun Zhantian, though over 60, retained his jet-black hair and youthful visage, exuding an air of authority tempered by weariness as he gazed upon his grandson. who sauntered in with an apparent lack of vigor. The old man's expression was a mix of frustration and exasperation. Jun Jiantian, having risen from humble beginnings to become the Duke of Blood Orchid and a renowned general who struck fear into enemy forces, was known for his calm demeanor and unyielding resolve. His journey from poverty to nobility in under 40 years was remarkable, yet the existence of his sole surviving grandson filled him with disappointment and a sense of failure. How could such a promising lineage produce a grandson so lacking in ambition? Jun Xie, utterly disinterested in scholarly pursuits, had chased away 5 tutors and barely managed to cultivate his innate abilities to a meager 3rd rank. Meanwhile, his peers flourished, either gaining renown or advancing significantly in their training. Yet this grandson, who excelled only in debauchery, was a source of endless frustration for a man of Jun Jiantian's caliber. With a weary sigh, the elder reminisced about his lost son and other grandsons, chuckling bitterly at the thought of how they might have spoiled this one had they been alive. When he received the news of his son Wu Hui's demise, he had fought back tears. Priding himself on being a father of a hero, he had similarly restrained his sorrow upon losing his grandsons. But when Wu Hui was left crippled, he could no longer hold back the tears. The last flicker of hope lay in Jun Xie. Yet he was nothing more than a wastrel. "What can I do?" he lamented to himself. "I heard you fell from your bed last night and fainted. Is that true?" Jun Xie, puzzled and slightly relieved, realized he could dodge most inquiries with the memories left in his mind, but this particular incident eluded him. Now, it dawned on him that the original owner had perished from such a trivial mishap. How absurdly ironic. "What do you mean, what?" Jun Jiantian slammed the table, his fury ignited by Jun Xie's nonchalance. "Foolish boy, you don't even realize when someone plots against you. Had it not been for my prior precautions, you would have long since met the king of hell. Just look at yourself. Can you not aspire to greater heights?" It turns out that the young lad was indeed the victim of foul play. Jun Xie secretly curled his lips in disdain, thinking that your so-called precautions were hardly impressive. Your grandson is already reincarnated under your so-called protection. Noticing his persistent silence, old Master Jun was somewhat taken aback, given this fellow's usual foolishness. How could he be so composed? In times past, upon hearing of someone plotting against him, he would have leapt to his feet in outrage. Yet now he bore an indifferent expression, seemingly unfazed, with an underlying air of cold detachment. Am I not mistaken? Old Master Jun found it hard to believe that such a demeanor could manifest in his disappointingly wayward grandson. Alas, though we are of the same blood, you have chosen to reside in the southernmost part of the estate to evade me. Sigh, do return here tomorrow. After casting another deep glance at Jun Xie, Jun Jiantian lamented, "And no matter how much of a wastrel you are still my grandson and the only remaining heir of the Jun family. At present, although external matters are tranquil, the princes are maturing, and the internal tides are beginning to surge. As the foremost figure in the military, I stand like a towering tree, with everyone eager to either lean upon me or await my approach. To lay hands on my only heir is a most cunning scheme for framing and shifting blame. If Jun Xie does not return, such incidents will undoubtedly continue to arise. I find my current residence quite satisfactory." "There is no need to move," Jun Xie firmly declined, jesting that he was eager to witness the world of assassins and their ilk. If he returned, he would lose that opportunity. As old Master Jun broached this matter, Jun Xie's heart surged with a flicker of excitement. The life of an assassin was a distant memory, yet it remained a cherished recollection. "You scoundrel!" Old Master Jun exclaimed in frustration, raising his hand to strike, but halting mid-air. Letting out a long sigh, his gaze complex. "You may go to is this the first time this young man has defied me? Today he actually dared to refuse me, and so decisively." Jun Xie bowed slightly, then straightened up and turned to leave. "Oh, and there is one more matter. You are to cease your pursuit of Princess Lingming. This is non-negotiable. Let it be resolved here." A sense of indescribable weariness and a hint of disillusionment seeped into old Master Jun's voice. In recent years, while the Jun family appeared to wield immense power, almost singularly in the court, a glaring flaw persisted: a lack of successors. The only descendant of the 3rd generation is the wayward Jun Moxie. Old Master Jun, though seemingly in the prime of his years, felt the weight of age upon his heart, keenly aware that should he one day depart this world, the Jun family might swiftly be erased from existence. Given Jun Moxi's current circumstances, such a fate seemed all but inevitable, even a discernible conclusion. Thus, Jun Jiantian had once shamelessly approached the emperor, hoping for Jun Moxi to marry the emperor's most beloved princess Lingming. Should that union come to pass, even in death, Jun Xie would possess the residual power of protection and the title of a royal son-in-law, ensuring the continuity of the Jun family's lineage. The title of a prince consort, though seemingly grand, is in truth an awkward position in both court and society. Any noble family with substantial influence fears the emperor's sudden decree that their son must wed a princess, as it would require the in-laws to prostrate themselves before their daughter-in-law. Especially since, apart from the princess's express permission, a prince consort is strictly prohibited from taking concubines, should the princess possess a capricious temperament and intense jealousy. Living harmoniously as a family becomes a daunting task. However, for a scoundrel like Jun Moxi, it provided a significant safeguard. At least for the sake of the Jun family's lineage, it was the best course of action. Thus, Jun Jiantian proposed this marriage out of desperation. The emperor, naturally, understood his old comrade's intentions, but upon further investigation into Jun Moxi's conduct, coupled with Princess Lingming's adamant refusal, he pondered deeply before ultimately declining. Brother Jun, it is not that I, as a younger brother, am unwilling to disregard your face, but as a father, I cannot marry my beloved daughter to. The emperor's lowered tone, unfinished, left Jun Jiantian almost breathless. As a father, considering his daughter's well-being? If it were 10 years ago, at the height of the Jun family's power, even if Moxi were 100 times more debauched, my proposal would have elicited unbridled joy. The fickleness of human sentiment is akin to drinking water. This grievance lingered in old Master Jun's heart that, I understand. Jun Xie halted at the door, speaking with a tone devoid of surprise or joy, as flat as a bowl of plain water, before stepping outside. Ever since old Master Jun hinted at this matter, Jun Moxi had assumed the role of Princess Lingming's suitor, persistently pestering her to the point of exasperation. Yet now, old Master Jun observed his grandson's nonchalant demeanor with surprise and bewilderment. Whether Jun Xie erupted in fury or wept bitterly, old Master Jun would not have been surprised. Only this calmness caught him completely off guard. What caused this sudden change in temperament? Old Master Jun stroked his beard, watching Jun Xie's retreating figure with penetrating eyes. After a long pause, he clapped his hands and commanded, "Deploy more capable guards to protect the young master day and night. There must be no further missteps. If any fool dares to act against him, they shall be executed on the spot. There is no need for hesitation. Such incidents may occur once, but not again. How could I, Jun Jiantian, allow harm to befall my grandson?" A cold glint flashed in old Master Jun's eyes. In the empty hall, he appeared to be conversing with the air, yet suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed from somewhere. "Yes." Jun Xie stepped into the morning sun, the gentle rays warming his somewhat pallid face as he strolled toward his modest courtyard, passing numerous servants who bowed in trepidation, all of which he ignored. Lost in his thoughts, and one knew that within the heart of this third young Master Jun, phrases reverberated. What is an assassin? As the name implies, an assassin is one who takes lives. The hand that kills. Remember this black character. Assassins are ever elusive, emerging from the ethereal and vanishing into the void. What constitutes a successful assassin? If an assassin lives until his dying day, and yet no one knows he is a killer with blood on his hands, then he is a successful assassin. So, what defines a qualified super assassin? A so-called qualified assassin can conceal himself in any circumstance. In the company of scholars, he is a literati. Among painters, he is an artist. With rogues, he becomes a scoundrel. In the presence of noble women, he is a gentleman. Alongside lechers, he becomes a libertine. Among heroes, he is a paragon. In the desert, he is a lizard. On the vast plains, he becomes the king of wolves. Within the mountains, he is the king of beasts, the mighty tiger. On the tumultuous sea, he is the dragon stirring up storms. Thus he embodies a qualified and successful assassin. To merely kill is to be, at best, a butcher, to kill solely for one's aims. Even if successful each time, can only qualify one as an excellent assassin. Killing itself is an art. As an assassin, one must never, under any circumstances, tarnish the elegance of this art. This was a conversation from his past with his master, and as he pondered, a faint smile crept onto Junxie's lips as he murmured, to add a point, being born into such a family. I am but a second-generation heir, living off my family's fortune. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected, incorrect. You are not a second-generation heir. I am the second-generation heir, and you are the third-generation heir. Before Junxie stood a wheelchair, upon which slouched a gaunt, middle-aged man in his 30s, draped in a thick satin blanket over his legs. His eyes, a blend of murkiness and clarity, scrutinized him with a playful glint, his brows like swords arching into his hairline, exuding an inexplicable chill and an air of decisiveness. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, glimmered with intensity, and deep within them lingered a hint of disdain. Though subtle, it was unmistakably present. Had this man not been disabled, he would undoubtedly have been a striking figure, a true hero with an iron will. From the lingering aura between his brows, it is evident that he must have once been a decisive general, commanding thousands upon thousands of troops. Third uncle. Junyi halted his steps, gazing at the figure of his third uncle, Jun Wui, who sat gracefully in a wheelchair. In Junimo Ye's original memories, this third uncle was merely a useless man, confined to a wheelchair, doing nothing but waiting for death, utterly devoid of any value. Yet at this moment, Junyi acutely sensed a familiar essence emanating from this uncle, who had spent years in a wheelchair, an aura that sent shivers down his spine. It was the aura of death, a killing intent so profound that it could move even Junyi's heart. Only a battle-hardened soldier, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, could possess such a unique sharpness, like a legendary sword that, even when broken, would never allow its brilliance to be buried in dust, exuding an intimidating brilliance. However, this unparalleled sword was now sheathed. Throughout Junyi's life, he had encountered such figures no more than 2 or 3 times, each of whom held significant military power. In truth, these iron-blooded warriors were the very individuals Junyi admired most in his past life. Indeed, old Master Jun was also of this caliber. Yet as the years passed, he had cultivated himself to a state of simplicity and humility, concealing his true abilities. Junyi, having spent little time with old Master, momentarily overlooked this. However, Jun Wui had not yet reached such a stage of concealing his brilliance. He exuded a sharp aura like a hidden sword, its edge still radiating despite being concealed, of course. It required Jun Ye's discerning eye to perceive this. The likes of Jun Mo, you would never be able to recognize it, even if struck dead, though this unparalleled sword lay idle in its sheath. It still emitted a faint dragon's roar in the quiet of the night. This was an insatiable thirst for blood that ran deep within. It is rare that you still call me third uncle. Jun Wui lifted his head, his profound gaze laced with a hint of mockery as he regarded his sole nephew. Yi, are you truly interested in becoming a second-generation heir? After speaking, he suddenly sighed, questioning why he felt compelled to engage in conversation with such a hopeless case today. Junyi observed him for a long time, focusing intently on his uncle's withered legs, before bursting into laughter. Third uncle, you jest. You are the genuine second-generation heir. I am merely a third-generation heir at best, that I would be content simply to be a peaceful and joyful third-generation heir. Why does this lad speak in such a tone today? Although his words were sharp, the former arrogance had entirely vanished. Surprised by Jun Ye's unexpected response, Jun Wui's eyes widened, and in that instant, a sharp light flickered within them, as if a dazzling bolt of lightning had suddenly pierced the gloomy night. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head as he said, "Do you know the difference between a second-generation heir and a third-generation heir? Oh, they are both just idling away, waiting for death. Is there truly a distinction?" Junyi raised an eyebrow, his words laced with barbs. Observing the thunderous gaze in Jun Wui's eyes, Junyi felt acutely that such an iron-blooded man languishing in despair was indeed a great regret of the world. A fleeting bitterness and unwillingness flashed through Jun Wui's eyes before quickly fading away. His dry right hand rested on his withered leg as he raised his head and said, That statement is utterly erroneous. How can there be no distinction? The difference is nearly as vast as the heavens and the earth. A second-generation heir is simply one who enjoys the fruits of their forebears' labor with no difficulty whatsoever. As long as one has a mouth to eat, they will surely survive, and at the very least, live a life of luxury and wealth. However, the so-called third-generation heir is quite different. He looked into Junye's eyes and chuckled softly. Countering, the term third-generation heir does not necessarily refer to the third generation of individuals. It indicates the inheritor of the third generation. In other words, if the grandfathers established a kingdom, but the fathers failed to carry it on, then that is what is termed a third-generation heir. If your father were still alive, you and I would both be considered second-generation heirs. The only difference is that I would be counted from your grandfather's generation, while you would be counted from your father's. That is all. However, your grandfather is now aged, so even if you aspire to be a third-generation heir, you may not be able to do so for long. Besides your grandfather, there are no other significant figures from whom you can seek shade, so your life as a third-generation heir may prove to be exceedingly arduous. To become a qualified third-generation heir, one must possess a certain level of skill and cunning. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. Thus, I, as a second-generation heir, am somewhat more fortunate than you. The third-generation heir, Jun Wui spoke. His initial intent was to retort Junye's comment about idling away. Yet he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Was the Grand Jun family truly coming to an end? Once a formidable clan that commanded respect across nations, had it now fallen to such a state? His elder brothers had perished on the battlefield, and he himself was disabled. The only two nephews with any hope had also met their demise on the battlefield, their bones untraceable. The bloodline of the Jun family was left with nothing but this seemingly useless Jun Moyi. Suddenly, Jun Wui's interest waned entirely, and he felt a deep sense of ennui, no longer wishing to speak. Junyi remained silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Actually, I too can become a second-generation heir. He understood Jun Wui's words all too well. The reason he wanted Jun Wui to express this was to lead to his subsequent remarks. Jun Wui coughed twice, feigning interest while feeling somewhat lethargic, and asked, "Oh, if third uncle were to become my great tree, shielding me from the sun, wouldn't I still be able to be a second-generation heir?" Jun Yi said with a cheerful smile that a flicker of anger passed through Jun Wui's eyes as he replied in a low voice. "Mo Yi, are you mocking your third uncle?" Jun Yi scrutinized him and suddenly asked, "Is there still any sensation in your legs?" "No." Jun Wui turned his head away, increasingly irritated with his nephew, who was well aware of his aversion to discussing his disability, yet continued to do so. Previously, he had at least been somewhat subtle, but now he was asking outright. Such a descendant, who showed no respect for his elders, was indeed more trouble than he was worth. "Was your spine fractured?" "No." Jun Wui exploded in anger. "You foolish brat. If my spine were fractured, could I have lived to this day?" "So, third uncle, you were at most only injured in your meridians? Someone must have used underhanded tactics against you." Junye's eyes sparkled. It seemed that the meridians had been severed or corroded by some sinister technique, leading to atrophy, and if that were indeed the case, as long as his vital energy was intact, there remained a glimmer of hope. With his medical expertise, he should still have a chance to heal him. After all, he was a blood relative in this life, and what moved Junyi was that iron-blooded spirit. Junyi felt that since he possessed the ability, he should help this iron-blooded man stand up, regardless of whether he was truly his third uncle. He looked at him and slowly said, "I heard you were injured on the battlefield, but to have such underhanded dealings on the battlefield is far more difficult than simply killing you. Why would that be? Is it because your past enemies intentionally sought to ruin you, leaving you in this state of being neither dead nor alive?" The word struck a nerve, and Jun Wui gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsing as he took several deep breaths to control his agitation. Coldly replying, "What business is it of yours?" Knowing he had guessed correctly, Junyi smiled triumphantly and leaned closer to the wheelchair, whispering mysteriously, "Third uncle, do you wish to take revenge? In my current state, what is there to discuss about revenge?" A hint of crimson appeared on Jun Wui's gaunt face, and a flicker of intense hatred shone in his eyes. After a long pause, he sighed dejectedly. Now, I am but a useless man. Junyi smiled gently and said, "What if I possess the means to help you stand once more?" That statement struck like a thunderclap. Though Junye's voice was low, it resonated in Jun Wui's ears like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. Suddenly, Jun Wui's eyes widened, and an ethereal layer of yellow light enveloped him, majestic and overwhelming, radiating an extraordinary presence. He seized Junye's arm, urgency in his voice. "Mo Yi, do you truly have a way to heal me?" It seemed that during the years of his recovery, Jun Wui had never ceased cultivating his internal energy. This layer of yellow light indicated that he had already reached the realm of Earth-level mastery. Although he was still at the initial stage, considering his age, it was indeed a remarkable feat. In the entire Tianxiang city, there were scarcely a few Earth-level masters. For Jun Wui, to reach the Earth-level realm at the age of 30 was nothing short of extraordinary talent, not to mention the severe defect in his lower body meridians. Had that defect not existed, his strength would surely have ascended to an even higher level. Junye's arm creaked under the pressure of Jun Wui's formidable grip, but his expression remained calm, as if it were not his flesh being crushed, feeling no pain whatsoever, and he smiled as he said, "The hope is slim, but it is worth a try." Realizing what he had done, Jun Wui hurriedly released his grip. Looking at his hand, confusion flooding his face as he stared at Junyi. "You do not feel pain? Why do you not cry out?" "Pain," Junyi replied nonchalantly. "Does crying out alleviate the pain? If it could, I would surely scream at the top of my lungs. Alas, it cannot." Observing the calmness on Junye's face, Jun Wui was momentarily taken aback, gazing deeply at him before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. "Haha, I now find myself believing that you might indeed possess the ability to heal me. This nephew seems to have changed in ways that are unfathomable." Jun Wui quietly mused to himself. "What must be done now is to have the servants massage your entire body 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, preferably by those with martial arts backgrounds, ensuring that no meridian is overlooked. Then each evening, soak in boiling water for an hour without interruption. After some time, I will prepare myself to commence your treatment. What do you think?" Jun Xie smiled faintly. Gradually, Jun Wui's emotions calmed, and he replied gravely, "Very well, Mo Xie. I will trust you this once." His hands slowly formed into fists, and he added, "Even if it fails, I shall accept it. There is a glimmer of hope, after all, which is better than none at all. Over these years, has not my third uncle sought medical help?" Jun Xie, somewhat puzzled, examined Jun Wui and discovered that his condition was indeed dire. His entire lower back's meridians were completely obstructed, and it appeared that a sinister poison was gradually corroding the meridians within him. Had he not taken good care of himself, his muscles would have likely atrophied by now, leaving him utterly incapacitated with no hope of recovery. However, regarding such ailments, a skilled physician, even if unable to prescribe the right remedy, should at least be able to discern the issue. Not to mention, renowned healers from across the empire have examined me. I have been ensnared by a nefarious technique that has sealed my meridians, and I have been secretly afflicted by a peculiar and unnamed poison, leaving me unable to live or die. Jun Wui said bitterly, "My father has attempted several times, yet he has always been unable to unravel that sinister sealing technique. As for the unnamed poison, it is beyond cure. The only recourse is to expel it with a powerful force of energy, which may be the sole method capable of healing me." "Then why?" Jun Xie began to ask, but fell silent. The one who plotted against me had already reached the pinnacle of mastery a decade ago. To break his seal and expel the poison, it would require the full strength of a supreme master. And such supreme masters are mythical beings, rarely seen and seldom encountered. Moreover, after treating my injuries, the Supreme Master would likely lose half of their prowess due to the poison, and they would never recover. Jun Wui let out a bitter laugh. What Supreme Master would make such a tremendous sacrifice for me? Mo Xie, reaching the level of a Supreme Master is akin to ascending to the heavens. Who would be willing to sacrifice half of their cultivation for another? How ruthless! You are made aware of a glimmer of hope, yet it is tantamount to despair. Jun Xie shook his head and sighed. It seems this person harbors an extraordinary hatred for you. They employ such insidious methods to torment you. Their aim must be to render your survival impossible, yet your death unbearable. After a pause, he unexpectedly inquired, "Is this person an enemy of the Jun family?" Emocia. Where did you learn the method to treat me? In response to Jun Xie's question, Jun Wui's eyes flickered with pain, and he deliberately avoided the topic, merely observing Jun Xie. Assessing him from head to toe, "You seem to have transformed into a different person today. My third uncle's illness has weighed heavily on my mind day and night," Jun Xie said. Wiping away sweat, "I happened to learn of a folk remedy, which appears to be quite effective, and I thought to give it a try." Third uncle, do not speak of those unorthodox matters, to be honest. I hope for your swift recovery. As it also serves my own interest, I wish to live comfortably as a second-generation heir under your protection. I am simply being practical. Ha ha, you little rascal. Jun Wui laughed and scolded, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Xie, regardless of the outcome, I am grateful for your kindness. This statement was made with firm conviction. Third uncle, just wait for me to shield you from the storm and allow me to flourish as a second-generation heir. Ha ha, Jun Xie, having completed his examination, felt assured. As long as he could regain even a fraction of his former internal power and couple it with his unique acupuncture techniques, along with gathering the other two medicinal ingredients, healing Jun Wui's injuries would be a straightforward endeavor. The reason for having Jun Wui gradually employ those methods to recuperate was largely a pretext on Jun Xie's part. For even now, he possessed no internal power whatsoever. However, acupuncture required refined internal energy to support it. Jun Wui's eyes sparkled as he sensed the powerful confidence in Jun Xie's words and smiled. Xie, you possess merely the third tier of energy cultivation. Even compared to an ordinary person, you're not significantly stronger, yet you withstood my grip. Not even flinching, such endurance is not typical of an ordinary second-generation heir. Although I did not exert my full strength in that grip, the grasp of a master at the earth tier is not something an average person can endure. I fear even a gold tier master would frown upon it. Yet you, clearly an insignificant figure with only third tier energy, managed to withstand it without employing your meager energy in resistance. How much pain must you have endured? Jun Wui understood all too well the severity of that grip, and to bear it without any defenses while maintaining composure was commendable. What a pity. Looking at Jun Xie, Jun Wui sighed internally. It was a pity that Jun Xie was already past a young age. And even if he could endure hardship, mastering advanced energy techniques in this lifetime was unlikely. Otherwise, given his resilience, the Jun family might have truly produced a formidable master. Third uncle, regarding your illness, especially the individuals who assist you with the massages, you must ensure they are trustworthy. It is best not to let others know for the time being that if, by chance, it does not succeed, it would reflect poorly on both of us. After some thought, Jun Xie still earnestly admonished, "Haha, even if I am truly healed, my third uncle would not divulge it. Your third uncle is no fool. You are concerned it might bring you trouble, aren't you? Moreover, if you manage to restore my mobility, it would be an invaluable asset to the Jun family. And how could I be unaware of this? You little rascal, you even drag my reputation into this." Jun Wui laughed heartily, pinching his cheek, and suddenly froze, reflecting on how this boy had once been his most cherished nephew. How long had it been since he had shared such intimacy with him? Perhaps it was precisely because they had not been close for so long that today's reunion felt so foreign. Beneath all those years of debauchery, was there perhaps another face hidden beneath? Jun Wui gazed at Jun Xie's retreating figure. Feeling a flicker of anticipation within, he hoped for his recovery, while simultaneously wondering if his nephew truly possessed another side. Third uncle, you have already reached the earth tier. Haven to you, Jun Xie said with a semblance of smile. Thieving eyes, Jun Wui chuckled, feeling a wave of satisfaction, and replied, I have just entered this realm this year. It is still unsteady. Modesty, Jun Xie scoffed. What about above the earth tier? Jun Wui's expression stiffened as he explained. Energy is divided into 9 tiers. Beyond the 9th tier, there are silver, gold, and jade tiers. Upon reaching this level, the next ascensions are earth tier, heaven tier, and supreme god tier. The first to third tiers display their energy externally as pale red, pink, and bright red. The fourth to sixth tiers are purple, similarly in 3 stages. The seventh to ninth tiers are black. Should you venture outside, ensure to observe carefully. If you misjudge, it could lead to significant losses. Indeed, third uncle, I understand. Jun Xie smiled, his demeanor calm. Jun Wui was in high spirits and began to chant melodiously. Silver energy begins. Gold energy rises, jade energy flourishes like wishes fulfilled. Beneath the 9 tiers, all are but ants. Earth tier cracks, heaven tier empties, and supreme God tier is formless and shadowless. Upon entering the 9 heavens, one transforms into a dragon. This is the song of energy tiers. Only upon reaching silver tier does one truly embark on the journey. As for you, Jun Wui looked at Jun Xie, his gaze softening. You will carve your own path. My boy, it is not necessary to take lives with your own hands. Jun Xie smiled. Understand, I generally do not kill, he added silently in his heart. I will not kill without cause. However, there is one condition. Do not provoke me. At present, Jun Xie had little interest in energy matters, so he did not delve further. After escorting Jun Wui back to his room, he walked slowly back. But halfway, he turned and entered the library. The reason for entering this place was that the former Jun San Shao had been rather lacking in intellect, indulging only in pleasures, leaving little else behind. With a mind muddied by excess, Jun Xie found it difficult to glean any useful information, so he needed to spend some time sorting through everything in his mind, at the very least to clarify what little knowledge the former Jun San Shao possessed, ensuring a comprehensive understanding of the entire Jun family. Once Jun Xie entered the library, he remained there for an entire day without emerging. Master, after the young master left you, he only spoke with third master in the courtyard for a while. It appeared that third master was particularly pleased, which has been a rare sight in recent years. In the study of Jun Jiantian, an elderly man bowed before him, reporting on Jun Xie's whereabouts. A look of astonishment crossed Jun Jiantian's otherwise impassive face. For years, these two, uncle and nephew, had been at odds, their encounters marked by mutual scorn and derision, each viewing the other with palpable disdain. What could possibly have prompted them to engage in pleasant conversation today? Moreover, it was astonishing to hear that the third master was actually enjoying himself. Such a development was utterly unexpected, verging on the bizarre. What were they discussing? Jun Jiantian took a sip of tea and casually inquired. In recent years, third master had indeed shown remarkable progress in his cultivation of Xuanqi, having reached the initial stage of the earth realm. His subordinates, wary of approaching too closely, had not overheard their conversation, but they had clearly observed that both third master and the young master were laughing heartily and seemed to be in excellent rapport. The elderly man answered respectfully. Rapport? Jun Jiantian huffed. How could that be? If they managed to be in the same room without bloodshed, it would already be a monumental achievement. And now they're in sync. Yet, the matter was indeed true. Master, after their conversation, the young master headed straight to the library and has yet to emerge. The library is seldom visited, so it is unlikely he is engaged in anything significant. Rather, it is the cheerful exchange between the young master and third master that stands out, that I felt it imperative to report this to you at once. You did well. But that rascal went to the library? Jun Jiantian's beard quivered as his eyes widened in disbelief. You are certain you did not misstate? That little scoundrel actually went to the library, not to the likes of the flower pavilion or fragrant pavilion? The elderly man nodded vigorously. Indeed, it was the library. There is no mistake, master. Suddenly rising, Jun Jiantian began to pace the room, his usual calm demeanor vanishing in an instant. Tugging at his beard, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Old Peng, what do you think he is doing in the library? He paused, struck by a thought. Wouldn't he be planning to set ablaze? Would he? The young master has been reading quietly inside. I doubt he will leave any time soon, which is why I felt secure returning, Old Peng said, a hint of amusement tugging at the corners of his mouth. Reading, Jun Jiantian exclaimed, inadvertently pulling a tuft of his beard. Still oblivious to his own actions, he truly, just reading? Yes, master. After a moment's reflection, Jun Jiantian waved his hand dismissively. Reading is a good thing. Let us not disturb him for now. once he departs. Have me the books he has perused. I wish to ascertain what he is truly up to. He is not searching for forbidden knowledge. Is he? Well, even if he is, it matters not. The lad is grown. Indulging in such matters is hardly catastrophic. In my younger days, old Pang. Ensure no one interrupts that boy. Yes, master. Jun Jiantian paced twice more, gazing skyward, his beard poised as he pondered. He mused quietly. If not for spring, could this little rascal truly have experienced a sudden awakening, a wayward son returning to the fold? Shaking his head with a heavy sigh, he lamented, if that were the case, I would genuinely need to offer incense and gratitude to our ancestors for their divine intervention. As evening descended and the lamps were lit, old Pang returned with a stack of books Jun Xie had read, carrying dozens in his arms. Jun Jiantian laid them out on the table, furrowing his brow as he examined each title. Record of the storms and clouds of the Xianxian continent, Chronicles of the continent, Geography of the continent, List of notable figures, Treatise on rare flora and fauna, on continental warfare, the art of war in the Xianxian realm. Jun Jiantian spent the entire night poring over these volumes, his expression oscillating between confusion and astonishment. He frequently sighed, exhaled, shook his head, and nodded, likely exhausting a lifetime's worth of expressions in that single night. In the following days, Jun Xie continued to remain indoors, rising each morning to head straight to the library, where he would linger all day. Without exception, every book he perused was dutifully transported to Jun Jiantian, who would analyze them once more, shaking his head, nodding, sighing, exhaling, lost in both confusion and delight, proving that his reservoir of expressions was far from depleted. Furthermore, the servants of the Jun household noted a peculiar new habit of the young master. While he would seclude himself in the library during the day, he preferred to sit in the darkest corners of the courtyard at night, where light dared not intrude. This was indeed strange. However, the servants were not overly concerned. Compared to the young master's previous antics, his current behavior was a vast improvement. That night, Jun Xie once again found solace beneath a flowering tree. Enveloped in the thick, impenetrable darkness of the night, a sudden sense of safety washing over him. Yes, safety. For Jun Xie, once the king of assassins, the most secure feeling was found in the depths of the night. Only the night could serve as his most reliable and steadfast companion from his past life. Gazing at the starry sky, he was struck by a subtle sensation that he might be dreaming. In the past few days, he had perused a multitude of books relevant to this world, gaining some understanding of the continent's circumstances. Yet the more he learned, the more perplexed he became. Were it not for the clear black ink on white paper, he might have believed he had traversed back to ancient China. The resemblance was uncanny. The same skin tone, the same dialect, a culture reminiscent of China's most glorious Tang and Song dynasties. An attire that mirrored that era. Jun Xie groaned, burying his head between his legs, clutching the back of his head in anguish as he pondered. Why? Why is it not some era of ancient China? If it were, what abundant resources I could leverage. Even if I did not actively alter the course of history, I could navigate significant events with the foresight of a prophet, steering clear of calamity. Xianxian continent. What in the world is this place? Golden Xian, Silver Xian, Heavenly Xian, Xuanqi, what nonsense! Why isn't there any internal martial prowess? The only constants seem to be the ever-unchanging sun and moon and the gentle mist of the night, which provides me with a semblance of familiarity with my homeland. Jun Xie's visage hardened, his jaw muscles taut with anguish, an impulse to curse the heavens rising within him. Suddenly, at that moment, overwhelmed by intense emotion, he was struck by a violent headache. Even with his unimaginable resilience, the pain became unbearable, eliciting a muffled groan as the world tilted beneath him. From his perspective, it seemed as though the entire universe was spinning violently, the hazy night transforming into a chaotic swirl of ethereal mist. The world around him morphed into an illusory spectacle, profoundly unreal. Jun Xie gasped for breath, gritting his teeth, his lips bleeding as he fought to suppress even the faintest sound. Alone in this unfamiliar realm, all suffering must be borne by himself. In this strange land, he could rely on no one, nor would he depend on anyone. Kill, 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 kill. With my skills, I will carve a bloody path, shattering the heavens and the earth. Kill, 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 kill. In a daze, Jun Xie sensed a distant glimmer of light emerging in his mind, seemingly far away yet gradually drawing nearer, becoming brighter, larger, and clearer, ultimately transforming into a resplendent, multicolored tower that spun endlessly in his consciousness, each rotation casting a veil of pure, sacred white light. Yet, with every rotation came a pain akin to experiencing the cycles of hell. His body had long since grown numb, his limbs paralyzed, consciousness fading into obscurity, but his eyes remained bloodshot, fixed on the sky, the ground, and this alien world, unblinking. Time stretched on, and suddenly a cold breeze swept past, jolting Jun Xie into awareness of the chill. The early autumn night was indeed somewhat cold, he thought to himself, awakening with the realization. I feel cold, which means I have sensation. He abruptly stood, only to realize that his body was drenched in cold sweat. His clothes soaked through multiple times, leaving him feeling utterly uncomfortable. An odd sensation of rebirth surged through him. Awakening within Jun Xie's body, inheriting this unclaimed flesh, could be described as a form of crossing over. A merging of souls. Jun Xie was simply Jun Xie. Yet after this harrowing experience, he had genuinely fused with this body, truly becoming the rightful owner of Jun Xie, no longer concerned with the disarray of his clothes. Jun Xie's first action was to sit cross-legged, close his eyes, and delve deep into his consciousness, seeking to comprehend the specifics of his situation. The immense agony that Jun had previously endured was now a known entity to him. It was entirely the doing of that petite tower that had seamlessly integrated into his very being. Thus, Jun was resolute in his belief that this diminutive tower must possess extraordinary qualities. If it were merely a matter of merging with the flesh, such harrowing experiences would not have been endured. There must be more peculiarities at play. This small tower had nearly become the sole anchor of Jun's existence. And until he unraveled the mystery surrounding it, he would remain unsatisfied. Jun distinctly sensed that within the depths of his consciousness, he could see with remarkable clarity a beautifully shaped, multicolored little pagoda, suspended above his sea of awareness. Slowly rotating, he could vividly feel that with each rotation of the tower, his own vital energy flowed in a clockwise manner, perpetually cycling. What could this phenomenon be? Jun gazed at the tower with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. This object was utterly beyond the bounds of common understanding, plunging the staunch atheist into a profound bewilderment. Could I perhaps observe it up close? Just as this thought crossed Jun's mind, he suddenly noticed that the little tower seemed to grow larger. Almost immediately, the grand entrance of its base swung open, and a dense cloud of white mist surged forth in an instant. Jun's entire consciousness was enveloped by this mist, which was so thick it felt almost tangible. As he inhaled deeply, a wave of unparalleled comfort washed over him, a blissful sensation that made his very soul want to sing as he surveyed his surroundings. Jun realized he had unknowingly arrived at the tower's entrance, where three faintly visible ancient characters hovered above. Hongjun Tower. He stepped inside, finding the interior empty, save for the ethereal white mist that swirled around him. Suddenly, the mist began to churn, revealing two lines of large characters. Linglong 9-story tower. The first art of antiquity. The mist swirled more urgently, and a vague incantation materialized within Jun's consciousness. Just as he was taken aback, countless characters and symbols began to whirl violently before his eyes, crashing into his awareness like a speeding train barreling into a small shack. Astonishingly, after this tumult, everything fell silent. In a moment, Jun found himself dizzy, his head feeling as if it might explode, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was still lying on the damp, cold earth, yet his mind was vividly filled with a cultivation technique, accompanied by a diagram of human meridians and various postures. Kaitian Zhaohua Gong, Jun murmured, his eyes sparkling with determination as his fists clenched tightly. He understood that he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity, a rarity of the ages. This Kaitian Zhaohua Gong was shrouded in mystery, and its effects would undoubtedly be remarkable. Moreover, this Linglong 9-story tower was surely a remarkable treasure. Even Jun, in his ignorance, had heard of the legendary Hongjun Laozu from Chinese mythology, said to be the master of three great deities, Taishang, Daojun, Yuanshu, Tianzun, and Tongtian Jiaozhu, figures of immense stature. With such a name as Hongjun, how could this tower be anything less than extraordinary? Junyi could barely contain his eagerness to begin practicing the Kaitian Jiahua Gong. But his calm demeanor prevailed, allowing him a moment to assess his own physique, which left him utterly astonished. He saw that his skin was covered in a thick, dark, and repulsive substance, emitting a nauseating stench. It was astonishingly thick. A term from legend suddenly surfaced in Junyi's mind. Shijing Fazhui? Had he truly expelled all impurities from his body through such agony? Overcome with joy, he thought, had he known this would be the outcome, enduring a bit more pain would have been worth it. Indeed, considering Junyi's temperament, as long as it meant enhancing his power, he would endure any amount of suffering, no matter how unbearable. With exhilaration, Junyi stood up, resolutely ignoring the foul odor emanating from his body, and hurried to the pond at his home, plunging into the water with a splash. Suddenly, several voices called out simultaneously. "Who goes there?" Junyi scoffed. "It is I. The young master wishes to bathe, and no one is permitted to disturb me." "Oh, it is merely the young master." They fell silent. In the study, old Master Jun furrowed his brow. "What noise is that?" The steward, old Pang, quickly stepped out and then returned, bowing slightly. "It is the young master. He says he has jumped into the Luoyuel Lake for a bath. A bath. At this hour, jumping into Luoyuel Lake for a bath." Old Master Jun's nose flared with indignation, his voice nearly cracking with rage as he shouted, "This wretched child." He stormed off, heading to bed. The hope he had harbored for his grandson's redemption had vanished without a trace, leaving him with a palpable sense of discomfort in his chest. Such is the nature of life. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Old Master Jun felt an overwhelming urge to drag that wretched child over for a thorough beating, so he might understand why the flowers bloom so red. Junyi floated serenely on the water surface, his body lying flat, supported only by gentle movements of his hands and feet to keep him afloat. Feeling utterly at ease, having washed away the thick layer of filth, he felt as though he had emerged from a pit of excrement, invigorated and refreshed. The only regret was that, although he had truly merged with this physical form, his cultivation level still fell short of the ability to introspect, much less compare with his past life. Yet, the capacity to expel such a multitude of bodily impurities at once would surely astonish him regarding the current state of his sinews and bones. As he contemplated this, a smile crept onto his lips. From a distance, the guards observed the young master floating motionless on the water, unable to sink, their eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of divine skill is this? He is simply floating on the water's surface. If we were to interpret this according to Xuanqi cultivation, he must at least have reached the realm of Yushuan to achieve such a feat. After a while, Junyi quickly emerged from the water. While he felt undeniably refreshed, he was met with an overwhelming sense of weakness, extreme fatigue. After all, the original Jun San Shao had nearly reduced this body to a mere shell. After enduring such an intense cleansing, with his spirit and essence now unified, Junyi's ability to remain conscious was a testament to his extraordinary willpower. Struggling to return to his room, Junyi changed into a soft white robe and picked up a bowl of bird's nest porridge that the adorable little girl Kur had brought him, a playful smile gracing his lips. In any world, strength is paramount. One may lack influence, but one must never lack personal power. Even in his past life, Junyi had never yearned for strength as fervently as he did now. Alone in this world, he felt that the only way to find true peace was through formidable power, capable of commanding the life and death of all beings. Now, Junyi was confident that he had discovered another treasure. That mysterious pagoda, which would serve as his greatest support in this life, that he firmly believed that such an enigmatic treasure could not contain merely the Kaitian Jiahua Gong's technique. It must possess other functions as well. And he would take his time to unearth these secrets, little by little. Furthermore, the so-called first art of antiquity of the Kaitian Jiahua Gong gave him an undeniable sense of assurance. How could such an esoteric technique be anything ordinary? Slowly recalling the first level of the Kaitian Jiahua Gong, light illuminates the great transformation. Juni sat cross-legged on the floor of his room, harmonizing his mind and spirit, and began to breathe and cultivate slowly. Spirit light moves, light illuminates the great transformation. Intention ascends to the 9 heavens. Feet tread the celestial spring. Heaven and earth within grasp. Heart is the treasure mountain. Spirit and soul 9 refinements, not falling into the yellow springs. After running the technique once, he was unexpectedly met with a complete lack of sensation, not even the slightest hint of chi flow. Yet, Juni remained undeterred and repeated the process, diligently maintaining focus on his spiritual core. Time passed unmeasured as Juni executed the Kaitian Jiaohua Gong for no less than 200 cycles, still with no response. His meridians remained stagnant, lifeless, and the prolonged sitting had rendered his legs numb. Despite the cleansing process, the physical vessel's capacity had yet to be fully developed. Even his mind felt foggy, teetering on the brink of fainting. Taking a deep breath, Juni fought to maintain clarity, his resolve strengthening. I refuse to believe I cannot cultivate a sense of chi. In terms of malevolence, I am the foremost. Who could possibly surpass me, the evil monarch? I refuse to accept this curse. I will not believe in any evil, yet all evil must yield to my own. I am the evil monarch. I am the king of all evil. Once more, he immersed himself in the lengthy process of breathing and cultivating. After a considerable duration, Juni felt as though his body had become entirely unresponsive. His muscles nearly rigid, he had run the Kaitian Jiaohua Gong along its prescribed path for no less than 300 cycles, yet still felt nothing. Jun Xie, with his eyes firmly shut, resolutely suppressed the overwhelming fatigue that weighed upon his body. His heart consumed by a singular, stubborn conviction. To complete another cycle of the Zhou Tian Ti long last. After an indeterminate passage of time, Jun Xie suddenly sensed a faint stirring in the Bai Wei point atop his head, followed by a surge of warmth. Within his meridians, a delicate sensation emerged, akin to a fragile thread. Unless one were wholly attentive, it would have been nearly imperceptible. This breath of energy, indeed as fine as a gossamer strand, was almost ethereal, yet its essence was remarkably tangible. Such an internal sensation was peculiar. For a novice, an internal cultivation would not typically achieve such solidity. However, in his current dazed state, Jun Xie remained blissfully unaware of this nuance. At the moment this tenuous yet palpably real energy manifested, a diminutive, resplendent pagoda of vibrant colors within Jun Xie's sea of consciousness began to ascend slowly, spinning gracefully in mid-air. With each rotation, plumes of rich white mist erupted forth, lingering in the atmosphere. Countless strands of imperceptible white vapor suddenly appeared upon Jun Xie's skin, gradually permeating into his flesh and coursing through his meridians. Despite this extraordinary occurrence, Jun Xie remained in a state of obliviousness, neither startled nor elated, steadfastly maintaining his meditative state as if entirely unaware of the unfolding events. It must be noted that the Kaitian Jiaohua Gong, despite its inscrutable nature, is revered as one of the most superior cultivation techniques throughout the ages. Yet, the path of cultivation is inherently contrarian to the natural order, demanding profound personal fortitude and unwavering tenacity. The initial stages of this technique are particularly arduous, requiring not only immense willpower, but also significant fortune. Historically, even among those fortunate enough to encounter this art, few have succeeded in mastering it. One can easily imagine that individuals with weak resolve might abandon their efforts after a mere 100 cycles without perceiving any results, for such monotony is intolerable to most. Furthermore, those with fragile spirits would struggle to endure, while an anomaly like Jun Xie, capable of executing hundreds or even thousands of cycles in one breath, is truly a rarity among those devoid of prior cultivation experience. Even if one possessed such determination, a lack of spiritual strength could lead to madness during the process. Yet, Jun Xie uniquely embodied all the requisite conditions for mastering the Kaitian Jiaohua Gong. His inherently resilient character meant that once he committed to a course of action, he never wavered in his resolve. Put it more poetically, this steadfastness may be described as tenacity, though some might consider it stubbornness. He would not retreat until he had collided with the wall. However, Jun Xie was the kind of person who, upon crashing into that wall, would not only press on, but would shatter it without turning back. Now, as he endeavored to cultivate this exceptionally challenging technique, it was akin to a turtle encountering a tortoise, a realization that they were, in essence, of the same in addition to his character. Jun Xie's fortune played a significant role. The Hongjun Pagoda was indeed his greatest blessing. Absent such extraordinary providence, he would have found it nearly impossible to embark on this path. Moreover, as a soul traversing realms, his spiritual awareness was inherently robust. With the aid of the Hongjun Pagoda, his essence harmonized with that of Jun Moxie, amplifying his spiritual prowess. Collectively, these factors enabled him to breach the initial formidable barrier in a single night. This achievement was not only unprecedented, but likely unparalleled in history. The Baihui point atop his head pulsated with increasing intensity, eventually establishing a rhythmic cadence, growing ever warmer, while Jun Xie's fair visage gradually flushed a deep crimson. He remained in this meditative state until the first light of dawn broke. Jun Xie distinctly felt the once tenuous, thread-like sensation of internal energy becoming increasingly vibrant, gradually weaving together into a singular thread. The moment when the final connection was made, Jun Xie was suddenly enveloped by a kaleidoscope of colors. It was as though an entire world of flowers had burst forth before him, with vibrant hues swirling around him like a celestial tapestry. Concurrently, the heavens above rumbled with thunder, and in an instant, a tempest of lightning and sound erupted. Yet, Jun Xie remained with his eyes closed, indicating that all of this transpired within the realm of his consciousness. This was, in fact, the first challenge of the Kaitian Jiahua Gong, centering the mind. Though Jun Xie saw these wondrous visions, he remained acutely aware that he was meant to be meditating with his eyes shut. This contradiction signified what? It implied that all of this was but an illusion. Thus, Jun Xie remained unfazed, clinging to the clarity of his mind, continuing his cultivation, undistracted by the spectacle unfolding within. Boom! Like a bomb detonating in his mind, an explosion of realization struck Jun Xie, causing his body to tremble as he felt a sudden lightness. As if he had lost all weight, his spirit floated aimlessly, and with a gasp, he expelled a copious amount of blood, which arced through the air before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The crimson blood splattered across the pristine white sheets, bizarrely darkening to a jet-black hue, appearing almost solid, ceaselessly still, resembling a block of coal. Unbeknownst to him, as Jun Xie's body lay unconscious upon the ground, it began to convulse slightly, dark, viscous fluid seeping from his skin, gradually saturating his delicate white robe, staining it black. This was the true essence of cleansing the marrow. The earlier impurities exuded from his body had merely eliminated most of the detritus from his skin and muscles, while this latest expulsion was the genuine release of inner bone impurities that, as for the thick, dark blood he had expelled, it was the refuse of his internal organs, the most challenging toxins to expel from the human body. In the realm of cultivation, Jun Xie's current condition could be described as the transcendent state. This marked the beginning of his liberation from the shackles of mortal flesh, officially stepping into the path of cultivation. It is worth noting that every cultivator who achieves the transcendence realm undergoes a protracted and painful process, taking anywhere from months to years, or even decades. Some may spend their entire lives without attaining such a state. Yet, Jun Xie accomplished it in a single night. This truly was a miracle beyond miracles. If this were to be spoken of, not a single cultivator would likely believe it. This extraordinary feat was not due to Jun Xie's unique constitution, nor was it merely a result of his formidable mental prowess. There was indeed another reason. The white mist was the most significant factor, embodying the purest essence of heaven and earth. However, Jun Xie remained oblivious to this fact at the time. Although he had once been a martial arts master in his previous life, he had never ventured into the realm of cultivation. And in his understanding, the concept of transcending to immortality was nothing but a fanciful tale. Thus, even as he recognized the changes within himself, he could only attribute them to a stroke of remarkable fortune. When Jun Xie awoke once more, he found himself submerged in a large wooden tub, enveloped in warm water, with two soft little hands diligently washing his body. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the small maid, whose hair was damp with sweat, her face flushed from the steam as she breathlessly scrubbed him with a gentle cloth. Her petite lips were tightly pressed, and her expression reflected a mix of embarrassment and the verge of tears, her charming eyes darting upward, only lowering her gaze when needing to clean a different area, before quickly averting her eyes again. The sight of the bashful little girl was simply adorable. Realizing this, Jun Xie's awareness returned, and he suddenly became acutely aware of his own nakedness. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, he cleared his throat and said, "I'll manage this myself." With that, he reached for the towel in Kuer's hands. With a startled cry, Kuer recoiled, clutching the towel tightly as she retreated, her eyes wide with panic. "Young master, why you're awake." Sighing in resignation, Jun Xie replied, "If I weren't awake, would I be conversing with a ghost?" "Ghost? Ah!" Kuer exclaimed again, and Jun Xie suddenly noticed the fine hairs on her face standing on end. Her complexion pale, as if she had truly seen a specter, he couldn't help but sigh. "Stop screaming. Even if a ghost were to appear, it would merely be your current pallor. Your performance is quite convincing." Bang! The door swung open abruptly, and a robust figure strode in with purpose. "Moxie, you have awakened." What transpired? It was none other than Jun Zhantian, accompanied by several guards in tow. Jun Zhantian's voice was filled with anger, as he had just berated the 36 guards assigned to protect Jun Xie. What had transpired the previous day was indeed an unexpected incident, and he could not fathom that another occurrence had transpired today. The old man was seething with rage, nearly at the point of explosion. "Does my Jun family appear so easy to bully? It seems I must assert my authority if everyone has their sights set on my grandson. What kind of life are we living?" He mistakenly interpreted Jun Xie's unconsciousness as an assassination attempt. Unbeknownst to Jun Zhantian, the unusual events of the night were, in fact, a tremendous boon bestowed upon his grandson. Devoid of any assassination plot. Instead, he was fixated on other assumptions altogether. He had heard that Jun Xie had dashed in a Luiwell lake for a bath in the dead of night, and in a fit of anger, he had gone to bed. Little did he expect that while sleeping soundly, he would be startled awake by a commotion, only to discover that yet another problem had arisen with Jun Xie. Instantly, a fire of rage ignited within him. "That I'm fine, truly fine." Jun Xie instinctively grabbed a towel to cover his modesty, his face flushed with embarrassment. Naked and exposed in the water, he was suddenly confronted by a dozen burly men, each gazing down upon him with unabashed scrutiny. Despite Jun Xie's thick skin and calm demeanor, he found it difficult to endure. "What are you covering up for? With that little bit, what shame is there in front of your grandfather? I remember when you were little, your grandfather would carry you in one arm while playing with you in the other." Jun Zhantian's words nearly caused Jun Xie to faint from mortification. Behind him, the several burly guards were stifling laughter, their faces turning crimson as they gasped for breath that a few of them stole glances at the area Jun Xie was trying to shield. Exchanging mischievous looks, their eyes sparkling with mischief, as if eager for competition. Who did this? Jun Zhantian's face darkened, resembling ice, with a hint of murderous intent. Huh. Jun Xie was momentarily confused, but quickly understood, adopting a contrite expression as he lowered his head. "I didn't see clearly. I just fell." "Useless," Jun Zhantian scolded, his tone laced with disappointment. After ensuring his grandson was unharmed, he lost interest in lingering to gawk at Jun Xie's nakedness, given the boy's frail physique. He lacked the qualities of a martial family's descendant. He was even paler than a young maiden. With a resigned nod, he said, "Take care of yourself," before turning to leave, followed by the guards. Only then did Jun Xie exhale in relief. Removing the towel he had clutched to his groin, drenched in cold sweat. The next day, Duke Jun Zhantian unleashed his fury in the Emperor's Golden Hall, pointing an accusatory finger at several royal relatives and high-ranking officials, vociferously berating them with unrestrained agitation, that he declared that if anyone dared to attempt to assassinate his only grandson again, each family would have to pay with a life before discussing anything else. The one silent old marshal, upon erupting, rendered the entire court speechless. Even the reigning emperor spoke softly, attempting to placate him. However, some, like the Grand Prince's father-in-law, the newly elevated imperial censor Song Shi, misjudged the situation, bolstered by the Grand Prince's support. He dared to challenge Duke Jun, only to be met with a slap that left him with a bruised face and 2 missing teeth. The Grand Prince, attempting to mediate, was unceremoniously kicked by the Duke and tumbled to the ground like a rolling gourd. In that moment, no one dared to move. Ultimately, it was the Emperor who smoothed things over, personally assuring the safety of young Master Jun, which allowed Duke Jun Jiantian to storm off, still seething, as he left. He cast a piercing glance at the supporters of the various princes, causing them to tremble like noodles. The Duke had not wielded his power for a decade. After a prolonged silence, his sudden outburst sent shockwaves through the court. In the Golden Hall, even the princes dared to strike, raising questions about what else might be challenged. Only the Emperor watched Duke Jun's retreating figure, sighing deeply within. The Duke's display of wrath, though imposing, revealed to the Emperor that he had utterly lost faith in his remaining grandson, Jun Moxi. Reflecting on Duke Jun's past request to wed Princess Lingming, the Emperor realized it had been the Duke's last effort to preserve the Jun family's lineage. His heart ached with regret for having rejected it so callously. Had Jun Moxi possessed even a modicum of ambition, Duke Jun would not have been reduced to such a state in the Golden Hall. The Duke's loss of control stemmed from seeing no future for the Jun family. Duke Jun had made countless enemies both domestically and abroad. Should he depart from this world, none would spare his descendants. Thus, the Duke was determined to be resolute. Whoever dares to harm my family or my grandson will feel my wrath first. With the Jun family in such dire straits, he saw no reason to endure humiliation any longer. The once glorious Jun family, once the protector of the Tianxiang Empire, could not simply fade into obscurity. The Emperor sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. Perhaps he should not have acted as he did all those years ago. Witnessing the Duke's formidable stance, the old military subordinates were exhilarated, and those who had harbored ulterior motives hastily abandoned their plans. Even the Grand Prince, who had been publicly humiliated, felt no more resentment, attributing the blame solely to his father-in-law's foolishness. Yet, deep down, many still harbored discontent, wondering if the old man could truly live forever. They fantasized about the day he would pass, ensuring the extinction of the Jun family. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. In the Tianxiang Empire, no power dared openly oppose Duke Jun while he still drew breath. Only Li Shang, the Grand Minister, observed silently, a frown appearing on his face after the Duke's departure. Soon replaced by a sly smile, it seemed that Duke Jun was quite protective of his disappointing grandson, that if so, then Jun Moxi was indeed Duke Jun's Achilles heel. Such a vulnerability was exceedingly easy to exploit. Once a person exhibits a clear flaw, no matter how formidable they may be, their power diminishes greatly. In a discreet corner, Grand Minister Li and General Meng Rafiefi exchanged glances, each curling their lips into a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, in Jun Xie's chamber, as the door closed, blushing fiercely, turned to flee. Jun Xie hurriedly donned his clothes and approached her with a smile, saying, "Open your eyes. It's all right now." Kur gradually moved her hands apart, peeking through a small gap, and upon seeing that Jun Xie was indeed dressed, she finally felt reassured enough to lower her hands, her rosy cheeks adorably charming. Jun Xie found the little girl truly endearing and couldn't help but gently pat her on the head. Kur was startled and looked up, only to find warmth in Jun Xie's gaze, akin to an older brother looking at his little sister. For reasons unknown, she felt a flutter of reassurance and thought, the young master doesn't seem so bad after all. Just as that thought crossed her mind, she was suddenly alarmed. Why am I thinking this? He is still that lecherous scoundrel. Resolutely, she stepped back, her face filled with wariness. Jun Xie, having lived 2 lives, was acutely aware of the little girl's thoughts in a fleeting moment. He couldn't help but lament the original owner's failures. Even the maid was looked down upon. Sighing, he said, "You need not attend to me. You may go." Kur bowed, thinking to herself, as long as I keep my distance, he won't be able to do anything wrong. Besides, with his current injuries and weakened state, he couldn't possibly catch me. Hence, she retreated. Jun Xie approached the window, taking a deep breath as he allowed the energy within him to circulate, inspecting his body. The moment he regained consciousness, he had already noticed a significant change from just a few days prior, but had not found the time to examine it thoroughly. Now, with focused attention, he was astounded. His vision had expanded, allowing him to see far beyond, even discerning the number of legs on an ant within 3 zhang. The world appeared transformed. The trees and grass were vibrant and teeming with life. As the sun rose, Jun Xie gazed at the dawn's light, feeling only warmth rather than discomfort. His ears picked up the sounds of small insects scuttling in the grass, and even the movements of earthworms beneath the ground, leaving him in awe of the world's wonders. That he recalled that in his previous life, he had only experienced such extraordinary sensations at the moment of breaking through to the innate realm, and he had never before felt the profound unity of all things. Jun Xie couldn't help but revel in joy. Could it be that in just one night, he had once again achieved the innate realm? Such rapid progress seemed unbelievable. As he circulated his internal energy, he was taken aback. The energy within him was still weak, albeit more connected than before. Such a flow could suffice for simple tasks. But it was far from adequate for combat. If he had truly reached the innate realm, it shouldn't be so feeble. However, upon reflection, if he hadn't attained the innate realm, how could there be such astonishing effects? It must surely be the remarkable nature of the Kaitian Zhaohua Gong. Upon contemplating this, a sense of mild disappointment washed over me, yet my spirit felt increasingly invigorated. Rolling up my sleeves, I beheld my arms with a mix of helplessness and disbelief. Was this truly the arm of a man? The skin was as fair and delicate as that of a young maiden, far surpassing even the softest touch of a girl's arm. Hastily, I approached the bronze mirror, and my heart sank, and my face remained unchanged, yet was noticeably more pale and tender. This visage in my past life was the very type I would have scorned, a delicate pretty boy, a quintessential dandy, seemingly frail beyond measure. Truly, it felt as though I had encountered a ghost. I muttered to myself, unable to suppress a laugh. My arrival in this foreign realm was, in itself, akin to a ghostly encounter. Thus, what was peculiar about experiencing further oddities? However, after an entire night of training and refining my essence, I should have grasped some insights into the heavenly creation technique by now. Why then did my physical constitution still seem so feeble? As I shifted my thoughts, I examined my body once more. To my astonishment, I discovered that, while my exterior appeared exceedingly frail, the resilience of my muscular structure was remarkable. Even the version of myself from my past life would have fallen short in comparison. The quality of my bones and meridians had already reached an impressively high standard. This body was indeed a rare gift from the heavens, promising to serve as an exceptional vessel for my future martial pursuits. Furthermore, given my current appearance, no one would ever believe that the owner of such a seemingly weak body could possibly be an unparalleled assassin. What a splendid natural disguise! With this realization, my enthusiasm to continue training surged. Eager to restore my original strength as soon as possible, in the following month, an astonishing event unfolded within the Jun residence. The notorious scion of the family, Junimo Xie, had not ventured forth to indulge in his former debaucheries for over a month. He refrained from visiting brothels, gambling on cockfights, or engaging in any violent escapades. Even when at home, he behaved with remarkable decorum, either remaining in his courtyard or retreating to the library, where he was notably absent in his usual flirtations with the maidservants. He even treated all the household staff with unexpected kindness. Such transformations left everyone in the Jun household astounded. It was almost as if the sun had risen from the west, or perhaps it had emerged from the south or the north. But certainly not from the east. Oh heavens and earth, you have finally opened your eyes. Jun Sanshao seems to show signs of reform. Observing his grandson's transformation, Jun Zhantian, the patriarch, felt a deep sense of relief and satisfaction. Could it be that this lad is genuinely mending his ways? Throughout this month, Jun Xie had made significant progress in mastering the first level of the heavenly creation technique, solidifying his understanding of this so-called mysterious continent. Although he could not yet compare himself with esteemed historians, he had certainly elevated himself to the level of an expert compared to the former Jun Mo Xie. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say one was in the heavens while the other was on the ground. The only source of frustration for Jun Xie lay in the 7-colored, 9-tiered Hongjun Tower within his mind. After an entire month, he remained stuck on the first tier, having attempted countless times to unlock the second tier. Each time he felt a slight increase in power, he would try again, only to experience excruciating pain akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. This relentless torment left him restless. If the first tier yielded such extraordinary results in the heavenly creation technique, what might the second and third tiers hold? Yet, access remained elusive. Time and again he tried, yet success eluded him. Even with Junxie's tenacity, he could not endure it any longer. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the realization that entering the second tier in his ordinary state was simply impossible. It seemed that, like the first tier, he would have to wait for the right opportunity to enter, whether consciously or subconsciously, for all his attempts had proven futile. Thus, he resolved to practice diligently and honestly. Of course, Junxie also took the time to familiarize himself with the family's inherited xuanqi, discovering that the xuanqi of this world closely resembled the internal energy cultivation from his past life, yet leaned more towards a type akin to fighting spirit, a practice that straddled the line between the two that, interestingly, with each level of mastery, the xuanqi would undergo a qualitative transformation, manifesting subtle changes in color, reminiscent of the 5 poisons techniques he had encountered in his previous life. However, one could be assured that this xuanqi bore no toxicity. With the heavenly creation technique at his disposal, Junxie held little regard for this so-called xuanqi. Nevertheless, in order to maintain a fa ade, he practiced it symbolically, managing to elevate it to the 4th grade before deeming it sufficient to cease further practice. In the mysterious continent, xuanqi ranged from the 1st to the 9th grade, followed by higher tiers: silver xuanqi, gold xuanqi, jade xuanqi, earth xuanqi, heavenly xuanqi, and supreme divine grade. The 1st to 3rd grades were represented by red, light red, pink, and deep red. The 4th to 6th grades by purple, light purple, medium purple, and dark purple. The 7th to 9th grades by black, purple black, gray black, and glossy black. Silver grade was silver, gold grade was gold, jade grade was green, earth grade was yellow, heavenly grade was blue, and supreme divine grade was colorless. Progressing through each grade of xuanqi was exceedingly arduous, often accompanied by immense pain akin to the rigors of internal energy cultivation and marrow cleansing. Currently, Junxie could only emit a faint purple 4th grade xuanqi, which, for a scion of a prominent family, constituted a rather dismal achievement. One day, while Junxie was idly conversing with Kerr, he noticed that, due to his drastically altered demeanor, the little girl had finally ceased to fear him as she once did. Although she still refrained from approaching him, her aversion had significantly diminished, particularly when it came to the stories he shared. During these moments, the little girl would rest her chin on her hands, her big eyes blinking eagerly as she sat quietly before him, engrossed in the tales he told, fearful of missing even a single word. As the characters in the stories experienced joy or sorrow, laughter or tears, her reactions mirrored their own, her eyes widening with tension. Junxie recounted a tale of a mermaid, which moved the little girl to tears, flooding her face with an outpouring of emotion for an entire day. From that moment on, he vowed never to tell tragic stories to women again. The tears are overwhelming. Master, young Master Tang has arrived, just as Junxie was narrating the part where the Monkey King was trapped in the 8-trigram furnace. A little girl, enraptured by his words, suddenly a guard rushed in urgently to report. Young Master Tang? Junxie looked up in astonishment, quickly recalling details about the individual. Please, invite him in. From a distance, a rotund figure rolled into the courtyard, calling out in a voice that was quite pitiful. 3rd young master, brother Mo, Xia, save me. This is a dire situation. Junxie stared in disbelief at the rolling figure, struggling to fathom how a ball of flesh could speak. Only as it drew closer did he realize that it was indeed a person. This individual appeared to have no neck. At least, Junxie's discerning eye could not perceive one. Broad shoulders and thick arms, with a round head tapering downwards. The legs were scarcely a foot long, but robust enough to be cradled in one's arms. As he walked, the waves of fat jiggled chaotically, reminiscent of the surging tides of the Yangtze River. In short, aside from stick figure, one could hardly say he resembled a human being. Despite having traversed only a few steps from the entrance, he was already panting heavily, wiping sweat from his brow. Clearly exhausted, this individual was none other than Tang Yuan, the eldest son of the prominent Tang family, rivaling the Jun family in Tianxiang City. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance, albeit on a grander scale. Jun Xie mused, a young Master Tang. What has happened to you? What calamity has befallen you to warrant a plea for help? Did some fool provoke you? Jun Xie asked, suppressing his amusement at the sight of Jun Imo Xie's close comrade. Curse those rascals from the Li family and the scoundrel from the Meng and Song families. Tang Yuan exclaimed indignantly, forcing his eyes open through the layers of fat. For 10 days, I've been holed up in their Qianjin hall, and I lost a staggering 15,000 taels of silver. Third young master, you must save me, or my father will surely beat me to death upon my return. 15,000 taels. Jun Xie was taken aback. How could you possibly lose such a sum? Where did you even acquire that much money? Tang Yuan sighed heavily on the first day. I actually won. I won 5,000 taels, but they wouldn't let me win. So I kept gambling. What were you thinking? You really dare to play such high-stakes games? Jun Xie glared at him. Tang Yuan dared not retort, muttering, last month you lost 100,000 taels, didn't you? I just lost a little more than you did. So why are you scolding me? Ah, it's just 15,000 taels of silver. Surely, even you, young Master Tang, can afford to lose that much. Is it truly necessary to come begging for help? Jun Xie suddenly recalled that these individuals could not be judged by conventional standards. They were quintessential spendthrifts. Surely, even your father would not resort to violence over a mere 15,000 taels. You have inputted this number before, yet alas, I found myself bereft of funds that I suggested returning home to retrieve some. But Li Bo urged me not to, claiming everyone was weary, and if I were to leave, it would result in the dissolution of the game. With a resolute heart, I glanced at Tang Yuan, who looked pitifully at Jun Xie, his face etched with regret. What was it? Jun Xie suddenly sensed that something was amiss. One may lose a person, but not the game. In my haste, I wagered both my precious jade pendant and my treasured sword, staking 300,000 taels, convinced I would swiftly recover my losses, only to find myself utterly defeated in the end. Tang Yuan's face was a mask of despair, his words caught in his throat. You call that losing a person, but not the game. I recall your sword, the renowned blowing snow, which your father purchased at a high price, a weapon capable of cutting through iron like mud, coupled with your exquisite jade pendant. I believe the two together cost 1,000,000 taels. Did they not? You actually wagered them together for a mere 300,000. Even if it were a fire sale, one wouldn't dispose of them at such a price. Jun Xie was somewhat speechless. This fellow was remarkably wasteful, was he not? What could I do? I was in such a tight spot at that moment. Furthermore, I don't know how it happened, but my mind became muddled, and then Tang Yuan muttered. Even if you lost these two items, you had stated they were collateral, and you could redeem them later. Your father dotes on you. At most, he would scold you a bit. Could he really do worse? After all, your family is wealthy. 100 or 200,000 taels. Do you truly consider that significant? Jun Xie scoffed. What nonsense! These items are treasures. Do you think I did not wish to win them back on the spot? Tang Yuan grew somewhat indignant. You know very well the old man's disciplinary methods. Last time you witnessed me endure a taste of it, which could strip a layer of skin. So you continued to gamble? What did you wager this time? You possess quite a few valuable items, yet none worth 100 or 200,000. Jun Xie, experienced and particularly familiar with the psychology of gamblers, surmised that this rotund fellow must have wagered something he ought not to have. For otherwise he would not be so anxious. Indeed, I truly had nothing of substantial value on me at the time. In my moment of desperation, I wager my fiancée, Tang Yuan lamented, his face twisted in despair, almost resembling someone contemplating self-destruction. She is my fiancée, whom I have yet to marry. Ku gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, a hint of disdain lurking deep within. Internally, she lamented, the young master had finally begun to improve. And yet these so-called friends have returned. What? You wagered your fiancée? You brought her along for such a thing? Jun Xie nearly toppled from his seat, nearly fainting from shock. It was simply incomprehensible. Tang Yuan's fiancée was not merely a wife. She was the daughter of Sun Qing'a, the Deputy Minister of Justice, a lady of high standing and a distinguished heiress. Should this matter become public, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. The son of the Minister of Revenue gambling away the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Justice. If this were spread, the elder Tang would surely extract every ounce of fat from this rotund fellow. I did not bring her. Tang Yuan nearly wept. However, I wrote a promissory note, using her as collateral for 1,000,000 taels, black and white, with my seal. You fool, you are a fool, the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Justice. The daughter-in-law of the Minister of Revenue. This is a matter that concerns the reputation and future of two prominent families, and you only used 1,000,000 taels as collateral. Jun Xie, in his fury, could only laugh. You even used your seal. And what of that 1,000,000 taels? A loss is a loss. Tang Yuan collapsed onto the ground, wailing, causing the floor to tremble. They stated that if within 3 hours I do not produce 150,000 taels, not only would the money be forfeited, but I would also be lost, with the promissory note made public. What the hell? Jun Xie was at a loss for words. How could it be 150,000 taels? Wasn't it 1,000,000? This is merely their grace period of 3 hours, Tang Yuan cried, snot and tears flowing. Third young master, you must save me. I am at my wit's end. I save you. How am I to save you? I do not possess such wealth. Jun Xie firmly refused, incredulous. How could he possibly lend money to such a gambler? Not only did he not have it, but even if he did, he would never lend it. You need not money. Tang Yuan immediately brightened, his small eyes blinking rapidly, saying, Li Feng and Meng Haizhou proposed a condition. They said that since third young master has not visited in a long time, if I bring you to gamble with them, the promissory note can be returned to me that I possess such influence. Jun Xie shook his head, considering his past behavior as a debauched young master, suspecting he would not fare much better at the gambling table. Moreover, his reputation was likely one of utter notoriety. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Third young master, Tang Yuan grasped his hand, causing Jun Xie to feel as though his hand was enveloped in a layer of lard. They did indeed say that. They claimed that once you are present, they will immediately return the promissory note, and nothing else will matter. They truly said that. Jun Xie furrowed his brow, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes. He had begun to sense something was amiss. Why did it seem that as the conversation progressed, the narrative shifted? Initially, this rotund fellow had lost his fiancée, yet somehow the focus was shifting entirely onto himself. It seemed there was some hidden agenda, and the target was undoubtedly himself. This was undoubtedly a trap. Without addressing any other matters, if one considered Jun Mo. Xie's notoriously foolish temperament, upon hearing that his comrade had been so wronged, he would immediately fly into a rage. Furthermore, upon receiving such flattery, he would undoubtedly become overconfident and, without a second thought, would strut forth, thus falling directly into the trap that had already been laid. If they had the ability to manipulate this rotund fellow, it would be no challenge to deal with the old Jun if this were a scheme aimed at Jun Mo. Xie. Then the architect of this plot must possess an intimate understanding of his character. No, this scheme, while seemingly directed at Jun Mo. Xie, was likely merely superficial, and one would waste such cunning on an entirely harmless young wastrel. Their true target must be old Master Jun. Behind them, there might be further orchestrators, for the Jun family and old Master Jun were not figures to be trifled with. Jun Xie scrutinized the rotund fellow before him, quietly pondering what role he played in this scheme. Was he an ally or an adversary? Observing Tang Yuan's current state, which was nearly one of pants-wetting fear, Jun Xie concluded secretly, if this rotund fellow is not feigning, then he is indeed a superlative fool. If he is acting, then he is likely an exceptionally skilled performer, hiding a dangerously deep character. To go or not to go, Jun Xie quickly made his decision. Such an entertaining affair could not be missed. With his gambling skills, could he truly lose? Moreover, if he did not attend, how could he ascertain who was truly after him? Jun Xie had never been one to allow his enemies to remain hidden in the shadows. He would root them out and eliminate them. That was his consistent approach. Subtly channeling his internal energy, Jun Xie allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Even in gambling, I shall not be defeated. This internal power makes cheating exceedingly simple. How much silver do we have? Having resolved his thoughts, Jun Xie turned to inquire of Ku'er. Upon hearing him use the term we, a wave of bashful joy surged within Ku'er. Her heart inexplicably sweet, her cheeks flushing as she replied, Since the last time the master curtailed the young master's expenses, there remain 120,000 taels in the young master's silver chest. 30,000 taels in gold notes, 300 taels in gold leaves, 100 ingots of silver, and a quantity of loose change. That is more than sufficient. We shall not require so much. Noticing Kuer's persistence in counting, Jun Xie quickly interjected, lest this stubborn girl continue to enumerate the number of copper coins remaining. Withdraw 50,000 taels in silver notes, and prepare an additional 10 or so taels in loose change. Jun Xie instructed, this paltry amount will not suffice. Tang Yuan nearly leaped from his seat, his face a mask of desperation. Brother, third young master, this does not even cover a fraction of the debt. Are you attempting to drive me to my demise? I beg you. Rotund fellow, did you not just declare that my presence would resolve your promissory note issue? We are going to gamble, not to deliver money. Young Master Tang, why bring so much? It would only be a burden. Do you not trust my unparalleled gambling skills? Jun Xie stated with solemnity. Your unparalleled gambling skills? Tang Yuan's eyes widened comically, a feat given the amount of flesh on his face. His lips twitching. Had it not been for his deep-seated anxiety, he might have burst into laughter. Internally, he scoffed. Your so-called unparalleled skills have never yielded a victory, if we were to speak of losses. Your claim of unparalleled skills would be more fitting. Regardless, it matters not. As long as you attend, I shall reclaim that promissory note, and then I shall fear nothing. Damn it, how did I let a moment of impulsiveness lead me to wager my fiancée E? This situation is truly bizarre. Better to bring less money. At least I wouldn't lose so much. Jun Xie tucked the silver notes into his pocket and instructed the preparation of 2 horses. Tang Yuan, already brimming with impatience, rolled his plump figure to the doorway in a swift motion, his small eyes scanning the surroundings in a manner that betrayed his evident fear. Hurry, third young master. If we happen to run into your esteemed father, it would truly be the end of us. You have no idea the immense pressure I endure each time I come to your home to seek you out. He lamented. Jun Xie chuckled softly, mounting his steed, and with a sidelong glance remarked, I observe that you hardly appear frightened today. With a sudden leap, Tang Yuan vaulted onto his horse, causing the robust steed, Zijinjin, to let out a startled neigh. Its hooves faltered, almost collapsing under the unexpected weight. With great effort, it managed to regain its footing. Perhaps the horse pondered, I have carried many individuals before, even armored generals wielding weapons. Yet why does this human feel so burdensome today? A moment of miscalculation nearly costed its footing. Jun Xie couldn't help but laugh heartily as he squeezed his legs, urging his horse onward. Behind him, 8 imposing guards, each robust and sturdy, followed closely, their blades at the ready. Tang Yuan's horse, too, struggled to keep pace, snorting loudly as it caught up. Exiting onto East Wind Street, the most opulent thoroughfare in Tianxiang City, they encountered a bustling scene of people coming and going. Tang Yuan, oblivious to the plight of his horse, surged ahead, glancing back frequently with a worried expression, clearly impatient with Jun Xie's slower pace. Before long, they reached the corner of East Wind Street, where a tavern named Qianli Piaoxiang Lu loomed ahead, an establishment owned by the Li family. Behind the tavern lay a spacious, vacant courtyard, the so-called Qianjin Hall that Tang Yuan had mentioned. It was a secluded locale, a veritable den of extravagance for the young nobles to squander their fortunes. Inside, one could gamble on anything imaginable. Just as Jun Xie was about to spur his horse onward, a group of individuals suddenly rounded the corner. The 2 foremost figures were young maidens. One marched ahead, visibly irate, exclaiming, "Stop following me! It's utterly infuriating." The other chased after her, persistently offering reassurances. Behind them trailed another 8 expressionless guards, suggesting that one of the girls was a daughter of a wealthy family. Catching sight of the girl pouting with a haughty demeanor, Jun Xie's interest was piqued. She was indeed quite beautiful. However, as the girl noticed him staring, her irritation flared, and she spat. "What are you looking at? You lecher!" In the midst of her vexation, she had stumbled upon the notorious playboy, Jun Mo Xie, who was now fixating on her. Prompting her to think of taking out her frustrations on him, a jolt of recognition struck Jun Xie, reminding him of a past encounter. Once, while sauntering through the streets, he had found her strikingly attractive and had inadvertently gazed a moment too long. At that time, she had also been in a foul mood, turned to scold him. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before, you scoundrel." Thus, their acquaintance had begun. As a former assassin, he had always been cautious, avoiding unnecessary entanglements until an incident had separated their worlds. Lost in thought, he felt a pang of nostalgia in that moment. It was as if history had turned back upon itself, warming his heart. The girl appeared surprisingly familiar to him now. He ventured a smile, saying, "My lady, it seems we have crossed paths before. You strike me as quite familiar." The girl glared at him, teeth clenched. "Humph, I recognize you. Jun San Xiao, what trickery are you plotting today? Trying to feign a first encounter?" "Ah, so it is you." Jun Xie quickly recalled the details of the obstinate maiden before him, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. "What a coincidence it is that we are acquainted, Miss Dugu." "Coincidence? What sort of nonsense is that?" Miss Dugu stared at him in disbelief, while her companion stifled a giggle like tea that moment. Tang Yuan, noticing Jun Xie's delay, turned his horse around. Upon hearing Jun Xie's words, he was struck with admiration. It seemed Jun San Xiao was quite adept at charming beautiful women. However, it was the audacity to speak to the most obstinate girl in Tianxiang, Dugu Xiaoyi, that truly amazed him. Few would dare. Dugu Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes, a fierce glint emerging. "Junimo Xie, have you not had enough punishment for last time?" "Just right, I am in a foul mood today." "I can help you loosen your bones." Jun Xie stiffened, recalling that this fiery girl was indeed someone he feared, having once been thoroughly beaten by her. It had taken him nearly a month to recover from that encounter. "Miss Dugu, how delightful to see you." "Ahem, I actually have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Farewell." Jun Xie hastily attempted to excuse himself, recognizing the fiery demeanor of this little firecracker. It seemed she was poised to pounce. "Stop right there," Dugu Xiaoyi proclaimed, her chin held high, casting a disdainful gaze upon Jun Xie. "Where are you headed? Surely not to commit any misdeeds. Listen here, Jun Mo Xie. Since you've crossed paths with me today, you will not be allowed to indulge in any wrongdoing. That if you would like to leave, you must first appease me." Tang Yuan, drenched in sweat and frantically stamping his feet, internally lamented, "Third young master, why did you pick a fight with this tigress? No matter how beautiful she is, my life is far more precious." Gazing into the girl's bright eyes, yet seeing her arrogant demeanor, Jun Xie suddenly concocted an idea. He feigned a hesitant demeanor and said, "Miss Dugu, the place we intend to visit is rather unsuitable for a lady. Are you off to a brothel?" Dugu Xiaoyi retorted boldly, her directness catching him off guard. "You shameless wretch! Who said we were going to a brothel? Do you think everyone shares your depraved thoughts?" Jun Xie retorted, feigning outrage at the accusation, "that we merely intend to visit Qianjin Hall for a little gambling. Nothing more." He seemed to realize he had spoken too freely and quickly fell silent. "Gambling at Qianjin Hall?" Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled at the mention, her anger momentarily dissipating, but a sly grin spread across her face, revealing her adorable little fangs. "I've never been there. Take me along." Her tone was commanding, leaving no room for argument. Her companion, clearly her loyal maid, timidly tugged at her sleeve in an attempt to dissuade her. A reasonable concern given that the two notorious rascals of Tianxiang City were headed to a place most likely unfit for a lady of her standing. Ignoring her maid's reservations, Dugu Xiaoyi enthusiastically declared, "Don't worry. My brothers always speak of Qianjin Hall. It must be a remarkable place. This time, I intend to witness it for myself." With that, she seized Jun Xie's ear playfully. "Take me there. If you do, I will spare you today." Jun Xie could have easily evaded her grasp, but a thought crossed his mind, and he chose not to escape. Instead, he bore a pained expression as she pulled him along. The 8 guards trailing behind bore amused smiles, exchanging glances as they followed suit. They found a strange camaraderie with Dugu Xiaoyi's guards, as their situations were quite alike. Following Jun Xie, the debauched young master, was no less stifling than accompanying the tempestuous Dugu Xiaoyi. Tang Yuan sighed heavily, lamenting the sudden emergence of such a fierce tigress in their midst. If she happened to glimpse his promissory note, he shivered at the thought. This girl had the power to spread his predicament throughout the imperial capital within half a day, and within 2 days, the entire nation would know he would rather opt for a swift demise than endure such humiliation. The group, a motley crew, arrived at Qianli Piaoxianglu, traversing through the halls and courtyards until they reached the expansive backyard. Tang Yuan, unable to contain his excitement, burst in, shouting, "Third young master has arrived. Quickly return what you owe me." With a burst of triumphant laughter, 6 young men appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Before they could utter a word, they caught sight of the indignant Du Gu Xiaoi, who was twisting Jun Xie's ear as she entered. Instantly, the expressions of everyone changed dramatically, their faces paling as if drained of color. Currently, there were 2 major factions maintaining neutrality among the princes, the Du Gu clan and the Jun family. Ironically, both of these powerful forces held a significant and transcendent status in both the court and the military. This Miss Du Gu Xiaoi was the sole cherished gem of the Du Gu family, which boasted a robust lineage of 7 sons, leaving only this one daughter. Due to her rarity, she was naturally treated as a precious treasure, having been spoiled since childhood. However, this young lady possessed extraordinary talent. At such a tender age, her mastery of mystic energy was already noteworthy, and she was endowed with a strong sense of justice. In Tianxiang City, she was renowned as the nemesis of ruffians. And today, including Jun Xie, all 8 young masters present had suffered at her hands. The patriarch of the Du Gu family, Du Gu Xiaodian, was also a formidable master of mystic energy, reportedly having reached the heavenly level of cultivation. He was the only individual in the empire capable of standing toe-to-toe against Jun Zhanqian, the head of the Jun family, and held an equally prestigious title as a Grand Duke of the empire. As for Du Gu Xiaoi's father, Du Gu Wudi, and her 3 uncles, they were all esteemed generals of the empire, while her 7 brothers served in the military, making their influence unparalleled, even surpassing that of the Jun family at present. However, the entire Du Gu family, from the eldest to the youngest, shared a rather unfavorable habit, an extreme protectiveness over their own. This was especially true for Du Gu Wudi, who took his protectiveness to an unreasonable level, earning him the title of the empire's most formidable hothead. Should anyone dare to bully his daughter, Du Gu Wudi would not hesitate to mobilize his armies for revenge. Who would dare provoke such a reckless and unrestrained figure? While Jun Moxi enjoyed the protection of his grandfather, Jun Zhantian, Du Gu Xiaoi still dared to reprimand him. That it was not that Jun Zhantian could not contend with General Du Gu Wudi. Rather, if the elder were to seek justice, the elder of the Du Gu family would undoubtedly rise to the occasion, for General Wudi's fierce protectiveness was inherited from his father. Thus, in Jun Moxi's memory, the person he feared the most was first and foremost Du Gu Xiaoi, followed by his grandfather. After all, his grandfather merely lectured him without truly resorting to violence, but under the hands of this young lady. He would undoubtedly face a severe beating, and what was worse, it would be a beating without cause. A person of such stature, whom even Jun Moxi could not provoke, was indeed beyond the reach of other young ruffians. And now, this little princess of the Du Gu family had unexpectedly arrived here. I am helpless. Jun Xie tilted his head, spread his hands, and pointed to the delicate little hand still twisting his ear. Given my current predicament, what can be done? If any of you have any grievances, feel free to issue an eviction order. Just don't say it was me. You don't welcome me. Does this young lady lack silver? Du Gu Xiaoi glared with her phoenix eyes, dramatically producing her purse and shaking it with pride, her beautifully arched brows raised. This young lady has plenty of silver. The group of young masters teetered on the brink of collapse, their faces pale with fear. Yes, you may have plenty of silver, but the question remains, who dares to win your money? Whoever wins your silver will find themselves facing your father's army the very next day, demanding repayment. That's the best-case scenario. If the elder of the Du Gu family takes an interest and decides to pay us a visit, will we even be allowed to live? Tang Yuan was oblivious to their thoughts, his eyes already blazing with fire. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly return my item. Young Master Jun, San has arrived and cannot be turned away. This is what you promised me. A man must keep his word. Without credibility, who can stand in this world? Even Jun Xie, known for his composure, was nearly driven to retching by the last words of the rotund fellow. With that character of yours, How dare you call yourself a man? Do not tarnish the name of manhood. Among the 6 youths, one with a calm demeanor was named Li Feng, the grandson of Grand Tutor Li Shang. Behind him were his brothers, Li Jun and Li Lin. Standing beside him was a slender young man with 2 small mustaches, whose deep-set eyes revealed his thoughtful nature. He was Meng Haizhou, the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel, Meng Jianghu, known for his considerable talents. Behind him stood 2 others named Meng Liang and Meng Fei, also members of the Meng family. Li Feng wore a broad smile and said, "Miss Du Gu, we are honored by your presence. We could not be more welcoming. Please, do come in." He turned to his companions. "Make sure to attend to Miss Du Gu well. If she is unsatisfied, I shall have your skins." Turning back, he wore a bright smile and signaled to Meng Haizhou, "Since young Master Jun-san has arrived, it is time to end this little jest. Look at how anxious young Master Tang is. He is already sweating that a man must keep his word. Let us return that item to him." Meng Haizhou nodded and addressed Tang Yuan. "Young Master Tang, you may have your item back, but the sum of 150,000 taels of silver must not be diminished." Tang Yuan simply sought to retrieve his promissory note, although 150,000 taels was not a trifling amount. He was not overly concerned. He readily agreed upon hearing this. Junxie observed coldly, a sneer forming within his heart. While Tang Yuan was certainly anxious, it was evident that these 2 did not lack their own reservations. Even if Tang Yuan had not invited him, they would not dare to recklessly reveal Tang Yuan's promissory note, for doing so would inevitably provoke a full-scale retaliation from both the Tang and Sun families, leading to an irreparable grudge, resulting in mutual destruction. Thus, while this matter appeared significant, upon deeper contemplation, it was ultimately trivial. Their true target was likely himself. However, once Tang Yuan retrieved the note, his concerns would dissipate, giving rise to rumors that would serve to undermine the Tang family. This was a foreseeable outcome. What could possibly have young Master Tang so anxious? "Let me see it. I'm curious." Du Gu Xiaoi, clearly unwilling to be left out, was filled with curiosity. Upon seeing Tang Yuan clutching a piece of paper with a look of relief, she extended her delicate hand eagerly. Tang Yuan's face turned grim as he swiftly, almost instinctively, tossed the paper into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it with a stretch of his neck. Feigning innocence, his neck, despite its considerable flesh, managed to extend like a giraffe. "You dare to play me, you fatso! What audacity!" Du Gu Xiaoi was instantly enraged, lunging forward and seizing Tang Yuan by the collar, effortlessly lifting his nearly 400-pound frame. With a furious shout, she demanded, "Spit it out now." The remaining 7, including Junxie, watched in astonishment, their faces contorted in horror, swallowing hard, their expressions a mix of fear and disbelief. "Ahem, Miss Du Gu, the paper isn't anything serious. Young Master Jun-san has been grounded by the elder Jun and cannot come out. We all miss him dearly. Just now, we made a bet with Tang the Fatty, and it simply says come or not on the paper. If young Master Jun-san does not come, I will eat the note. If he does come, then Tang the Fatty will eat it's really that simple." Meng Haizhou laughed awkwardly, attempting to smooth over the situation. Fortunately, he managed to weave a seamless excuse with just a few words. Should Tang the Fatty actually regurgitate the note and Du Gu Xiaoi see its contents, the situation would undoubtedly escalate into a major affair. Junxie raised an eyebrow, casting a discreet glance at Meng Haizhou, thinking to himself that this individual was quite remarkable, able to concoct such a flawless explanation in a brief moment, delivering it with composure and sound reasoning. Truth be told, just a moment ago, Junxie had nearly considered taking action to have the fatty expel the note, intending to incite chaos through Du Gu Xiaoi's hands. However, though Tang the Fatty was foolish, he remained a good friend of Jun Moxie. Moreover, Junxie was confident he could deal with the current group of ruffians with ease, ultimately abandoning the thought with reluctance. Yet if the opportunity arose, Du Gu Xiaoi, half convinced, scrutinized those present, who all nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, that is the case, no doubt about it. This finally allowed Tang Yuan to be released. Tang Yuan, having been choked earlier, was nearly purple in the face, gagging several times, anxious that he might expel the paper. but he managed to hold it down. Please, everyone, come inside, Li Feng, as the host of this residence, adopted a demeanor of solemn hospitality. Jun Xie chuckled, adopting a swaggering and arrogant attitude as he strode inside. Plopping down into a scholar-esque chair with a loud thud, propping his legs up in a relaxed manner, exhibiting the very image of a rogue, a quintessential rascal, Dugu Xiaoyi frowned deeply. Visibly displeased, almost ready to kick him again. You all wanted me here, didn't you? Well, I happen to want your silver too. Jun Xie grinned wickedly, inviting them to play as they wished. Young Master San is indeed straightforward. Meng Haizhou raised his thumb in appreciation, exclaiming, truly, you are the third young master of the Jun family, radiating an air of grandiosity reminiscent of the late Master Jun. Those words seemed complimentary. They were laced with sarcasm, a subtle mockery that the original Jun Mo Xie might not have perceived. As he spoke, Meng Haizhou cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yuan, saying, just now, we were merely engaging in a light-hearted game of dice with young Master Tang. But he could hardly keep up. Shall we settle this once and for all with a game of dice? I wonder if the third young master possesses the courage for such a challenge. Tang Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He huffed several times but remained silent. Dice, Jun Xie mused. Is this what we shall wager? Do they truly think I would shrink from such a challenge? He sighed inwardly, recognizing yet another instance of provocation. If it were the original Jun Mo Xie, he would never allow himself to be led by the nose. Count me in, declared Dugu Xiaoyi with great enthusiasm. Meng Haizhou immediately felt overwhelmed. Someone bring our esteemed guests some tea. Li Feng hastily instructed that a few cups of tea were soon presented, one placed before each individual. Tang Yuan lifted his cup and downed it in a single gulp. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, Third young master, I am counting on you to alleviate my grievances. Jun Xie laughed boisterously, raising his own cup, though his peripheral vision swiftly scanned the faces around him. In that moment, he sensed that both Li Feng and Meng Haizhou were visibly pleased. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Lowering his gaze, he examined the tea, bringing it close to his lips to inhale its aroma, exclaiming, this inferior tea is fit to entertain guests. Its quality is utterly subpar. He slammed the cup onto the table with force. Jun Xie, having discerned the strong scent of hallucinogenic herbs within the tea, recognized its peculiar aroma, reminiscent of opium, suggesting similar effects. While its consumption might not pose a significant risk to the body, it could certainly impair one's mental faculties. Observing Meng Haizhou as vividly colored yet chaotically patterned attire, which struck one as odd, and noting a scent that mingled with the tea's aroma, he felt a stirring of unease. Clearly, the tea, the clothing, and the fragrance all harbored issues. Moreover, they seemed interconnected, indicating the presence of a remarkably powerful apothecary behind these individuals. No wonder Tang Yuan had previously wagered even his wife and lost. It all became clear. In contrast, Dugu Xiaoyi's tea was crystal clear and devoid of any anomalies, clearly untainted by any drugs. After all, the Dugu family was not one to be trifled with. Hurry and replace the third young master's tea, Li Feng ordered nonchalantly. Noticing Jun Xie had not yet taken a sip, he devised another plan. Why bother with such complications? We are here to gamble, not to sip tea. If we truly desired tea, we would not have come here. Jun Xie replied languidly. This cup will suffice. No need for a replacement. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Let us get started. I can hardly wait. Li Feng, Meng Haizhou, and the others all wore expressions of delight, agreeing, as the third young master wishes. With that, they commanded the servants to lead the way, and the group entered a spacious hall. Aside from a large stone table and several chairs, the room contained nothing else. Along the way, they encountered no other individuals. It seemed the establishment had ceased operations today to deal with Jun Mox. As they walked, Jun Xie suddenly sneezed, the spray landing squarely on Tang Yuan, leaving him drenched in mucus. Tang Yuan yelped and hurriedly wiped himself off. Jun Xie rubbed his nose and spat, muttering, strange, why do I feel so drowsy and sneezy? Li Feng and Meng Haizhou exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of delight. The effects of the drug are beginning to take hold. Ha ha. In the Grand Master's residence, Master Li Shang reclined on a soft couch, half closing his eyes as he savored the enchanting melodies of the singing girl before the curtain. With a smile, he inquired, "Why did you assign this task to those incompetent fellows, Li Feng and Li Jun? If they truly botch this, wouldn't it be a tremendous opportunity lost? The young rascal from the Jun family is hardly a threat. Yet the elder Jun behind him is not to be trifled with that. If he were to catch wind of this, although we are not afraid, it would still lead to complications." His words carried a hint of reproach. Yet his tone remained remarkably relaxed, revealing confidence in the person across from him. Opposite him sat a strikingly handsome young man clad in a light white robe, his lips red and teeth white. With bright eyes and an elegant demeanor, he sat with poise, exuding an air of noble grace. Hearing the question, he smiled gently and replied in a calm tone, "Grandfather has always been meticulous in his actions. I admire that. However, that Junimo Xie is nothing more than a complete wastrel. To deploy heavyweight figures against such a character would be to elevate him far too highly, even if one plan fails. Given his nature, we are bound to find more opportunities. There is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, if higher-tier individuals were to mingle with such lowly rascals, it would only seem out of place and increase the risk of exposure, jeopardizing our grander schemes. Though Junimo Xie is indeed a wastrel, he holds himself in high regard. Should we send some overly proud and cunning figures to deal with him, it would only backfire." He raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly. Though Li Feng and Li Jun may be incompetent, they are rather well matched with Junimo Xie. This illustrates that everyone has their own purpose, to combat a wastrel with another wastrel, especially one as dim-witted as Junimo Xie. With them at the helm could yield unexpected results. If we were to use our core strength against such a person, it is likely that Junimo Xie would not take kindly to it. Moreover, he chuckled lightly, leaving the rest unsaid, yet all present understood. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Mastery is required to handle masters. It is essential to use one's finest resources wisely. To send top-tier experts to deal with an unarmed commoner would not only be perceived as an easy task, but would also evoke feelings of deep indignation. If a highbrow melody were played for a butcher, it would not only frustrate the musician, but would also leave the butcher on edge or even drowsy. Indeed, Li Shang remarked appreciatively, casting an admiring glance at his eldest grandson, Li Yuran, affirming his perspective. He was increasingly satisfied with his grandson, as the leader of the younger generation in their family. Li Yuran displayed the demeanor of a leader in every gesture and expression, truly impeccable. His cunning and intellect were exceptional, and even his cultivation in the mysterious arts was that of a prodigy among prodigies. Having reached the realm of Golden Shin Master by merely 25 years of age, such speed is indeed unparalleled in the entirety of Qinxiang Kingdom. What was most commendable was Li Yuran's composed nature. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, remaining low-key and adept at planning behind the scenes. To such a young age, he already exhibited the potential to strategize from afar and secure victories, far surpassing Li Shang's own youth. It was evident that if the Li family were to soar, the hopes of the next generation rested upon Li Yuran. With a grandson like this, one could truly take pride. Li Yuran's greatest strength lay in his refusal to underestimate anyone, addressing matters as they were, without disdain or contempt, even when discussing someone as contemptible as Junimo Xie. Such a character, regardless of the setting, would be a prime candidate, a paragon among men. While this plan was indeed thorough, precautions must still be taken. Success on the first attempt would be ideal, although he believed that Junimo Xie could not possibly escape this scheme. Given that it was devised by Li Yuran himself and executed through Tang Yuan, it would be a wonder if Junimo Xie managed to escape, considering his utter foolishness. Once Junimo Xie fell into their trap, Li Yuran would naturally have further plans to ensure he could never escape. And at that point, even if Jun Zhangtian's faction did not collapse, it would certainly fracture due to the incompetence of his grandson, posing no further threat. But what if? Li Yuran furrowed his brow, mentally recalculating the entire plan, shaking his head in certainty. There will be no what-ifs. Moreover, with Meng Haizhou watching closely, although he was not a formidable figure, he was more than capable of handling Junimo Xie. Jun Mo Xie cannot escape my grasp. And if he were to escape, Li Shang treated this notion as a jest. Escape? After contemplating seriously, he eventually chuckled, while Li Yuran looked out the door, saying nonchalantly, then he would no longer be Jun Mo Xie. Indeed, one could not help but acknowledge that Li Yuran's design perfectly targeted Jun Mo Xie's character, covering all bases, verging on flawless. Yet, fate can be capricious. This seemingly impeccable plan now bore a peculiar flaw. If their target were indeed Jun Mo Xie, success would seem almost guaranteed. However, the current Jun Mo Xie had transformed into Jun Xie. Would the plan still proceed smoothly? In the Golden Hall, shall we proceed according to the third young master's custom, starting at 1,000 taels? Would you like it a bit larger? As the crowd settled around the table, Li Feng chuckled. 8,000 taels to start? Du Gu Xiaoyi exclaimed, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson. You all are wagering such substantial amounts. Although she was the sole jewel of the Du Gu family, her everyday needs were meticulously provided for, and aside from indulging in the occasional piece of jewelry, her expenditures were modest. Having a mere 100 to 180 taels on her was already excessive. She could hardly fathom that they were starting with 1,000 taels. The total in her purse amounted to only 11 taels. This was, in fact, a normal occurrence. 1,000 taels of silver weighed at least several dozen pounds. Even the most ostentatious nouveau riche wouldn't casually carry around such a hefty sum, especially in a world where silver notes existed. 8,000 taels. How long will this game last? This young master certainly does not have that much time. Let us make it straightforward. Every bet starts at 10,000 taels, with no upper limit. That shall suffice. Jun Xie laughed heartily, declaring, I have ample silver. Such a trifling sum is hardly worth my concern. Tang Yuan was taken aback. A bet 1,000 taels is already considerable. Third young master, he was acutely aware that Jun Xie had only brought 50,000 taels in total. If they truly began betting at 10,000 taels each time, with no cap, poor luck could see him losing everything in an instant. Yet upon reflection, perhaps losing sooner rather than later was preferable. They had already lost a fair amount today. Moreover, since the promissory note had been retrieved, he could not afford to lose his brothers as well. Losing merely 50,000 taels would not be too devastating, and with this thought, he decided not to intervene. Third young master is indeed forthright. I adore the game of dice. It relies purely on luck, a simple roll, and it's fair and just... Meng Haizhou chimed in. Enough chatter. Let us get on with it. Will we be betting high or low? Or perhaps guessing points? Jun Xie appeared somewhat impatient. Observant eyes might notice that his eyes had begun to redden, indicating the effects of the potion were taking hold. The opportunity was drawing near. Meng Haizhou discreetly observed Jun Xie's eyes and suggested, let us keep the gamble simple. Let us guess high or low, shall we? Jun Xie nodded in agreement. Very well. To ensure fairness, all participants must present sufficient silver notes. And then we shall take turns rolling the dice. The player with the highest score will act as the banker. Depending on the number of players, if there are 7, that means one banker rolls 7 times. If 6, then 6 rolls. After this round, the final round will determine who wins and who becomes the banker. After some polite insistence, 5 individuals, Jun Xie, Meng Haizhou, Meng Fei, Li Feng, and Li Zhen, joined the gambling table. Tang Yuan, now devoid of funds, could only watch that Du Gu Xiaoyi approached with a fierce demeanor but lacked sufficient silver, for even the emperor himself would show no mercy to those without funds, relegating her to the role of an observer. Her pretty face flushed with embarrassment, clearly feeling a loss of face. Jun Xie's mind whirled. Such a formidable ally should not go unutilized. Miss Du Gu, being a lady, naturally cannot join us in this raucous affair. How about you place a bet on my behalf instead? What is placing a bet? Du Gu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Placing a bet means you remain an outsider in the game. You do not participate, but can still wager. For instance, if you bet 5 taels on my victory, should I lose, it would be my misfortune to have burdened you, and thus you would lose those 5 taels, which would be shared among the other players. However, if I win, your good fortune will have aided me, and you would receive 10 taels back, including your original stake. Jun Xie explained in detail. All right, Du Gu Xiaoyi exclaimed eagerly. For the first round, I bet 5 taels on you. Jun Xie laughed heartily, with the beauty placing a bet. My fortune shall surely soar. Victory is beyond doubt. Li Feng and the others smirked at him, each thinking, laugh now, but soon you shall be weeping. After everyone had rolled the dice, only Jun Xie remained. Meng Haizhou had the highest score, 1 6, 2 5s, totaling 16. With 3 dice, that was indeed a substantial score. Unless Jun Xie rolled an 18. Only a 17 could surpass it. Li Feng and the others wore smug expressions. As long as Meng Haizhou was the banker, they were confident they could continue to make Jun Xie lose everything. Letting him get overly invested would facilitate their predetermined scheme. Jun Xie picked up the 3 jade dice, weighing them in his hand, a smile playing on his lips, though internally he cursed. It was one thing to play tricks with tea, but now they were tampering with the dice. It was evident that something had been added inside, making it difficult to gauge their weight. What had been added was certainly not lead, for lead would create an imbalance. The contents were likely some liquid, like mercury, allowing for unpredictable outcomes. Only those familiar with the intricacies could roll the desired numbers. For an average person, even if they sensed foul play, they would be powerless to counteract it. As for Jun Xie, he blew gently, flicked his wrist, and the 3 dice cascaded into the cup with a delightful clatter. Meanwhile, Jun Xie's right hand rested on the table, a stream of energy as fine as a needle emanating from his fingers. Discreetly entering the cup, the crowd collectively held their breath, wide-eyed in anticipation. The 3 dice rolled a few times before coming to a halt. How is this possible? Li Jun gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meng Haizhou's group exhaled disappointed sighs, while only Tang Yuan cheered loudly, dancing with joy. 2 6s and 1 5, totaling 17, just surpassing Meng Haizhou's highest score by 1 point. The hopes of Meng Haizhou's group were dashed, leaving them dumbfounded. Jun Xie was indeed experiencing extraordinary luck today. Jun Xie, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Ha! Miss Dugu, your fortune has truly blessed me. It seems today is destined for my triumph." He closed the cup, shaking it in his hand, urging, place your bets, quickly." With an air of impatience, he slammed the cup down onto the stone table and, releasing it, placed one hand gently on the edge, his expression tense. Yet his inner strength had already seeped to the bottom of the cup. Poised for action, Li Feng and the others turned their gazes towards Meng Haizhou, for among them, he was the most skilled gambler and adept at listening to the dice. Especially since these were the special dice he had prepared himself. Everyone was holding their breath, eager for Jun Xie to lose everything. Meng Haizhou suddenly opened his eyes, confidence radiating from him. "Big," he declared, placing a wager of 50,000 taels on Big. Li Feng and the others quickly followed suit, all betting on big, their expressions eager to witness the unfolding drama. Tang Yuan, observing the scene, felt a surge of alarm. He knew Jun Xie had brought only 50,000 taels, that if he lost, he might not even be able to cover this bet. What a predicament! With a surge of energy, the dice flipped over silently. Jun Xie called out nonchalantly, "Once you buy, you cannot withdraw." As the cup was lifted, the 3 dice revealed a 2 and 2 1s, totaling just 4, small. Meng Haizhou's face fell. How is this possible? I distinctly heard at least one of the dice was a 6. The odds were overwhelmingly in favor of a big score. Yet it opened with no 6s at all. Did I mistakenly hear a 1 as a 6? Jun Xie, unabashed, collected all the silver notes in front of the others, first handing 10 taels to Du Gu Xiaoyi, and then withdrawing 1,000 taels, presenting it to her. "Miss Du Gu, congratulations on your prosperity. Thank you for your good fortune. In addition to the bet, here's an extra 1,000 taels for you." Du Gu Xiaoyi, clutching the silver note, couldn't help but beam with delight, her large eyes narrowing into slits of joy. In an act of camaraderie, she patted Jun Xie's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, young Master Jun. For the next round, I shall bet on you again. I will wager the entire 1,000 taels," completely forgetting that the person before her was a notorious scoundrel she despised. Li Feng managed a dry chuckle. Third young master certainly has remarkable luck, winning right out of the gate. Yet he covertly exchanged glances with Meng Haizhou, who appeared grave, shaking his head, clearly perplexed by the turn of events. Jun Xie had consumed an intoxicating potion, and the dice were his usual water jade dice. Was it merely coincidence? Nonetheless, Meng Haizhou was aware that his ability to listen to the dice was not yet at an exceptionally high level. And mistakes could happen. After all, it was just one round. As long as he regained his losses later, he had time and capital aplenty. However, in the subsequent rounds, Jun Xie continued to inexplicably dominate, winning repeatedly. And his pile of silver notes swelled to an impressive 3 million taels. With Du Gu Xiaoyi beside him, they had amassed a total of 20,000 taels. Meanwhile, the faces of the Li brothers and the Meng brothers turned ashen. You are cheating. You are swindling. Li Zhan stood up, his face flushed with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Jun Xie. He had wagered the most heavily, and his 70,000 taels had dwindled to a pitiful few notes. Not only Li Zhan, but even Meng Haizhou grew increasingly suspicious. How could he have been consistently wrong? In contrast, Jun Xie appeared increasingly bewildered, yet why did he seem to win without fail, as if blessed by the god of wealth? A few coincidences might be expected, but such a series of them is truly incomprehensible. If you lack money, you should withdraw. If you cannot afford to lose, do not play. Jun Xie did not even glance at him. Nostrils flared in disdain, retorting, "To catch a thief, one must seize the stolen goods. To catch an adulterer, one must catch them in the act. Which of your eyes has seen me cheat? Miss Dugu is quite the expert, sitting right beside me. Have I performed any tricks?" Li Zhan glared fiercely at him, nearly swallowing him whole, but with Dugu Xiaoyi by his side, and given their own guilty consciences, he was instantly rendered speechless. Dugu Xiaoyi, though not entirely versed in the rules, and certainly not the expert Jun Xie claimed her to be, had been betting on Jun Xie and had already won 20,000 taels after several rounds. In a moment of excitement, she pouted, "How dull. When you win, you laugh heartily, but when you lose, you accuse others of cheating. The Li family truly has no shame. I'm sitting right next to Jun Xie. He simply rolls the dice. How could that be cheating? Who urged anyone to fetch reinforcements?" Li Zhan's confidence faltered. Him. Dugu Xiaoyi pointed at Tang Yuan. He went to summon Junimo Xie if it weren't for the need for reinforcements. It would be strange. Moreover, with the game so lively, the notoriously gambling-prone young Master Tang is merely spectating, which indicates that you lot have already bled him dry. He has no silver left to gamble with. Do you really think I am a fool? The crowd was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly fiery little girl possessed such meticulous reasoning. In the Grand Tutor's residence, a guard reported, "Young Master, Junimo Xie has entered the Hall of Wealth, accompanied by Miss Dugu Xiaoyi of the Dugu family." Dugu Xiaoyi? How did she end up in the Hall of Wealth? Li Yuran furrowed his brows in astonishment. It appears to be a coincidence. They encountered each other on the way. Miss Dugu even scolded Junimo Xie, ultimately forcing him to take her to the Hall of Wealth. The guard reported discreetly, having observed the entire sequence of events. Although there was no premeditation, the variables had already arisen. Junimo Xie. This lad truly possesses remarkable luck. Li Yuran inhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. In that case, you must immediately inform Li Feng, Li Zhan, and Meng Haizhou that today's plans are cancelled. Let them find an excuse to extricate themselves. Even if they lose a little, it matters not that we must ensure a future meeting with Junimo Xie. Go. Yes, the guard acknowledged and swiftly departed. Indeed, acting decisively is the hallmark of a true gentleman. L. Aishang chuckled. With Dugu Xiaoyi present, had Junimo Xie fallen into our trap as per the original plan. Once Ms. Dugu returned to report, those old geezers would catch on, alerting the prey and ruining our scheme. Thus, abandoning this plan is the wisest choice. Besides, having that dandy when a little is inconsequential. It may even inflate his arrogance, facilitating our next endeavor. Li Yuran smiled faintly, pondering whether Junimo Xie had intentionally brought Dugu Xiaoyi along. But then he dismissed the thought, finding it ridiculous to attribute such cunning to a simpleton like Junimo Xie. It seems this fellow truly has had exceptional luck today. Unbeknownst to Li Yuran, it was already too late. At this moment, the situation could no longer be resolved by merely losing a little. Inside the Hall of Wealth, due to Li Zhan's protests, the crowd had already changed their betting methods 3 times. Jun Xie, in his extreme arrogance, taunted, inciting the 6 wealthy youths to the point of fury. Their faces contorted, yet his hands remained steadfast, winning each of them until their bags were empty. Jun Xie, delighting in his triumph, busily divided the spoils with the smiling Du Xiao Yi, a great stack of silver notes before them. The others sat dumbfounded, staring blankly, witnessing Jun Xie count the silver notes in an exaggerated manner, nearly causing them to writhe in anger. That all belongs to us. Seizing the moment while Jun Xie was distracted, Du Xiao Yi's eyes darted, and she swiftly grabbed a handful of silver notes, at least 10,000 taels worth, and stuffed them in her ample bosom with lightning speed, declaring, Jun Xie, your winnings this time are entirely due to my good fortune accompanying you. I shall take a bit more. You won't mind, will you? You've already tucked it away. If I take some? I'm a rogue. How could I object? Jun Xie chuckled wryly. Not at all. How could I mind? If it weren't for Miss Dugu boosting my luck, how could I have triumphed so decisively? It's only right. Du Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled, her little tiger tooth peeking out. Then may I grab another handful? Startled, Jun Xie shot her a sideways glance. My lady, you've already taken your winnings. I've claimed mine as well. Point one mustn't be so shameless. Giggling, this young lady is merely teasing you. Such small change. Look at how stingy you are. Du Xiao Yi laughed joyously, feeling that coming out today was indeed a stroke of luck. Not only had she indulged in her gambling desires, but she had also amassed a substantial income, with her own bet and the handful she had just snatched. Her total earnings approached 200,000 taels. What bliss! Small change. Tens of thousands of taels, and you call that small. The rotund man beside them longed for a share, but hesitated, pitifully gazing at Jun Xie, who did not even spare him a glance. Instantly filled with frustration, he thought, how can I, a stout man of over 400 pounds, wear such a forlorn expression like a little wife? It's just like a pig's head with a bitter melon on top. Initially, he intended to give him a few coins, but upon seeing that face, he retracted the offer. Stretching, Jun Xie stood up, laughing arrogantly. Is there no more silver? If not, I shall return to sleep, after winning just a few taels in such a short time. What a disappointment. Miss Dugu, wouldn't you agree? Jun Xie knew that by now he had successfully disrupted their plans. Now was the moment when their schemes would unravel. You cannot leave. Li Jun and the others indeed grew anxious. At this moment, including Meng Haizhou, everyone was muddled, utterly unaware of how they had lost so utterly. Each of them possessed superior gambling skills compared to Jun Xie, and yet the 4 of them combined had still lost everything. Furthermore, Jun Xie had clearly consumed a hallucinogen beforehand, and they had tampered with the dice. Meng Haizhou had even sprinkled a special fragrance on himself, designed to confuse anyone who had ingested the hallucinogen, rendering them unwittingly malleable to their influence. Yet despite all this, the 4 still lost their shirts. What could explain this? Was Jun Xie's luck simply too good? However, each roll had only slightly surpassed theirs. And coincidence could not account for such consistent success. If he was cheating, how could he do so? A person who had consumed a hallucinogen and possessed poor skills could not possibly cheat. That would be truly supernatural. The carefully laid plan, which had initially proceeded smoothly from Tang Yuan's dice, had crumbled before it could be executed, leaving the 6 of them completely stripped of their fortunes. What could they say about their plans now? However, when they considered the repercussions of returning without completing their mission, they all shuddered, fear evident in their eyes. Ally Yuren's refined demeanor was, in their minds, far more terrifying than the devil's grin. For even when issuing orders of extermination, his expression remained gentle and amiable. He was a presence more devilish than any demon. I still wish to gamble. I still have stakes, Meng Haizhou exclaimed, tossing a jade pendant from his waist onto the table. Do you truly think I'm a collector's scrap? Jun Xie scoffed. You think to wager with such trifles? I might as well return home for a good nap. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. Wait, Meng Haizhou shouted, his eyes cold as he glared at Li Jun and the others. Offer up everything of value. Li Jun and the others realized that if they returned just like this, the consequences would be dire. They all began to remove their valuable possessions, gems, pearls, and jade ornaments, laying them upon the table. This is young Master Tang's sword and jade pendant. I shall also wager them. Originally worth 150,000 taels, I now wager only 100,000. Meng Haizhou's gaze fixed intently on Jun Xie. Jun Mo Xie. I believe you are quite eager to win back your losses. Are you not? Duga Xiao, he was somewhat taken aback. She knew the origins of Tang's sword and jade pendant, and, being astute, quickly realized that this gambling match was likely not as simple as it appeared. However, she felt no fear and had no intention of distancing herself. Such a spectacle promised to be quite entertaining. He is he, and I am I. His possessions have no bearing on our wager. Jun Xie looked at him as if he were a fool. If I win, then it will be my spoils. Mine to keep that I revel in the depths of the gutter, and if I choose to give it away, so be it. What does it have to do with Tang Yuan? Help him win back. You truly have a peculiar way of thinking. Tang Yuan wagered silver with you based on this. That is his affair, not mine. When Tang Yuan comes to redeem it with silver, that will also be a matter between you two, and has no bearing on me. As he spoke, Jun Xie could not help but glance at the jade pendants and the sword, a smirk forming in his heart. These are no ordinary items. A wicked smile crept across Jun Xie's lips. Young Master Meng, do you not agree with this reasoning? Upon hearing Jun Xie's words, everyone present was left dumbfounded, including Tang Yuan and Du Xiao Yi, who were utterly taken aback. Tang Yuan, who had just shown a delighted expression, suddenly wore a face of despair. Meng Haizhou's complexion turned pale. He understood Jun Xie's implication all too well, which left him feeling trapped. If the sword and jade were to be lost to Jun Xie today, and tomorrow Tang Yuan brought silver to redeem them, what then? Although Jun Mo Xie's argument seemed rather unscrupulous, it was grounded in the rules of the game. Collateral could only be sold if it could not be redeemed upon maturity. To sell it now would simply be unjust. Tang Yuan would not let such a substantial loss go unpunished. Given his vengeful nature, if he came to redeem it and found himself unable to do so, it would surely lead to calamity. At that point, it would appear as though they were in the wrong. Yet he steeled himself. The immediate hurdle was daunting enough. Why concern himself with what lay ahead? Besides, I may not even lose. As for young Master Tang, we will find a way to address that. There is no need for young Master Jun to worry. Furthermore, these items may not even be within young Master Jun's capability to win. Meng Haizhou pushed all the jade pendants and jeweled sword forward on the table, gritting his teeth, and stated directly, Young Master Jun, this is the jade rui bestowed by our emperor. This is my uncle's most treasured sword. And this is the luminous pearl gifted to Li Feng by the Grand Master Li. Each of these is a priceless treasure. I believe that if appraised, they would be worth at least 10 million taels. Given young Master Jun's current amount of silver, it seems inadequate. However, should you be willing to wager, I can allow you to use another form of collateral. And what do you intend for me to use as collateral? You do not mean to suggest a debt-for-flesh exchange, do you? Or perhaps you have an unmarried sister whom you wish to offer me as a bride? Yet I have heard no mention of a sister in your family. Jun Xie retorted with a sideways glance. Digging at his ear, Du Xiao, he could not suppress a laugh, but quickly composed herself, delivering a sharp kick to him from beneath the table. Jun Xie instantly grimaced. Meng Haizhou's face twitched with fury, nearly causing him to spit blood. Yet he forced himself to remain calm. Young Master Jun, it was but a jest. The wager is quite simple. If I lose, everything here will rightfully belong to you. Conversely, if I happen to win, you must grant me one request to perform a task for me. What say you? Preposterous. How could that be acceptable? Jun Xie thought to himself, clearly relishing the situation, for they had likely been holding back for quite some time. Unable to contain his amusement, he shook his head in refusal. If you are asking me to take my own life, should I acquiesce? If you demand I relinquish all my family's fortune, shall I comply? Your terms are utterly ridiculous. Do you take me for a fool? I assure you, young Master Jun, the matters I have in mind will not cost you a single tael of silver, nor will they bring you any harm. Moreover, they are absolutely within your capacity to accomplish. Should you later feel that it is beyond your means, simply disregard it. No harm done. Meng Haizhou could hardly restrain himself for wanting to pummel this infuriating character before him. So generous? Then I shall accept the wager, Jun Xie declared eagerly. What are the terms? We shall wager on dice. Meng Haizhou's face revealed a desperate determination. embodying the classic gambler's spirit, a fierce expression crossing his features. It shall be a head-to-head contest between us. No house, simply a comparison of numbers. The higher score wins. June mo xie. Do you dare? Haha. Do you think I fear you, a defeated foe? Dice it is. Do you truly believe you can prevail against me? What a joke. June xie boasted, exuding a reckless bravado, appearing as if he might soar away if not for the weight he carried below. Li Jun and Li Feng's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through them. For they knew Meng Haizhou was quite skilled at throwing dice, having hardly ever lost. The very dice were ones he had prepared. If he could not win in a two-person match, it would indeed be a strange occurrence. Everyone present was acutely aware of June mo xie's gambling prowess, although they were unsure how he had fared earlier. Facing off against Meng Haizhou now left him with little hope. Who will go first? June Xie asked, swinging his legs, still feeling the sting from Dugu Xiao Yi's kick. I shall, Meng Haizhou declared as he snatched the dice, weighing them in his palm, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. Closing his eyes and murmuring incantations as if beseeching some unseen aid. This throw was pivotal. It involved everything he and his companions had to offer. Should he lose, the consequences would be dire. June Xie sighed, gently tapping the table with his fingers, whispering to Du Guxiao, "Do you suppose he might summon the spirits of his ancestors to assist him? I sense something peculiar in the atmosphere." As if it were decidedly amiss, as he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves in exaggerated astonishment. "Look, I have goosebumps." Du Guxiao Yi, noticing the oddity, could not maintain her serious demeanor and burst into laughter, realizing how amusing this seemingly frivolous character truly was. Meanwhile, Li Feng and others glared at June Xie, believing him to be intentionally disrupting Meng Haizhou's concentration. June Xie and Tang Yuan met their gazes defiantly. After a lengthy pause, Meng Haizhou shouted, raising his wrist and flicking his fingers, producing a series of crisp sounds as 3 dice tumbled into the cup, spinning wildly. .6, 6, 6. Li Feng and the others watched the tumbling dice with bated breath, erupting into a cacophony of excitement as if they were in a bustling casino filled with hundreds. The first die came to a halt, revealing a 6. The second die followed suit, landing again on a 6. Li Feng and the others rejoiced. The third die continued to roll, but the crowd seemed to have already secured their victory, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they shouted, 6, 6. If all 3 are 6s, then June Xie has lost 90%, unless he rolls his own 3 6s to tie. Otherwise, he is doomed to defeat, but rolling 3 6s is no easy feat. The glances exchanged among the group were filled with triumph. The last die finally began to slow, appearing poised to stop. Its color indicated it would undoubtedly be a 6. Even Meng Haizhou breathed a sigh of relief. This was a truly exceptional performance. As rolling 2 6s was already a stroke of luck, this time victory was assured. Little did he know, at that very moment, the die began to roll slowly, nudging the left die over, flipping it, before drunkenly colliding with the right die, causing both to topple over as well. Finally coming to a halt, in an instant, the room fell silent. Li Feng, Li Jun, Meng Haizhou, and the others who had been jubilant moments before, stared in shock as their expressions froze, their eyes widening with disbelief. The younger Li Lin and Meng Fei were on the verge of tears. The 3 dice lay still in the cup, showing a 1, a 2, and a 3. If Meng Haizhou had been a house by gambling rules, he would have lost everything. This meant that regardless of what others had bet, he was defeated. It's over. Meng Haizhou's eyes closed as he fainted. The remaining 5 were left in stunned silence, staring at the dice, their expressions vacant, all on the verge of breaking into tears. Wow. Huh. Tang Yuan leaped into the air, a sight so astonishing for a hefty man, as he joyfully grabbed June Xie's shoulders. Young master, your luck today is simply unparalleled. The god of wealth has graced you. What god of wealth? Clearly, it was the god of gambling who had arrived. Now it was my turn. June Xie feigned a look of lingering shock, saying, "That truly scared me. No wonder Meng prepared for so long. He intended to perform such a high-level feat. I am in awe." TSK, this level of skill is simply extraordinary. It's as if you can roll whatever you desire, Truly remarkable. Such talent is far beyond that of ordinary people. You are truly the god of gambling. What do you mean it is my turn? Young master, you need not roll again. You have already won. He rolled 1, 2, 3. It's a total loss. Tang Yuan leaped into the air, his flabby body undulating dramatically in a magnificent display before finally settling down. Nonsense. You haven't won yet. This round doesn't distinguish between banker and player. Li Feng bellowed, his voice hoarse and his eyes aflame with anger, trembling as he continued. What if you roll a 1, 2, 3? Do you think that's a possibility? Tang Yuan shot him a disdainful glance, incredulous that such a dim-witted question could be uttered. How could I have lost to such simpletons? That's true. Jun Xie chuckled heartily. Then allow me to demonstrate my unparalleled gambling skills for your enlightenment. Someone, hurry and summon young Master Meng. What if he later claims he didn't see any cheating? Seeing is believing, Jun Xie said earnestly. Damn, why is this guy so astute today? Li Feng and the others exchanged glances. Realizing their last hope had vanished, Dugu Xiaoyi, ever the spectator unafraid of chaos, chimed in cheerfully, still not awake. No problem, I'll give him a few kicks, and he'll surely wake up. Lying on the ground, Meng Haizhou had actually been awake for some time, plotting to cheat. As soon as Jun Xie rolled the dice, the others would immediately concede his victory and collect the dice. Then, Meng Haizhou would rise and claim he never saw the roll, insisting it didn't count and demanding a redo. He had even prepared his argument. You were gambling with me, not with them. They say you won, but I didn't see it. If I didn't see it, then it doesn't count. Little did he know that Jun Xie had seen through his scheme that if Dugu Xiaoyi were to kick him a few times, oh heavens, before he could make a move. Tang Yuan delivered a swift kick to Meng Haizhou. Stop playing dead and get up. With this kick, he vented a day's worth of frustration, causing Meng Haizhou to yelp in pain and sit up. He was greeted by the smiles of Jun Xie, Tang Yuan, and Dugu Xiaoyi. Rising with a sheepish grin, Meng Haizhou's face fell, his eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for Dugu Xiaoyi's presence today, he might have felt compelled to forcibly detain Jun Xie. Suddenly, footsteps approached the entrance, and a figure rushed in. Young Master Meng. Young Master Li has suddenly fallen silent. The newcomer was a guard sent to convey a message. But upon seeing the expressions on Li Feng and the others' faces, one could easily surmise that something momentous had transpired. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner. Look closely, Jun Xie proclaimed triumphantly, grasping the dice while fixing his gaze on Meng Haizhou. The faces of Meng Haizhou and the other 6 turned ashen as they watched Jun Xie perform, their teeth audibly grinding in frustration that I've struck it rich. Jun Xie laughed heartily as he exited, followed closely by a guard carrying a large bundle. After Jun Xie and the others departed, one cup among the many used for tea was noticeably absent. Yet the group of young scions remained oblivious to the loss, their spirits dampened. Dugu Xiaoyi trailed behind Jun Xie, her eyes fixated on the large bundle in the guard's possession. She had initially believed her earnings for the day to be substantial. Yet Jun Xie's last win had netted him a fortune, much of which was beyond monetary value. This stirred feelings of discontent within Dugu Xiaoyi, who typically felt financially constrained. Why should a reckless scion like him be rewarded with such treasures while she, who had always been obedient, ended up with nothing? Dugu Xiaoyi's mind raced with thoughts. What scheme could she concoct to extract something from him? Yet, she hesitated to voice her desires, fearing it might compromise her image as a refined lady. Cursed Jun Xie for not offering her a few items voluntarily. Tang Yuan's grin stretched almost to his ears, resembling the Buddha as he strode with vigor, exclaiming, "Third young master, you have completely won my admiration today. Ha ha! Seeing those fellows lose so thoroughly brings me immense satisfaction. Brother, shouldn't you be handing over that sword and jade pendant? Give them to you?" Jun Xie was taken aback, halting his steps, gazing at Tang Yuan with astonishment. "What are you talking about? Why should I give them to you? Why?" Tang Yuan was momentarily stunned. "Are you not planning to return them to me?" "Return them to you?" Jun Xie's expression turned even more perplexed. "What do I owe you? Why should I return anything?" Tang Yuan's demeanor grew pitiful as he suddenly realized that those items were won by Jun Xie himself, meaning they rightfully belonged to him. Why should he demand such valuable items? However, What if his father inquired about it upon returning home? Money wasn't the primary issue. Rather, the fact that the items were now in Jun Xie's possession made retrieval all the more difficult. Young Master Tang finally recognized that, despite Jun Xie's resounding victory, his own dilemma remained unresolved. The thought of his father's fearsome visage sent shivers down his spine. Returning them is absolutely out of the question. Jun Xie declared, shaking his head vigorously, I have never engaged in unprofitable ventures, and today shall be no exception. However, I might consider selling them to you. You may acquire them for whatever benefit you receive from this matter. Jun Xie said with a mysterious smile, extending a finger. Wow, truly a good brother. Tang Yuan, having narrowly escaped disaster, was overtaken with joy and excitement, momentarily forgetting that he had lost everything and could possibly gain nothing. He leaped up and embraced Jun Xie. Unbeknownst to him, his weight proved too much for Jun Xie's current physique to bear, resulting in a loud crash as Jun Xie was knocked to the ground. Young Master Tang, a heavyweight in every sense, pinned Jun Xie beneath him, leaving only a quivering mass of flesh visible, obscuring even the hem of Jun Xie's garment. Dugu Xiaoi erupted into laughter, covering her mouth. These two are a riot. Simply too amusing. The other scrambled to pull Tang Yuan off, while Jun Xie lay beneath him, gasping for air, feeling utterly suffocated. He was immensely frustrated. I can't believe I've been pinned down by a man today. This is absurd. Fat Tang, I am extremely displeased. I have decided to raise the price. That sword and jade pendant shall not be sold for less than 1,000,000 taels of silver. If you come back tomorrow or the day after, the price will rise to 150 million taels. Jun Xie managed to get up, still reeling from the stench of fat lingering in his nostrils, nearly gagging as he spoke with irritation. What? Tang Yuan exclaimed in horror. The group ambled out onto the street, halting in unison. To the east lay the directions of the Jun and Tang families, while to the west was the direction of the Dugu family. As the moment of parting approached, Dugu Xiaoi felt an inexplicable sensation in her heart as she glanced at Jun Xie's mischievous smile. That in her mind, she mused. Though Junimo, Xie carries a bad reputation and is a quintessential wastrel, he is rather amusing to tease. With this thought, Dugu Xiaoi called out, Junimo Xie, will you come to my grandfather's birthday celebration? Jun Xie paused, replying, if my family permits, then I shall certainly attend. What if your family forbids you from coming? Dugu Xiaoi bit her lip. Then, naturally, I won't go, Jun Xie replied, perplexed. Why would I attend if I'm not allowed to? Are you asking for a beating? Dugu Xiaoi suddenly grew furious, rushing toward him, landing a flurry of punches and kicks as she declared, if you dare not attend, I will strike you each time I see you. Do you understand? Jun Xie felt utterly defeated, lamenting his plight. How could the world's #1 assassin be so utterly powerless against a little girl? When would this body meet his expectations? He desperately shielded his face, repeatedly affirming, I will go. Of course I will go. That's more like it. You finally understand. Dugu Xiaoi glared at him, her bright eyes wandering greedily over the large bundle before she turned away. Smiling sweetly, rubbing her wrists, and with a playful hum, she turned to leave, her hands clasped behind her back, chin held high like a proud little deer. Bouncing away, it seemed this girl still wanted to extract more from Jun Xie. However, her attitude had significantly improved compared to the past. Although in Dugu Xiaoi's heart, Junimo Xie remained a useless scion. Once Dugu Xiaoi had departed, Jun Xie turned back to Tang Yuan, a smirk playing on his lips. Young Master Tang, you truly are remarkable. TSK, to think you even lost your wife? I am in complete awe. Tang Yuan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Jun Xie's gaze grew colder as he stared at Tang Yuan. You may indulge in your foolishness, but this time, you nearly landed me in peril. Do you have any idea how bizarre today's event had been? What? Nearly caused your death. Tang Yuan was utterly taken aback, never having anticipated that Jun Xie would suddenly utter such earth-shattering words that you truly believe that your luck is so woeful. Do you really consider yourself such a fool? Losing silver, then losing your sword, and then your jade pendant? Are you so foolish as to wager even your fiancé? Tang Yuan, ask yourself, are you truly that dim-witted? Even if you were, What could be the dire consequences of this situation? The reputation of two prominent families could be shattered in an instant. Can you bear that burden? How could you not have contemplated these matters? Do you not sense that something is amiss? Jun Xie glared fiercely at Tang Yuan, his piercing gaze like daggers, penetrating deep into his heart. Do you dare to question your own courage? Tang Yuan, with a pained expression, gradually composed himself. He was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite the astute dandy. As he reflected on Jun Xie's words, he began to realize the multitude of discrepancies. This affair was entirely beyond his capacity to orchestrate. Even in a dream, one would hardly act in such a manner, yet here he was, embroiled in such absurdity. Why? Am I truly so pathetic? No, that is not the case, although I am not a paragon of virtue, and I often indulge in reckless behavior. There are certain matters I comprehend. What transpired today is something I would rather die than do. Yet today, I have done precisely that, and even committed an act far more egregious and humiliating than what I thought I would never do. Such actions are sufficient to bring disgrace upon my entire family, to condemn myself to a lifetime of shame. But why did I act in such a manner? In an instant, Tang Yuan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. Before you entered, was Meng Haizhou also wearing this garment? Jun Xie's gaze was sharp, yet the corners of his mouth concealed a devilish smile. Yes, but what does that matter? What issue is there? Tang Yuan was utterly bewildered. Did you not notice a peculiar fragrance emanating from Meng Haizhou? Quite pleasant. I assent to it. Jun Xie pressed on. Yes, it seemed somewhat special. Indeed, it was a unique fragrance. Tang Yuan responded with uncertainty. After you entered, did they not serve you a cup of tea, just as they did for me today? Jun Xie continued his relentless questioning. Yes, indeed. What of it? What does that signify? Humph. Jun Xie let out a cold laugh. It signifies nothing much, merely the beginning of your irrevocable downfall. Tang Yuan was no simpleton. He pondered Jun Xie's words and suddenly leapt to his feet. His face a mask of shock. Are you suggesting that the tea was indeed problematic? Just the tea? Jun Xie scoffed. Meng Haizhou's clothing, that fragrance, the tea, they're all suspect, a group of gamblers gathering. And they actually start by drinking tea? What sort of rule is that? You dolt, such an evident flaw, and you remain oblivious. But did you not drink as well? Why are you unharmed? Tang Yuan still felt a bit lost. Do you recall that after I drank the tea, I sneezed before entering? Jun Xie's expression was inscrutable, a half-smile playing on his lips. You even got your clothes wet, did you not? Ah, that did happen. Tang Yuan suddenly remembered that a typical person might merely spray some saliva upon sneezing, yet I drenched your clothing significantly. Did you not suspect anything? Jun Xie tilted his head, observing him. Oh, that was it. Tang Yuan realized, but then another question arose. But how could you know so much? How could I know so much? Jun Xie hesitated, pondering how to respond. Should he confess that he was intimately familiar with such substances from a previous life, capable of sensing them without the need for sight or smell? Jun Xie rubbed his nose, ultimately resorting to a semblance of self-deprecation. I once engaged in similar activities, you understand? Truly, you are the illustrious Jun Sanshao. Such skill, Tang Yuan immediately expressed his admiration, bowing in reverence. You are indeed a master. Jun Xie chuckled wryly, offering a reminder. Though your weapon may be lost, the matter of you losing your wife will likely circulate among them. You ought to consider how to address this situation first. Indeed, what should I do? The mention of this matter left Tang Yuan in a state of trepidation, devoid of direction, present. You have but one course of action. Return home immediately and relate the entire affair to your father without any embellishments or omissions. Strike first. Let your father make a decision and devise a strategy in advance if he learns of this from others and returns to question you. You will truly be doomed. Jun Xie suppressed a smirk. Moreover, being entirely a victim of circumstance, your father will certainly not lay excessive blame upon you. Furthermore, he will undoubtedly know better than you how to handle the situation. You are currently brimming with indignation towards them, right? Here's a clever tactic. Leave your sword and jade pendant with me for the time being, and take 100,000 taels in silver notes to demand back your collateral from them. and they will be unable to produce it. Do you grasp my meaning? Jun Xie lowered his voice, akin to a devil tempting others into crime. Absolutely. Tang Yuan exclaimed, this is the only viable path. The sole opportunity to regain the initiative. However, when they demand their collateral back with money, is that not fool? At that time, they wagered those items against my promise, not against a specific sum of silver. There's a significant difference. Would I give it to them? Silly. Having stated as much, you remain oblivious? What are you waiting for? Jun Xie chuckled. By the way, let me present you with one more item. Jun Xie produced a teacup from his pocket. Astonishingly, the bottom of the cup still bore droplets of water. This is the cup they used to administer the hallucinogen. I inadvertently snagged this lamb. Jun Xie grinned mischievously. There seems to still be some residue inside. Huh. Astounding. Truly astounding. You are remarkable, San Shao. Amidst a chorus of flattery, Tang Depang carefully accepted the cup, akin to a wild horse that had just received a wound to its rear. Literally rolling away in a hurry. You wish to scheme against me? Then I shall first turn the tables on you. Jun Xie watched as Tang Depang disappeared in a cloud of dust. Feeling exceedingly pleased with himself. Given Tang Depang and his father-in-law's lineage, this affair would certainly stir considerable commotion between the Li and Meng families. Wouldn't it? Jun Xie was already prepared to sit back with a little stool to watch the drama unfold. Had it not been for the unexpected involvement of Dugu Xiaoyi in the gambling, and Jun Moxie transforming into Jun Xie, the ultimate outcome would undoubtedly have been rewritten, even if he himself was unafraid. To break the deadlock would likely expose his true strength, rendering him a target of public ire. That would be a loss beyond measure, though the visible adversaries were merely a few dandies. The families backing them were among the most prominent in the capital. Without the families' backing, would these few dare to drug Tang Yuan and Jun Xie, acting so brazenly and without restraint? Impossible. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. It must be noted that while Jun Moxie was indeed a standard dandy lacking ambition, he was nonetheless supported by the venerable Jun patriarch and the entire Jun family. Although the current state of the Jun family rested solely upon the shoulders of the elder. The influence of the Jun patriarch was immense, with nearly 1/3 of military leaders hailing from his ranks. It could be said that as long as the Jun patriarch remained, these individuals would stand as a sturdy backing for the dandy that was Jun Moxie, for they bore the indelible mark of the Jun character upon them. Should a crisis arise, it would incite a storm of monumental proportions. If the Jun family were to fall, these individuals would face dire consequences as well, inevitably scattering like monkeys from a fallen tree, unable to rise again under pressure from rival factions. Yet as long as the Jun family endured, these individuals could have a source of solidarity, uniting to resist external threats, be they domestic political adversaries or foreign foes. Thus, the Jun family must not falter. Hence, if Jun Moxie were to find himself in trouble, these individuals would not stand idly by, although each one might inherently look down upon this young dandy. When the time came to act, none would hesitate. The same held true for Tang Yuan's family. While the Tang family's influence may not match that of the Jun family, in the capital, they were undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Should the Tang and Jun families join forces, even the currently resplendent Dugu clan would have to retreat. Of course, this does not imply that the Jun family is significantly inferior to the Dugu family. At the peak of its power, the Jun family had once overshadowed the Dugu clan for a full 7 years, rendering them unable to lift their heads. However, now the Jun family faced a depletion of talent, while the Dugu clan burgeoned with new blood. Rapidly producing fresh talent, in this regard, they had far more reserves than the Jun family. Thus, the Dugu clan currently exhibited immense potential, at least in the eyes of outsiders, appearing to be more promising than the Jun family. Yet as long as the elder of the Jun family remained, they would stand unyielding. Even the imperial authority must exercise caution when contemplating any actions against the Jun family. Indeed, one might even say it would be unwise to proceed. Yet both the Li and Ming families have simultaneously taken action against Tang Yuan and Jun Xie, which is rather unusual. Extraordinarily so. When matters deviate from a norm, one must suspect ulterior motives. Admittedly, the perpetrators in this instance are merely a handful of debauched youths, genuinely spoiled science. Even if their antics were to escalate, would typically be dismissed as mere childish mischief, leading to laughter and nothing more. However, should they succeed, the implications would be dire. Jun Xie foresees clearly that if they prevail today, both he and Tang Yuan would be entirely subjugated under their control. The Tang family might remain unaffected, as there are other heirs, but for the Jun family, he is the sole heir, a unique gem amidst the sands. Though it is but a single demand, placed in the hands of the reckless Jun Mo Xie, one can only imagine the calamity that might ensue. More likely, he would stumble into trouble without even realizing it, reveling in his own folly, confident that his grandfather would clean up the mess. Yet, should the struggle become apparent and they possess leverage over him, even if the elder were to make the ultimate sacrifice, how would the generals choose? Any hesitation, however slight, could yield incalculable consequences. Jun Xie feels an urgent need to prepare himself. Despite his rich experiences from his past life, he finds himself acutely aware of his current inadequacies. Foremost among these is the so-called political sensitivity, a trait he sorely lacked in his previous incarnation as an assassin. If he were to continue living as the lone wolf assassin of his past, it might not matter. Yet if he wishes to establish himself within this grand family and protect those dear to him from harm while maintaining stability in the overarching situation, such astute political acumen is indispensable. Dreaming otherwise would be folly. When the elder Jun returned home, it was already midday, but on his way back, he encountered the irate Tang Wanli, head of the Tang family, storming down the street with a retinue of guards, clearly intent on seeking retribution. To the north lie the residences of the Li and Meng families. Observing Tang Wanli's stormy countenance, resembling a blackened pot bottom, with fury nearly erupting from his brow, Jun's elder felt a surge of delight. It had been ages since he had witnessed such wrath from that old curmudgeon. Known for his amiable nature, seeing him so incensed promised a spectacle worth watching. Little did he know that the protagonist in this unfolding drama was none other than his most vexing grandson. Jun Mo Xie, curiosity piqued, the elder inquired, "My dear Tang, where are you headed in such haste? Has someone abducted your granddaughter-in-law, perchance? You appear quite flustered." His intention was merely to jest, yet he was blissfully unaware that Tang Wanli's fury was indeed directed at this very situation. Tang Wanli, his white beard bristling with indignation, shot him a glare before snapping his whip and galloping away. He was well aware of Jun Mo Xie's nature and feared he might be even worse than his own grandson. If his grandson were to suffer calamity, it could ironically lead to Jun Mo Xie's triumph. Behind the scenes, a more formidable adversary was at play, most likely the very Jun Zhan Tian standing before him, who, with a knowing smirk, offered no goodwill towards the elder Jun. Left standing dumbfounded, the elder pondered the meaning behind Tang Wanli's words, which had effectively berated him multiple times while remaining cryptic. After a moment, he spat, "What grievance have the Li and Meng families caused you? Yet your uproar suits my purpose. As the saying goes, dogs biting dogs, just fur flying." Tang Yuan trailed behind his grandfather, dejected and humiliated. His face flushed upon arriving home. He found his father seated in the main hall, and with a cry of alarm about a calamity, nearly caused his father to topple from his chair. His dismay. He realized that the most feared elder, Tang Wanli, was also present. Thus, without further ado, and under the elder's stern gaze, Tang Yuan squeezed out tears and recounted the events in detail. The elder and his father erupted in fury. When they beheld the teacup Tang Yuan had brought forth, still bearing remnants of the poison, a family apothecary was summoned to confirm the truth of his claims. The Li and Meng families displayed such malice. This was clearly an attempt to tarnish the Tang family's reputation. How could the elder, who valued familial honor above all, endure such an affront? In an uncontrollable rage, he seized Tang Yuan's plump form, raining down a flurry of slaps before casting him to the ground, commanding him to lead the way to the Li and Meng families to seek justice. Though older than the elder Jun, Tang Wanli was a seasoned veteran, having remained reclusive in recent years, and now emerged with a formidable presence and palpable fury. It seemed inevitable that chaos would ensue at the Li and Meng households. While the elder Jun had received a few cryptic remarks from Tang Wanli, he was well aware that the elder was off to confront the Li and Meng families. Instead of feeling anger, He found solace, recognizing that it was undoubtedly that troublesome Tang Yuan who had instigated the trouble. Thankfully, his own grandson, Amidst, had been diligently studying poetry and behaving quite well, sparing him much worry. Had he also stirred up significant trouble, the elder would have felt immense pity for the old curmudgeon of the Tang family. How unfortunate it was, at such an advanced age, that one still worried over their descendants. Observing Tang Wanli's almost desperate demeanor, the elder Jun could not help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. However, upon returning home, he was swiftly informed that Jun Xie had brazenly departed with money and guards to gamble, causing the elder to stumble in surprise. While the stakes of the game were trivial, should anything else transpire, the situation could escalate dramatically. Upon hearing of Jun Xie's return, the elder was instantly incensed and stormed toward the door, only to be taken aback upon entry. Sprawled across the large bed was a bundle cast haphazardly, filled with resplendent treasures, all of which were of exquisite quality. Meanwhile, the petite coureur was gleefully counting her fingers, calculating the potential worth of each item. Upon closer inspection, the elder Jun was astonished. Among the treasures were 3 exquisite jade pendants, translucent and radiating a warm glow, clearly not ordinary artifacts. Yet what truly astonished him were the inscriptions upon them. Celebrating the first birthday of grandson Feng and celebrating the first birthday of grandson Zhen. Were these not the family jade pendants reserved for the direct descendants of the Li family? They symbolized the family's status. Furthermore, the names Feng and Zhen belonged to 2 of the Li Grandmaster's grandsons. How on earth did these items come into Jun Mo's possession? Had he ventured out merely to engage in robbery? The elder Jun stroked his beard, his gaze wavering with uncertainty. As he surveyed the remaining items, he let out a grunt of dismay, inadvertently pulling out a hair from his beard due to excessive force. Those 2 jade rui were unmistakably royal artifacts. Alongside a family jade pendant from the Meng family, there were also pearls and more. Where did all these treasures originate? As he uttered this question, the elder's face twitched, already bracing himself to clean up after Jun Xie. If these items were indeed acquired through robbery, it would spell immense trouble. It was not that the elder Jun lacked intelligence. Rather, he could not fathom that these treasures were won by his beloved grandson. He simply knew Jun Mo's all too well and was certain he lacked the capability to win such high-quality items. It was laughable that he had just mocked Tang Wanli, only to return home to face an even greater calamity. Caught off guard, the elder Jun fell momentarily speechless to Kerr, realizing the head of the household stood at the entrance, was startled and hurriedly knelt in respect, explaining all these treasures were won by the young master during his gambling outing. 1. The elder Jun's voice wavered slightly, yet his heart surged with astonishment and delight. Had his grandson truly triumphed? If not for his remarkable composure, he might have cried out in excitement. However, the shock outweighed the joy as he pondered when Jun Mo's had ever succeeded at gambling. Ever since he had learned the craft several years prior, he had never once come out ahead. Had it not been for the elder's strict limitations on his allowance, Jun Mo's might have wagered away the entire Jun family fortune by now. Yet here he was, not only victorious but returning with these lavish treasures. Indeed, these treasures were won by the young master, Coureur affirmed, her voice steady. Additionally, there are 3 million taels in silver notes that he brought back. What? The elder Jun exclaimed. These riches were won from the young masters of the Li and Meng families. Upon returning home, the young master carelessly discarded these items here for me to tidy up before retreating to the library to immerse himself in his books. Coureur felt a swell of pride, for the young master had never returned victorious before, yet this time he had indeed won a substantial amount. In the little girl's heart, the young master suddenly transformed into a remarkable figure. Although she still harbored fear towards him, he had undeniably changed in recent days, at least no longer as detestable as before. Has that rascal gone to the library again? At this moment, Lord Jun's heart brimmed with joy that far outweighed his surprise. He no longer had to fret over clearing up his grandson's mess. However, upon hearing Kerr mention his grandson's whereabouts, his eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process the shocking news. Trembling slightly, he raised a hand to touch his forehead, confirming he was not feverish today. Thus he must not have misheard, and gradually regained his composure. When he returns, I shall have him visit me." After uttering this statement, the old lord departed with his steward, old Pang, leaving behind the little girl who was counting her treasures with gleaming eyes. These 3 jade pendants could fetch at least 100,000 taels, and that bead, along with the gemstone, could easily bring in 150,000 taels, not to mention the silver notes. Old Pang, what do you think? As they walked, Jun Jiantian found himself at a loss. His grandson's actions over the past month had been incomprehensible to him. What on earth was he trying to achieve? What exactly was he doing? The old servant was uncertain, but the young master's recent conduct had indeed been commendable. Old Pang seemed equally perplexed. Yet as long as he didn't have to clean up after Jun Moxie, it could be considered a blessing that if he truly had such an interest in studying, what do you think about enrolling him in the Wenxing Academy? The old lord's whimsical thought took shape, filled with dreams. Wenxing Academy was a prestigious institution for the finest scholars in the realm, with a combined total of teachers and students numbering merely in the thousands, a minuscule fraction amidst the billions in the Tianxiang Empire. This meant that only those with impeccable backgrounds and exceptional talents had the privilege, the possibility of studying there, and those who graduated would be eagerly recruited by the state, provided they genuinely met the qualifications. Yet attaining such qualifications required even the most renowned talents to endure arduous study. One could say that Wenxing Academy was the golden pathway for all scholars, regardless of one's status, even if one were a prince or princess. Without true talent and knowledge, entry into Wenxing Academy was utterly impossible. The old lord's intention to send Jun Xie to Wenxing Academy indicated that he had begun to believe in Jun Xie's potential for redemption. Yet, it seemed quite difficult. With Jun Moxie's capabilities, could he really gain entry into Wenxing Academy? All who could enter had to endure years of hard study, being renowned scholars for various places. And did you truly believe that your grandson, who had squandered 16 years without learning anything, could gain admission after merely a month of reading? Of course, old Pang hesitated to state it so bluntly, and continued subtly. Those venerable teachers at Wenxing Academy are indeed rather pedantic. If the Lord were to approach them personally, it might even backfire. Ahem, I believe it would be wise to consider this matter slowly and deliberate further. Alas, the most regrettable aspect is that this lad's cultivation is utterly subpar. If he could enter the Xinyuan Academy, it would be ideal. Our Jun family has a long lineage of military commanders. To produce a mere bookworm would be quite unbefitting. Jun Jiantian understood the matter was complicated. He recalled when the second prince entered Wenxing Academy. Even the emperor had to endure a reprimand from the venerable teachers to secure his place. He had never been on good terms with that pedant, which would undoubtedly complicate matters further, especially considering Moxie's temperament. Old Pang, what path should I arrange for Moxie in the future? The old lord sighed heavily today. Let him study literature. This lad is certainly not cut out for that. Let him pursue martial arts. This fellow lacks even the slightest bit of talent, and he cannot endure hardship. He is utterly incapable of being cultivated. Let him venture into commerce. I fear he could even squander my coffin. Is it truly acceptable to let him drift through life, waiting for death? Speaking of this matter, old Pang was equally at a loss, attempting to console him. The young master has shown considerable progress lately. Perhaps he is currently on the rise, a prodigal son returning. Ah, the young master is still quite young. I believe it is not too late. The most frustrating thing is this insincere comfort. Now even you have learned to say such things. Jun Jiantian furrowed his brow, growing somewhat impatient. Old Pang, this is unlike you. The old Pang who once single-handedly charged through tens of thousands on the battlefield is not the same as the person before me now. Old Pang forced a smile. I never intended to say it this way, but what else can I say? Should I directly state that the descendants have their own fortunes, and you need not worry? Everyone knows your grandson is merely a piece of useless clay. No matter how much you fret or arrange a way out, he would still manage to ruin everything. Wouldn't that prompt you to draw your sword against me? There is another way to protect the young master, allowing you to worry less. Old Pang suddenly recalled something. What way? Speak quickly, Jun Jiantian said, somewhat surprised. Today he had merely intended to vent some frustrations. Yet old Pang seemed to have a solution. However, implementing this idea would indeed present some difficulties. Old Pang hesitated. It involves purchasing a young of at least level 8. Then we would spare no expense to nurture it. Stop, stop, stop! Before he could finish, Jun Jiantian interrupted forcefully. Old Pang, are you dreaming? Do you truly believe this is possible? Old Pang widened his eyes, pondering before dejectedly replying, it is indeed not possible, since you know it is impossible. Why even speak of it? Jun Jiantian sighed heavily. They are a unique species indigenous to the Xianxian continent. Each high level possesses formidable abilities. It is said that any level 8 could match a master without losing ground. As for even stronger level 9 offensive, they could compete with supreme masters without falling short. However, are categorized just like humans, and the distinctions are even more stringent. Human experts, if they possess certain special skills or techniques, can challenge and even defeat opponents with superior cultivation levels. Yet, battles among cannot be compared. Level 4 or lower can only be considered wild beasts, or at best, slightly more destructive than ordinary beasts. It is only from level 5 onwards that they may possess some unique abilities. But level 5 and 6 are still of limited use, and the young ones even more so. More critically, once it reaches adulthood, it can no longer be tamed, and young beasts require at least decades to mature, some even needing centuries. Thus, waiting for a young beast to grow into adulthood would render it useless by the time one ages. Furthermore, level 5 and 6 possess at most the strength of silver masters, which is why their prices are relatively low and easier to find. However, those above level 7 are entirely different. They have undergone a fundamental breakthrough, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, alongside innate skills and special abilities. This very special ability makes nurturing young beasts considerably less challenging. Level 3 and above naturally form a crystal within their bodies known as, while those above level 7 possess the ability to absorb the energy from the crystallized within other animals, thus promoting their rapid growth. However, due to this, young of level 7 and above are incredibly rare. Whenever one appears, it commands an astronomical price. As for young of level 8 and above, that is even more of a legend. In the last few decades, there has been no news of anyone possessing a young of level 8 or above. The high level are primarily found deep within the Tianfa forest, a perilous realm even supreme masters dare not venture into. The Tianfa forest stretches vast and boundless, nearly occupying a quarter of the continent. The outskirts are filled with weaker and ordinary beasts, but the deeper one goes, the more treacherous it becomes. Moreover, if one encounters a high level and cannot defeat it, one would merely have to flee, for it is a paradise for high level, utterly impossible to track. If one lacks sufficient strength, survival is even uncertain. To obtain a young level 8, at least 3 masters must defeat at least 2 adult level 8 to have a chance, which is no easy feat. Furthermore, the defensive is far superior to that of ordinary masters. Moreover, if one encounters not 2 but a group, even supreme masters would be doomed. Masters at the level are usually powerful figures with significant status. They have everything one could desire and would hardly engage in such perilous endeavors. Thus the old lord found this proposal both amusing and lamentable. To the library. Let us see what this fellow is truly up to. The old lord had a persistent feeling that his grandson had been acting strangely these past few days. The two of them strolled leisurely towards the library, but upon arrival, they were met with disappointment. The young master had left the library an hour prior, and his whereabouts remained unknown. The guard stationed at the library reported innocently. The two exchanged glances. Let us return to the study, the elderly gentleman. Lord Jun said wearily, feeling somewhat disenchanted. He added casually, bring over the books he was just reading at the very moment when Lord Tang Wanli was leading a throng to the Li and Meng families to seek justice for his grandson. And when Lord Jun Jiantian was deeply troubled over his own grandson, in the grand courtyard of the Li family, Li Yuran stood elegantly beneath a peony tree, his tall figure draped in an immaculate white robe. A hint of a gentle smile graced his almost flawless, handsome face as he gazed longingly at the distant, tumultuous sky, remaining silent for a long while the warm breeze swept through, causing Li Yuran's robes to flutter, rendering him even more like a celestial being, evoking admiration in all who beheld him. Such grace was indeed rare, a true gem amongst the ordinary. Before him, Li Feng and Li Jun stood rigidly, their faces glistening with sweat despite the autumn breeze that should have been most pleasant. They dared not wipe their brows, allowing the droplets to cascade down to their noses and brow, stinging their eyes, yet they did not dare to blink. This juncture, further words would be futile. They could only resign themselves to the fact that June Moxie had simply been fortunate this time. As for you, Li Yuran, upon uttering these words, the three of them trembled simultaneously. Though they belonged to the same generation of the Li family, they appeared to be utterly terrified of this gentle youth before them. He had never exhibited anger, yet every encounter left them chilled to the bone. Each of you shall receive 40 strokes of the family discipline, and you will also forfeit half a year's allowance. Li Yuran said with a gentle smile, his demeanor graceful and unhurried, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his eyes soft and rippling like spring water. From tomorrow on, you shall continue with your tasks. Do you understand? The punishment of 40 strokes would surely leave them injured, if not broken. The severity of this discipline was indeed harsh, devoid of any semblance of compassion, particularly for these three who were so closely related to Li Yuran by blood. Yet Li Yuran spoke with such calmness, his tone devoid of emotion, as if he were merely disposing of three insignificant dogs rather than his own cousins. However, the three brothers felt as though they had received a reprieve, expressing their gratitude profusely, as if this punishment were an act of extraordinary leniency, inconsequential in nature. Well then, June Moxie, Li Yuran said softly, a serene smile gracing his lips, you may go. Upon hearing these words, the three dared to shift their bodies, obediently exiting with expressions of immense relief on their faces. Come forth. Li Yuran gently clapped his hands, and two figures clad in black appeared silently by his side. Bowing to await his command, conduct a thorough investigation into how June Moxie managed to win, and ascertain why the hallucinogen failed to take effect. Furthermore, confirm whether the appearance of Dugu Xiaoyi was coincidental. Even with Dugu Xiaoyi's presence, June Moxie should not have had the opportunity to win. These matters must be clarified and reported back to me at once, he instructed, his tone still soft and unhurried, as if he were reluctant to expend more effort than necessary on his words. Yes, the two figures in black bowed respectfully. Before they could turn away, a figure clad in blue rushed over. Breathless, halting 10 paces from Li Yuran, he paused to catch his breath, his face flushed. Once he steadied himself, he approached Li Yuran. Report, young master, the old marquis of the Tang family, Tang Wanli, accompanied by Tang Dezhong and over 100 men, is racing toward our Li family with great fervor to— Oh, a counterattack? Li Yuran raised an eyebrow slightly, responding softly, I did not expect Tang Yuan to harbor such intentions. It seems certain previous plans will require adjustment. He chuckled softly. Inform Li Zhen and the others that when the old marquis inquires, they should respond accordingly. Also, execute the family discipline immediately. When the punishment is half complete, bring the old marquis in for questioning. One of the figures in black acknowledged the command and departed. Yuran's lips curled into a slight smile as he suddenly turned and asked, among the individuals accompanying the old marquis, is there anyone we have been monitoring? Yes, the figure in blue responded without hesitation. There are 3.3. That is sufficient. A mysterious smile flickered across Li Yuran's face as he gazed up at the rolling dark clouds. The once gentle autumn breeze now bore a hint of chill that he sighed softly, almost inaudibly. It appears rain is imminent, and with the Tang family mobilizing their elite forces, it may present an opportune moment. Raising his head, a newfound seriousness glimmered in his eyes as he spoke with urgency. Immediately notify Qin, who to seize this moment of vulnerability in the Tang family and retrieve the item I mentioned previously. Success is imperative. Failure is not an option. This chance is singular. He glanced at the sky, adding, tell him he has until the afternoon to execute the plan. Instruct him to utilize those who have been absent until now. Regardless of the outcome, leave no trace. Yes, another figure in black darted away like the wind. You may go now. I am aware of your efforts, and you have done well this time, Li Yuran said gently to the figure in blue. The man felt a surge of excitement, clasping his fists together. Thank you, young master. I take my leave to owe him. That acknowledgement felt like the highest praise that Li Yuran maintained a serene demeanor, nodding slightly as the figure retreated 10 steps before turning and striding out. Only then did he dare to exhale the breath he had been holding in the presence of this young master. He had not even dared to breathe heavily. Come forth and immediately inform my grandfather, who is currently in the palace discussing matters with his majesty, that Tang Wanli has brought many skilled individuals to the Li family. However, there is no need for concern. While the visitors may not come with good intentions, it also presents an excellent opportunity. Every situation has its advantages and disadvantages. It depends on whether we can seize the moment, Li Yuran said with a gentle smile, his dark hair catching the wind. From the shadows, a figure acknowledged and hurried away, the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Although Jun Moxie had eluded capture, allowing the Jun family to escape unscathed, should Lord Tang mobilize the Meng family to create chaos, it would undoubtedly leave them in a dire predicament that if at this juncture the elder could maneuver the Meng and Tang families into a bitter feud, it could potentially draw the Meng family entirely to their side. Even subduing the Jun family, which had only Jun Moxie as its sole descendant, making it easy to deal with. However, the Duga family remained a wild card that could not yet be touched. Li Yuran sighed softly, extending his palm, his long fingers pale and delicate, clean and dry if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the peony tree before him. He gently plucked a leaf, gazing tenderly at the green leaf in his hand. Yet even so, it is still quite pleasant. At the very least, it is intriguing in the distance. The thunderous sound of hooves approached the main gate. Li Yuran smiled, a hint of mischief in his expression, raising an eyebrow as he commanded, "Open the main gate and receive Lord Tang with the utmost respect." Upon finishing this instruction, he flicked his long fingers, and a flash of yellow light enveloped him as the green leaf, now shimmering with golden brilliance, flew forth silently, embedding itself into the trunk of the peony tree. I could see the moment the leaf was cast, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, dark clouds rolling ominously overhead. The wind howled fiercely as the lightning illuminated the scene. Li Yuran's white robe fluttered in the gale, his poised figure seemed to shift slightly, and then, in a flash, he vanished from the courtyard. Where had Jun Xie gone? He had ventured to a place that even the elderly Jun would never have imagined. The old gentleman had firmly believed that Jun Xie would never return to this location, for it was here that Jun Moxie had endured 2 severe beatings, each leaving him bedridden for half a month. These beatings were the only instances of domestic violence in Jun Moxie's life. This place was none other than the courtyard of Jun Wui. Jun Moxie's third uncle, Jun Wui, having dedicated his life to military service, had situated his dwelling as close as possible to the Jun family's training grounds. Jun Wui sat serenely in his wheelchair, watching the Jun family's guards practice in the training field through the floral thicket, his expression shifting as long-buried ambitions seemed to stir within him once more. Jun Xie crouched before him, silently channeling his energy through his hands, meticulously examining Jun Wui's legs, which were unaware of his presence, moving slowly from top to bottom, then back up again, thoroughly checking every inch of meridian and muscle. A month ago, Jun Xie found himself devoid of any adept internal energy, unable to seek treatment or even undergo examination. Yet now, not only has he acquired internal energy, but it is also purported to be the supreme skill of antiquity, the Kaitian Zhaoagong. Naturally, Jun Xie must conduct a meticulous inspection once more, ensuring absolute certainty before deciding on the course of treatment. After a considerable time, drenched in sweat, Jun Xie ceased his efforts and rose, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. "And how do things stand?" Jun Wui's sharply defined features appeared unconcerned, his tone light, yet his hands were tightly clenched into fists, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. Evidently, his heart was not as tranquil as his demeanor suggested. Although he had witnessed the joy on Jun Xie's face, he could scarcely believe that his long-disabled legs might truly have a chance at restoration. Jun Xie represented his singular, last hope. He did not dare inquire whether Jun Xie could heal him, but only sought to understand how he longed for an affirmative answer. While the situation was not entirely optimistic, it was not entirely bleak either. Jun Xie smiled, acknowledging that it would indeed require some effort. Yet he felt confident that he could enable his third uncle to stand once more. Excellent. Jun Wui could no longer restrain his excitement, though a hint of skepticism lingered. After all, numerous renowned physicians of the current age have been powerless to aid his legs. How could his wayward nephew, who had recently behaved so strangely, possess the extraordinary ability to save him? Yet, at that moment, Jun Wui felt like a drowning man grasping at a straw, even if his nephew were to boast. The worst outcome would be yet another disappointment. The myriad emotions swirling within Jun Wui's heart were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Wait a moment, I will mention a few herbs. Third uncle, please arrange for someone to procure them. Once these herbs are found, I believe your days of standing are not far off, Jun Xie stated. Very well. What are these herbs? Are there any particularly rare ones? I will immediately have someone set out to search. Jun Wui appeared anxious that Li Zhonghua, Tongxin Ko, Jia Ko, Duang Shujing, and also Finjing. Jun Xie enumerated 5 herbs, naming them according to their titles in this world. In the preceding days, Jun Xie had meticulously combed through the medical texts in the library. For the names of herbs known to him in his past life could not be interchanged with those of this realm. Fortunately, the library contained a plethora of medical literature, and all the herbs needed for his concoction were available. He merely needed to match the new names to the illustrations in the text. I have heard of Tongxin Ko, Duan Changhua, and Duang Shujing, but what exactly are Jia Ko and Finjing? Jun Wui inquired, furrowing his brow. Jun Wui was well acquainted with medicine, having become somewhat of an expert due to his long illness. Yet he was entirely unfamiliar with these 2 herbs, which left him quite astonished that they had emerged from Jun Xie's lips. Jun Xie smiled and retrieved a book from within his robes, revealing a compendium of rare flowers and herbs. Here, this is Jia Ko, and this is Finjing. Of these herbs, apart from Finjing, which is indeed rare and hard to find, the others are quite common. Our household medicinal store may already have them, and even if not, they can surely be purchased in the city. When combined with my unique methods, I am confident we have over 70% certainty of curing your ailment. Excellent. Jun Wui's eyes fixated on the herbs depicted on the pages, as if he had uncovered a treasure, his voice trembling with emotion. 10 whole years. At last, hope is once more within reach. Third uncle. We must be cautious. If our household's medicinal store lacks the necessary herbs, do not send just one person to procure them. It is best to send several, with each person responsible for one specific herb. Moreover, we must not let anyone know what these herbs are for. While others may not discern their purpose, we must still take precautions. Even if we manage to gather all the herbs, I must thoroughly inspect them before they are made into medicine. Jun Xie advised. Currently, our Jun family is in a decline, growing ever more desolate. However, if third uncle recovers, our family situation will undoubtedly change. I believe there are countless individuals in the capital who hope you never stand again. Thus, this matter must be approached with utmost caution. Once you regain your feet, you will be our family's secret trump card. Third uncle, I trust you understand my meaning? Indeed. Jun Wui gazed at his nephew with immense pride. Xie, you have truly matured. Even if third uncle never has the chance to stand again, as long as the Jun family has you, I believe we shall not falter. Jun Wui comprehended these truths well. Yet the fact that Jun Xie could articulate them, considering even the future path, was what brought him the greatest joy. Jun Xie smiled somewhat awkwardly, turning his head away, as the world's foremost assassin in his previous life. He now found himself praised with such warmth. You have grown up. It seemed rather embarrassing. Jun Xie thought to himself, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by such commendation. Fortunately, he praised Xie. You have grown up. Had he truly said, Jun Xie, you have grown up, where would he hide his face? If someone from his past life knew that someone had spoken to him in such a manner, who could say whether they would choke on their water in disbelief? Xie, how do you find our guards' training? Listening to the distant cacophony of shouts and witnessing the robust figures drenched in sweat, Jun Wui felt a long-lost excitement stir within him. Just some flashy moves. Jun Xie replied dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. Flashy moves? Jun Wui shook his head, laughing. You claim that these guards, each possessing the energy of the 7th or 8th rank, are merely performing flashy moves. Xie, your confidence is truly remarkable. Can this even be deemed training? What effect could it possibly yield? Jun Xie scoffed. These exercises can at best be described as mere physical exertion. How can they be considered training? At most, it is a gathering of idle individuals attempting to build their bodies. Yet even that is executed poorly, did I completely fail to see how what they practice could be of any use on the battlefield, or how they might inflict effective harm upon an enemy. To me, they are no different from a group of fools rushing to their doom. A bunch of people, ignorant of the world, squandering time and effort for no purpose. Rushing to their doom, squandering time. Jun Wui could not help but raise an eyebrow, exclaiming, Amidst, I know you do not enjoy martial arts and do not understand the significance of these foundational trainings. But you cannot simply belittle them in this manner. Ignorance is not terrifying, but insulting these soldiers with your ignorance is unforgivable. Each of these guards is a seasoned warrior, having survived countless battles on the front lines. Now that there is no war, they have come to serve as guards in our Jun family. Each one of them is a formidable man. I will take your previous comment as a mere jest. But if you dare to insult them again, you will find me unyielding. Jun Wui's voice turned stern, the seriousness of his words resonating deeply. Even Jun Xie, with his calm disposition, felt a tremor within him. His third uncle, although physically impaired, had not lost his spirit. Should he recover, he would undoubtedly serve as his best shield. A jest. What I said might not have been well received by third uncle, but it was indeed the truth. Not a jest. Jun Xie held up his hands innocently. I do not mean to say they are useless. I have no intention of insulting them. Every iron-blooded man returning from the battlefield deserves respect. Their training is indeed arduous and earnest, as anyone can see. However, just because training is diligent and heartfelt does not guarantee victory on the battlefield. It is not uncommon for those who train fervently for years to perish when faced with real combat. My assertion that they are merely squandering time stems from the fact that they are training in the wrong direction. Training in the wrong direction? Jun Wui still bore a hint of anger, yet began to ponder. Ever since their conversation began, he noted his nephew was markedly different from before, every word precise and devoid of frivolity. Could it be? Take the current scene as an example. Observe those two engaged in combat. Third uncle, can you discern whether they are sparring or engaged in a genuine brawl? They are merely holding back, grinning like fools. Can this be called training at all? Such farce is hardly even a casual exchange. It is no more than a playful display. Is that not flashy moves? Jun Xie gestured. Now look over there. A few individuals are lifting logs, dripping with sweat. But what appears to be laborious? In truth, it serves little purpose, as they have not even reached their limits. They possess a certain strength. Yet when they sweat, they still have plenty of energy left. Hence, they set the logs down. This means that even if they train for another 10 years, their strength would not improve one bit. The only outcome is that they become somewhat more familiar with certain movements. Nothing more. They possess untapped potential. Yet it is utterly wasted. That not a waste of time. Such individuals surviving on the battlefield is sheer luck. To be hailed as warriors and regarded as heroes is an unexpected blessing. Jun Xie gazed coldly at the people in the distance, remarking, such materials are, at best, only fit for guarding the homes of ordinary families. As for any greater utility, there is none whatsoever. Do you think I have insulted them? Uncle San, his words were undeniably harsh. Yet Jun Wui surprisingly did not erupt in anger, instead falling into deep contemplation. Jun Xie chuckled. If grandfather truly intended to rely on these individuals to safeguard the Jun family, then the Jun family would have likely been annihilated hundreds or even thousands of times over. Thus, I deduce that grandfather must possess far more elite forces. These people are merely a fa-ade. Uncle San, do not tell me you hold these mere decoys in excessively high regard. At that moment, Jun Wui regarded Jun Xie with a peculiar expression, and after a long pause, he slowly said, if these people were entrusted to your training, how could anything remarkable ever be achieved? Entrust them to me for training? I have no such leisure. Jun Xie scoffed. Enduring the stench of their sweat daily would be unbearable. The essence of a soldier is not synonymous with the odor of sweat. The spirit of the military is not summoned through mere words. It is forged through bloodshed. Push me forward. Jun Wui huffed, contemplating deeply, his chiseled features displaying a resolute expression. Jun Mo Xie, let me witness your true prowess. The two made their way to the training grounds, where Junwui cleared his throat and commanded, "All troops assemble. Come here and form ranks." A military command. Although a decade had elapsed since Junwui last issued such a decree, his words now carried an undeniable aura of decisive authority. The sudden surge of hope reignited the spirit of the once great general, granting him a sense of mastery over life and death. All who heard the command felt a pressing urgency. If they did not hasten to comply, they would be met with dire consequences, leaving no room for retreat. In an instant, 300 guards stood in perfect formation before them. Observing the rugged, sweat-stained faces before him, Junwui nodded in satisfaction, raising a hand and pointing at Junxia, declaring, "From this moment forth, your training is wholly entrusted to the third young master. You are to obey his commands unconditionally. Do you comprehend?" As these words were spoken, a ripple of unrest coursed through the ranks, leaving them momentarily speechless. Junwui's expression darkened, though he remained silent, merely casting a glance at Junxia. He had already proclaimed that from this moment on, Junxia would be the highest authority here, thus bestowing upon him the power to command these individuals as he saw fit. How Junxia exercised this authority was no longer Junwui's concern. If his nephew could not even surpass this challenge, it would undoubtedly demonstrate that his recent bravado was mere hot air. With a bitter smile, Junxia stepped forward and spoke somberly. "Earlier, I discussed your training with Uncle San. He inquired how well you were being trained, whether you could be deemed elite, whether you are worthy warriors." "Ha!" Junxia's voice was not loud, yet successfully captured the attention of the 300 individuals. Each gaze fixed intensely upon him, eager for his next words. What could this seemingly inept young master possibly think of them? "I would say you are nothing but a group of wastrels. Apart from eating and squandering resources, you are merely a band of scroungers awaiting death. If war were to break out now, each of you would perish in an instant. I have no doubt about that." The breaths of the 300 warriors grew heavy, their eyes blazing with fury as their faces flushed crimson. Humiliation, utter humiliation. One burly man stepped forward, fire in his eyes, demanding, "Third young master, what do you mean by that? Although we are the Jun family's guards, we are also seasoned soldiers who have survived countless battles. Even if you are our master, you cannot so casually insult us." "Insult you? No, no, no. The true insult comes from within yourselves. Do I even need to add to your disgrace? Are you truly worthy of my scorn?" Junxia replied with a smirk, raising a finger dismissively. "Are you feeling indignant? Do you wish to strike me? Very well. I grant you that opportunity. If any of you can successfully refute my claims, you may strike me, and Uncle Sam will not intervene. This is my first command." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Junxia's cold voice rang out again. "I ask you, you claim to be seasoned soldiers, yet many who entered the military alongside you have risen to become generals, or at the very least, officers, no longer mere foot soldiers. Their status is far superior to yours. You do not deny this, do you?" The burly man hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. What kind of argument was this? In battle, many soldiers earn promotions through merit. It was not uncommon for comrades to rise through the ranks based on their achievements. Why was the young master bringing this up? "But why have you not become generals?" "Because you are incapable. Thus, compared to those individuals, you have already been eliminated once." Junxia gazed at them mercilessly. "I assert that among those who entered the military during your time, many possess cultivation abilities that may have been inferior to yours, or perhaps slightly superior, with most being quite comparable. Is that not so?" "Indeed. Why have we not risen to become generals?" The group was momentarily stunned by his previous statement, still reeling from the impact, and they involuntarily nodded in agreement. Many began to murmur among themselves. Those who became generals merely seized opportunities and were fortunate. Furthermore, this latter statement was utterly redundant. How could anyone lacking strength ever be selected into the military? Those who possess far superior abilities would never serve as mere foot soldiers. Yet many among them had broken through the 9th rank of Xuanqi during their time in service, becoming true masters. After the war, they were sought after by numerous families. Surely this was not uncommon. Such occurrences were indeed frequent, and the crowd nodded again. Their earlier fervor diminished, with some even displaying expressions of shame. Each rank in Xuanqi is a significant threshold. The higher the rank, the more challenging the ascension. The difference between the 8th and 9th ranks may seem minor, yet it is akin to a chasm. Many achieve the 8th rank early in life, but remain stagnant for the rest of their days, unable to reach the coveted 9th tier, not to mention ascending to the higher echelon of Silver Xian. The phrase below the 9th rank, all are but ants, is not to be taken lightly. They had progressed. You had not. Therefore, in comparison to these individuals, you have been eliminated again. Does anyone dissent? Jun Xie regarded them scornfully. The venue fell silent. The crowd remained mute. After the war, many departed from the military, while some were recruited by clandestine state organizations or private militias or transferred to other armies. This was indeed the case. Was it not? Jun Xie smiled lightly and inquired. Such occurrences are even more commonplace. The crowd remained silent, their faces flushed with shame. Among those selected, none remained among you. You have been eliminated for the 3rd time. Jun Xie continued his assault. When you arrived at the Jun family, who recalls how many of you there were initially? Reporting young master, there were 500 in total. The burly man, understanding Jun Xie's intent, answered, his face flushed. So that means 200 are missing. Pray tell, where have those 200 gone? Jun Xie took a slow step. I only know that they were neither expelled nor perished, but rather selected for more significant duties. Why were you not chosen? Because you are not as strong as they. Clearly, you have once again been eliminated here. Some began to breathe heavily. Others felt their eyes redden. Yet still, no one spoke. Tell me, after being eliminated time and again, do you not consider yourself to be wastrels? Jun Xie turned his face aside, leaning his ear toward them, inquiring. Still, no one responded. All were panting heavily, their faces flushed as if they were about to burst. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within each heart, rendering them utterly mortified. Why? Why can others achieve what we cannot? Why can others break through while we cannot? Once comrades in the same trench, they now looked down upon themselves, while they could not look down upon others. You might argue that those who became generals did so solely due to fortuitous circumstances, that those who advanced in Xuanqi possessed innate gifts superior to yours, that others overlooked you due to their lack of discernment. I tell you, these are all mere excuses. Luck? Why did you not seize it? To believe yourself inherently lacking is to admit you are a born wastrel. Complaining about others' lack of insight is the most foolish of justifications. If you were the employer, would you choose a wastrel or a useful person? A collective silence enveloped the group, each individual gasping heavily. Their eyes reddened with emotion. I express these sentiments not to reopen old wounds, but rather to highlight how your current existence has become excessively comfortable, leading to a profound loss of courage. As the saying goes, one learns respect through experience. One knows shame and thus finds courage. It is not the mistakes that are frightening. Rather, it is the ignorance of one's own faults, the self-satisfaction, and the misplaced pride that are truly unforgivable. At this moment, none of you have contemplated whether my words resonate with truth. If anyone had, they would not be present here today. Human motivation comes in various forms, yet shame remains one of the most potent. Do you wish to continue living as refuse? Do you desire to merely exist, idly awaiting death while guarding your homes? Do you wish to be trampled upon, subjected to humiliation without recourse? Do you want to remain unable to hold your head high in the face of my reproach? With each utterance from Jun Xie, a resounding cry of discontent erupted from the crowd. Initially chaotic, it soon transformed into a tidal wave of fervor, with everyone summoning their strength to shout at the top of their lungs. Their blood surging to their heads. Excellent. This signifies that there is still hope for you, that there is still a way out. Jun Xie took a few steps and suddenly tilted his head, asking if anyone wished to speak, that he strolled leisurely, saying, even if we are considered useless, we are still superior to you, who merely languish in idleness. Am I right? Thus, while you are compelled to obey me, due to my uncle's command, you harbor a sense of disdain for me, do you not? Many raised their heads, their expressions revealing that, although they dared not voice it, they somewhat agreed. Regrettably, Your thoughts are erroneous and profoundly misguided. Jun Xie waved his hand dismissively. I am merely a wastrel, while you are seasoned men of iron and blood. Yet today, I tell you, you cannot compare yourselves to me. Why? Simply because I have a commendable grandfather, an admirable uncle, a remarkable father, and two outstanding brothers. They sacrificed everything to build the Jun family as it stands today, and you possess none of this. Even if I, Jun Mo Xie, were a complete wastrel, even if I were to take a life, there would be those to intercede on my behalf. Yet you have none of that. Therefore, you cannot compare yourselves to me. The universe has its balance. One must give to receive. Even a wastrel must pay a price. And that price is substantial. Among the common folk, there are no wastrels because they lack the inherent conditions. Their forebears have not paid the price, and thus they are devoid of the very words, wastrel, words that are inherently insulting. They shall never possess them. Let us not digress. A prime example stands before us. My grandfather, Jun Zhangtian, hailing from humble beginnings, devoted himself to the military, shedding blood in countless battles, which ultimately led to the establishment of the current Jun family. Do you think my grandfather was far superior when he first embarked on his journey compared to your present state? The rise of Jun Zhangtian has become a legend within the Tianxiang Empire. No one knows his life story better than you. At this, their eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. Some trembled with overwhelming emotion, asking themselves, can we also have such a day? Having said so much, I trust you grasp my intention. You are fortunate to have survived the battlefield and to now enjoy a tranquil existence, even engaging in training as a pastime. However, the sacrifices you have made merely qualify you to continue this idle life. Nothing more. Jun Xie suddenly halted, facing them, enunciating each word. I ask you one question. Do you wish to transcend your current limitations and become formidable warriors? Do you aspire to surpass those who have journeyed further than you? Do you desire to undertake greater, more significant endeavors rather than merely guarding your homes and biding your time? Furthermore, Jun Xie smiled enigmatically. Do you wish for your descendants to live as carefree wastrels like myself, rather than as victims of oppression? Have you considered that should you succeed one day, your accomplishments could provide your descendants with unimaginable advantages? Have you contemplated how they could ascend to high positions with minimal effort? Perhaps even becoming prominent families like the Jun, Li, or Dugu clans? Your hard work could alter the fate of generations to come. The bright future conjured by Jun Xie's vision filled everyone with excitement. Their breaths coming in heavy gasps, fists clenched, veins bulging, their eyes bloodshot with fervor. Suddenly, amidst the silence, Jun Xie bellowed, Do you wish for this? Tell me. Yes. 300 voices roared in unison, resounding through the heavens. 300 heartfelt voices cried out together, as if shaking the very foundations of the world. Since you desire it, obey my command now, and train according to my methods. Without a whisper of dissent, I shall ensure that your sacrifices yield the greatest rewards. Jun Xie regarded them coldly. However, all of you must remember one crucial point. Within my training, there's a high likelihood that some may perish. There may also be severe injuries. This is the price you may have to pay. I grant you the opportunity to contemplate. Those who are willing to accept my training, step forward. Those who are afraid, remain where you are, that I warn you. Until my training concludes, no one is permitted to withdraw. Barring death, therefore, you must make your choice here and now. I will count to 3. Within this time, decide. Jun Xie shouted. 1 before he could reach 2 or 3, all 300, with resolute expressions of determination, took a synchronized step forward, their force stirring up clouds of dust as the ground seemed to tremble beneath them. Jun Wui, observing from the sidelines, was filled with admiration and respect. Jun Xie's ability to rally their spirits had reached an extraordinary climax. At this moment, even if he commanded them to face death, none would flinch. Jun Xie had ignited their spirits to the utmost. He had awakened the fighting spirit of these seasoned soldiers to its peak. Even Jun Wui, usually the one to inspire others, felt a surge of fervor, his breath quickening, as if once again standing amidst the flames of battle, ready to heed his father's words. The gaze he cast upon Jun Xie now bore a fervent hue, his long-lost warrior's demeanor returning. Jun Xie's exhortation transformed these guards, these iron-blooded men, back into fearless soldiers, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Jun Wui could only imagine the tremendous effect such a rallying cry would have on the battlefield. It would undoubtedly inspire every soldier to charge into death with smiles and unwavering bravery, reckoning life and death as trifling, without regrets. With such leadership, how could they possibly fail? On the other side of the playground, in the shadows, the elderly Jun was flushed with excitement, his face a deep crimson. Even the usually composed elder felt his blood boiling as he watched Jun Xie in the arena, his eyes wide with astonishment, his beard quivering and his fingers trembling slightly, revealing the intensity of his emotions. "Is this truly my wayward grandson?" Did these words genuinely come forth from his lips? Such soaring ambitions, such a commanding presence. In a moment of forgetfulness, the elder rubbed his eyes, inadvertently shedding 2 lines of tears. Struggling to steady his racing heart, Jun Zhantian abruptly turned around. His once slightly hunched frame now stood rigidly upright, his gaze sharp as lightning, radiating an air of pride and confidence that seemed to declare, "None but I." At that moment, old Steward Pang felt a resurgence of the legendary general who once led 1,000,000 soldiers and was invincible across the realm. He had returned. Such charisma had not graced Jun Zhantian since the generations of the Jun family had bled on the battlefield. And now, it had resurfaced. Indeed, it was Jun Xie's current display that filled this elder with immense surprise and hope, leading Jun Zhantian to believe that the Jun family still had a glimmer of hope. Not just any hope, but a magnificent one. This grandson might very well restore the Jun family's former glory. No, not perhaps, but certainly. Heaven bless the Jun family. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, any matters concerning the young master, regardless of every word he speaks or action he takes, shall henceforth be classified as top-level secrets of the Jun family. A-level confidentiality order. Those who defy it shall face execution without mercy. Their entire lineage shall be eradicated. Clear out the covert dealings we have already uncovered from the other families immediately. For those affiliated with the royal family, find a way to dispatch them. Additionally, mobilize all shadows to closely monitor the Jun manor. Should anyone be discovered leaking information, they shall be executed without mercy. Seize this opportunity to cleanse the ranks and ensure no loose ends remain. There was an undeniable aura of dominance and unwavering resolve in Jun Zhantian's tone. In that moment, old Pang sensed a palpable killing intent. He could tell how seriously Jun Zhantian regarded this matter. If anyone dared to let slip, Jun Zhantian would indeed unleash a ruthless slaughter. Jun Zhantian was unaware of the true reason behind his grandson's past restraint, yet he understood that since his grandson acted so, there must be a reason and an agenda. However, despite Jun Xie's surprising performance today, the elder felt that his grandson was still somewhat reckless. Should such news spread, it would undoubtedly pique the interest of those with ulterior motives. This interest, whether good or ill, was something the elder wished to avoid. Thus, the first course of action for this wise elder was to safeguard his grandson's reputation. He issued a confidentiality order, an A-level confidentiality order. Those who dare to disclose it would face the annihilation of their entire lineage. In truth, there was no restraint. The reason was simply that Mo Xie was no longer Mo Xie, but Jun Xie, the king of assassins from another realm, the malevolent sovereign. In the arena, Jun Xie's voice continued to resonate. "Now, heed my command. You have 10 breaths to prepare. Divide yourselves into 2 large squads of 300. Should you fail to do so in 10 breaths, everyone shall run 100 laps around the playground." Begin. With this proclamation, the ranks immediately fell into disarray. Personnel weaving in and out, rapidly forming 2 camps of 150 each. Excellent. 150 shall form 1 large squad, divided into 5 middle teams, each consisting of 30 individuals, then further divided into 3 small teams. You now have half a stick of incense to select your respective squad leaders, middle team leaders, and small team leaders by any means necessary. Remember, since you have chosen them yourselves, you must obey the orders of your leaders. Should anyone dare to disobey, they shall be dealt with according to military regulations. Execute. Having said this, Jun Xie disregarded their chatter and approached Jun Wui. Jun Wui gazed at him silently, then suddenly broke into a smile, his eyes still reflecting deep astonishment. Xie, your performance today has truly astonished your third uncle. Jun Xie rubbed his nose and laughed. What does third uncle think? He did not ask for specifics, but Jun Wui understood his meaning. With a solemn expression, he remarked, I intended to find fault with you, yet I genuinely cannot pinpoint any shortcomings. If every soldier in my army could undergo such training, how can we not sweep the world clean? To sweep the world clean? Jun Xie's forehead creased in a frown. Third uncle, you flatter me. In this regard, my motivations differ from yours. You train soldiers fundamentally for the sake of Tianxiang Kingdom, whereas I train soldiers solely for the safety of our Jun family. There is a fundamental distinction in that. For the nation, for the Jun family, Jun Wui, once a loyal general to the kingdom, had spent a decade in seclusion after the tragic events that befell his family, leading to a gradual erosion of such convictions. He reflected on his family's contributions to Tianxiang Kingdom. Yet with 2 brothers and 2 nephews perishing on the battlefield, he himself had endured a life of ruin. If these were honorable defeats at the hands of enemies, he would have nothing to say. Yet these events were steeped in suspicion, and the kingdom remained indifferent. For years, his father, Jun Zhangtian, had conducted investigations, uncovering leads that were repeatedly cut off at the source. If no one was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes, Jun Wui could not bring himself to believe it. Yet the kingdom's apathy had left him utterly disheartened. Had someone told him 10 years ago that training soldiers was for one's own family rather than the nation's security, the impassioned Jun Wui would have been the first to denounce him as a traitor. Yet now, such thoughts had dissipated, replaced by boundless confusion. Was it worth it? Was it truly worth it? The Jun family, a towering tree amidst the storm, faced the threat of ruin, and the kingdom was rife with hidden turmoil. The Jun family could collapse at any moment. Was it not better to be a carefree scion, living off the family's fortune? Jun Xie sighed. Is this the reason you reveal your true self? Jun Wui, with hawk-like eyes, fixed his gaze on Jun Xie. Had the family not reached such a perilous state? Would you still indulge in your reckless ways? I genuinely doubt where such depth of cunning comes from, given your young age. Jun Xie was somewhat at a loss for words. Had he not traversed through time, it was a certainty that Jun Xie would have continued his wayward antics without a doubt. There was no depth of cunning involved. In fact, had the Jun family remained prosperous, he might have faithfully played the role of the scion, indulging in it for as long as possible. At most, he would have occasionally gone out to eliminate a few deserving targets. Even if that were the case, he would still choose to indulge in his reckless behavior. Jun Xie looked at Jun Wui and grinned. As long as third uncle is well, with you as a solid support, I can still be the original Jun Xie. Who would dare to provoke me? Jun Wui chuckled. Suit yourself. After all, I see through it all. You, my boy, will forever find a way to come out unscathed. At this moment, the 2 large squads had completed the tasks assigned by Jun Xie. With their respective squad leaders, middle team leaders, and small team leaders standing proudly before their units, Jun Xie walked over. From now on, you 2 squads will be each other's greatest adversaries, for the time being. I do not know the specifics of your situations, so I will not provide you with a new training plan just yet. For the next 10 days, all training tasks will proceed as before. But, Jun Xie emphasized, every training session must triple the original workload. Do you understand? A collective gasp filled the in 3 days. The small teams will compete. Each middle team must select 1 small team to represent them. In 5 days, each middle team will select their champion to compete in the large squad match. In 7 days, the 2 large squads will face off. The losing large squad's captain will stand on the training platform before the 300 participants and slap himself in the face. Do you understand? Silence enveloped the crowd. I shall ask once more. Do you understand? Jun Xie queried sternly. Understood. The crowd roared in unison. The 2 squad leaders will oversee the training. I do not care how you design it. I only wish to see the results of the competition 7 days from now. I want to see who, before 300 people, will stand on the high platform as the loser, slapping their own face. Such competitions will be held monthly. The captain of the squad that loses for 3 consecutive months will be stripped bare and forced to slap themselves on the platform, in addition to barking like a dog. At that time, I will invite everyone in the manor to witness this spectacle. I am not interested in knowing any of your names. Everything will wait until 6 months from now. I've already chosen names for your 2 squads. First squad, Kintian. Second squad, Shurhun. However, only those who are truly strong may join. For now, you do not deserve these titles. Everything hinges on whether you can meet my requirements in 6 months. If we succeed, I shall remember each of your names individually. If we fail, it will already have turned into a heap of bones. Naturally, it will be deemed null and void upon returning, whether it be for meals or for using the restroom. Strict time limits shall be imposed. Anyone who exceeds the allotted time without explanation will face severe punishment. Regardless of the task at hand, a timetable must be established, and each team must formulate its own disciplinary plan. Then submit it to me. Now, heed my command. Everyone is dismissed. The 2 newly appointed team leaders, having yet to savor the joys of promotion, are abruptly thrust into the depths of despair, with faces as wrinkled as bitter melons. They lead their teams away in a menacing manner. Each individual has resolutely made up their mind. Not only will they refrain from striking back, but they also wish to witness the spectacle of their opponents slapping themselves. Preferably while barking like dogs that Now that would be quite entertaining. As for the contests, who fears whom? It merely serves to intensify the training for these rascals. If 3 times the usual effort is insufficient, then we shall increase it to 5, and if 5 is still lacking, we shall escalate it to 10. Let them train to their utmost. Henceforth, the 300 guards of the June family officially embark on a life akin to purgatory. Outside the training ground, Old Master June exhales deeply, gesturing gently as he discreetly departs with Old Pang. Shall we still summon the young master for questioning? What is there to inquire about? Let him be. Old Master June's tone is light-hearted, his spirits elevated. Why did the young master only mention punishing the team leader when proposing the penalties? Do the others escape punishment? Haha, Old Pang, if you were in the shoes of this team leader, having faced defeat and being compelled to slap yourself in front of everyone, perhaps even bare-bottomed, how would you feel? Would you show mercy to your subordinate team leader? Likewise, after enduring the wrath of the team leader, do you think the team leader will treat the junior leaders kindly? In this manner, each rank bears the weight of the one above, a burden heavier than the last, by the time it reaches the ordinary soldiers. It forms an unprecedented, thunderous pressure. This is what it means to manage soldiers with soldiers. It is an unheard of yet excellent method of training. If Amidst can conceive such an idea, he is destined to become a great commander. Old Master June feels a sense of satisfaction. I see. Old Pang reflects. This move of the young master is indeed quite ruthless. Ruthless? No. Old Master June seems lost in thought. Only by doing so can one truly make the most of resources and talents. And only the true power holders can free their hands to undertake other matters. This method is indeed the most efficient in conserving manpower, whether in military governance or in statecraft and commerce. It's truly an excellent approach. At least for now, I cannot think of a more ideal method. That clever lad. He chuckles, his eyes squinted, his face beaming with joy. Fortunately, His Majesty did not agree to that marriage proposal. Otherwise, I would have almost hindered him. Jun Wui promptly begins arranging trusted aides, assigning one person to each of the 5 medicinal ingredients to seek out. The Jun family's medicinal stock is fairly substantial, yet the few herbs Jun Xie requires are rather rare and must be specially purchased from pharmacies. In a hurry, Jun Xie returns to his chamber, too pressed for time to examine his spoils, closing the doors and windows to sit cross-legged. Throughout the day, while walking the streets, he had sensed several times the swirling white mist in his mind shifting. Yet upon returning home, that sensation vanished, leaving him greatly puzzled. However, upon calming his mind and meticulously practicing his technique, he found no abnormalities. This left him bewildered. Could it be external forces at play? Another perplexity for Jun Xie was that whenever he refrained from using his technique, the white mist in his mind would surge forth unconsciously, swirling through his meridians and then returning. Such moments are when the white mist emerges the most, and the benefits to Jun Xie's body are correspondingly greater. Conversely, when he devoted himself entirely to his practice, the white mist would only appear in thin wisps, accompanying the energy he cultivated as it flowed through his meridians yielding less effect than when it surged forth autonomously. A third point of confusion for Jun Xie lies in the name and mysterious origins of the Kaitian Jiaohua technique. It is undoubtedly remarkable. Yet since he developed a sense of qi, the energy within his meridians has remained but a trickle, and no matter how hard he strives, he cannot amplify it even a little. Although this slight energy is indeed resilient and manageable, its quantity remains insufficient. To compare, if the internal energy from his previous life was as thick as a finger, then the current energy is scarcely the width of a hair. The disparity is monumental, nearly incomparable. However, in terms of quality, if in his previous life the internal energy was akin to a hemp rope, then the current energy is at least as tough as the legendary silks that no sword can damage. This is the most conservative estimate, and neither can be compared. This slender flow, while delicate, is undeniably tenacious. Yet, Jun Xie remains unsatisfied, for this current flow represents merely the beginning. It cannot exert significant power if he were to resort to trickery or deceit. Perhaps he could execute a few subtle maneuvers undetected, but in a life-or-death confrontation, it would be utterly inadequate. Even though a single strand of this silk can bear substantial weight, Jun Xie still yearns for 100, or even 1,000 or 10,000 strands woven into the most resilient rope as his internal force. Therefore, to truly expand this energy flow, filling his meridians rather than allowing it to exist as an empty thread, Jun Xie feels he has an exceedingly long journey ahead. Yet there is one advantage. When used for stealthy schemes, it can indeed remain undetected. Jun Xie closes his eyes, thoughtfully considering the potential of this unique energy flow within his body. Gradually entering a state of oblivion, the Li residence, old Master Tang arrives with a formidable presence, akin to a fist striking a pile of cotton. Li Yuran, the eldest grandson of the Li family, receives him warmly, his courtesy and amiable demeanor rendering old Master Tang somewhat uncomfortable, unable to find a single fault. Even when he wishes to express his anger, it is stifled by Li Yuran's serene smile, leaving him feeling pent up. After sipping tea, he slams the cup down, shattering it into 8 pieces. Li Yuran maintains his gentle smile, instructing a servant, "Quickly, bring another bowl of cover tea for the old lord. Why was he treated so carelessly before? Hurry and fetch the finest cold smoked tea from my grandfather's room. I recall my grandfather mentioning that old Lord Tang particularly enjoys this exquisite brew." He then lowers his posture, looking apologetically at old Master Tang, saying, "Old Lord, I took the liberty of making this decision on your behalf. Please do not take offense if I have overlooked anything. Do let me know immediately, and I will have the servants replace it." Old Master Tang glares, opening his mouth, akin to a dog biting a hedgehog, unable to find a point of attack. After much hesitation, he finally says, "Bring out Li Feng, Li Zhen, and those 3 little brats. I have questions for them." Li Yuran's expression falters. If the old lord wishes to guide me, it is indeed a blessing for them, but unfortunately, they have erred and are currently undergoing family punishment. Might I request that you postpone your inquiries until they have completed their discipline? The Tang family members are momentarily taken aback that a throng of people files into the Li family's discipline hall, witnessing Li Feng and the others, bloodied and battered, causing old Master Tang's fury to dissipate somewhat. After a few inquiries, he learns that this incident was instigated by the Meng family, particularly Meng Haizhou, who had long coveted Tang Yuan's betrothed. The punishment of Li Zhen and the others stems largely from this matter, leading old Master Tang's resentment toward the Li family to diminish significantly. Yet his anger toward the Meng family ignites fiercely, intensifying his wrath. After exchanging hasty greetings, old Master Tang mounts his horse, swiftly heading toward the Meng residence. Li Yuran personally sees him off at the gate, repeatedly apologizing for the inadequate reception, bowing deeply in farewell, watching as old Master Tang's entourage rides away. Straightening, a fleeting, elegant smile graces Li Yuran's face, yet a glimmer of an unusual chill swiftly passes through his eyes before vanishing. Adjusting his white robe, Li Yuran saunters back into the residence, his movements graceful, devoid of any trace of mundane life. The sky suddenly darkens, and with a rumble of thunder, rain begins to pour, intensifying until the world becomes a single blurred expanse. Li Yuren's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as she gazed at the curtain of rain in the sky for a moment, chuckling softly, shaking her head, and murmuring, "It seems that Lord Tang Laoho will be staying at the Meng residence for a while longer." He, resting her chin on her delicate hand, sat by the window, staring blankly at the torrential rain outside, her eyes clouded with a hint of bewilderment. Jun Xie concluded his training, rose to his feet, and approached her from behind, gently inquiring, "Kura, what are you thinking about?" Startled, Kura turned her head, rising awkwardly and lowering her gaze, replying, "Young master." "What are you pondering?" Jun Xie settled into the chair beside her, instinctively crossing his legs. Observing the petite girl before him, with her delicate and charming features, he could not resist teasing her, especially now that she appeared burdened with thoughts that I was thinking that in a few days, it will be the Golden Autumn Festival, Kutter said, her voice tinged with a faint sorrow. "I remember 3 years ago, during the Golden Autumn Festival, I was 9, still with my father and mother, and I was so happy back then. So blissful, daddy, mommy." With a couple of soft thuds, 2 large tears rolled down her cheeks, splattering onto the ground, and she could say no more. "And now, where is your father?" Jun Xie's question brought forth a painful memory. Kutter's father had been a team leader directly under the Jun family, accompanying Jun Mo, Xie's elder brother, Jun Mo Yu, on an expedition, never to return. Her mother, consumed by grief for her late husband, had succumbed to illness, ultimately entrusting Kutter to the Jun family in her last moments, pleading for their care. Now, Kutter was an orphan, bereft of both parents, reflecting on Jun Mo Xie's past cruelty towards Kutter, who had silently endured his harsh treatment. Jun Xie's heart stirred with an inexplicable sympathy. He sighed softly, reaching out to gently stroke her hair, yet he remained silent. Upon hearing the words Golden Autumn Festival, the date dawned on Jun Xie, awakening a pang of melancholy within him. It appeared that this traditional Chinese festival would be spent in solitude in this world. Kutter, feeling Jun Xie's gentle caress on her hair, found it oddly comforting. She remained silent, yet warmth spread through her heart, akin to a little sister unexpectedly encountering her elder brother. She felt a softness and familiarity, as if this once harsh young master had transformed into someone closest to her. This sudden shift was both startling and peculiar. Without thought, she leaned closer to Jun Xie's warmth, suddenly feeling detached from the relentless storm outside. After a long pause, Jun Xie ruffled Kutter's hair and said, "You should rest well for a while. Perhaps it's best if you take a nap. That I need to step out for a bit." "Young master, with such heavy rain, where are you going?" Kutter asked, puzzled and concerned. "What if you catch a cold? Let me prepare some rain gear for you." "It will be fine," Jun Xie replied with a faint smile, his expression still indifferent as he casually grabbed a straw hat and donned it. He pushed open the door, and his tall figure vanished into the storm, leaving Kutter with a face full of worry. She sensed that her young master was enveloped in pain and unspoken anguish. Similarly, sensing Jun Xie's inner turmoil, the Hongjun Tower in her mind swelled with white mist, spinning rapidly as the vapor coursed through his meridians, seemingly trying to soothe his disquiet and vexation. Raindrops pattered against the straw hat as Jun Xie swiftly exited the Jun residence through a side door, strolling down the street. The once bustling thoroughfare was now deserted due to the sudden downpour, while the shops were filled with people seeking shelter. Laughter and curses occasionally echoed from within. The surrounding clamor merged with the torrential rain, and Jun Xie walked alone, watching the raindrops form a colossal curtain from sky to earth. Striking against his hat, he felt a profound sense of insignificance and solitude. Despite once being the world's most formidable assassin, what did it matter? Even with great fortune that transcended death, enabling him to traverse to another realm, what was the significance? Even possessing the enigmatic treasure, the Hongjun Tower, and the chance to cultivate the mysterious heavenly creation technique, what did it all mean? He remained but a grain of sand in the vast cosmos. Small, isolated, and lonely, unseen by those of the past, nor those of the future, he contemplated the endlessness of the universe, tears streaming down his cheeks. Jun Xie chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, realizing that he could append a poem about his predicament. In this foreign world, he truly was without precedent or successor. The true descendant of Yan and Huang, in this alien realm, was none but himself. The downpour intensified, splashing against the ground as the rain veiled the world in a dreamy haze, rendering everything surreal. Suddenly, it felt as though the tumultuous rain around him had lost its sound, and he perceived his surroundings as if in a dream. All people and events faded away, leaving him alone in the vastness of the storm. Junxia felt as if he were a specter, or perhaps merely sleepwalking, his heavy footsteps splashing through the water, the sound echoing as though it were leagues away. This disorienting sensation of being an unmoored weed stirred within the once cold-hearted assassin of vulnerability and helplessness. Suddenly, darkness loomed ahead, and he realized he had unknowingly wandered off the main street into a narrow alley in the rain's embrace. A sign for a tavern hung limply like a desiccated fish, supported by a bamboo pole with the aroma of liquor wafting from within. How to dispel worries? Only with Du Kong. To drown sorrows? Only with wine. Junxia hesitated for a moment before stepping into the tavern. Inside the modest establishment, only a handful of tables occupied the space, all vacant that on such a rainy day. Business was naturally sparse, especially in such a secluded spot. However, in the corner of the tavern sat another patron, cloaked in a hat that obscured their face, silently pouring their own drink. They appeared to be content, yet exuded an air of loneliness. Junxia ordered a couple of small dishes and a jar of wine, then settled into a corner, pouring himself a drink in solitude. The rain, the small tavern, and one solitary figure. This cup is for those I have slain in my past life. Apologies, you shall forever miss your chance for revenge. He downed the drink in one go. This cup is for those I shall soon vanquish in this life. Apologies, your fate is sealed in my hands. Cheers. This cup is for my master and fellow disciples. Wishing you success in your endeavors. May you cease your bloodshed soon, live in peace and joy, and enjoy the rest of your days. With each cup, Junxia drank deeply, silently pouring every emotion, every sigh, and every pang of loneliness into the vessel. As the burning liquor coursed down his throat, he resolved that from this moment forth, he would be Junxia. Junxia was merely the first assassin of his previous life. A distant memory. The tavern's wine was unremarkable, even somewhat watery, making it difficult for Junxia, accustomed to fine spirits, to enjoy. Yet, at that moment, he felt indifferent to the quality of the drink. Even the finest nectar would have lost its flavor to him. The only taste he discerned was bitterness, acidity, and regret. In this unfamiliar world, he allowed himself this one moment of weakness and indulgence. From now on, it would be the path of the evil lord, the path of iron and blood. Henceforth, he would carve his name into legend with the bones of the fallen and the blood of the slain, the evil lord of this other realm. I alone am Xia. Another cup down, yet Junxia felt no trace of intoxication, merely pouring one cup after another. Unbeknownst to him, his peculiar behavior seemed out of place amid the surroundings, as if he existed in a realm apart, entirely severed from the tempestuous world around him. That profound solitude, the nonchalance toward the shifting winds and clouds, and the transcendent isolation perfectly melded within him. In this moment, Junxia remained Junxia, the enigmatic first assassin, rather than the Xia of this life, the solitary patron in the corner who had merely glanced at him upon his entrance, now gazed intently, captivated by his unperturbed demeanor, as he drank heartily, exuding an air of nonchalance and an extraordinary presence, evoking immense curiosity. Unaware of how many cups he had consumed, Junxia mechanically lifted another, poised to down it, when a voice beside him interrupted. "Brother, you have quite the capacity for drink. With the rain raging and only the two of us here, it seems fate has brought us together. Why not share a drink?" Junxi lifted his gaze and noticed that the guest beside him had removed his bamboo hat, revealing a square and dignified visage that commanded respect even in silence. Yet his eyes were as gentle as water, sparkling with a warm smile directed at him. With a hearty laugh, Junxi removed his own hat, casually hanging it behind him, and remarked, "The autumn winds and rains are truly melancholic. Yet to encounter one another in this humble establishment is indeed a stroke of fate. Why not share a drink together?" The man, taken aback by Junxi's youthfulness, paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "In that case, I shall comply with your wishes. He signaled the waiter to bring forth additional dishes and 2 jars of wine, then approached with a cup in hand, taking a seat across from Junxi. He chuckled softly. In the capital, it is quite rare to see a young man of such elegance. Might I inquire as to which esteemed family you hail from? Esteemed family? Junxi scoffed lightly, dismissing the notion. In this world, drifting like reeds, no name truly matters. Let not a mere mortal inquire into the affairs of others. He continued, do you believe that only those of noble lineage can possess such remarkable grace? Indeed, I have misspoken. Allow me to drink to that. The middle-aged man raised his cup and downed its contents with a casual air. Junxi, observing his countenance, already discerned that this man was no ordinary individual. The aura of wealth emanating from his brows, coupled with his graceful demeanor and commanding presence, suggested he was a person of considerable stature, likely accompanied by guards or attendants. Seeing him readily admit a fault to a stranger and even laughingly impose a self-punishment, Junxi's opinion of him shifted slightly, as he felt that sharing a drink with such a character would not be beneath him. May I ask your esteemed name, young sir? The man inquired after consuming his drink. His interest in Junxi's identity piqued by the latter's nonchalant elegance. Travelers in distant lands, why must we have met before to share a drink? Let us simply enjoy our libations. That is the essence of our encounter. After the revelry, we shall part ways without a care, for names are but labels. Remembering them brings joy. Forgetting them brings no sorrow. Still immersed in his own melancholic reflections, Junxi had no intention of revealing his true name. However, should he utter the name Junmoxi, who could say whether this gentleman would flee in disarray, drenched by the rain? After all, the reputation of the young rakes in the capital was indeed formidable. In this world, drifting like reeds, no name truly matters. Let not a mere mortal inquire into the affairs of others, travelers in distant lands. Why must we have met before to share a drink? The middle-aged man recited, visibly moved. What splendid verses, truly remarkable. I had not anticipated a youth so young could articulate such profound sentiments. Even the most learned scholars might struggle to match this eloquence. I beg your pardon for my earlier presumptions. He gazed at Junxi with a hearty laugh. Your words hold merit. It is I who has been worldly, that I shall drink again as penance. Hold on. Junxi interjected, you've already had 1 cup, and I have yet to partake. Surely, you are not seeking excuses to drink my wine. The man was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter, finishing his drink in one go. Though this wine may bear no name, it is indeed of fine quality, strong and piquant, the true drink of a man. Is this wine truly worthy of praise? Junxi scoffed derisively. That I fear, my friend, that you have not truly tasted fine wines. This is merely a chance encounter. I drink it out of necessity rather than choice. If such a beverage is deemed good, then surely the world is abundant with exquisite wines. The man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Though this establishment may be modest, the wine here is renowned throughout the capital. True connoisseurs yearn for it. Had it not been for the rain today, this place would be bustling with patrons. It is indeed our fortune to enjoy this wine together. You see, Song Lao Sin only sells 20 jars a day, 10 at noon and 10 in the evening. Never a jar more, if he were to hear your words. He might not take kindly to your critique. You are quite amusing. Amidst my gloomy thoughts, you have brought me laughter. Although Junxi had initially refrained from smiling, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his mirth. How amusing it is that such an ordinary wine is subject to such limited availability. The worst I have ever drunk is surely 100 times better than this. This statement was no exaggeration. This wine was at most a mere 20 proof, its quality slightly muddled. For one accustomed to the finest wines, Junxi found it utterly inferior, perhaps even unworthy of any modern drinker, for it appeared somewhat murky. As if it were not entirely clean, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. Young sir, I had regarded you as a refined individual. How can you speak so thoughtlessly? One may indulge in gluttony, but words must not be squandered. Even the finest wines of the imperial palace cannot compare to this, which possesses a richness and potency that ignites the spirit of a true man. To claim that your worst wine surpasses this by 100-fold is, I must say, rather hurtful. Do not believe me? Junxi cast a sidelong glance at him. Your disbelief matters little to me. I do not seek your validation. Ha! But let us drink. Drink. Ha ha. My good sir, do you even know what it means to truly drink? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, falling silent, remorse creeping into his heart for having ventured here. This young man was insufferably arrogant, dismissing goodwill and speaking with such insolence. Despite possessing some talent, he seemed nothing more than a brash fool. Incapable of achieving greatness, Junxi, with a low hum, declared, to truly drink is to savor the emotions, or perhaps the essence. It is not merely about pouring wine into one's belly. That is merely a waste of the grains that make it. Oh, wine! Who would have thought that the world not only lacks fine wine, but also lacks those who understand it? Even fewer know how to drink well, let alone appreciate and savor it. Since ancient times, the wise have been solitary, leaving their names to the drinkers. How tragic it is that in this vast world, not a single drinker can be found. For such a great sorrow. I raise a glass. With a hearty gulp, Junxi stood, laughing towards the heavens, gazing across the boundless expanse. Amidst millions of souls, not a single one is worthy to share a drink with me, nor is there a wine worthy to pass my lips. What a pitiful existence this world presents. Huh. A true friend to drink with is worth 1,000 cups. In contrast, idle chatter is a burden. Poor wine makes for tedious company. I shall take my leave. Such refuse of wine, limited in availability, yet still contested. How absurd! Junxi felt a surge of indignation, perceiving the world as a realm filled with simpletons. What right do such people have to share a table with me? The evil lord? With a resounding clap, a silver ingot clattered onto the table as Junxi laughed wildly, departing into the dense rain and mist, vanishing without a trace. The middle-aged man, despite his usual composure, felt his temper flare at the audacity of this young man. How could he, a person of considerable standing, be so openly dismissed, with his cherished wine likened to refuse? Was he truly? Yet, amidst his vexation, he couldn't help but envy Junxi's carefree, unrestrained spirit, a personality so audacious and nearly eccentric. When might he also live so freely? This capital felt like a grand prison, though somewhat arrogant. Such spontaneity is not without its merit. The wise have long been solitary, and only the drinkers leave their names. What a splendid remark! The middle-aged man mused quietly, lifting his cup and drinking it all. Yet, whether due to psychological influence or some other reason, he found that the exquisite wine he once relished now felt somewhat unpalatable. It is said that ancient poets could compose verses in 7 steps. I thought it mere flattery of the ancients. Yet upon witnessing this young man, I would not hesitate to say that even 7 steps to poetry would not be an exaggeration, particularly those final 2 lines, which were indeed remarkable. As he pondered, he softly recited, "A true friend to drink with is worth 1,000 cups. Idle chatter is a burden." Indeed, indeed, this young man possesses some genuine talent, he acknowledged. Suddenly, the middle-aged man paused, then chuckled softly to himself. This young fellow implies that I am not his confidant, that our words do not align. Ha! And as he departed, he scolded me with veiled sarcasm. How amusing! Yet, in the realm of Tianxiang, not even my own brother would dare to insult me so. This lad has truly offered me a novel experience. In his lifetime, Junxi had encountered countless evaluations, labeled a killer and a blood demon innumerable times. Yet the term sour scholar had never been attributed to him, that he himself could never have imagined that his fleeting poetic musings, inspired by the moment, would be immortalized as sour scholar, a veiled insult. Had he known, it would surely have amused him to no end that if Junxi were to insult someone, it would undoubtedly be with pointed words, not through indirect jabs. The middle-aged man, feeling somewhat unsatisfied with merely cursing face to face, chuckled for a moment before sensing an unusual presence. Upon turning around, he beheld a frail, emaciated old man with dim, yellowish eyes, lost in thought as he gazed in the direction where Junxi had departed, his expression awash with an unexpected sense of regret. Song Lao-san, what ails you? Have you been so vexed by this young rascal? The middle-aged man, with a nonchalant air, raised his wine jug, pouring himself a full cup, and said with a smile, He is merely a reckless youth, speaking nonsense at random. You, with your grand demeanor, surely wouldn't stoop to such pettiness. While he may not appreciate your wine, I have certainly recognized its worth. What you may not know, my friend, is that my greatest pride in life is the creation of this exquisite wine. All else is but a fleeting memory to me, if a mere boy chooses to belittle my craft. I shall simply laugh it off and pay him no mind. Song Lao San continued to gaze thoughtfully in the direction Jun Xie had vanished, lamenting, "It is truly a pity that I only heard his final words after he had already departed. To find a kindred spirit in the world of wine, yet to miss the chance to connect, is indeed a genuine regret. A kindred spirit in the realm of wine. A pity," the middle-aged man, referred to as Wang Yi, expressed surprise. "Indeed, it is a pity," Song Lao San affirmed with a nod. "This lad possesses a wisdom that reveals he truly understands wine. The essence of drinking lies in the emotions it evokes. It is about savoring the ambience, not merely consuming it like a glutton, which only serves to squander the precious grains used in brewing. To appreciate wine, to savor it, to relish it, missing the opportunity to connect with such a kindred spirit in the world of wine is the greatest regret of my life." Casting a sidelong glance, he noticed that Jun Xie's hat, which had been resting on his back, had inexplicably vanished. Song Laosan's expression shifted as a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes, revealing a faint azure hue. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, who stood unaware of Song Laosan's unusual demeanor just behind him, this seemingly disheveled man, solely devoted to the art of winemaking, was in fact a concealed master of the celestial Xian level. Beneath the supreme divine Xian, celestial Xian experts are regarded as the pinnacle of the Xian continent's hierarchy. How unfortunate that if Jun Xie had not departed, his unique spiritual awareness would have undoubtedly unveiled Song Laosan's extraordinary nature, and he would have seized upon the old man's passion for wine to craft an engaging narrative. Alas, Jun Xie had already vanished without a trace, as Jun Xie stepped out of the tavern and strolled leisurely. Clarity began to return to his mind, and his thoughts grew increasingly lucid. Emerging from his previous state of transcendence, which could be seen as the true essence of the evil Lord Jun Xie, he recalled that moment of fervor, reflective of the evil Lord's true character from a past life. Unfazed by potential enmity, he spoke freely and acted as he wished, unwavering in the face of countless adversities. Even if the world pointed fingers at him, the former evil lord would confront them boldly, undeterred by the multitude. Unreservedly following his heart without regard for others' feelings, he would accept adulation with equanimity and acknowledge disdain with equal composure. This peculiar disposition was the very root of his infamous moniker. However, following his catharsis, the rational Jun Xie would not persist in embodying the earlier persona of the evil lord as the energies around him receded. He found no purpose in lingering in the downpour and instinctively made his way homeward. Unexpectedly, as he prepared to turn the corner ahead, Jun Xie's expression shifted and his pace slackened from around the bend. A low voice emerged, barely audible amidst the torrential rain, a sound that, had it not been for Jun Xie's heightened senses, would have gone unnoticed. "T last, it is done, were it not for this torrential rain. I would not have been able to reach the belongings of that old coot from the Tang family. Truly, it is divine providence." The mention of the Tang family stirred Jun Xie's thoughts, instantly recalling the lineage of Tang Yuan. With a swift motion, he concealed himself behind a protruding earthen wall, seeking refuge from the rain's deluge. Though this wall was not particularly high, in the obscuring mist of the heavy downpour, it provided an excellent cover. Slowly, he removed his hat, allowing the rain to drench him thoroughly. The sound of rain striking the hat differed significantly from the sound of it hitting the wall, compelling Jun Xie to exercise caution as he listened intently. The labored breathing of 5 or 6 individuals drew closer, oblivious to the presence of another in such a downpour. One of them, carrying a package, emerged from the corner, declaring, "This plan has been in the works for quite some time, yet we have finally succeeded. The big boss will surely be overjoyed." Another, panting heavily, replied, "We may have succeeded, but the cost has been steep." Who could have anticipated that 4 out of the 6 experts from the Tang family would be dispatched? The remaining ones still sensed something amiss and discovered our secret infiltration. If it weren't for that mysterious figure diverting the last two experts of the Tang family and our 14 brothers bravely holding the rear, we would have, he coughed violently, struggling to continue. Nevertheless, this item is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any slip-ups. We must hasten back to deliver it to the big boss, that he sighed. These past few days have been exhausting. We cannot afford to linger. Let us be swift, for the longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes. Indeed, but Wolf brother, remember that your little uncle from the Tang family escorted us in. If they investigate afterwards, he may not escape unscathed. Fear not. By the time they truly uncover our involvement, we will have pocketed our reward and vanished, living freely with the world at our feet. What can the Tang family do to find us? As for my little uncle, he has likely long since disappeared. Do you think the Tang family will catch him? That slippery fellow is far too clever for that. True enough, the 6 men hurried along, drawing ever closer to Jun Xie. Observing them, he noted that 4 were grievously wounded, while the remaining 2 bore significant injuries as they bled profusely with each step. 2 of them coughed incessantly, leaving trails of crimson on the ground, quickly washed away by the rain. What could they have taken from the Tang family to warrant such significance? Of the 20 who entered, only 6 emerged, and among those 4 were severely injured, yet they appeared quite pleased with themselves. If the Tang family possessed something valuable, how could Tang Yuan not flaunt it before him? Suddenly, the most gravely injured among them trembled, halting his cough to bark. Who goes there? Step forward. His piercing gaze swept toward Jun Xie's hiding place, his entire form suddenly shimmering with a radiant silver light, gathering his Xian energy, ready to unleash a devastating strike. This severely injured individual was, astonishingly, a silver Xian-level expert, and he had detected Jun Xie's presence. The saying goes, from silver Xian to golden Xian. This marks the beginning of the path of true strength. On the Xian continent, the cultivation of Xian energy is widespread, with even ordinary soldiers in the military often possessing some level of Xian energy. However, the vast majority falter below the 9th rank, never advancing further in their lifetimes. This explains why no one among the 300 guards dared to refute Jun Xie's earlier rebuke. Over 80% of them had reached the 8th rank, with many at its peak. Yet none could breach the 9th rank and ascend to the next level. Merely a thin line separating them, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. The divide between the 9th and silver ranks is a monumental watershed, creating a chasm that separates those on either side. Below the 9th rank, they are but ants. This phrase encapsulates everything. The advanced techniques for cultivating Xian energy begin to diverge significantly from the silver rank onward. The remaining 5, besides the silver Xian expert, halted simultaneously, their sharp gazes cutting through the rain, each shrouded in a dense black aura. Astonishingly, all 5 possessed peak 9th rank cultivation, though the leader was injured. His aura still radiated a brilliant silver light, indicating he stood at the pinnacle of silver Xian, on the cusp of entering the golden Xian ranks. That it was he who had discovered Jun Xie. No wonder they managed to pilfer something from the Tang family. Taking advantage of the family's moment of vulnerability, they had deployed 20 capable individuals, meticulously planned their entry, and even had an insider. If they had failed to retrieve the items, the Tang family's strength would have become nearly overwhelming. Yet, in reality, only 6 of them emerged, and if the 14 left behind were all 9th rank experts. The Tang family's strength could not be underestimated. The torrential rain continued to pour down relentlessly, dense strands of rain and rising mist obscuring the world around, rendering even the figure across difficult to discern, let alone in this autumnal twilight. Jun Xie felt a sense of despondency, recognizing that his current strength was still rather meager. Despite his utmost efforts to conceal his presence, he could not achieve the seamless invisibility he had once mastered in his past life. It seemed inevitable that a fierce battle awaited him today. Yet, with his present capabilities, could he truly triumph over these 6 formidable experts? The prospect offered not a shred of confidence, even confronting one among them. Jun Xie knew his current prowess would be insufficient to match. Alas, having witnessed their nefarious deeds, retreat was no longer an option. They would surely seek to silence him to safeguard their secrets. To preserve his own life, he could only devise another plan. How ironic it was for a once mighty king of assassins to find himself ensnared in such dire straits. As he pondered this dismal predicament, Jun Xie suddenly discerned a significant revelation, one that transformed his gloom into unanticipated exhilaration, nearly provoking a laugh. Although he faced 6 adversaries whose power eclipsed his own, an unwavering sense of victory began to take root in his heart. Jun Xie's figure flickered in and out of visibility within the rain-soaked haze. The 6 individuals opposite him sensed a presence, but could not ascertain the number of opponents before them. Nor could they clearly discern Jun Xie's form. Thus, they proceeded with caution, hesitant to act recklessly. After all, they had recently emerged from a fierce confrontation, their strength diminished, many sustaining grievous injuries that a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. However, this same uncertainty for them was akin to daylight for Jun Xie. Indeed, it was far more pronounced. While the opening heaven creation technique was profoundly mystical, imbued with intricate secrets, Jun Xie had only practiced for a little over a month. His cultivation still too shallow to fully grasp its subtleties, far from attaining the ability to see in the dark. Yet, the 6 individuals, fearful of being overlooked, each channeled their inner energy to its utmost. Their silver and black auras shimmering brilliantly amidst the rain and mist, appearing to Jun Xie's eyes as 6 exquisite targets, large and unmistakable. It was reminiscent of a great ship lost in a thick fog suddenly encountering a lighthouse. This encapsulated Jun Xie's current sentiment. The brilliance was such that missiles could be launched at them. He had truly discerned the greatest flaw of this world's energy. It was far too conspicuous. Rendering stealth impossible, to engage in battle, one must first gather their energy, but once this energy was amassed, a radiant glow would inevitably emanate. Especially before a super assassin like Jun Xie, these 6 individuals resembled 6 plump, naked pigs awaiting slaughter. No wonder no one suspected him of cheating at dice. Remote-controlled dice could be manipulated by anyone with energy cultivation surpassing the 4th or 5th level. Yet the issue was that such manipulation would invariably produce noticeable anomalies. Unless one possessed the supreme divine energy, but did such a being need to cheat at gambling? The genius who devised this energy technique was nothing short of extraordinary. How could he have known I would traverse to this world and encounter such circumstances? It was as if this exquisite technique had been tailor-made for assassins like me. If these 6 were akin to pigs, then the energy was merely fodder. Only after consuming substantial amounts of feed could pigs grow so plump and willingly trot before the butcher, proudly proclaiming, "Look how fat I am. Feel free to slaughter me. Choose where to strike." And Jun Xie, at this moment, played the role of that butcher. Of course, slaughtering pigs required skill. The pigs before him appeared rather difficult to dispatch. A moment's inattention could lead to a painful prod, and considering the butcher's current frail form, he was ill-equipped to withstand such an assault. With a deft flick of his wrist, 18 concealed golden daggers silently settled into Jun Xie's palm. He remained motionless, a long-lost bloodthirst gleaming in his eyes. The flow of the opening heaven creation technique surged forth, infusing the daggers with energy that on this stormy autumn afternoon, within the shrouded twilight, the king of assassins from another world revealed his fangs for the first time in this unfamiliar realm. It was his inaugural display of a killing technique as intricate and artistic as a masterpiece. The sound of footsteps echoed slowly as the 6 men cautiously encircled Jun Xie, maintaining equal distance between themselves. Stepping carefully through the rainwater, they all sensed that the figure across from them remained. He had not fled. This individual could not be allowed to escape, regardless of who he was. He must be eradicated. The thoughts in their minds were uniform. Amidst the torrential rain and mist, the figure opposite seemed to stir, and then 6 dazzling beams of yellow light shot through the haze, swift as lightning. Targeting the throats of the 6 men, Jun Xie's unique internal energy caused the golden daggers to radiate brilliantly after being infused, shining with an intensity that was blinding. In that fleeting moment when the golden light flared, a chilling sensation washed over the hearts of the 6 men. They felt their bodies stiffen, engulfed by terror. One man, wide-eyed with fright, nearly wept as he exclaimed, "Earth level." What manner of individual could emit such brilliant yellow light? With such speed and force? Only an Earth-level master could possibly exude such energy and brilliance. No other tier could achieve such luminosity. Above the silver tier lies the gold, and above the gold, the jade. Only after jade does one reach the Earth level. The disparity was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. How could they possibly engage in battle? Erase the witness. No, they were the ones facing annihilation. Even if the opponent were merely an ordinary gold-tier expert, with the 6 men in their most formidable state, they still might not be able to contend with him. What's more, they now faced an Earth-level master while all were grievously injured. It seemed the heavens had forsaken them. A wave of despair washed over them, each feeling on the brink of tears. Despair. They beheld the 6 dazzling yellow lights, yet overlooked that the person before them posed no pressure akin to that of an Earth-level master. However, the surge of hopelessness and fear that welled up within them led to a fleeting moment of distraction, and it was precisely this moment that sealed their fates. Jun Xie had anticipated this. He had launched the golden daggers with their blinding glow to exploit this very instant. An adept assassin excels at discerning the mindset of their opponents, and he calculated that these 6, faced with an insurmountable foe, would inevitably find themselves at a loss for action. What Jun Xie sought was that brief moment of indecision. The injured silver-tier practitioners, suddenly confronted by an Earth-level master at the peak of his power, felt an overwhelming dread and confusion. They were almost resigned to their fate. These men were being hunted, and thus the sensation of despair intensified. Jun Xie required just that sliver of time. Had he launched a direct assault earlier, at least 3 of the 6 could have evaded his golden daggers, as dispersing their energy to control 6 flying daggers would yield far less precision than focusing on a single throw. As long as even one remained, Jun Xie would find himself in significant trouble. Though they were injured, any one of them would pose a formidable challenge to him at present. The reason Xiao Li's flying dagger never missed its mark was that it only ever employed a single dagger at a time. Jun Xie's focus was naturally on the silver-tier expert, who, despite his injuries, still exerted the greatest pressure on him. It was he who had keenly detected Jun Xie's presence, following the 6 dazzling golden daggers. 12 dart projectiles swiftly followed suit. Yet, the initial 6 daggers had thoroughly captivated their attention, while the torrential rain obscured their vision, leaving them in a state of panic. Almost at the last moment, they clumsily leapt aside to evade the golden daggers, not daring to use their weapons to block for fear of being internally injured by this Earth-level master. In truth, had the thrower truly been an Earth-level master, they would have had no opportunity to see the yellow light before their demise. Even the strongest among them, the silver-tier expert, would not have been spared. Regrettably, in a state of alarm, they completely overlooked this. Although they dodged in time, 2 of them still let out a pained cry, unable to evade. The golden daggers quivered as they embedded into their clavicles, blood gushing forth as they collapsed. They even believed they had met their end. Struck by a thunderous blow from an Earth-level master, feeling utterly powerless against their impending doom. Furthermore, the daggers had struck their clavicles rather than severing their tracheas, for muffled cries echoed in unison, followed by 12 more flying daggers that found their mark, either piercing throats or foreheads, leaving the 4 standing men with at least 2 daggers embedded in vital areas. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they clutched their throats, collapsing into the rain-soaked ground. The silver-tier expert whom Jun Xie had been particularly attentive to was in a dire state. Having sustained injuries that made evasion arduous, he bore 4 daggers embedded in his body, deep into the hilt. To their dying breath, they could not fathom how they had evaded the most lethal strike, yet still found themselves struck by daggers in critical areas, confronted by beings he deemed as mere ants. The adept of the Earth's profound realm, having failed in a single strike, ought to have shown restraint befitting his status and refrained from further action. Yet, why did he strike again? Why? To think he would resort to ambush and sneak attacks against opponents 2 ranks inferior. Not once but twice have the masters of the Earth's profound realm become so utterly devoid of shame and decorum. Typically, these individuals possess a strong sense of self-respect. When did they become so brazenly unscrupulous? Without hesitation, the earth-profound Master Jun Yi leaped forth like lightning, deftly extracting a flying dagger from the forehead of a corpse. Without pausing, he took 2 swift steps, leaping to the side of the 2 previously fallen foes. Twisting his wrist to wield the dagger upside down and plunged it mercilessly into their hearts. Though these 2 had sustained significant injuries, they were not instantly fatal. Despite their terror and confusion, they still retained some combat capability. And any enemy with the capacity to fight could not be spared. Even if they were on the brink of death, the final moment of his past life served as the harshest lesson for Jun Yi. The only truly unthreatening enemy is a dead one. A murderous intent surged wildly within him, his expression turning icy. As the dagger in his hand had yet to be driven down, his toes were already angled outward as he thrust the dagger down. His feet began to move, releasing the dagger immediately and turning towards another adversary, twisting his waist to swiftly pounce down, using his hand as a blade, delivering a sharp cut across the throat of the last opponent. This series of actions unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving one breathless. Almost as soon as the golden money dart was launched, Jun Ye's elusive figure followed suit, and amidst 4 agonized screams, he had already retrieved the dagger from one of the fallen foes' heads. Before the sound of 4 corpses hitting the ground could even echo, that dagger was already embedded in the heart of the lone survivor, while his other hand had struck the throat of the final survivor. The man with the dagger in his heart did not even let out a sound before meeting his end. In that instant, the crack of the last opponent's shattered throat resonated in tandem with the thud of 4 lifeless bodies dropping to the ground. Only after all was said and done did Jun Yi begin to breathe heavily, for executing such high-difficulty maneuvers with his current physical condition was indeed quite taxing. The former Junimo Xie had nearly depleted this body's stamina. Had it not been for his previous rebirth and a month of rigorous training and recovery, he would have been utterly incapable of accomplishing the series of battles just witnessed. Yet, even so, the time was far too short, and he had exerted himself to the utmost. As his spirit began to wane, he could no longer endure the backlash from the intense movements. Pain surged throughout his body. Every sinew and bone seemed on the verge of breaking, a profound anguish piercing to his very core. The last man, with a gasp, expelled a jet of blood, which splattered directly onto Jun Ye's face. His body convulsed as he gazed at Jun Yi with regret, rasping out, You are not at death's door." At last he had come to his senses. This man was certainly no earth-profound master. What a fool! Jun Yi sighed, expressing regret as he remarked, "If you were truly an earth-profound master, would I need to resort to ambush to deal with you worthless trash?" The man's throat emitted a series of odd sounds, his eyes bulging with fury and disbelief, his face a mask of resentment and rage. With a sudden surge of energy, despite his exhausted body, he managed to raise a trembling hand, pointing at Jun Yi. Attempting to utter something, yet no words came forth. Instead, he stared intently at Jun Yi, and after a moment, he collapsed back onto the ground, convulsing slightly before lying still, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. Though he had been on the brink of death, he could have held on for a moment longer. Yet Jun Yi's words had driven him to his demise. Swiftly circling around, Jun Yi retrieved the money darts and flying daggers one by one, then casually searched the bodies of the 6 men. His demeanor remained relaxed, his movements as natural as if he were rummaging through his own pockets, entirely unfazed by the 6 bloodied corpses before him. His previous life as an assassin had long since hardened him against the sight of blood. He had witnessed far greater carnage. At last, he discovered a small pouch in the possession of the silver-ranked master. Weighing it in his hand, Jun Yi picked up a fallen hat and tucked it under his arm before striding away, turning the corner. The torrential rain cascaded behind him, forming a massive curtain that separated him from the bloody scene, creating 2 distinct worlds. At the street corner, heavy rain fell in torrents. The streaks of fresh crimson gradually washed away, leaving only 6 corpses lying quietly, one of which had its eyes wide open, glaring at the heavens with unyielding defiance. After wandering cautiously, Jun Yi found his way back to the path leading home. The rain poured down relentlessly, yet he walked forward with a calm demeanor, unbothered by the downpour. The bloodstains on his body and face had been washed away, leaving only a dark brown patch, obscuring the fact that this was once the blood of 6 robust men. Moreover, it was the blood of a silver-ranked master and 5 ninth-rank profound practitioners, whom he had easily bested, just as Junyi was about to step through the gate of the Jun residence. A tall figure pierced through the heavy rain, darting like a firework towards the street corner. Upon seeing the 6 men sprawled on the ground, surprise flickered across his face. He swiftly approached, hand outstretched, searching the bodies, yet found nothing of note. Rising abruptly, his countenance darkened to the utmost degree. This person wore a peculiar mask, obscuring his features, but his movements exuded an air of ease, as if he were handling mere trifles. With a swift motion, he launched himself onto a nearby tree, landing effortlessly atop its branches, scanning the surroundings intently. With a couple of graceful leaps, he moved without a hint of effort, as if gliding through the air. The glint of gold revealed him to be a golden-ranked master. His lightning-fast gaze pierced through the rain, meticulously surveying the vast expanse around him. Suddenly, he leaped down from the tree, circling the 6 corpses, then began to follow the trail of blood, advancing step by step. Although his pace was measured, it was astonishingly swift, faster than an ordinary master sprinting at full speed. That direction led precisely to where Junyi had departed. This individual possessed an extraordinary attention to detail, discerning the correct path even amidst the rain's relentless onslaught. Following the faint traces, he circled around a few times, then abruptly halted, muttering curses under his breath. It turned out that Junyi had made a complete circle, and this mysterious golden-ranked master, having followed him around, found himself back at square one. Who could it be? What profound thoughts lay behind this? He pondered quietly, gazing skyward, lost in contemplation. Who had disrupted his plans? Who could grasp this opportunity with such precision? Who possessed the insight to see through his strategies? The timing of this operation had been entirely spontaneous. He had not even been aware of it beforehand, and even the sudden downpour had caught him off guard. Thus, the fault could not lie with his side. But where, then, did the problem originate? Was it this mysterious individual who was deep in thought, sifting through every detail, even suspecting those around him one by one? This man was known for his cunning, always keeping affairs firmly within his grasp, acting only after careful consideration, and his meticulousness reached an extraordinary level. In this incident, even if one were to kill him, he would never believe that such coincidences could exist in this world. Thus, he had initially formed a fixed mindset, convinced that this must be a plot orchestrated by a certain individual or organization aimed at him or his family. From this starting point, he had strayed far from the truth. This man could never fathom that this entire affair was merely a coincidence. A most intriguing coincidence, had the silver-ranked master not uncovered Junyi's trail. Junyi, by his nature, would have never recklessly engaged in conflict with someone well beyond his current capabilities. Had the silver-ranked master encountered an ordinary person instead of Junyi, he could have safely retrieved his belongings. Furthermore, had circumstances allowed for an earlier arrival, with Junyi's current strength, he would certainly have been no match for this individual. All these occurrences were mere coincidences. Only such coincidences could lead to the inevitable unfolding of events. How could the world ever align perfectly with one's desires? Though Junyi had fortuitously acquired the items he desperately needed, he remained utterly unaware of their significance or utility. His venture this time had been a stroke of luck. Spurred by the impending mid-autumn festival, a sudden autumn rain had rekindled the remnants of homesickness within him. In this foreign world, he found no one with whom to share his sentiments. Even seeking a bar akin to those from his past life proved impossible. Remaining at home in despair felt wholly inappropriate, and moreover, Junyi wished to conceal his vulnerable side from others. Thus, he had set out, intending to drown his sorrows in drink, only to have his tranquility shattered by the words of that middle-aged man. The more he drank, the more unpalatable the wine became, to the point where he could scarcely swallow it. Ultimately, he had voiced his disdain and departed. Troubled in mind, Junyi wandered the streets, seemingly finding solace in the downpour. And then, by sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon the scene before him. Amidst a series of fortuitous coincidences, Junyi fortuitously encountered a few individuals who had stolen from the Tang family and narrowly escaped. By sheer happenstance, he overheard their conversation, With his current lack of strength, Junxie initially intended to pass by without engaging, for he bore no fondness for the Tang family. The loss of their belongings was of no concern to him. However, to his astonishment, these wretched individuals, resembling lost dogs, discovered his presence. This predicament left Junxie with no option of retreat, especially given that these individuals possessed greater power than he did at the moment. Even if he wished to flee, it was no longer feasible in a dire situation. Junxie resorted to employing his skills with hidden weapons, harnessing the advantage of the weather to aid him, and executed a cunning stratagem to eliminate these men in one swift stroke. With their demise, it was only natural for Junxie to seize a few items of value. Thus, this extremely significant object to the mysterious individual inadvertently fell into his hands amidst what seemed an infinite series of coincidences. Each event, if considered alone, would not attract attention, yet when accumulated, they astonished all. Those who benefited were left bewildered, while those whose plans were thwarted were equally confounded. Such an abundance of coincidences seemed almost supernatural. As even the heavens poured down rain to heighten the drama, it could hardly be deemed anything less than fate, or perhaps an orchestrated coincidence by the heavens themselves, as the mysterious individual contemplated departing. A cacophony of voices suddenly erupted, and the Tang family's guards surged forth to conduct a search in this direction. With a resigned sigh, a golden light flickered, and a series of 6 sharp sounds rang out. The heads of the 6 men exploded, rendering their true appearances unrecognizable. With a flick of his sleeve, Junxie vanished into the curtain of rain, instantly disappearing from sight. When the Tang family arrived at the street corner, all that remained were 6 lifeless bodies with shattered skulls, while the sought-after items had long since vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to Junxie, he had inadvertently disrupted a significant operation orchestrated by the greatest enemy of the Jun family, and like a scavenger had casually taken back what that individual cherished most. He even felt aggrieved. All he had wanted was to enjoy the rain, reminisce about his hometown, and indulge in the solitude and melancholy of nostalgia. Yet these wretched beings had utterly shattered the ambience. How vexing that it was indeed a series of misfortunes. Drowning his sorrows in wine, he encountered someone ignorant of value, mistaking inferior liquor for a rare vintage. A truly pitiful and laughable situation. He had merely sought to bask in the rain, yet inadvertently found himself embroiled in murder. His luck was abysmal. Junxie sighed heavenward, touched the small bundle in his arms, and stepped through the grand entrance of the Jun family estate. The torrential rain had finally begun to lessen, though it remained dense. Junxie walked at a leisurely pace, and his servants, catching sight of him through doors and windows, were greatly astonished, inquiring among themselves, "Who knows what madness has overtaken this young master this time?" Nonetheless, compared to the trouble he typically courted, his current state of frenzy was somewhat acceptable, though still a bit unusual. Why venture out in such heavy rain? Upon reaching the garden, a sudden, mournful melody from Shao drifted through the rain, resonating softly. The sound was imbued with an inescapable sorrow, and just listening to it allowed one to envision the profound grief and resentment of the player. Yet, at that moment, Junxie found this melancholic tune perfectly mirrored his own sentiments, compelling him to follow the sound. In the heart of the garden, within a pavilion, a woman clad in a gown of purest white sat alone on a stone bench. Her back turned to Junxie. Her delicate shoulders were as if sculpted from jade, her hair elegantly arranged like dark clouds, and her slender waist appeared delicate enough to be embraced by a single hand. From merely her silhouette, one could discern her ethereal and refined demeanor. Yet amidst the dreary autumn rain, accompanied by the sorrowful Shao, she seemed profoundly solitary and forlorn. Junxie stood quietly in the rain outside the pavilion, softly closing his eyes, entranced by the enchanting melody that resonated like celestial music, his thoughts drifting as if he had heard the most beloved tune from his past life, reminiscent of the poignant Wang Ning Mei from Dream of the Red Chamber. Both sorrowful and plaintive, enveloped in this melancholic atmosphere, Junxie felt an overwhelming sense of intoxication, pondering, for whom does this stormy autumn weep, and for whom does it lament? In that moment, he suddenly sensed that the woman's heart echoed his own loneliness. Yet in comparison to his own solitude, hers seemed to carry an additional weight of helplessness. The autumn rain fell incessantly, boundless and unending. Even the wind, amidst the sorrowful shout, seemed to lament. The zhao's melody gradually softened, like a delicate thread swaying in the wind, until it ultimately faded away. The woman in white remained motionless, gently placing her jade shout down with a soft sigh. Her sigh dissipated amidst the sound of wind and rain, conveying a profound sense of helplessness. Jun Xie, feeling a sympathetic resonance, could not help but let out a soft sigh of his own. Although his voice was faint, the woman was taken aback, turning abruptly to face him, her beautiful eyes locking onto Jun Xie, her expression shifting from surprise to a hint of disdain and contempt. "It is you. The zhao sounds exquisite, truly beautiful," Jun Xie remarked with a slight smile. Stepping into the pavilion, causing a considerable puddle to form on the ground from the rainwater cascading off him, "Sister-in-law, what brings you such refined pursuits today?" The woman, with her ethereal beauty and a demeanor that radiated a serene yet lofty grace, was none other than Guan Qinghan, Jun Mo Xie's sister-in-law, and a renowned daughter of the illustrious Guan family, celebrated for her talent in the arts. While referring to her as a wife is somewhat inaccurate. Their union had been arranged since childhood. 3 years prior. When Jun Mo was 22 and Guan Qinghan 18, their families were preparing for their wedding. However, they encountered a war with the Divine Gift Empire, resulting in Jun Mo being conscripted to lead the charge alongside his brother Jun Mo Cho. Thus, the families agreed to postpone the marriage until Jun Mo's triumphant return. Before his departure, they had already completed the formalities of engagement, and Guan Qinghan was effectively part of the Jun family, merely awaiting the wedding date. In fact, the date had already been set, yet unexpectedly, Jun Mo never returned. His fate sealed upon the battlefield, casting the childhood sweethearts into a realm of eternal separation and lingering sorrow. Alas, the bones by the unpredictable river still dream of the one in the secluded chamber. Upon receiving the tragic news, Guan Qinghan fainted on the spot, and despite her family's pleas, she resolutely moved into the Jun residence, assuming the role of the widow of the family's eldest grandson. Caring for the elders, old Master Jun, having repeatedly suggested that she need not do so, reminded her that they were not formally wed. With her lineage and beauty, she was a treasure among women. What was there to fear regarding future matches? He even proposed that the Jun family formally release her from the engagement, granting her freedom. However, Guan Qinghan remained steadfast, and the elders, fearing for her mental state, reluctantly acquiesced, waiting for the day she would change her mind. Within the Jun household, from old Master Jun to Junwu Yi, down to the myriad servants, all held great respect for this young mistress, treating her with utmost deference. The only one who irked Guan Qinghan was her brother-in-law, Jun Mo Xie. This frivolous playboy became increasingly restless after the arrival of his stunning sister-in-law, speaking lightly and behaving lewdly, which filled Guan Qinghan with profound disdain. She could no longer endure his antics and had resorted to teaching him a lesson. Aside from being a talented woman, Guan Qinghan was also quite skilled in martial arts. Though still short of reaching the silver rank, she had attained the pinnacle of the 9th level, easily managing to deal with Jun Mo Xie. Yet this wayward boy remained undeterred, aware that his beautiful sister-in-law would not inflict severe punishment upon him. He continued to covertly observe her, leaving Guan Qinghan with no choice but to retreat to her chamber to avoid him. Today, as the heavy rain fell, stirring her inner sorrow, she found herself unable to suppress her grief and came to the pavilion to express her feelings through the zhao, only to find this scoundrel daring to venture out in the rain. Truly lost in desire, did he not realize that her cultivation far surpassed his? To teach him a lesson would be a mere flick of her wrist. But she refrained, wishing to avoid causing a stir within the household or further troubling the elderly. Did he truly think she was afraid of him? Oh, simply passing the time, playing a few notes. Could it be that the third young master is also a connoisseur of this art? Upon hearing Jun Xie's words, Guan Qinghan felt even more disgusted. You, a playboy, understand nothing of the beauty of the zhao's melody. You merely seek an opportunity to engage me in conversation. With a cold gaze, she observed him, eager to see what new antics he would attempt today, her words laced with subtle sarcasm. with Jun Xie's intelligence. He was well aware of her disdain. Yet he admired this woman before him even more and understood why Jun Xie had once been looked down upon. He could not blame others for their lack of respect for him. He felt a tinge of admiration for Guan Qinghan's unwavering devotion. The Zhao's melody reflects the heart. The past is behind us, sister-in-law. It would be best to find peace within your heart. Everything will eventually pass. Jun Xie encouraged hesitantly. Guan Qinghan let out a slight huff through her nose, her beautiful face frosted over, as she turned away from him, deliberately ignoring his presence. Feeling disinterested, Jun Xie, true to his nature, thought, if you ignore me, I shall ignore you even more. What of a beautiful woman? Can a beautiful woman treat others with disdain at will? With a forced tone, he said, I apologize for the intrusion. Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. With a laugh, he turned and walked away without any hesitation. You ignore me? Just fine. I shall return to my slumber. Guan Qinghan was utterly taken aback. She had anticipated that this rascal would once again cling to her, shamelessly attempting to ingratiate himself. Yet she never expected that he would utter a few sensible words this time, choosing not to linger but to depart, disregarding even the pouring rain. Watching Jun Xie's silhouette fade into the downpour, Guan Qinghan parted her lips, yet hesitated. However, a fleeting glimmer in her beautiful eyes revealed that today, her younger brother-in-law was indeed different from before. Previously, his face was always adorned with a mischievous grin, his eyes darting about restlessly, often leaving her feeling quite disconcerted as drool hung at the corners of his mouth when he saw her. Yet, reflecting on his demeanor just now, there was not a hint of frivolity. Instead, he appeared remarkably solemn and composed. Moreover, his gaze had not once strayed towards her, and as she observed his upright figure retreating through the rain, he seemed utterly unperturbed. Has he truly changed? Guan Qinghan scoffed inwardly, suspecting that perhaps his usual tactics of relentless pursuit had failed him, prompting him to adopt the guise of gentleman to approach her. Humph, Jun Xie, do you think I could be deceived by your ruse? No matter how many facades you adopt, in my heart, you will forever remain that shameless wastrel, unchanged in essence. You braved this torrential rain merely to exchange a few words with me. Who would believe such a farce? The more he acts this way, the more it indicates the mischief lurking in his heart. A gentleman, you say? Who would believe that? Guan Qinghan's delicate face turned icy, yet today this scoundrel had not displayed a shred of astonishment upon seeing her. Jun Xie walked on, feeling a twinge of regret. His sister-in-law, Guan Qinghan, was merely 21, the prime of her life, and such a stunning beauty, yet she willingly played the role of a waiting widow in the Jun family. In his past life, such a scenario would have been inconceivable. Yet here, it seemed so natural, a profound tragedy indeed. What a waste of resources. If only I could. A sudden thought struck Jun Xie, jolting him. This was not in line with his usual demeanor. He might feel sympathy, but how could he harbor such sordid thoughts? This was utterly uncharacteristic. Could it be that detestable Jun Xie? Even with his soul scattered, this lingering influence remains. Jun Xie cursed inwardly. Entering the room, he neglected even the greetings from the little lowly, frowning as he sat down, reflecting on his every action since his transmigration, increasingly sensing something amiss. While he had occasionally been youthful and reckless in his past life, it was merely a fade to approach his objectives, at most a performance. Jun Xie's nature had always been proud, bordering on cold-hearted, sometimes even described as ruthless. Yet since his arrival here, he discovered that his character had unwittingly transformed so significantly. Indeed, with the identity of Jun Xie stirring up chaos, such behavior was relatively feasible and served as an excellent disguise. However, what truly lay within his heart? He must keep in mind, he must not allow the original character of Jun Xie to dominate. Yet he still needed to utilize this persona as a protective veil, to maintain his true self while adapting to external circumstances. Yet deep down, I shall always remain the evil Lord Jun Xie. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The evil Lord is heartless. Treading upon foreign realms, With his resolve firm, he felt an immediate sense of relief, and his thoughts swiftly turned to other matters. He retrieved the bundle he had casually pilfered from his bosom. And suddenly, a spark of intrigue ignited within him. This bundle contained something that had cost the lives of 20 skilled individuals to acquire. Though unaware of the mastermind behind it, Junxia knew that items from the Tang family were generally not to be trifled with. If it were not a truly exceptional treasure, no one would dare risk so much to obtain it. Contemplating this, his curiosity piqued. Originally intending to return it to the Tang family, he now felt an urge to uncover its contents. To act upon thought, to remain true to oneself. That is the essence of the evil lord. Junxia extended his hand, and with a swift rip, he tore open the bundle, revealing a small, flat wooden box. Exuding a subtle fragrance adorned with delicate golden patterns, this was undoubtedly exquisite golden silk sandalwood. Moreover, it was crafted from a solid core of the golden silk sandalwood tree. Merely this wooden box held considerable value. Upon opening the box, a chill emanated from within, revealing a completely white jade box, icy to the touch. This was top-grade cold jade. Judging by its hue and material, this jade alone was a treasure worthy of a kingdom. Junxia inhaled sharply. What could be so significant as to be housed in such precious cold jade? Carefully opening the jade box, he discovered a round object encased in a colorful beast hide. Radiating an unusual luster, Junxia, unfamiliar with it, felt no particular intrigue. However, any knowledgeable individual would likely be astounded. This was the fur of a 9th-level mysterious beast. It was akin to an existence on par with supreme divine mysteries. Just the golden silk sandalwood box, the top-grade cold jade, and the fur of a 9th-level mysterious beast. Any one of these items was already worth a fortune. And yet, these 3 treasures were merely the external packaging. As Junxia held the item wrapped in the beast hide, it felt like a round object the size of a ping-pong ball. Upon unwrapping it, he could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. What lay before him was a dark red, almost black, peculiar object, its texture ambiguous. Neither stone nor jade, it yielded slightly to pressure. At first glance, it appeared utterly unremarkable. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a flash of insight illuminated his mind as he exclaimed, "A mysterious elixir?" Though he had never seen one before, Junxia was aware that this was a valuable treasure, as only beasts of level 3 or higher could potentially condense a mysterious elixir within them. Given the Tang family's influence and power, this elixir was certainly a prized possession, drawing others to risk their lives to covet it. It must be no ordinary item, likely at least of level 7 or higher. Unbeknownst to Junxia, this mysterious elixir was procured at great cost by Tang Wanli, the head of the Tang family. From a 9th-level peak mysterious beast, the golden winged tiger, it contained an immense reservoir of energy. And while nearly useless to lower-level practitioners, it could be harnessed by those at the Earth level or above under specific conditions, allowing them to absorb the tremendous power contained within. How much one could absorb depended on individual talent. However, reaching the Earth level in cultivation was already a daunting challenge, and this mysterious elixir could elevate a beginner to the heavenly level. For practitioners, this was an unparalleled treasure. It had been mentioned that even attempting to slay an 8th-level mysterious beast was exceedingly difficult, let alone a 9th-level peak beast for its elixir. Under normal circumstances, such an event was nearly impossible. A supreme divine mystery expert could indeed defeat a 9th-level beast, yet killing one. Even 2 supreme divine mystery experts working in tandem might struggle. The power and speed of a 9th-level beast could only be described as terrifying. If one could not defeat it and wish to escape, no one could stop them. Moreover, considering the golden winged tiger's ability to fly, such thoughts were utterly futile. Many years ago, Tang Wanli had fortuitously encountered a gravely injured supreme divine mystery expert who possessed this mysterious elixir. It took the lives of dozens of golden and jade experts, along with several Earth-level masters, to seize this elixir. Regardless of how that supreme divine mystery expert obtained it, to claim that this elixir was unique in the world might be an exaggeration. Yet it could be confidently stated that there were no more than 3 such items in existence. Li Yuren's urgent desire for this elixir was naturally due to its critical importance. However, he never anticipated that since learning of its existence years ago, he had meticulously planned, bribed individuals within the Tang family, and painstakingly arranged for insiders to gather information. Until 3 months ago, he finally discovered its precise location. Yet due to Tang Wanli's seclusion and the presence of 4 elite guardians, he had been unable to seize the opportunity. Finally, the heavens granted a perfect chance. Tang Wanli ventured out, taking 3 of his elite guards with him. Coupled with the torrential downpour, everything aligned perfectly, allowing them to execute a coordinated plan to lure away the remaining Tang family expert with top-tier masters, while 20 others stealthily infiltrated. Through this collaboration, they finally succeeded, albeit at the cost of 20 lives. Ultimately, achieving this with the price of merely 20 lives to acquire the mysterious elixir was undoubtedly a considerable bargain. Regrettably, just as success was within reach, he encountered Jun Xie. Years of meticulous planning and countless strategies all dissipated like a mirage, leaving nothing but an empty pursuit. He had crafted a bridal gown for another. One can only imagine the tumultuous feelings that now churn within Li Yuran's heart. Naturally, Jun Xie is unaware that he possesses such an extraordinary treasure. He is troubled by the thought of how to explain to the Tang family why this remarkable item has come into his possession. If he does not return it, what purpose could it serve him? He remains uncertain of its true nature, let alone its genuine value. After pondering for a long while without resolution, he casually wrapped the mysterious pill and placed it into a cold jade box, which he then encased in a golden silk sandalwood box. Weighing in his hand, he set it by his bedside, pushing it slightly inward before covering it with a piece of pillowcase. This was not to suggest that Jun Xie recognized the item's worth and intended to safeguard it closely. Rather, he had heard that the fragrance of golden silk sandalwood is highly beneficial for sleep. In bygone days, gentlemen purchased boxes only to leave the pearls behind, a folly for the ages. Yet today, one wonders if Jun Xie's actions might also be deemed as such. As night descended and the heavy rain began to wane, Elder Tang Wanli, his hair standing on end, was consumed by fury, his wrath palpable. After bottling up his anger, he sought trouble with the Li and Meng families. Upon arriving at the Li residence, he was met with soft words and sent away in frustration. He then stormed into the Meng household, fulfilling his desire to incite chaos. Yet as he arrived, rain began to pour. Unable to return home, Elder Tang's vexation deepened, and he let loose his wrath upon the Meng family, berating them thoroughly. Little did he know, as he vented his frustrations, a family member rushed in, breathless, to report a theft at his home. The news struck Elder Tang like a thunderclap, and anger surged through him. Having sought trouble elsewhere, he discovered his own home had been turned upside down, and the chaos was orchestrated from within. Without needing to ask what was lost, Elder Tang understood instinctively that it must be something of great significance to him. It was undoubtedly something of his own, for otherwise, no one would dare break the news amidst such a storm. If one were to consider what was of utmost value, it would undoubtedly be the mysterious pill. With a glimmer of hope, the elder hastily inquired. As long as it was not the pill that was stolen, all else could be addressed. Alas, his fears were realized. Indeed, it was his precious pill that had been taken. In that moment, darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to faint. Since acquiring this treasure, Tang Wanli had known he was in possession of something extraordinary. With diligent practice from the younger generation, if they could elevate their cultivation to the earthly, profound realm, he could even swallow his pride and invite several heavenly profound masters or even supreme divine masters to assist, utilizing this pill to elevate his descendants to the ranks of heavenly profound experts. If that were to happen, as long as a heavenly profound expert remained, the Tang family would face no threats during their lifetime. However, he himself was aging. Even if he used this pill to enhance his own cultivation, he would not have much time left. Only by reaching the supreme divine realm could one hope to extend their lifespan, a feat he was certain he lacked the talent for, even with such a rare treasure. Yet plans often falter against the winds of change. His 2 sons presented a dilemma. One was utterly useless, while the other, though gifted, preferred the arts over martial pursuits. His cultivation had stagnated at the 9th level, failing to ascend even to the silver rank. Although he had found some success in the bureaucratic realm, The discomfort of lacking a formidable protector left him unsettled, though both the civil and military spheres were under the emperor's jurisdiction. Having even one heavenly profound expert within the family would compel the emperor to think twice before taking action against them. Elder Tang had no choice but to shift his hopes onto his grandchildren. Fortunately, a few of them indeed showed promise. Aside from the eldest, Tang Yuan, who was somewhat wayward, the other three grandsons were devoted to cultivating their strength and had shown great diligence in their studies of profound energy. This brought the elder some comfort, as he hoped within the next decade, one of his grandsons might attain the earthly profound realm, allowing him to secure at least another 10 years for the Tang family. If the mysterious pill were to be used on his grandson, he believed it would yield better results than had it been used on his son, should everything proceed smoothly within a century. The Tang family would remain untroubled, whether in court or in the shadows. However, after years of waiting and painstakingly gathering supplementary medicinal materials, as his grandsons began to achieve breakthroughs in the silver realm. Just as they were on the cusp of fulfilling all requirements, this crucial item was stolen. Tang Yuan, emboldened and brandishing a sum of 150,000 taels in silver notes, had seized Meng Haizhou by the collar, demanding the immediate return of the accessories and precious jade. Yet Meng Haizhou could not comply, bowing and scraping, his face dripping with sweat from anxiety. At a loss for options, Elder Tang commanded an immediate return home. Delivering a kick to the still chattering fat man in his haste to leave, as he departed, Tang Yuan growled threateningly, "If the sword and jade are not returned within 3 days, I shall bring this matter before the emperor." This proclamation sent Meng Haizhou into a state of panic. Of course, Tang Yuan's extra words cost him dearly, as Elder Tang delivered a few more kicks in frustration. Hurrying home, Elder Tang was engulfed in a fit of rage. He dispatched all of the Tang family's elite guards, mounting a grand search concerning the 16 corpses found in his home and the 6 individuals who had inexplicably died at the street corner. Elder Tang ordered them to be preserved meticulously, instructing daily identifications and sketches to be drawn, disseminating them widely through the Ministry of Justice with a bounty of 100,000 taels for information on these individuals. As for the few servants who had fled from his house, the bounty was doubled, vowing to uncover the mastermind behind this chaos. Within a single day, the capital trembled. 3 days later, the entire realm would be shaken. Meanwhile, the Li family, under the guise of remaining inactive, feigned indifference while secretly executing their own swift actions. Li Yuran meticulously interrogated everyone privy to the incident, employing severe torture on anyone even slightly suspected, resorting to an array of cruel methods, preferring to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one escape. It was imperative to unearth who was opposing him. Within just 2 days, several had perished under the duress of torture. Simultaneously, the Li family's clandestine forces began to mobilize, probing and infiltrating everywhere. Prominent families in the capital sensed an unusual tension, taking precautions to avoid entanglement in this tempest, while simultaneously dispatching agents to uncover the truth behind the Tang family's predicament. In a short time, the capital was rife with turmoil and undercurrents. The dungeons of the Ministry of Justice suddenly overflowed. The vast resources of the Tang family were all set into motion, causing an earthquake in the capital, leaving everyone on edge, with no news forthcoming. Elder Tang Wanli was consumed by anxiety, his temper flaring daily. Li Yuran maintained his gentle facade, yet the coldness in his gaze resembled 2 venomous cobras, ready to strike, lightly, a life, and heavily, an entire family. Meanwhile, the one who truly profited, Jun Xie, remained blissfully unaware, lounging in his home. As he fell asleep, cradling the golden silk sandalwood, he mused on its remarkable effects on his slumber. Even as thoughts of his widowed sister-in-law flitted through his mind, this was not to suggest that the Jun family's intelligence network was inept. Rather, they had grown accustomed to not sharing information with their young master. Furthermore, Jun Xie had indeed been quite busy of late, either practicing to uncover the secrets of the Linglong Hongjun Tower or overseeing the training of the guards in the manor, even finding time to brew a significant amount of fermenting alcohol. Thus, it was only after several days that he learned of the capital's upheaval. Of course, the Jun family's tranquility stemmed from another reason. Neither the Tang family nor the Li family had ever cast their suspicious eyes toward the Jun household, especially not upon the young master, Jun Mo Xie. The Jun family, from the elderly to the young, the disabled to the prodigal, lacked anyone with the capability to instigate such chaos. Jun Laozi had always been above board, a fact even his enemies acknowledged. Hence it was unlikely he would engage in such underhanded dealings. As for Jun Mo Xie, they believed that merely contemplating his involvement would be an insult to the six who had fallen at the street corner. Who would ever believe that this seemingly inept young master possessed the ability to single-handedly eliminate a silver rank expert along with 5 ninth-level practitioners? Yet not all within the Jun family were untouched by these events. It is solely due to Jun Sanshao having an abundance of time these past few days that he has managed, within this brief span, to nearly flay the skin off each of the guards. Yet, astonishingly, not a single one of these guards uttered a word of complaint. The reason is quite simple. They felt a profound sense of embarrassment, truly unable to voice their grievances. If the guards have shed a layer of skin each, Junyi himself has, by contrast, shed a standard 3 layers, if not more. During these days, even the iron-willed General Junwu Yi, who has witnessed Jun Ye's rigorous training, could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Each day commenced before dawn, as Jun Yi, punctual as ever, awoke from slumber to meditate in a secluded corner of the courtyard, a place where the winds converge. The choice to avoid his room was deliberate, allowing him to draw closer to the heavens and the essence of nature. The fresh morning air is indeed a gift from a natural world. After an hour, he would bind weighted sandbags to his limbs and commence an array of foundational exercises: punches straight, swinging and hooking, kicks front, side, and rear. Throughout this regimen, he permitted neither rest nor respite, immediately transitioning into push-ups, sit-ups, planks, duck walks, frog jumps, leg stretches, shoulder hangs, and inverted hangs. By the end of the circuit, his body would reach a state of utter exhaustion, devoid of sweat, yet every muscle would be invigorated to its utmost. For an ordinary individual, enduring such a routine would be akin to a near-death experience. However, this was merely the beginning. After loosening his limbs, he would dive into practicing intricate sets of martial arts movements, each posture executed with meticulous precision. Even a mere practice of flamboyant moves would likely elicit a profuse sweat, how much more so when adhering strictly to the standards. Each punch unleashed would originate from the toes, travel through the ankle, activate the calf muscles, be supported by the thigh, and harness the core's strength into a single, powerful twist, culminating in a torrent of energy surging into the shoulder, propelling the entire arm. This was a demonstration of sheer physical strength. With every punch, he poured forth every ounce of effort. A martial artist once remarked that one must not underestimate the simplicity of a punch or a kick, for true power can only be unleashed when the entire body moves in harmony, with every muscle participating in the orchestration. Some can deliver a punch strong enough to slay a foe, while others may find themselves nursing a sprained wrist instead. Such is the difference. This principle applies to all movements. Even mastering a single punch is an embodiment of martial arts. The foundation of martial arts lies in the humble yet profound basic training, and its pinnacle is equally grounded in simplicity, returning to the essence. However, it is the rudimentary training that truly tempers a martial artist's spirit, especially when one, like Jun Yi, tortures himself further by binding sandbags to his joints. This escalates the difficulty tenfold. The physical exertion required surpasses that by tenfold as well. Yet this level of challenge was merely the beginning of Jun Ye's formal training for the day. The brutal combat of rainy nights ignited within Jun Yi an urgent desire to enhance his strength, for this body felt woefully inadequate. After systematically completing this regimen, the entire Jun family guard appeared before him, ready to embark on their own grueling training session. For every exercise proposed by Jun Yi, he would partake alongside his troops, sharing in the labor. These training methods were derived from his past life as a super assassin, often described as hellish in intensity. It could be said that he would rather descend into hell than endure such inhuman, devilish training. His fellow disciples from his previous life once circulated a saying, "Better to traverse the halls of Yama than to endure a single day under Jun Ye's training." This illustrates the extremity of Jun Ye's training methods. Jun Ye reminded himself, to possess unparalleled strength in the world, one must first cultivate invincible resilience and tenacity. Otherwise, any further discussion is futile. He was prepared to invest more sweat and effort than anyone else could muster. Only by achieving these two prerequisites could one even begin to contemplate matters of opportunity. Without effort, even if fortune were to present itself, one would be unable to seize it. Relying on the hope of divine intervention to achieve greatness is nothing more than a fanciful delusion. Even if one were to possess the finest luck in the universe and grasp the most potent treasures, without personal effort, one would still amount to nothing. A beggar, through diligence, could ascend to the ranks of a renowned general, while a general who neglects effort might also find himself immortalized in history. But for infamy that echoes through the ages, to trample upon others and the world itself, one must first conquer oneself. That is the baseline requirement. After completing his personal training, the guards would run 20 laps around the field, and Jun Ye would not run a lap less. All other training would also be executed with equal intensity. Although Jun Ye's current physique often left him trailing behind, he persevered through every single exercise. By the end of the first day's training, he was nearly exhausted to the point of losing consciousness. Yet the pride of a golden medal assassin and the dignity of being Jun Ye propelled him to fulfill his commitments unwaveringly. Though this body had undergone a transformative cleansing, Jun Ye understood that he must refine its coordination to perfection without delay. Only when every muscle and bone in his body operated in unison could he meet his own preliminary standards. And where does this all originate? From sweat. Those that do not toil will find that even a pie falling from the heavens would merely crush them rather than nourish them. Now, although Jun Ye possessed the exquisite Linglong Hongjun Tower and the Kaitian Jiahua skill, mastery of both martial and philosophical arts requires cultivation of both the internal and external. A body that lacks strength will see even celestial arts reduced to naught. Initially, the 300 guards harbored skepticism regarding Jun Ye's participation in training, convinced that the young master was merely indulging a fleeting whim. They chuckled to themselves as they observed him wobbling unsteadily from the outset, certain he would not last long. Some even placed bets on how long he would endure, wagering that he would falter within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jun Ye, despite his initial instability, persisted through breakfast, albeit still swaying and with a notably pale complexion. He had managed to endure. This result left everyone flabbergasted. Consequently, they speculated whether the young master would participate in the morning's training. The vast majority believed that such a training regimen exceeded his limits, and that enduring thus far was already remarkable. After breakfast, with a mere half-stick of incense for rest, none were aware that Jun Ye did not squander even that brief respite. He returned to his room, enduring the soreness in his muscles, and retrieved several bamboo tubes filled with steel needles, securing them on the table, while placing a needle-free tube behind them. The distance between each tube allowed only the thickness of a palm, requiring him to strike the concealed tube behind without touching the others. Furthermore, he had to create a sound upon striking the final tube. This exercise aimed to enhance the extreme dexterity of his fingers. Though it appeared deceptively simple, the challenge was substantial. The densely packed needles meant that any miscalculation in force or finesse could result in a painful jab. The momentary sting would be enough to make anyone's hand tremble, and that tremor could lead to several more needles piercing the flesh. Jun Ye maintained a serious demeanor, calmly inserting his hand into the training setup. As the morning training commenced, the guard were astonished to find Jun Ye once again on the field. His fingers inexplicably bloodied and swollen, yet his complexion had visibly improved. Remarkably, he managed to endure the entire morning session while still swaying. This outcome left the guards utterly astonished. More than half still believed that such an intense training load had surpassed Jun Ye's limits, and that merely reaching this point was already a considerable achievement. Surely, he would not persist into the afternoon. Yet, the afternoon unfolded similarly. The guards felt their competitive spirits ignited. Could it be that, despite their rigorous training and battle-hardened experiences, they were being outmatched by a pampered young master who had never faced hardship? This thought propelled them deeper into the crucible of training. as long as Jun Yu persisted. Every guard was determined to hold their ground, even if it meant enduring to the bitter end. The result was that everyone was utterly exhausted, devoid of any remaining spirit, as Jun Yu organized the training. Jun Woo naturally attended, eager to see how Jun Yu would motivate the troops. However, after witnessing a full day of the training regimen, Jun Woo could only feel a chill creeping down his spine. Observing the guards laboriously carrying hefty logs while running frantically back and forth, with no respite in between, Jun Woo's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, when he noticed Jun Xie among them, equally bearing a log and sprinting, he could not help but rub his eyes vigorously, only to find that Jun Sanyi had rubbed his eyelids to the point of pain that if he insisted that his eyes were functioning properly. Then surely today, as sun must have risen from the north. How could this be possible? Was this truly his debauched nephew? This was utterly absurd. As the day drew to a close, Jun Xie finally ceased his exertions, while the robust and brawny guards lay exhausted on the ground, resembling lifeless husks, gasping for breath with mouths agape. Out of more than 300 individuals, scarcely a few retained the energy to stand. The two captains were bent over, one panting heavily, while the other rolled his eyes and vigorously massaged his waist. Jun Xie, pale and on the brink of collapse, stood upright, his piercing gaze fixed upon the sprawled figures before him. Suddenly he bellowed, "Everyone, get on your feet!" Within 3 breaths, those who could not rise would be eliminated, cast out to end their own lives, for they were unworthy to stand here. Anyone who could not surpass even this debauched scion had no right to live. Instantly, all sprang to their feet as if propelled by springs, gritting their teeth and swaying unsteadily. Many nearly succumbed again, but were steadied by those nearby that if they were indeed outperformed by the third young master, it would be a matter of disgrace they could scarcely bear. Jun Xie, panting heavily, regarded them coldly and growled, "Now, who among you dares to deny your own uselessness? Just a single day, and this is the state you find yourselves in. Even I, the debauched heir, can stand here, yet you falter. Are you so complacent in your defeat? Do you not feel any shame? Warriors 100 battles? Pah!" The faces of the 300 burly men flushed with embarrassment, and one by one, they bowed their heads. Indeed, if even the young master, whom they had always scorned, could endure, what justification did they have for collapsing? Everyone had witnessed Jun Xie's grueling training, considering their own robust physiques. They were utterly drained, leaving them to ponder how Jun Xie had managed to sustain such exertion. Truly unfathomable. Yet they all understood that for the pampered third young master to endure was undoubtedly far more difficult than for themselves, who had undergone extensive training. As Jun Xie cast a cold glance at them, he abruptly turned and walked away, leaving behind a stark declaration. If this situation arises again tomorrow, not a single one of the 300 will remain. Everyone is to get out. The Jun family does not support the useless, especially not those who are inferior even to a debauched heir. Watching Jun Xie's retreating figure, perceptive observers noted the tremors in his legs and the subtle quivers coursing through every muscle of his body, an uncontrollable reaction born from the utmost fatigue. Yet, not a trace of this was evident on his face. Such fortitude was unmatched by anyone present. If a debauched heir could withstand such a grueling regimen, how could these seasoned warriors claim they could not? Especially since their training regimen was identical to his. How could they dare voice their struggles? They could not afford the shame. If they confessed their exhaustion, it would be one thing to be scorned by their comrades, but to be derided by the debauched third young master, that would be unbearable. However, were they to discover that Jun Xie bore an additional 8 sandbags, one wonders how they would feel. Would they truly feel unworthy of life? No one knew that Jun Xie was nursing numerous abrasions from the sandbags, with blood seeping slowly from at least a dozen wounds. The true total of his training was likely 3 times that of the guards. Such a staggering figure, were it not for the support of the Kaitian Jiahua Gong, with his current physical condition, he would have collapsed 10 times over. Yet Jun Xie persevered, leveraging the miraculous effects of the Kaitian Jiahua Gong to transcend the limits of his body through life-defying training. Though Jun Wui was unaware of the sandbags, the astonishing display of Jun Xie that day was enough to move this former general who had commanded countless troops. as he gazed at Jun Xie's receding silhouette. Jun Wui felt immense pride, yet a flicker of doubt lingered. Was this truly the real Xie? This was indeed too harsh. Would there be any unforeseen consequences? To forge iron, one must first be strong. Returning steadily to his quarters, Jun Xie was nearly brought to tears by Ker's tender ministrations as she gently removed his garments, trembling hands washing him delicately with cool water. He stood resolutely, knowing that should he lose his balance and fall, the overwhelming fatigue would send him into an instant slumber. However, if he could endure this trial and regain his strength while awake, it would signify he had shattered yet another limit of his body. After she finished, he dismissed Ke, standing bare-skinned as he entered a profound state of recuperation. Focusing his spirit, the first layer of the Kekenjawa gong began to flow smoothly. To his astonishment, he noticed the vibrant seven-colored tower in his mind spinning faster than before. And the ambient spiritual energy within it had grown significantly denser. The energy gradually coursed into Jun Xie's meridians, flowing along its pathways, bringing a refreshing sensation akin to a parched throat being quenched by a mountain spring, a moment of indescribable bliss. As the mist surged into Jun Xie's meridians, it slowly began to heal his utterly fatigued body, causing a tingling sensation to envelop him, especially in the injured areas, where it felt as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart. He fought against the overwhelming urge to scratch, exerting every ounce of willpower to maintain his meditative state, gradually entering a realm of profound oblivion. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by as all the wounds on his body ceased oozing fluid, slowly solidifying into scars. Gradually, the scars wrinkled, hardened, and eventually flaked away, revealing skin that was once again smooth and fair, albeit more resilient than before. The top muscles, strained from a day of intense training, began to tremble rhythmically, exuding a glimmering moisture. Following this tremor, the muscles gradually relaxed, returning to their pre-training state of ease, culminating in waves of soothing relief that washed over him. In his state of cultivation, Jun Xie remained oblivious to these transformations. After enduring the extreme fatigue, he was met with a tsunami of comfort, his entire consciousness entering an ethereal realm, akin to a soul freely wandering in an endless, tranquil sea, a sensation of unparalleled contentment. The waves of comfort surged in relentless succession. The seven-colored tower in his mind radiated increasingly dense mist, waves of pure spiritual energy flooding into Jun Xie's body, cleansing every meridian, muscle, and sinew. He distinctly felt a slender thread of energy coursing through his meridians, gradually strengthening as it was buffeted by the onslaught of spiritual energy. Although the increase was not substantial, it was undeniably growing, and in that moment, he felt an extraordinary lightness, as if all fatigue had dissipated. Merging harmoniously with the extraordinary tower in his mind, that exquisite sensation was enough to enchant even Jun Xie. With his iron nerves, suddenly, the vibrant light of the Hongjun Tower halted abruptly, ceasing its rotation. Jun Xie's consciousness jolted, awakening from that sublime state, his mental state returning to the present. While the white mist of spiritual energy receded like a tide, he felt invigorated, slowly opening his eyes, two piercing rays of light instantly shooting forth. Gently moving his body, a series of crisp cracks resounded from his joints, and he felt an unexpected clarity of mind. The gentle moonlight cascaded down as he approached the window, beholding the full moon suspended in the vast sky. Casting a silvery glow that it was the Mid-Autumn Festival in his original world. The festival fell on the 15th day of the 8th month, whereas here it was celebrated on the 20th, regardless of which world's moon it was. The moonlight remained as gentle as water, illuminating the surroundings. Jun Xie sighed softly, surprisingly realizing that he no longer felt the overwhelming sense of solitude and melancholy. Everything from the past seemed to have become commonplace. The bright moon remains unchanged, and so does the vast sky, still beneath the same expanse. It merely feels like a change of workplace. After meticulously examining his body once more, Jun Xie discovered that the numerous wounds he had once borne had not only healed but, astonishingly, the scars had vanished without a trace overnight. His skin had become remarkably more resilient and smooth. Junxie couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Who would have thought that the restorative power of the Kaitian Jiahua Gong would be so formidable? He had initially anticipated that such rigorous training would soon render his skin a bronzed hue reminiscent of his past life. However, while his physical prowess increased at an astonishing rate, his skin only grew smoother, which was a source of great disappointment. Yet, amidst the misfortune, there was a silver lining. The skin was developing a remarkable elasticity. If it were to become excessively tender, how could he ever face the world? Once again, he gathered his energy to practice, and a wave of joy surged within him. After an intense day of training, this evening's practice yielded remarkable results. The energy within him had nearly doubled in strength. If the initial flow of energy could be compared to a strand of hair, it had now expanded to the thickness of a boar's bristle. Junxie broke into a cold sweat at the self-deprecating analogy. The speed at which his energy flowed had also accelerated significantly. A sudden epiphany struck him. He had made considerable progress in the first layer of the Kaitian Jiahua Gong. An even greater surprise awaited him. He had gained the ability to look inward. This was a feat achievable only by those who had reached the innate realm of martial arts. It was astonishing how the Kaitian Jiahua Gong possessed such mystique. Although his current capabilities still fell far short of those of innate martial artists from his previous life, he could already perform internal observation. It appeared that such extreme training, which thoroughly exhausted his physical strength, allowed for unexpected benefits when he resumed practicing the Kaitian Jiahua Gong. Upon examining his meridians, Junxie finally grasped the intricacies of the mysterious energy of this world. The so-called cultivation of mysterious energy was, in fact, not vastly different from the practice of internal energy. It could almost be regarded as a unique method of internal cultivation. While mysterious energy may not last as long as internal energy, its explosive power was significantly greater. This immense explosive force rendered the nature of this wondrous power somewhat less concealed, naturally leading to a diminished aftereffect. The deeper one's cultivation of mysterious energy, the more pronounced the external manifestations became, which explained the diverse array of luminous energies associated with it. The methods of cultivating mysterious energy were strikingly similar to those of internal energy. Following a specific meridian route, for instance below the silver grade, there was a singular meridian pathway, whether it involved the 8 extraordinary meridians or the 12 regular meridians. Only one path was accessible, forming a closed loop of internal circulation. Upon breaking through to the silver grade, one could unlock another meridian, effectively creating a tributary. Yet the internal circulation remained intact, albeit on a much larger scale than before. This might be attributed to the unique constitution of the people in this world. No wonder the advancement in mysterious energy was fraught with immense pain, akin to a snake shedding its skin. Forcing open a meridian was not a pleasant experience from then on. It could be inferred that when all 12 regular meridians were unblocked and half of the 8 extraordinary meridians were clear, one would reach the realm of supreme divine mysteriousness. However, there was a prerequisite. Among the half of the 8 extraordinary meridians that were clear, the Ren and Du meridians must also be connected. Only then could one claim to have truly attained the supreme divine mysteriousness. If one had opened 4 of the extraordinary meridians without including the Ren and Du meridians, it would merely be regarded as a pseudo-supreme divine mysteriousness. Junxie was unexpectedly surprised to find that achieving the supreme divine mysteriousness indeed meant unblocking all 12 regular meridians, establishing the primary cultivation site for mysterious energy, with the dantian remaining the reservoir for this energy. However, only 4 of the extraordinary meridians needed to be unblocked, with the Ren and Du meridians being the most challenging. Thus, one could attain the highest level of existence in this world. Yet in terms of martial arts, the so-called pinnacle achievement of supreme divine mysteriousness still left 4 meridians within the body sealed. Was there, then, a higher existence beyond supreme divine mysteriousness? If one were to consider the theories of internal cultivation, the answer would undoubtedly affirm the existence of higher realms. However, this was an entirely different world. Although the paths of internal and mysterious energy cultivation appeared similar, the outcomes might not necessarily align. Thus, one could not jump to conclusions too hastily. Perhaps this world was indeed unique, and supreme divine mysteriousness genuinely represented the peak. Of course, given Jun Xie's current understanding of mysterious energy, he was still unable to draw definitive conclusions. Moreover, after undergoing the cleansing of his meridians, Jun Xie had thoroughly unblocked all his meridians, achieving the level of an innate master with 100 meridians opened in terms of meridian status alone. Even a true supreme divine mysteriousness might not surpass him. However, his actual strength still fell far short. After all, he had only been in this world for a mere month, and to elevate his physical prowess from that of a mere waste to his current level was already an unfathomable speed. This was precisely the marvel of the Kaitian Jiahua Gong. If one were to employ a conventional martial art, mastering even the basics in just a month would likely be an arduous task. Yet with the exquisite Hongjun Tower complementing the Kaitian Jiahua Gong, it had enabled Jun Xie to unlock all his meridians in one fell swoop, akin to opening countless unfathomable treasure troves, awaiting Jun Xie to fill them one by one. Given Jun Xie's current capabilities, should a life-and-death battle arise, he believed that an ordinary silver-grade practitioner would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. In the case of an assassination, the disparity would be even more pronounced. After all, this was where Jun Xie's true talents lay. However, the unblocked meridians endowed Jun Xie with a peculiar ability. If he were to deliberately imitate, all he required was the corresponding techniques for cultivating mysterious energy. And he could replicate the extreme forms of such techniques, of course. This would only be a superficial imitation, lacking any corresponding power. Reflecting on this, Jun Xie couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had found yet another avenue for showmanship. On the following day, Jun Xie appeared at the training grounds, brimming with vitality, astonishing everyone once more. The previous day's training had left even the robust guards feeling sore and fatigued, yet this young master had arrived at the training field even earlier than they had. After the grueling training, nearly all the guards had developed a newfound respect for their young master, yet they all believed he would likely not show up the next day, not only due to his lack of desire, but also because his frail physique could hardly endure it. However, upon witnessing Jun Xie's upright posture and sharp gaze, a sense of bewilderment washed over them. Was this still the same young master, renowned for his indulgent lifestyle? How had he managed to rise again? Jun Wui had arrived early at the training ground, seated in his wheelchair, his gaze scrutinizing the scene. Jun Xie's presence was indeed anticipated. Yet it also took him by surprise. He was acutely aware of the severity of Jun Xie's condition following the previous day's training. With Jun Xie's original physical constitution, it was hard to fathom how he could withstand such rigor. Therefore, it would have been entirely understandable had Jun Xie chosen not to appear today. He had expected that even if Jun Xie did show up, he would be utterly exhausted, perhaps even in a disheveled state. After all, even he would have found such training challenging, despite being in good health. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Jun Xie appeared to be in a far stronger state than the imposing figures before him. Could it be that the training was not as arduous as he had imagined? As another day of intense training unfolded, the guards were further astonished to discover that Jun Xie's speed had indeed increased significantly compared to the previous day. Although he still exhibited some unsteadiness, he no longer swayed, at least appearing far more competent than before. The astonishment did not end there. In the days that followed, Jun Xie had completely caught up with the guards' pace and even surpassed them. This rapid enhancement of strength left the guards envious. Such swift progress was something they had never witnessed, let alone heard of. Yet, the example of their young master stood before them, transforming what was once deemed a myth into palpable reality. If their delicate young master could achieve this, why couldn't they, with their robust physiques? This question reignited the fervor for training. The collective yearning for strength ignited an atmosphere of fervent intensity, with every individual training with fierce determination, their eyes burning with resolve. What they remained oblivious to was that Jun Xie was still burdened with 8 heavy sandbags during their training, and every morning he subjected himself to additional specialized training before joining them. Moreover, in recent days, Jun Xie had incorporated several new elements into his regimen: climbing, stone grasping, flat-footed leaps, arm extensions, and stealth training. Jun Xie meticulously divided the 12 hours of the day, ensuring that not a single minute was wasted. On the third day, upon learning of this news, The elder Jun had secretly observed the training once. While he felt gratified by his grandson's diligence, he also harbored concerns about Jun Xie's excessive training frequency, fearing that haste might hinder progress. However, after that initial observation, he remained discreet, departing quietly, though the butler, old Pang, could unmistakably sense the elder's delight and contentment. Even in moments of solitude, the esteemed Lord Jun found himself humming a few melodies in his study. And astonishingly, for the first time, he indulged in a drunken stupor, reveling in a state of blissful inebriation that he swayed unsteadily to the memorial tablet of his late wife, murmuring indistinct words for an entire night. It was only the following day that he emerged, a smile upon his lips, yet his eyes glistened with the remnants of tears on the eve of the Golden Autumn Festival. The city of Tianxiang had already begun to bustle with excitement. People adorned in splendid attire filled the streets, festooned with vibrant decorations. Faraway wanderers returned home, and how could the annual reunion festival not be a lively affair? At noon, atop the drunken immortal pavilion, a gathering of guards encircled 2 tables. Seated among them was another table occupied solely by 2 individuals, Jun Xie and Tang Yuan. Opposite Jun Xie, Tang Yuan sighed heavily, his brow furrowed in distress. In recent days, the corpulent Tang had endured considerable hardship. His grandfather had nearly squeezed every ounce of excess fat from his substantial frame. First came confinement, forbidding him from stepping outside, and then, at the mere mention of the stolen Xiandan, his grandfather would summon him for a vigorous scolding, punctuated by slaps to vent his frustration, before sending him away. This treatment was far more frequent than any meal, a relentless reminder of his failings. Tang Yuan, having lost considerable face and nearly his prospective bride, was now faced with a relentless barrage of reproaches from his irate future father-in-law. His fiancée, Yi wept, threatening to break their engagement. And it was no wonder. Just today, he had narrowly avoided a catastrophe, and who could say what might happen next? Upon seeing him, his father would deliver a slap, immediately followed by a search for a stick. His mother, torn between wanting to intervene and fearing his father's wrath, wore a perpetual frown. Each of his younger brothers would greet him with a teasing inquiry about when they might next visit the Qianjin Hall to marvel at their elder brother's exploits, followed by raucous laughter. The most unbearable aspect was the constant berating from his grandfather, who would scold him multiple times a day, often making him kneel on an abacus specially crafted to withstand his weight. It was a necessity. If crafted from any other material, it would buckle under his heft. Even the iron abacus had begun to warp under the strain. Fortunately, Tang Yuan possessed a resilient disposition, a broad heart, and a certain acceptance of fate. Even when facing insults and physical reprimands that made him contemplate despair, a simple return to his room for a short rest would leave him feeling as light as a feather. Dismissing his troubles as fleeting memories, had he been more prone to brooding, he might have already succumbed to despair, of course. Notions of acceptance and carefree attitudes were merely a facade. In truth, Tang Yuan was thick-skinned and shameless, wearing his grievances like a badge of honor. This time, he had finally seized the opportunity presented by the Golden Autumn Festival to escape his home, and his first order of business was to seek out Jun Xie to unburden himself. While Jun Xie fretted over the peculiarities of his own situation, Tang Yuan arrived, and the 2 quickly found camaraderie, shouldering each other as they made their way to the drunken immortal pavilion, ordering a few dishes amidst their boisterous revelry. With each cup of liquor, Tang Yuan would lament deeply, gesticulating wildly as he vented his frustrations, the intensity of his words growing ever more vehement. Laced with venomous hatred, all patrons upstairs turned to stare, and even the nearby guards feigned ignorance, embarrassed to be associated with such a disgraceful display. Jun Xie, although generally composed, could not help but glance sideways, feeling as though Tang Yuan's ire might be directed at him as well, all the while forcing himself to appear oblivious to the chaos. What exactly did you lose, fatty? Your bitterness is palpable, and it's making it impossible for me to enjoy my drink, he remarked, furrowing his brow at the untouched cup before him. Despite the fragrant aroma, the taste was insipid, reminiscent of dishwater, leaving him utterly dismayed. As he reminisced about the wretched wine he had once consumed in Song Laosan's humble establishment on a stormy night, he found himself feeling oddly nostalgic for that insipid concoction. The saying, "comparison breeds contempt," echoed in his mind. Though that wine had been far from palatable, it was decidedly better than what he currently faced. Now, he understood that the claims of it being a rare and excellent brew in the capital were indeed true. Jun's earlier aspirations of brewing his own wine suddenly became clear. The remnants of his own fermentation efforts had slipped his mind, and considering the time elapsed, he surmised that it was nearly time for the first batch to be ready. He resolved to produce new wine, not merely for profit, but for his own enjoyment. If he were forced to endure this swill, he would surely lose his will to live. Should he succeed in brewing his own, he would sell it at an exorbitant price, 1,000 taels per jar, leaving potential buyers with the option to take it or leave it. If it proved undrinkable, he could always feed it to the pigs. Alas, Tang Yuan began. His words caught his throat, his round, egg-like visage contorted with anguish. "Third young master, I am truly suffering. Why must those scoundrels target me? I curse their ancestors. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance." As he spoke, his agitation peaked, and he rose from his seat, his robust thigh crashing down upon the chair, causing a tremor to ripple through his ample form as he bellowed towards the heavens. Fortunately, the furniture at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was sturdy enough to withstand his considerable weight. Junxia, however, found it increasingly difficult to endure the embarrassment, burying his face in his hands, desperate to escape the mortifying scene. Suddenly, the third floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned toward the spectacle of Tang Yuan's exuberant display. Gasping for breath, he finally lowered his leg, unceremoniously taking a seat once more, and raised his cup for another swig. "Third young master, what we've lost is no trivial matter. For this very item, I have endured relentless torment these past few days that my grandfather has chastised me over a dozen times. Wielding a heavy stick to beat some sense into me. You really think I can run fast in this state? Just look at me now. I've become a shadow of my former self," he lamented, gesturing to his sagging belly that obscured his knees. "Indeed, you do appear considerably thinner," Junxia replied, a hint of insincerity in his voice, adding, "Your face has lost all its wrinkles." Tang Yuan scoffed. Although he had intended to provoke Junxia's appetite, he was surprised when Junxia did not press further. Despite the embarrassment, Tang Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to share his burdens. After all, it was a matter of the Xiandan. "Third young master," he leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "it is not merely any Xiandan, it is the pinnacle of the 9th level. Harvested from a 9th-tier mystical beast. This is a treasure of unimaginable worth." Junxia's heart raced at the revelation, but he feigned indifference, turning his head dismissively. "What is so remarkable about a mere Xiandan? I happen to possess one myself. You truly believe it is of the same caliber as mine?" Tang Yuan scoffed. "Let me enlighten you. What my family has lost is the most elite 9th-level Xiandan. If this news were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the realm. A ground-level practitioner consuming a 9th-level Xiandan could leap to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, and for those already at that stage, it could elevate them to the exalted realm of the supreme god. Third young master, such individuals are among the most formidable in the world." He gestured with exaggerated flair, as if encompassing the entire universe. "Is it truly that potent?" Junxia's heart raced with intrigue, yet skepticism clouded his expression. You really think I would believe such grandiose claims? If it were truly that effective, wouldn't every merchant in the world be clamoring to sell it? Those who boast such nonsense should be cursed." Tang Yuan exclaimed. Feeling insulted, he swore an oath. Thumping his chest, his face flushed with indignation. "Do you think such treasures are abundant in this world? If it were not a rarity, would my grandfather have reacted so vehemently? I have truly chosen the wrong confidant to share my grievances." In a fit of excitement, Tang Yuan's familiar expletive hung on his lips, unable to escape. "Oh, I genuinely sympathize with you." Junxia let out a long "oh," casually mimicking the phrase. His mind raced as he calculated the implications. If this truly was such an extraordinary treasure, it could not possibly be returned to the Tang family. If this item could forge a formidable warrior for his own clan, wouldn't that be far more beneficial than wasting it within the Tang household? With bloodshot eyes, Tang Yuan grinned, feeling that for the past few days, Only Jun Xie had lent an ear to his lamentations that in an instant, he was moved, wiping his nose vigorously before flinging it away. Just as he was about to utter some heartfelt words to Jun Xie, a voice pierced through. Who? Who the hell threw snot? Step forward, or I'll annihilate your entire lineage. A sharp, furious voice rang out, filled with unparalleled indignation. Jun Xie turned to see a young man clad in a blue silk robe. His hair slicked back and face heavily powdered. Standing at the staircase, he was accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman. His face contorted with rage, a large smear of yellowish snot adorned his right cheek. A testament to Tang Yuan's earlier indiscretion, and he was frantically attempting to wipe it away. Tang Yuan, with his back to the staircase, had carelessly flung his snot towards the ground. It was never meant to cling to anyone, much less land on someone's face. However, by mere coincidence, as Tang Yuan released it, this young man, engrossed in fondling the woman at his side, had just emerged to the staircase, narrowly avoiding an unfortunate encounter with the projectile. Jun Xie, wide-eyed and speechless, eventually burst into laughter, shaking his head in admiration. Tang Yuan, your aim is simply unmatched. I am in awe. Tang Yuan, stunned into silence, could only manage a wry smile. It's not that my aim is lacking, but rather that this fellow's luck is utterly absurd. This statement held some truth. Among the notorious rascals of Tianxiang City, both Tang Yuan and Jun Xie were well acquainted with most. This young man, with his haughty demeanor and ostentatious appearance, was clearly a troublemaker, yet they did not recognize him, suggesting he was an unknown scion among the local ruffians. And now, not only had he been smeared with snot, but he had also audaciously insulted the two notorious troublemakers, Jun Mo Xie and Tang Yuan. His fortune was indeed remarkable, a true stroke of misfortune. As the two conversed, the young man turned his gaze toward them, releasing his grip on the woman, and stormed over, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed at Tang Yuan, "You fat bastard, do you seek death? And you, pretty boy, what are you laughing at?" Jun Xie's expression darkened at once, initially intending to counsel Tang Yuan against taking lethal action. After all, it was the fat man's fault. He now sat back with a sense of vindication. Let him be dealt with. Tang Yuan was no saint, especially not at this moment of frustration, and upon hearing the insult, he erupted with fury, his plump body leaping into action like a volleyball spiked by a player. With a resounding slap, his massive hand made intimate contact with the young man's left cheek. The young man, utterly unprepared for Tang Yuan's immediate retaliation, found himself at a disadvantage. His already weakened state left him unable to evade, and he was struck with such force that he spun around twice before collapsing to the ground. Stars dancing before his eyes, as he slumped, bloody teeth and foul-tasting blood spewed forth. Tang Yuan, face twisted in rage, lunged toward him, his nearly 400-pound frame pinning the young man beneath him. With a flurry of fists, he pounded mercilessly, shouting, "You dare mock me while I am in a foul mood? I threw snot at you out of pity, and you had the audacity to insult me. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I shall owe you an apology." Each word punctuated by a punch, he unleashed a rhythmic assault that echoed like the wails of a slaughtered pig. With a sickening crack, the young man's legs snapped under Tang Yuan's weight, eliciting a sound that was less human and more akin to a tortured animal. He convulsed, his head lolling, as unconsciousness claimed him. It was only then that the woman accompanying him regained her senses, letting out a shrill scream that pierced the air, rising in pitch beyond measure. "Silence!" Tang Yuan thundered, his eyes ablaze with menace. The woman froze in terror, but soon dread overtook her, and she screamed once more. Scrambling down the stairs, a loud crash followed, accompanied by a shriek, as it became evident she had lost her footing and tumbled down the staircase. "Enough! If you're satisfied, then cease your assault, lest you truly kill him." Jun Xie frowned, finding the day's events increasingly tedious. Even if the young man were to perish, what would it matter? Trouble would come my way, and who would dare confront me? Tang Yuan struck the young man a couple more times, then stood, panting heavily. Hitting someone is no trivial matter. Even the young Master Tang was exhausted. With a sideways glance, he proclaimed, "In all of Beijing, there are few Tang Yuan, would fear to kill. That fellow might indeed have some connections." Jun Xie remarked, tilting his chin towards the commotion outside. Rapid footsteps echoed, and a considerable number of individuals rushed toward them. Tang Yuan scoffed dismissively. If we don't even recognize him, what connections could he possibly have? Just a little punk. Even if his ancestor were to appear, I would send him packing with a single finger. Those two ruffians are upstairs. Young Master Qin is also present. The woman's panic voice called from below, followed by the unmistakable sound of weapons being unsheathed and chains rattling. Suddenly, 5 or 6 stern-faced men stood before them, gazing at the bloodied young man on the ground with fury evident on their faces. One of them, resembling the young man, had a square jaw and a bushy beard, his eyes blazing with wrath. He waved his hand. "What are you waiting for? Help the young master up and take these audacious ruffians into custody." 4 burly men stepped forward, ready to act. Nearby stood several individuals in constable's attire, who, eager to ingratiate themselves, suggested, "Leader Qin, shall we handle this matter? We assure you." "Nonsense. My son has been beaten to this state, and you expect me to leave it to you? I will take both of these scoundrels with me. Not a single one shall escape. I shall see who dares to harm my son." "Qin who?" The man roared in fury. The constable, who had intended to curry favor, found himself abruptly rebuffed, his face a mask of embarrassment. The man seeking vengeance was none other than Qin Hu, the leader of the Northern City Gang, one of the 6 major local factions in Tianxiang City. The young man sprawled on the ground was none other than his only son, Qin Xiaobao, a rather infamous scion. "Your son is untouchable?" Jun Xie coldly regarded him, his ire ignited by the man's arrogance as he set a trap. "But is it permissible for your son to harm others? Are we, the common folk, to endure the bullying of your precious child?" While Qin Xiaobao may have held some notoriety, it was all relative. Today was his unlucky day, having crossed paths with the most prominent troublemaker duo in the area, especially at a moment when one was in dire need of an outlet for his pent-up frustration. It was akin to a rabbit challenging a tiger and a wolf. Sheer folly. "Huh? Who dares lay a finger on my son? Whoever does shall face the annihilation of their entire family," upon hearing Jun Xie refer to himself as a commoner. Qin Hu felt his confidence soar, glaring at Jun Xie. "Pretty boy, you think you can get away with this after beating my son to this state?" Tang Yuan's fury flared, ready to leap up and assert his identity. But Jun Xie restrained him. There was no need for them to intervene personally. It was beneath them. Originally, the fault lay with Tang Yuan, but had Qin Xiaobao not spoken such vile words, this matter might have been resolved. However, hearing Qin Hu speak in such a manner ignited a murderous resolve within Jun Xie. He acted without regard for right or wrong, driven solely by his whims, swift in vengeance. Just from Qin Hu's words, Jun Xie had already resolved not to let the Northern City Gang off the hook. The father and son, both infamous for their misdeeds, truly embody the essence of their vile lineage. The arrogant Jun Xie naturally believes that eliminating them would be an act of divine justice, akin to constructing a grand pagoda, thereby accruing immense merit. The leader of the Tang family guards rose, followed by 3 others, their forms radiating a silvery glow as the 4 formidable silver-level experts stepped forward with solemn expressions, their eyes sharp as blades. What is Qin Hu, after all? Qin Hu was momentarily taken aback, instantly sensing a powerful aura pressing down upon him. His thoughts raced, and he summoned his inner energy, causing his body to shimmer with golden light. Retracting his earlier arrogance, he spoke cautiously. "I am Qin Hu, the leader of the North City Gang. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? A gold-level expert." Indeed, Qin Hu, as a gang leader, was no ordinary individual. Yet, internally, he felt a tremor of anxiety. Witnessing the strength of his opponent, he recognized the extraordinary ability of the North City Gang leader to adapt his demeanor, while he dismissed the silver-level experts as inconsequential. The presence of 4 silver-level guardians accompanying these 2 individuals was alarming. What did this signify? Who were they truly? Had his son once again provoked someone beyond his grasp? While a gold-level master could certainly lead a gang, there remained many formidable figures he must avoid at all costs. Not long ago, his son had foolishly flirted with a striking young nobleman's beautiful attendant in the streets, though initially unscathed. That very night, the upper echelons of the North City Gang were apprehended and taken to a clandestine location. His own golden energy, once at its pinnacle, was forcibly reduced to the mid-level, and his son, Qin Xiaobao, was left with a shattered dantian, never to practice inner energy again. After 3 days and nights, they managed to preserve their lives, yet the price of survival was to become a mere pawn in another's game. Although he remained unaware of the nobleman's true identity, Qin, who understood he must be one of the scions of the city's most powerful families. The influential elites of the capital were beyond the reach of even gold-level experts, let alone mere earth-level practitioners. The individual before him, judging by their demeanor, appeared even more imposing than that mysterious nobleman. This handsome young man seemed to surpass the nobleman in attractiveness. Could he truly be walking into the same trap twice? The North City gang leader? Qin who? I have never heard of you. What audacity is this to act so brazenly? As for my identity, ordinarily, you wouldn't be worthy of such knowledge, but your son has dared to offend our esteemed young master of the Tang family. This is an unforgivable crime. My young master, being magnanimous and compassionate, has only chosen to impose a slight punishment and will not hold your son accountable any further. And you, as his father, instead of expressing gratitude and properly educating your son, come here to question us, even colluding with the authorities to apprehend my young master. Qin Hu, what audacity you possess! The guard leader glared at Qin Hu, speaking in a slow, grave tone. What eloquence! Jun Xie silently applauded. The guard leader had deftly shifted all blame onto Qin Xiaobao, leaving Qin Hu with no room for rebuttal. Furthermore, the most remarkable aspect was the way he had glorified the Tang family's young master, showcasing an impressive talent for flattery. Upon hearing the mention of the Tang family's young master, Qin Hu nearly fainted from terror. At this moment, his greatest fear was indeed the Tang family. Not for any other reason, but because of his own guilty conscience. That mysterious nobleman was indeed formidable, yet ignorance often breeds courage. While Qin, who was wary of that nobleman, he remained oblivious to his background and true strength. But the Tang family, they were an established and prestigious lineage in the capital, capable of extinguishing his insignificant North City gang as if it were child's play. Not to mention that he had previously followed the mysterious nobleman's orders to steal the Tang family's elixir. He was now in a state of panic, fearing the day the Tang family would come knocking at his door, which would spell disaster for his North City gang. Who could have imagined that his son would provoke the Tang family's young master at such a critical juncture? This was truly self-inflicted doom. At this moment, Qin Hu felt as though he might faint. Such formidable adversaries, and yet here his son was confronting them head-on. Was there ever a more reckless act? Others would retreat upon encountering a brick wall. Yet his son seemed determined to crash into one. Observing his son, bloodied and lying on the ground after receiving a mere light punishment from the Tang young master, Qin Hu was filled with anger, anxiety, and sorrow. Though the North City gang held considerable power, it paled in comparison to the influence of a highborn family like the Tang family. It was akin to an ant facing a tiger. His only son had proven to be utterly foolish. After previously being crippled and nearly losing his life, he still had not learned his lesson. It seemed this time he might very well lose the remainder of his life. Not only was Qin Hu in a state of panic, but the 4 constables were equally dumbfounded. They had come to support Qin Hu's son, expecting to profit from the situation, only to encounter the Tang young master. Where money was no longer the issue, it was a matter of life and death. As for you 4 corrupt officials, remain here for now until your superior arrives to collect you. I wish to inquire how the criminal department operates with individuals like you, colluding with gangs, oppressing innocent citizens, and committing heinous acts. Tang Yuan glared at the constables, his words dripping with righteous indignation. Yet such sentiments should not have originated from Tang Yuan himself. Rather, they should have been voiced by others. No wonder Jun Xie found the situation utterly hilarious, as Tang Yuan had audaciously labeled himself a defender of the oppressed. The 4 constables turned pale, exchanging glances, trembling in fear. It was evident that a single shout from Tang Yuan could send them into a panic. Tang Yuan's father-in-law, Sun Qinghe, was the deputy minister of the criminal department, overseeing this very domain. If he were to arrive and see these 4 aiding the North City gang against his own superior's son-in-law, their fate would be sealed. These 4 unfortunate souls were indeed doomed. They had only heard of the Tang young master's reputation, but had never encountered someone of his stature. Today, they had unwittingly collided with an immovable object. Ah, I see now. It is the Tang young master. My utmost respect. Qin Hu quickly changed his demeanor, forcing a smile as he deeply bowed. My son has been blind and has offended the esteemed Tang young master. I'm grateful for your leniency in teaching him a lesson. I implore you, please show mercy and consider a lighter punishment. Tang Yuan snorted dismissively. Turning to his four guards, this brat dares to act recklessly towards me without reason. There must be more to this story. I now suspect that the North City gang has a connection to the theft case involving my Tang family. Take this brat back for a thorough interrogation. The four guards nodded in unison, yet their expressions revealed their hesitation. They realized that the incident had originated from Tang Yuan himself, and after having nearly beaten the boy to a pulp, now to falsely accuse him of theft was rather excessive. Tang Yuan's statement had been born from his displeasure, a mere venting of frustration, but little did he know that his careless words had inadvertently struck true. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's accusation, Qin Hu's heart sank, cold sweat pouring from him. Oh heavens! This was truly a case of walking too far down a dark path only to encounter a ghost. Everyone understood that the charge was baseless, yet it had inadvertently struck a chord of truth, an infuriating twist of fate. What if his son were taken away and uttered something he should not? The Tang family was filled with clever individuals. Jun Xie, observing Qin Hu's face turn pale and his eyes dart nervously, could not help but find the situation curious. Was Qin Hu truly so flustered? After all, he was a gang leader, albeit one at the bottom of the hierarchy among the 6 major gangs. Yet even so, he should not display such cowardice. In truth, for Qin Hu, if he could use this incident to forge a connection with the Tang family, it would be a stroke of luck. Yet, his demeanor suggested otherwise, as if he were guilty of some transgression. Why was that? Stop. Guilty is charged. My son deserves punishment. However, would it be possible for me to take him back to recover from his injuries before bringing him to your esteemed residence for a proper reprimand? Of course, given that my son has frightened your esteemed self and your companions, I, Qin, promise to offer suitable compensation to ensure your satisfaction. Though Qin, who was indeed a gang leader, he had become a bit skittish since the previous incident. However, years of experience had not been for naught, and he quickly regained his composure, presenting a conciliatory proposal. Tang Yuan merely huffed. I shall see how your North City gang intends to compensate. Upon uttering those words, he had already signified his intention to cease any further inquiries. Fatty Tang was also a bachelor. Now, with both face and substance in place, what remained to be seen was the extent of the benefits. Qin Hu, being no novice to the ways of the world, certainly discerned the undertones and, with great delight, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young master, for your magnanimity. I, Qin, shall surely pay you a visit in the future to express my heartfelt thanks for your great kindness. Tang Yuan merely acknowledged with a sound, directing his gaze towards Jun Xi.as for me. I have no issues here. However, your son did not hold back in reprimanding Jun Sanshao just now. As long as Sanshao bears no grudge, you may take your leave. Jun Sanshao. In that instant, Qin, who recalled the infamous name of Jun Mo Xie, the only one capable of eliciting such a stance from Tang Yuan. The Jun Sanshao in question could be none other than the notorious Jun Mo Xi. It dawned on him that his son had not only offended young Master Tang, but had also insulted the far more formidable Jun Sanshao. At that moment, Qin, who felt an overwhelming urge to throttle his own son, were it not for the fact that the boy was his sole bloodline. Jun Xie regarded Qin, who, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes before fading away. He had already made up his mind. The combination of Qin Hu's brazen arrogance and his son Qin Xiaobao's indulgent protectiveness could only lead to tremendous misdeeds. Not to mention, had they not encountered himself and Tang Yuan today, a mere ordinary individual would have likely lost their life in this situation. Such scum as Qin Hu and Qin Xiaobao deserved no mercy. The Northern City gang must not be allowed to continue. Jun Xie felt the stirrings of murderous intent. Yet, he remained cautious, acutely sensing that someone in this establishment seemed to be watching him, observing his every move. Lazily leaning back against the chair, he instinctively crossed his legs. his fingers tapping rhythmically against Qin Hu's forehead. Qin Hu, based on your earlier remarks, I should have taught you a lesson. However, seeing your respectful demeanor, let us consider this matter settled. I have heard that your Northern City gang has opened numerous gambling establishments in the north of the city. I gather that your gang is experiencing a windfall of wealth daily. How fortunate indeed. His eyes narrowed, and a cold chuckle escaped his lips as he continued. Qin Hu, I await your response with bated breath. Should you fail to satisfy me, I assure you, not a single soul from your Northern City gang, young or old, will witness the sunrise of the day after tomorrow. At this juncture, he suddenly straightened in his seat, leaning in closer to Qin Hu's ear, and with a mischievous grin, he whispered, However, should you manage to please me, there will be rewards aplenty. You would do better to bring forth an abundance of silver. Qin Hu's heart seethed with indignation, yet the circumstances dictated that he, as the leader of a gang, was being openly scolded by a mere teenager, his face besmirched with spittle. It was an utter humiliation. However, Qin Hu dared not reveal a hint of dissatisfaction, for this individual who threatened to obliterate the Northern City gang was evidently not to be trifled with. With a forced smile and oaths of loyalty, Qin Hu promised to appease Jun Sanshao before finally retreating in disgrace with his son in tow. Bah, what a buzzkill! Tang Yuan spat disdainfully at Qin Hu's retreating figure. Sanshao, will you be attending the Golden Autumn Talent Banquet on the central island of Falling Moon Lake tomorrow night? I've heard there will be quite a few intriguing novelties. According to custom, every year during the Golden Autumn Festival, the Tianxiang Kingdom hosts a talent banquet on the central island of Falling Moon Lake, where the emperor designates several ministers to invite the top 10 scholars from the Wangxing Academy. In truth, these 10 individuals are poised to graduate and are among the elite who will soon enter the court, providing an opportunity to assess their capabilities and assign them to appropriate positions. Thus, the Golden Autumn Talent Banquet serves as a platform for aspiring scholars to leap into prominence, with only 10 slots available for thousands of students. Competition naturally intensifies, and such an event garners considerable attention, with various noble families sending representatives to assess which talents they might recruit into their ranks. Additionally, these scholars are primarily unmarried and boast bright futures, prompting many noble maidens to seek suitable partners among them, resulting in a flurry of interest from young ladies. With so many esteemed young women gathered in one place, the likes of Tang Yuan and Junimo Xie could hardly resist the opportunity for frivolous pursuits. And in their eagerness to capture the attention of these talents, they would inevitably engage in friendly competition. Yet time and again, the scions of wealth would find themselves bested, yet they remain undeterred in their pursuits year after year. At this moment, Tang Yuan's excitement was palpable, his ample form quivering with anticipation. It was clear he was intent on attending, though whether he would achieve his desires remained uncertain. The talent banquet? Young Master Tang, do we appear to be talented individuals? Jun Xie rolled his eyes. Kaizi, perhaps you fit the bill. Jun Xie harbored an unspoken thought. I, with my refined features, naturally resemble a scholar, but you, my dear brother, are better likened to a mere seed. Pah, what scholars! They are nothing more than a gaggle of profit-driven sycophants. Take last year's Zhao Chengsong, who humiliated me at the Golden Autumn Talent Banquet, causing me to lose face before Miss Li. He strutted around like a peacock, and I swiftly arranged for him to join the Tang family, promising him high office and wealth. Was he not promptly at my beck and call thereafter? Do you know what position he holds now? Tang Yuan exclaimed with pride. What position? Jun Xie, intrigued by this amusing tale, probed further. I had someone place him in the Ministry of Revenue, then had my uncle find him a fault to transfer him away. And so on several times. His sole duty now is to scrub my back while I bathe, wash my underwear and socks daily, and tend to the garments of my various concubines. He has no other responsibilities. Tang Yuan chuckled malevolently. If he had been obstinate and maintained his lofty ideals, I would have been at a loss as to how to deal with him, but this spineless wretch pretends to be noble, spouting some nonsense about being a gentleman. Pah! He sought to curry favor with the Li family, so I have him washing skirts daily. Tang Yuan's uncle was an official in the Ministry of Revenue, and it was an effortless task to set a trap for a newcomer. Puffed. Jun Xie sputtered tea across Tang Yuan's face, choking on his laughter. Your uncle truly follows your orders, young Master Tang. This is rather demeaning, don't you think? That man is still a scholar and a graduate of the Wangxing Academy, possessing some level of ability. Such treatment seems rather undignified. Undignified? Xin Xiao, I cannot agree with you there. What do those people amount to? Merely a bunch of bookish fools. Even if they have learned the art of governance from books, what does it matter? It is all mere theory, incapable of practical application. Festering within them like rot. Great learning does not equate to capability, nor does it imply good character. Relying solely on rhetoric is no true talent, nor does it signify anything worthwhile. The Wangxing Academy has a grand reputation. Yet how many of the powerful figures throughout the Tianxiang Kingdom have emerged from the Wangxing Academy? Pa! Tang Yuan burst into laughter, patting Jun Xie's shoulder. San Xiao, neither of us are virtuous individuals. Stop. What do you mean by neither of us are virtuous individuals? Jun Xie had been in agreement, silently praising this sentiment, that he felt a profound connection to this viewpoint. Akin to the so-called top students produced by rote education, they are rendered insignificant when compared to the seasoned elites of society. Akin to infants just weaned, it appears that this notion transcends all realms. However, it was unexpected that Tang Yuan possessed such insight. It was truly remarkable. Just as he was savoring the conversation, Tang Yuan's tone shifted dramatically, and he continued, "What I meant to say is, we are not good people." Tang Yuan chuckled heartily, "But San Xiao, no matter how wicked we may be in this vast capital city, even if we wreak havoc daily, how many lives can we truly affect? 1,000 or so, at most. Yet, someone like Zhao Chengsong, with his myriad of cunning schemes, if allowed to govern unchecked, would harm countless citizens, and after wreaking havoc in one place, he would simply move on to another, evading the court's justice until the day he is finally executed, blissfully unaware of the devastation he has caused. In comparison to him, who among us is the greater villain?" At this point, Tang Yuan's indignation swelled. "Thus, I am determined to humiliate these shameless individuals. What scholars? To hell with them. Anyone who dares to call themselves a talented individual in my presence, I shall deal with them one by one. I shall ensure they meet their demise. As long as they fall into my grasp, every pretentious scholar shall find themselves utterly devoid of hope." Jun Xie laughed heartily. "Indeed, indeed. Tang Pongzi, this is the first time I've heard you speak with such refreshing candor. Well said. For this, I raise a glass in your honor." This toast was genuinely heartfelt from Jun Xie. Tang Yuan's words truly resonated with him. Considering Jun Xie's 2 lifetimes, those who earned a sincere toast could scarcely number more than 2 or 3, making it quite a stroke of fortune for Tang Yuan to receive such an honor. To be toasted by Jun Xie was a rare privilege in this world, with Tang Yuan being the foremost among them. After this toast, it signified that Jun Xie had acknowledged Tang Yuan as a person. Although this fellow was a wastrel, he was indeed a true man with genuine emotions. Jun Xie had always acted according to his whims. Those who caught his eye, even if they were condemned by the masses, he would share a drink with them. Conversely, those he found displeasing, no matter how revered they were, he would disdainfully ignore. At this moment, Tang Pongzi was entirely unaware of the significance of this toast, nor could he imagine that it was precisely because Jun Xie had raised this glass that he would escape numerous calamities. On several occasions, at the brink of death, he had been saved by Jun Xie, but that is a tale for another time. Tang Yuan lifted his cup and drained it in one gulp, his small eyes widening. "This young master knows his own affairs. I'm not particularly pleasing to the eye. I love to gamble, enjoy a good fight, and sometimes bully others for amusement. When I see a pretty girl, I can't help but utter a few flirtatious remarks to lighten the mood. I have both the heart and the courage for such pursuits. I am indeed a bad person, but my wickedness is apparent. What is the saying? Everyone appreciates beauty, and who wouldn't want to take a second glance at a lovely woman? Why shouldn't I admire someone so beautiful? If a good girl were to notice me staring, she would surely scurry away. In such cases, I wouldn't dare to approach and make a fool of myself. If someone stands there waiting for me to tease them, what could they possibly be worth? Yet somehow, I've become a notorious villain. Meanwhile, those pretentious scholars lower their heads at the sight of beautiful women, putting on a facade of decorum and elegance. only to salivate over the backsides of those same women the moment they turn away. How despicable! This is what you call talent. Scoundrels masquerading as scholars. Such talents. I wish I could eradicate all of them. After a lengthy discourse, Tang Pongzi felt quite dejected, repeatedly raising his cup, his words flowing incessantly, and his hands never ceasing to pour more drinks. Although the alcohol was mild, it still stirred the depths of his sorrows, and eventually, he became intoxicated, his large head swaying uncontrollably until, with a thud, he crashed into the fish soup bowl before him, yelping in surprise from the scalding liquid. Yet this jolt served to awaken him. Jun Xie gazed upon the disheveled Tang Yuan, his face smeared with fish soup. And an idea struck him. Since I need to eliminate the unscrupulous Qin Hu and his son, why not delegate this task to the Tang family? Given Tang Laozu's recent loss of a treasured possession, he would surely prefer to err on the side of overkill rather than let any foe escape. Moreover, considering my current lack of strength and inability to deploy trained personnel, it would be unwise to involve my grandfather, as it would attract too much attention. This plan shall suffice. After all, what does it matter to eradicate a bunch of worthless scum? The reason for not letting the Jun family take action is due to my lingering concern about Xiandan, which has already become a significant vortex. While I cannot ascertain whether Qin Hu's demeanor is due to panic over Xiandan, should it be connected, any move made by the Jun family against the North City gang would be akin to stepping into a quagmire, drawing unwanted scrutiny. Conversely, the Tang family has no such concerns. Tang Pongzi, after you've eaten and drunk your fill, let us find a quieter place to chat. I believe Yihong Lu would be a perfect choice. What do you say? Jun Xie feigned an air of decorum while being a lecherous spirit at heart. Yihong Lu. Indeed, it is a splendidly tranquil place. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled, his drunkenness dissipating by half, his face brimming with eager anticipation. Third young master, you truly are my kindred spirit. Let us hurry. I've been feeling quite irritable these past few days and need a serene spot, he exclaimed, rising swiftly, his rotund belly flopping heavily against his thighs. Jun Xie regarded Tang Yuan with a serious expression, pondering deeply. It was hard to envision how this fellow would manage at Yihong Lu. Would he need to hoist his own belly with both hands? Otherwise, it would indeed pose quite a challenge. How vexing! As they descended, it was not that Jun Xie wished to remain silent, but rather, he felt an unsettling sensation that someone was observing him within the establishment, a presence that made him exceedingly uncomfortable, hence his suggestion to move to the tranquil Yihong Lu after Jun Xie, and Tang Yuan left the stairs. A voice emerged from a private booth in the tavern. Li Xiong, they have departed. What do you think? A gentle voice replied, although Tang Yuan possesses some insight, it is rather superficial. He is far too reckless. Such a person, even if harboring ill intentions, would merely confront us openly. Thus, he need not be considered. However, Junimo Xie's recent conduct seems rather inconsistent with the rumors surrounding him. There was a palpable hint of skepticism in his tone. Oh, are you suggesting that the third young master is behaving unusually? The previous speaker questioned, but he still seems as arrogant and greedy as ever. Did you not see him extorting Qin Hu just moments ago? His appetite is insatiable, audaciously demanding Qin Hu hand over the North City gang's gambling houses. Truly a delusion, as if he could get away with it. There are matters of which you are unaware. Junimo Xie's recent peculiarities extend beyond what you see. This situation is indeed strange. Ensure Li Yin keeps a close watch and inform Qin Hu to visit Junimo Xie tomorrow afternoon. He must remember every word spoken, and then compile it for me without any omissions that I need to ponder this thoroughly. The second person mused, tapping his fingers lightly against the table, reflecting on Jun Xie's earlier demeanor. He ultimately shook his head. From his words and actions, he is a quintessential wastrel. Why do I perceive something amiss? Am I being overly sensitive? No, caution is the mother of safety. You must find a way to meet with Junimo Xie in the coming days. That Li Xiong spoke slowly. There are rumors that this fellow has been training at home like a man possessed, articulating his thoughts quite well. I have a nagging feeling that something is off. I want to see for myself, if it's true. Meet Junimo Xie. The other person's tone turned reluctant, as if the mere idea of associating with such a wastrel was beneath him. You remain as arrogant as ever. This arrogance could be your downfall. Liu ran, with a refined demeanor, raised his head. While his words were calm, the other man broke into a cold sweat. Very well. I shall make arrangements immediately. Good. I shall be present to listen in. I want to see what schemes Jun Mo Xie is concocting to Liu Ran stated coolly. By the way, Li Xiong, I received word that the second brother may make a move in the coming days. He is growing impatient. However, it remains unclear whether his target is the third brother or Ling Ming. The information from that side is cautious and sparse. Liu Ran's gentle voice took on a low tone. The second brother is indeed rather foolish. At this juncture, the first to act will be the one to suffer. Yes, we should simply observe for now. Maintaining a passive stance is the best strategy. However, Ling Ming is the one you have taken a liking to. The previous speaker ventured cautiously. That is of no consequence. She is merely a woman. If I could use Ling Ming to incite conflict among the first, second, and third brothers, it would be a most desirable outcome. Liu Ran's voice remained calm and collected, yet it exuded an icy indifference. In the grand scheme of things, a woman is trivial. The booth fell silent. On the road, within the carriage, Jun Xie sat opposite Tang Yuan, straining to suppress his discomfort as he endured the greasy scent emanating from Tang Pongzi, finding it exceedingly challenging. Even with the endurance of a seasoned assassin, he was struggling to maintain composure. Drawing back the curtain to let in a breath of fresh air, Jun Xie remarked, Tang Pongzi, from what you say, it seems you're having a rough time at home. Previously lively, Tang Yuan suddenly wilted, waving his hand dismissively. Third young master, let us avoid that topic. Just thinking about it makes me want to hang myself. Why am I so unlucky? Others don't face such misfortune, yet I'm plagued by one calamity after another. Third young master, I truly feel cursed. Do you wish to escape this predicament? Jun Xie chuckled sinisterly. Luring him in. Of course. Who wouldn't he want to? Anyone who doesn't tea is a fool. However, this matter is far from easy to resolve. Tang Yuan scratched his head, displaying a look of despair. What's easy? What's difficult? I merely ask if you wish to free yourself from this sea of suffering. Jun Xie cast a sidelong glance, exuding an air of mischief as he fixated on Tang Fatty with an amused expression. Oh, how I long for it! Tang Yuan exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Third young master, do you perhaps have a solution? Well, while solutions are scarce, I do possess a couple of clever stratagems, any one of which could easily extricate you from your predicament. Would you like to know? Jun Xie chuckled lightly, swinging his leg nonchalantly. I truly wish to know. Tang Yuan responded eagerly. Brother Jun, Uncle Jun, esteemed ancestor, please enlighten me. I can no longer endure this. In an instant, Tang Yuan grasped the lifeline of hope, his excitement palpable, breath coming in quick gasps, nearly moved to tears. Did you witness the arrogance of the North City gang today? They must have left you feeling quite disgruntled, Jun Xie casually remarked. Disgruntled? Those two bastards are utterly insufferable. If it weren't for the myriad of troubles at home these days, I would have annihilated them on the spot. Even if they came to deliver silver tomorrow, I wouldn't be inclined to meet them. Tang Yuan shook his head. Third young master, please share your plan. Why mention those two imbeciles? Isn't that the plan? Jun Xie smiled. Few are privy to the theft at your home, correct? Surely, many know something has gone missing. While theft is no grave matter, the specific items lost remain a mystery. If word spread that a 9th grade Xiandan was stolen from the Tang residence, how would our family not be the subject of ridicule? Tang Yuan muttered, increasingly perplexed by Jun Xie's intentions. But I suspect Qin who might be aware of this matter. Jun Xie leaned back, casually swinging his leg again. Did you notice how flustered Qin who appeared when you mentioned the theft? He seemed to break into a slight sweat. In truth, Qin who had merely shifted his gaze, showing no discernible reaction, and the notion of sweat was but a fabrication. However, Tang Fatty was far from attentive and failed to notice anything amiss. Are you suggesting Qin who is involved in this affair? Tang Yuan straightened, his small eyes widening in surprise. The implications of what third young master proposed were indeed significant, instilling a sense of doubt. Typically, if third young master asserted something, Tang young master would readily believe it. Fatty, why are you so narrow-minded? Regardless of whether he is truly connected to this incident, it suffices that you perceive him as such. Simply return to your grandfather and assert that Qin Hu's North City gang may indeed be involved. In doing so, irrespective of the investigation's outcome, your burden will be considerably lightened. No? Jun Xie grinned wickedly. Besides, we are not wronging him. Qin Hu's panic was genuine, that if he harbors no guilt, why would he be distressed? But if my grandfather conducts an investigation and discovers it wasn't Qin Hu, wouldn't that backfire? Tang Yuan hesitated. Even so, have you not exerted effort regarding this matter? Given your willingness to acknowledge your mistakes and assist in the investigation, I trust your grandfather will not be excessively harsh on you. Moreover, if you firmly assert that Qin Hu bears significant suspicion, your grandfather, in his current urgency, will undoubtedly take action to clarify the situation. Once he does, whether or not Qin Hu is implicated becomes inconsequential, and your Tang family will gain a reputation for eliminating threats to the community. What could be more advantageous? You speak wisely. My grandfather indeed places immense value on that item. If he catches wind of even the slightest lead, he will surely mobilize immediately. Tang Yuan pondered. However, this matter requires meticulous follow-up strategies. Otherwise, my life will remain quite unbearable. Agreed. Let us proceed with this plan. The more Tang Yuan contemplated it, the more he found the scheme to be brilliant, and he grew increasingly impatient. Third young master, why not allow me to escort you to Yihong Lu for some tranquility? I must return home to report to my grandfather at once. If he learns that I inquired about such news only to indulge in frivolity before returning, I shall surely face dire consequences. Indeed, time is of the essence. You attend to your matters. I have no leisure for distractions. Jun Xie laughed. Congratulations, Tang Fatty. You are on the precipice of regaining your freedom. Tang Yuan beamed, grinning ear to ear like the Buddha of happiness. Share joy, share joy. All thanks to your guidance, my brother. Declining Tang Yuan's kind offer to escort him home, Jun Xie disembarked, and the two parted ways as he watched Tang Fatty's carriage roll away. A smile crept across Jun Xie's lips. If the Tang family were to take action, what should his next move be? The Xian Dan was in his possession, yet he remained uncertain of how to utilize it. This conundrum loomed large in his mind. Should he consider disseminating information about this matter to attract a few top-tier experts to Tianxiang City? The world is vast, and talented individuals abound. Surely someone must possess knowledge on the subject. However, this plan must remain concealed from his grandfather and third uncle. If they were to learn of it, with his grandfather's straightforwardness and third uncle's integrity, what if they suggested returning it to the Tang family? Or worse, what if they inadvertently revealed something? That would indeed spell trouble. It would be prudent to use the Xian Dan on his uncle or grandfather without them realizing it, and then explain later. As if to say, it is already done, and surely everyone would revel in their newfound fortune. With Jun Xie's current mastery of the heavenly creation technique, coupled with a practice entirely distinct from the Xuanqi cultivation of this world, he did not foresee any benefit from possessing this coveted Xian Dan, and indeed, this was the reality. However, while this world Xian Dan may be of no use to Jun Xie in his cultivation of the heavenly creation technique, there were still other materials that could assist him in his training, though this novice remained unaware of them. Furthermore, regarding tomorrow's Golden Autumn Talents Banquet, should he attend or abstain? Lost in thought, he meandered a considerable distance before solidifying his decision. As he snapped back to reality and touched the flying dagger tucked within his robes, Jun Xie sighed. Since the last skirmish, he had realized that his rudimentary flying daggers were far from effective against the advanced Xian practitioners of this world. A mere encounter with a silver Xian master had left his daggers slightly damaged. What would happen if he faced a gold or jade Xian-level expert? The thought sent a chill down his spine. The only conclusion he could draw was that such iron daggers would hold little value against those supreme masters. At the very least, they would not deliver the fatal blow he desired. Thus, before his strength truly flourished, Jun Xie resolved to craft a few effective weapons for self-defense. At the very least, the concealed projectiles he fashioned should be able to breach the protective Xuanqi of a Jade Xian practitioner, which was his minimum standard. Yet to achieve such a standard, ordinary iron would be utterly insufficient. With his head bowed, Jun Xie made his way to the Divine Weapons Register shop. If he sought the finest materials to forge flying daggers, It seemed this establishment would be his best option in the entirety of Tianxiang City. In Jun Xie's mind, the ideal materials would be Xian iron or cold iron. If those were unavailable, he would settle for refined steel. After parting ways with Jun Xie, Tang Yuan, the esteemed young Master Tang, returned home with great enthusiasm, eager to seek an audience with old Master Tang. These past few days had left old Master Tang in a state of extreme agitation. The theft of his beloved top-tier Xiandan, with no leads, had only intensified his already fiery temper. He was currently contemplating Tang Yuan, cursing him for being a reckless wastrel. If it weren't for this rascal's gambling and debauchery, would such troubles have arisen? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he resolved to summon Tang Yuan to deliver a beating before anything else. Just as he was about to call for someone, a servant entered to report that the young master was requesting an audience, that he was taken aback. Not only had this boy rarely sought him out recently, but under normal circumstances, he would likely be avoiding him altogether. How dare he come looking for him now? Had he lost his senses from being scolded? Tell him to come in at once. He ordered, then added, "Bring the iron scales," as Tang Yuan stepped through the door. He was met by the imposing sight of the large iron scales positioned before him, instantly turning his face a shade of dismay. What trouble have I landed in now? Old Master Tang was fuming. What is it? He demanded, gesturing with his chin toward the scales, indicating that Tang Yuan should kneel upon them to respond. He was well aware of his grandson's shortcomings. If he wasn't facing an insurmountable problem, he would never dare disturb him. With a pained expression, Tang Yuan knelt upon the scales, his belly thudding against the ground, producing a resounding thwack. What is it? Old Master Tang glared at his grandson, whose belly lay flat against the floor, his irritation mounting. Could you not shed a few pounds? Do you truly believe yourself to be a pig? Tang Yuan had returned with excitement, only to be met with such treatment. Leaving him dejected, he glanced down at his belly and muttered, "I don't wish to be so fat. After being lectured by you all these days, I've barely been able to eat, only drinking water. Yet I still keep gaining weight. Quickly, tell me what you have to say," old Master Tang exclaimed, both exasperated and amused. "Enough of your nonsense. Have you landed yourself in trouble again?" Grandfather, I, Tang Yuan, was so exhilarated at the thought of soon liberating myself from this torturous existence, as advised by Jun Xie, that I could not help but spring to my feet, disregarding the impending wrath on the old man's face. "Grandfather, I believe I may have found a clue regarding the missing Xiandan." "Oh," Tang Lao Yi, initially poised to express his anger and command me to kneel again, was instantly invigorated by my words, his eyes gleaming with interest, and he dismissed his irritation. "Quickly, tell me, what is this clue?" Ever since the Xiandan was stolen, I'd been consumed with worry and guilt, tirelessly ruminating and painstakingly deliberating day and night, fully devoted to this matter. "Stop! Halt!" Tang Lao Yi exclaimed, clearly exasperated. "Oh, you expect to kneel there before you can speak earnestly? Speak plainly." He pointed to the abacus. I was taken aback and continued, "Today, while seeking clues, I encountered Qin Xiaobao, the son of Qin, the leader of the North City gang, at the Drunken Immortal building, where he was arrogantly abusing his power to oppress the innocent. I could not help but feel indignant. Following your teachings, I, with a heart of chivalry, could not stand idly by in the face of such vile acts. Thus, I acted with righteous fervor to assist the weak. When I saw injustice, I drew my sword to aid those in need, acting as a hero for the nation and the people. Shortly thereafter, Qin Hu, that scoundrel, dared to confront me, utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. Upon realizing it was I, he appeared to be in a state of utter panic. The boastful nature of Tang Fatty truly knows no bounds. Effortlessly spinning tales. Nonsense. What is Qin Hu to us? How could he not be flustered after provoking our Tang family? Is this what you call a clue? Tang Lao Yi scoffed, disdainfully dismissing my words. What a ridiculous notion! To think I held any hope in what this impertinent grandson has said. Listening to this string of self-aggrandizement has left me with a splitting headache and a face dark as a thundercloud. Grandfather, if Qin Hu had been nervous from the outset, it would be understandable. However, at first, he showed no signs of panic. Yet upon mentioning our family's theft, his expression shifted dramatically, as though he had encountered a specter. Tang Yuan adopted a knowing expression, meticulously analyzing, The outside world only knows that our Tang family has been robbed of gold and jewels, and they are pursuing the thieves for the sake of face. Logically speaking, this should have no connection to Qin Hu. Why then was he so startled? I suspect there must be something amiss. Perhaps it was this scoundrel who orchestrated it. Tang Laoyi squinted, his eyes glinting with intrigue, continued that's all. Tang Yuan stammered, that's all? You insufferable fool, to leave off at such a critical juncture? Have you a death wish? Tang Laoyi erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick to his ample backside. With so little evidence, how dare you assert that the North City gang is involved in the theft? Explain every detail to me once more, if there is even a hint of ambiguity. I shall flay your hide. Tang Yuan, feeling hopeless, realized he could not evade the truth and began recounting the events in full. Tang Laoyi listened intently, and when he heard that Junimo Xie had suggested the North City gang might be significantly implicated, he interjected that rascal Junimo Xie doesn't he have a vendetta against the North City gang? Does he? No. Absolutely not. If he truly bore a grudge against them, with his temperament, the North City gang would have been obliterated long ago. They would not still exist today. Tang Yuan hastily denied that in that case, Junimo Xie likely did not intend to frame us. Furthermore, with the strength of the Jun family, there would be no need to implicate us in this. However, I must admit I have reservations about that brat. It is evident he may not possess the cunning to devise such a sophisticated scheme to harm others. Tang Laoyi stroked his beard, deep in thought. But grandfather, the Xiandan is of utmost importance to our Tang family, that we are at a crucial juncture where it is better to believe in possibilities than dismiss them. Tang Yuan, sensing the plan was in jeopardy, urgently insisted. Indeed, it is better to believe in possibilities than to dismiss them. Moreover, it is merely an underground gang. Causing them trouble would be of no consequence. Consider a service to rid the people of a menace. Tang Laoyi suddenly rose to his feet. However, to firmly assert that the North City gang is involved based solely on this is rather far-fetched. Yet, it is true that the major gangs in the capital have been causing quite a stir, particularly the North City gang, which have been rumored to have committed numerous heinous acts, since the matter of the Xiandan has indeed slipped through their fingers. It would not be a bad idea to question the North City gang first. Tang Laoyi pondered casually, though he held little hope in his heart. In any case, we must investigate this thread of hope. However slim it may be, send word. All 9th grade Xuanjin practitioners in the manor are to assemble immediately. Tonight, we shall strike unexpectedly. Remember, if there are no results, do not kill indiscriminately. All must be taken alive. We shall interrogate them afterwards. Yes, Tang Yuan was overjoyed. Jun Sanshao's methods truly work wonders. Now grandfather has begun to see me in a new light. Jun Xie orchestrated this matter, fundamentally out of disdain for the North City gang. Naturally, he would not allow them to have it easy. Yet he hesitated to act himself due to certain reservations. Thus he pushed the task onto the Tang family. Tang Yuan accepted this plan merely to ensure his own comfort, wishing not to be treated like a rat in his own home. Tang Laoyi accepted this plan, harboring a flicker of hope. However, having hope is certainly better than having none at all. Moreover, it provided a convenient pretext to act in the name of ridding the people of a menace. Regardless of the outcome, as long as we can expose the crimes of the North City gang after the fact, the reputation of the Tang family will undoubtedly rise, garnering considerable support from the populace. Furthermore, the North City gang is the weakest of the 6 major factions and lacks substantial upper-tier support. Thus, striking them poses no risk. Naturally, should we unearth any fruitful information, that would be an unexpected boon. Yet, unbeknownst to Jun Xie, Tang Yuan, and Tang Laoyi, this operation would turn out to be a fortuitous misfire. Indeed, a genuine surprise attack, striking when they least expected it. The consequences of all this would unfold that very night. At the same time, Li Yuran's scheme to have Qin Hu deliver gifts to test Jun Xie's resolve was just beginning to reach Qin Hu's ears. But after Tang Laoyi's thunderous and overwhelming maneuver, it was likely to meet yet another inexplicable demise, a senseless and unforeseen blow, all stemming from 2 spoiled youths, one seeking revenge, the other desperately trying to escape his own embarrassing predicament. These two self-serving young masters inadvertently sabotaged what had been an impeccably devised plan by Li Yuran. Was this fate's design? Jun Xie ambled along the road, and the storefront of the Divine Weapon Catalog came into view. However, parked at the entrance was an opulent carriage adorned with tassels, quite lavish indeed. The emblem on the carriage depicted two crossed swords, the exclusive crest of the Dugu family, indicating their presence. Jun Xie momentarily paused, yet paid it no mind, continuing his leisurely stroll inside. While the dandy Jun Xie might have hesitated in the presence of someone from the Dugu family, Jun Xie had no such concerns. Esteemed young master, may I inquire what type of weapon you are seeking? As soon as he entered the shop, a middle-aged man approached him. Young masters like Jun Xie were not uncommon in the capital, and they often favored exquisite swords and blades, merely for decorative purposes, lacking true combat utility. I am not looking to purchase an off-the-shelf weapon. I merely wish to inquire if you have any cold iron available. Price is no object, Jun Xie smiled, exuding an air of affluence. The man's eyes lit up, pondering whether this individual, exuding an aura of extravagance, might indeed be a connoisseur. After scrutinizing Jun Xie for a moment, he replied, Young master, you are indeed an aficionado. However, we currently do not have any cold iron in stock. It is exceedingly rare. Might I interest you in some 100 refined steel instead? Jun Xie chuckled softly. If it is indeed 100 refined, I may consider it. But is the 100 refined steel you speak of truly of genuine quality? The middle-aged man appeared somewhat embarrassed. Young master, you are indeed knowledgeable that I would not dare to deceive you. While our 100 refined steel is mostly only refined a few dozen times, its quality is indeed commendable and ranks among the best in the realm that I see it has only been refined a few dozen times. Therefore, do you possess any Xian iron? Jun Xie sighed, feeling disheartened. How unfortunate. Is this place truly a millennium behind in terms of craftsmanship? Hoping for their forging techniques is utterly hopeless. I might as well see if they possess any special metals. As he pondered metals, Xian iron was undoubtedly the prime choice. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow, wondering why this gentleman was inquiring solely about such elusive items. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he said, However, we did just receive a shipment of meteorite iron a few days ago. I wonder if that would be to your liking? Meteorite iron? As Jun Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement, he exclaimed, Take me to see it. Previously, he had merely inquired about the mysterious black iron with a sense of hope, albeit without expectation. However, he was now unexpectedly informed about the existence of meteorite iron. While black iron is indeed rare, meteorite iron is even more elusive. It seemed that fortune was smiling upon him. Following the middle-aged man, Jun Xie traversed the store and made his way towards the back warehouse. Before reaching the warehouse, a clear voice rang out from within. All right, I shall take this piece of meteorite iron. The owner of that voice was none other than the formidable Dugu family Dugu Xiaoi. One of the few people Jun Xie tried to avoid at all costs. What a coincidence to encounter her here. This is truly uncanny. Jun Xie felt a pang of urgency in his heart, stepping boldly through the door without waiting for anyone to speak. Haha, Miss Dugu, what a stroke of fate to run into you here. Is it you, Jun Xie? Dugu Xiaoi turned her head, her enchanting eyes glimmering with mischief as she puffed out her chest. Jun Xie, you are quite the rogue, aren't you? How is it that wherever I go, I encounter this prodigal son, like a pesky ghost? It's truly bizarre. Suddenly, she leaped forward, bringing her delicate face close with a fierce glare, demanding, Jun Xie, are you following me intentionally? Miss Dugu, your self-perception is rather inflated, don't you think? Jun Xie couldn't help but retort, continuing, if I were to seek someone, I would certainly head to the Rouge Pavilion. There are plenty of beautiful ladies there, and they are much more gentle. Dugu Xiaoi's pretty face paled in anger as she pinched his arm with her slender hand, her captivating eyes wide with fury. Gritting her teeth as she articulated, What did you just say? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Jun Xie declared with righteous indignation, but soon his expression turned sour. Dear lady, please be gentle. Your delicate hands ought not be strained. Speak. What ulterior motives do you have in following me? Hurry up, or I cannot guarantee the safety of your ears. Xiaoyi insisted, relentless in her grip. Jun Xie was well aware that this girl was one to follow through on her threats without fear of consequence. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he chuckled, "Miss Dugu, aren't you here to purchase iron? How about this? Allow me to cover the payment for you." Xiaoyi was suddenly reminded of how he had previously won a plethora of valuable items, yet had refused to share a single one with her. Her brow furrowed in indignation as she retorted, "You ought to pay. You Haven T compensated me for our winnings. Without my luck, you Woon T have acquired such valuable items, so consider this as payment." She added with a laugh, revealing her small tiger-like teeth, "I want to fashion a short dagger from it, something slim enough to conceal up my sleeve. Quite splendid. Wouldn't you agree?" Jun Xie felt a bead of sweat form at the thought of her audacity. She had merely witnessed him win 2,000 taels of silver and had seized over 100,000 taels of silver notes from him. And now she had the audacity to claim a substantial chunk of meteorite iron for a mere dagger. This was a prime example of wastefulness. The piece of meteorite iron was approximately the size of 2 basketballs, radiating an extraordinary hue reminiscent of the special coloration of aluminum alloy from Jun Xie's previous life, yet appearing even purer, adorned with irregular patterned dents. Jun Xie immediately determined that the quality of this meteorite iron was undoubtedly superior to that of black iron. At that moment, he resolved, by any means necessary, whether through cunning or deceit, he would obtain this meteorite iron, for such a treasure could only be put to its fullest use in his hands. "Boss, how many taels of silver for this scrap iron?" Jun Xie nonchalantly kicked the basketball-sized meteorite iron with his toe, asking with a crooked grin. This left the middle-aged man who had led him there utterly astounded. Just moments ago, this young gentleman had exuded an air of expertise and composure. Yet upon encountering this beautiful lady, he transformed into a thoroughly insufferable character. What was this act? Was he truly bewitched by beauty? Hey, young master, this piece is from the heavens," the elderly shopkeeper began, slightly hunched over. Before he could finish, Jun Xie impatiently interrupted, "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me how many taels. I have plenty of money. Anything I wish to acquire, even if deemed scrap iron, is a treasure in my eyes. Just state your price." Yes, the shopkeeper, aware of the esteemed reputation of this young master, was quick to respond. "This iron has an extraordinary origin. My shop estimates it at 80,000 taels of silver. Moreover, if you and the young lady wish for us to craft it into specific items, an additional 5,000 taels will be required, though. 80,000 taels. So inexpensive? I shall buy it," Jun Xie proclaimed. As if he had forgotten about the value of money, he kicked another piece. "And what about this scrap?" Though his demeanor was arrogant, the item he pointed to was indeed a large chunk of genuine, refined steel, far superior in size to the meteorite iron, exuding a faint reddish hue. This piece is also a fine, refined steel. While it cannot compare to the meteorite iron, it is worth 2,000 taels of silver. The old man replied quickly that it was evident that this impressive young master had no patience for delay. 2,000 taels of silver could secure a lifetime of comfort for an average family. The previous 80,000 taels was astronomical for most, yet for a supercilious prodigal, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Not expensive, quite a bargain. Jun Xie waved his hand. "I'll take them all." He pulled out a stack of silver notes, his spoils from that day's exploits. Spitting on his palm, he counted out 90,000 taels of silver with a flourish, slapping it down with bravado. "Here are 90,000 taels. No need for change," Xiaoyi observed from the side, her expression shifting from amusement to disappointment, then gradually cooling into disdain that a sense of indescribable bitterness arose within her. She had thought he had changed, but now it seemed he was still the same reckless scion. With the exchange complete, Jun Xie had swiftly acquired the 2 valuable pieces of iron. Xiaoyi, her countenance frosty, remarked icily, "Jun San Shao. You've paid. Now the iron should belong to me, correct?" Regret washed over her heart. Had she known he would revert to his former self, she would have refrained from allowing him to pay. "Of course," Jun Xie grinned. "Miss Dugu, look here, I shall take the smaller piece, and you shall have a larger one. It is my honor to cover your expenses, truly." "What did you say?" Xiaoyi, about to take the iron, suddenly felt something was amiss, her eyes widening in disbelief. You want the smaller one. I want the larger one. Was he out of his mind? The smaller piece was the meteorite iron. The larger one was merely refined steel, which, while decent, paled in comparison to the meteorite iron. What use would she have for such ordinary refined steel? Indeed, June CS stated matter-of-factly, I've purchased both pieces. My needs are modest. The smaller one suffices. The larger one would be wasteful for me. As the saying goes, a beauty deserves a fine gift. So it shall be gifted to you. Miss Duguid, of course, if Miss Duguid deems it insufficient, I can always purchase another. They are merely a few thousand taels each, quite inexpensive. Today, I happen to bring plenty of silver. Perhaps I should buy several pieces and have them delivered to your residence. Dugu Xiaoyi trembled in fury. She finally grasped that June Mo Xie's aim was indeed the meteorite iron. However, he had feigned the offer to pay on her behalf to secure it for himself. In her moment of confusion, she had failed to clarify her intentions. June Mo Xie. Dugu Xiaoyi screeched, her lovely eyes wide with rage. Are you seeking death? Unjust. June Xie wore a facade of innocence laced with audacity, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands in a gesture of mock resignation. Miss Dugu, what are you talking about? There are only 2 pieces in total, and I've given you the larger one. What more do you desire? I've already paid for your purchases. How could you accuse me of wanting to find trouble? I am utterly wronged. You, fine. June Mo Xie, you have some nerve. Just don't fall into my hands. I shall have my revenge. Dugu Xiaoyi's chest heaved violently, on the verge of tears, biting her luscious lower lip. Trembling all over, tears twirled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks like a gentle rain. June Xie felt a twinge of embarrassment, for it was Dugu Xiaoyi who had first set her sights on the precious piece. He had taken advantage of his pretext of paying for her to act unscrupulously and hoard it for himself. It was indeed a lowly tactic to exploit a young girl, and he felt a pang of guilt. Furrowing his brow, he attempted to console her. Why are you crying? I can forge a magnificent blade specifically for you during my crafting sessions and deliver it to your residence. Would that suffice as comfort? Is that your idea of consolation? Who needs your blade? Dugu Xiaoyi, oblivious to the fact that June Xie's words were an implicit promise, believed he was mocking her deliberately. Infuriated, she stomped her foot and began to sob. Her heart brimmed with grievance. That piece of iron is undeniably mine. To clarify, Dugu Xiaoyi was not weeping over the rare iron. Despite its value, with the Dugu family's resources, it wouldn't be overly challenging to find another. The true source of her tears stemmed from June Mo Xie, that detestable fellow who presented himself as a rake, cutting her off mid-sentence and swiftly purchasing both pieces of iron without allowing her the chance to explain. He had deliberately muddled the entire affair, which now left her with nothing but the dregs. How could he so sanctimoniously claim, you want the larger one while I take the smaller? Is it truly possible to judge worth by mere size? Yet, the most infuriating aspect was that she had once again misjudged him, falling victim to his feigned demeanor. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls falling from a broken string. Dugu Xiaoyi felt genuinely heartbroken, especially seeing him standing there like a wooden post, failing to offer her a word of comfort. In her frustration, she pouted and began to cry more openly. Stop crying. Your face is becoming a mess. Truly unsightly. June Xie frowned, casting a sidelong glance as he attempted to console her. I want to cry. What business is it of yours? You. How dare you call anyone unsightly? A girl's sensitivity to the word unsightly was a cardinal sin. She could tolerate much, but not that. Suddenly, Dugu Xiaoyi ceased her sobbing, glaring at June Xie with a fierce intensity. Rage surged within her. In a fit of anger, she seized his arm and bit down hard on his flesh. After delivering her bite, she flung herself away, crying even louder, Ow! June Xie's muscles twitched, teeth clenched as he hissed, Damn it! Dugu Xiaoyi, her tear-filled eyes glaring at him, whimpered, What did you say? She had not quite caught his words. June Xie shrugged, baring his teeth in pain. Dugu Xiaoyi resumed her weeping. June Xie scratched his head, shrugged his shoulders, and raised his hands in defeat. Once a killer in his past life, June Xie had little experience with matters of romance or sentiment. If he had needs, they were dealt with in a straightforward manner. Transactions completed, No strings attached, he had no understanding of girls' emotions and was at a loss in comforting her. Thus, he resolved to abandon the effort. Choosing instead to ignore her. Cry all you want. He squatted down to examine the piece of celestial iron more closely, growing increasingly satisfied that it was slightly larger than a basketball, weighing over 200 pounds. Marvelous, he murmured to himself, fully content. Using this celestial iron to forge a flying dagger would undoubtedly yield an indestructible weapon. Truly, he had stumbled upon a treasure, albeit through questionable means that he reveled in his thoughts. A sudden sharp pain jolted him. He nearly collided with the iron. Dugu Xiaoyi, still sobbing, dashed away, leaving a trail of tears in her wake. Having seen Jun Xie ignore her completely while he turned his attention to the iron, she felt utterly wronged and, in a fit of frustration, kicked him sharply before running off in tears. Rubbing his sore backside, Jun Xie felt a flicker of irritation, yet Dugu Xiaoyi had already vanished from sight. He exhaled a sigh, muttering a few curses under his breath. That little brat. If you ever fall into my grasp, I shall make sure to, well, you'll see. In truth, although Jun Xie's skills were not yet on par with Dugu Xiaoyi's, should it come to a life-or-death struggle, the inexperienced girl would stand no chance against him. Yet therein lay the dilemma. Jun Xie's training had always focused on swift and lethal techniques that if they were to engage in casual sparring, he would find it difficult to exhibit his true strength, which was far from ideal, as he had once told his fellow disciples when they sought his guidance. Do not seek my advice on sparring. I am only skilled in killing, not in fighting. And against Dugu Xiaoyi, how could he genuinely engage in a life-or-death battle? His family background and personal temperament forbade him from ever truly harming her. Moreover, Dugu Xiaoyi was known as the kryptonite to rakes, a girl of principled kindness who detested evil. Ultimately, all blame could be laid at the feet of the former Jun Mo Xie, whose reckless behavior had led to this predicament. Rising to his feet, he turned to the shopkeeper. Sir, if this celestial iron were to be forged into a weapon here, what would be the maximum refinement possible? The elderly man pondered for a moment before replying. This piece of celestial iron has been refined once previously to remove impurities. If we were to continue refining it, we could achieve a maximum of 3 refinements, resulting in a blade that gleams with swirling patterns and a cold, luminous sheen that if forged into a weapon, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly sharp. Can it be made to slice through iron like mud? Jun Xie inquired, deep in thought. Impossible, the old man replied with a wry smile. His tone unequivocal. Slice through iron like mud. Young lad, you must have heard too many legends. What merit is there in a divine weapon if it cannot cut through iron? Jun Xie felt a sense of betrayal wash over him at this revelation. The old man quickly protested. My good sir, you seem to have misunderstood. The notion of slicing through iron like mud is a characteristic attributed to legendary weapons. Moreover, even the finest of divine weapons requires a master's hand to wield effectively. It is not merely a matter of possessing the weapon. Ah, you have a point. Jun Xie mused, recalling a saying. Wherever true energy reaches, even grass, and would become sharp blades, he shook his head in disbelief. Thinking, what need have I for a blade at that level? A blade is only necessary when one lacks proper martial skills. Never mind, I shall find my own way. Jun Xie sighed. Have your assistant deliver it to Jun Manor. So it belongs to the Jun family. No wonder they are so wasteful, the old man readily agreed, wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved that this seemingly debauched young master was, after all, not causing a ruckus. It was fortunate that he had decided to take matters into his own hands, though it was a pity for such a substantial piece of celestial iron. Legendary divine weapons had yet to grace the world. As he watched Jun Xie's departing figure, the old man internally scoffed. You, a mere wastrel, think you can forge a blade. If you truly succeed, I shall never need to walk again. Exiting the shop, Jun Xie walked back. For the Jun family possessed luxurious carriages, yet he preferred to traverse on foot. This preference stemmed from his past life as a killer. He found that only by grounding himself did he feel secure. Whether by carriage or ship, he felt a disconcerting sense of losing control over his own fate. Jun Xie cherished that feeling, for it made him uncomfortable in a way he could not tolerate. He firmly believed that his destiny should always remain in his own hands. The bodyguard assigned to him by his grandfather had long since been dismissed under various pretenses. Junxie understood that those accompanying him were merely decorative. No matter where he went, he was aware of another presence shadowing him in secret. That shadowy figure was undoubtedly a formidable master. Although Junxie had never seen this person and could not discern him given his current capabilities. Ever since Grandpa Jun had arranged for this individual to watch over him, Junxie had felt an unmistakable awareness. This sensation derived from the instinctual intuition of a top-tier assassin, though he had no concrete evidence. He firmly believed in his judgment. Junxie now harbored a keen interest in that hidden figure. Though his current skills paled in comparison to those from his past life, his perception had sharpened significantly. Moreover, he had made several attempts to evade the figure's tracking using his counter-surveillance techniques. Yet the individual had remained steadfastly by his side, an impressive feat indeed. Junxie appeared to be aimlessly wandering. Yet his keen perception was tightly controlling everything around him, akin to mercury flowing effortlessly, infiltrating every nook and cranny. Although his pace was unhurried, only a master tracker could discern the subtle shifts in his direction. Each alteration, each advance or retreat, was abrupt and entirely unexpected. For an ordinary person, he would have long since vanished, leaving no trace behind. However, the individual trailing Junxie remained steadfastly close, never once losing sight of him. In truth, this follower was inwardly lamenting his plight. Mr. Jun had entrusted him with the task of safeguarding his grandson without the latter's awareness, and without a moment's hesitation. He had acquiesced, in his mind. It was merely a matter of protecting a frivolous scion, a task he deemed utterly devoid of difficulty. With his own skills, he believed he could shadow the young man for a lifetime without him ever being the wiser. Little did he know that after 2 days of pursuit, he was already feeling overwhelmed. The young man ahead acted in a manner completely contrary to reason. Just as one anticipated he would head east, he would instead veer off in another direction. When the tracker thought he had overstepped and turned back to the west, he would find that Junxie had already headed south. This individual was nearly a top-tier tracker in the world. Yet in 2 days, he had miscalculated several times. Had it not been for Junxie's relatively low cultivation, he might have lost him completely on the very first day. Each misstep left him increasingly frustrated, even causing him to pluck out a few of his own beard hairs in exasperation. Several times, he contemplated revealing himself and confronting the young man, demanding to know why he was meandering about in such a nonsensical manner. Did he not possess the capacity for straightforwardness? Was it possible that this wayward scion had caught wind of his presence? However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought, given the young man's reckless behavior. How could he possibly suspect him? It was purely a result of the young man's erratic actions. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed Junxie quickening his pace, entering a cosmetics shop. Unable to suppress a scoff, he thought to himself, truly the behavior of a debauched youth, barging into a shop such as this. Yet, as he waited, Junxie did not re-emerge. Growing impatient, he darted over and glanced inside, only to find that Junxie was nowhere to be seen. A wave of frustration washed over him. The young man had evidently exited through the back door. How could he have been so foolish as to overlook that? He hastened towards the back exit in a flurry. Once he had gone a considerable distance, Junxie finally confirmed that the presence that had been tracking him had completely vanished. He then leisurely exited the cosmetics shop, offering a polite thank you before retracing his steps and departing with an air of nonchalance. The shop's young attendants exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. This striking young man appears quite healthy. Why did he suddenly have to use our facilities? And for such an extended period? As twilight descended and the sun sank lower, casting a pall over the evening, the night began to unfurl its dark embrace, waiting to swallow the world whole once the last rays of light vanished. Junxie took a few steps forward before abruptly turning back and choosing another route, heading toward the back of the cosmetics shop, his heart swelling with smug satisfaction. That fellow must be thoroughly disoriented by now. He mused, the king of assassins and a master of the hunt. This was his forte, that if he could not outmaneuver this bumbling fool from another realm, it would indeed be a remarkable anomaly. Young man, he thought, you are woefully inexperienced compared to me. Junxie was correct in his assumption. After pursuing for several dozen paces, the tracker realized he had lost all trace of Jun Xie and immediately recognized he had been outsmarted. In a whirlwind, he retraced his steps, scouring the area in all directions. Eventually, he found himself standing dumbfounded in front of the cosmetics shop, watching the bustling street with a face that shifted between shades of green and red. As if he had just emerged from a dye shop, feeling utterly drained. Having traversed the world for decades, his tracking skills had never failed him until today, when he stumbled at the hands of a mere youth, a frivolous and incompetent scion at that. It was truly a grand farce. His internal feelings made it abundantly clear. This time, he had genuinely lost his quarry. How humiliating! What a blunder! Jun Zhantian, what manner of grandson have you raised? Jun Xie chuckled softly, feeling immensely pleased. Although he was fully aware that the individual pursuing him bore no ill intent, the discomfort of having someone shadow him, after a lifetime of independence, was indescribable, now that he had finally shaken off that presence. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Suddenly, as he moved, his muscles tensed momentarily before relaxing, and with a subtle flick, a throwing knife appeared in his palm, unnoticed by all. Several chilling presences, imbued with a sense of cold indifference, rushed toward him from different directions, targeting the very street he occupied. Once familiar, the aura of fellow assassins. What a coincidence! Just as I shed my protector, I encounter an assassination attempt. If I were to meet my demise here, it would surely be a laughingstock. Digging my own grave? Jun Xie couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Yet undeniably, he felt a long-lost thrill bubbling within him, tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Finally, he would have the opportunity to witness the prowess of his contemporaries in this world. And he hoped they would not disappoint. As an orderly cadence of footsteps approached, a procession came into view, at the center of which was a sedan chair adorned in bright yellow, with strings of pearls dangling from either side, beneath which were tiny golden bells that chimed melodically, creating a delightful sound. This was the royal sedan chair of Princess Lingming. Were these individuals not here for him, but rather for the princess? Jun Xie contemplated this, realizing the likelihood was high. His arrival had been entirely spontaneous, and if they intended to assassinate him, there had been far more suitable places he had passed earlier. Assassins had no reason to follow him all the way here to strike. However, to attempt an assassination in broad daylight, on the official road leading to the imperial city, required an audacity few possessed. Princess Lingming was the apple of the emperor's eye, cherished as dearly as his own flesh and blood. If an attempt were made on her life, who could predict the emperor's wrath and sorrow? What kind of individuals could withstand the emperor's fury? Before he could ponder further, the sedan chair was almost upon him. The two palace maids at the front spotted Jun Moxie standing in their path, frozen in place, and could not help but display their utmost disdain, whispering a few words to the occupant of the chair. The voice from within uttered something, and suddenly, the procession halted. The curtain of the sedan chair parted to reveal a stunning young woman clad in delicate yellow royal attire, her countenance serene yet tinged with impatience. As she inquired, Jun Moxie, why do you obstruct my path today? Obstruct your path? Jun Xie was taken aback. Glancing around, he realized he was indeed standing in the middle of the road. The grand procession could hardly be expected to reroute for him alone. Moreover, given that this was the princess's entourage, it seemed he had inadvertently blocked her way. What a curious predicament. From Jun Moxie's memories, he was aware of Princess Lingming's existence, yet he had never encountered her in person until now. Upon seeing her, he could not help but marvel, and oh wonder Jun Moxie was so infatuated. Princess Lingming was indeed a celestial beauty, unparalleled in her allure. Her complexion was fair and supple, her brows elegantly arched, and her eyes sparkled like two clear springs. Her delicate face, framed by cascading black hair, radiated an air of noble purity, as though she were untouched by the mundane world, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a pristine lotus emerging from the water, utterly unblemished. Where is your highness headed? Only at this moment did Jun Xie realize the imposing structures ahead belonged to the imperial city. Had Princess Lingming just exited the palace only to be pursued by a cadre of assassins? What did this imply? It felt incredibly suspicious. Having grasped this, Jun Xie felt an impulsive urge to flee. Given the current predicament of the Jun family, it was decidedly inadvisable to involve himself in the affairs of the royal family. Yet, observing the strength of Princess Lingming's entourage, he doubted their ability to protect her life. Such a beauty was likely to fall prey to the assassins in mere moments. While he felt a twinge of regret, he recognized that preserving his own safety and that of his family took precedence. "Oh, I am on my way to Dugam Manor to find Xiao. Jun Sangongzi, please allow me to pass." Princess Lingming stated calmly. It seemed that Dugu Xiao, he had been tricked by Jun Xie in a parting with a piece of meteorite, and feeling increasingly aggrieved, she hurried off to seek solace from her dearest friend, Princess Lingming. However, at that time, Princess Lingming was in the queen's chambers and did not witness the events. Upon her return, hearing that her dear sister had come weeping and departed in tears, she felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Fearing that something grave had transpired in haste, she arranged to visit the Dugu family to ascertain the cause of her beloved, willful, and clever sister's profound sorrow. Coincidentally, she encountered the instigator of her distress, Jun Moxie. Of course, Princess Lingming was unaware of this connection. Otherwise, she might have bound this fellow and sent him to the Dugu household. Jun Moxie felt an odd sensation. From the princess, he sensed no trace of the haughty demeanor typical of royalty, but rather a remarkable tranquility. Such a serene disposition in a member of the royal family was quite unusual. Thus, he decided not to disturb her further and took his leave, though he inadvertently offered a parting admonition. His gaze earnest as he intoned, "Be cautious on your journey, in truth." Jun Moxie found the situation peculiar. It was odd that a princess of her stature, particularly one as favored as Ling Ming, would travel with so few attendants and guards. And none of them were particularly formidable. It seemed too coincidental that, at this moment of vulnerability, assassins would emerge. As he pondered this deeper, he felt an unsettling notion that a vast conspiracy lurked beneath the surface. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall, and a skilled assassin would certainly avoid a place fraught with peril. Jun Moxie was not one to indulge in pity, especially when his own life was at stake. He would resolutely refuse such an entanglement, particularly with a woman he found repugnant, regardless of her beauty. Princess Lingming cast a surprised glance at Jun Moxie, given her understanding of the notorious third young Master Jun. She expected him to engage in a relentless display of sibling affection. His unexpected amiability was indeed rare. However, his retreat spared them both from potential conflict, which could be deemed fortuitous. The princess withdrew into her palanquin, and the pearl curtains fell once more. Now, a hazy and enchanting figure appeared, dreamlike and elusive, in the shadows. An urgent whisper arose. "Boss, that debauched young Master Jun Moxie has unexpectedly appeared here. What should we do? Should we wait for him to pass before striking? Or—" A masked figure crouched atop a roof, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. "This is fortuitous. We must seize the moment and eliminate him alongside the others. Let that old coot Jun Jiantian go mad as well." Indeed, Jun Moxie swiftly stepped aside, murmuring to himself, "Even a most fragrant beauty will emit a foul stench once deceased. In the end, she is but a withered bone." A mound of earth, he reminded himself not to soften his heart, as taking the lead would only jeopardize himself. Finally shaking his head, he prepared to depart this treacherous place. Yet at that moment, several chilling presences simultaneously locked onto Jun Moxie. "Damn it! Now, I can't even leave." Jun Moxie felt the growing intensity of the murderous intent directed at him. He was acutely aware that he had been marked for death. What have I done to deserve this? What a senseless calamity. I'm merely a passerby. With a command to lift the palanquin, the procession continued to advance slowly. The guard to the front displayed proper etiquette, bowing to Jun Moxie before spurring their horses to clear the way. Meanwhile, within the palanquin, Princess Lingming contemplated Jun Moxie's final words. "Be cautious on your journey." The phrase struck her as odd. A sudden chill ran through her. Could it be that Jun Moxie was privy to some information? Was he subtly warning her? Just then, the sky darkened abruptly, and the boundless night finally descended upon the earth. As darkness enveloped, several masked figures in black descended like enormous crows from the heavens. Before they landed, dozens of black arrows shot into the palanquin, while flashes of blades and swords shimmered with golden and silver energies. Descending upon them, screams echoed as several of the accompanying guards fell, and those few who reacted swiftly shouted in unison, "Protect the princess!" They brandished their swords around the palanquin, the clanging of metal resounding amidst the chaos. While pedestrians on the street shrieked and scattered in terror point, two more masked figures dropped from the roof, heading straight for June Moxie. Judging by the energy radiating from them, they were two silver-grade practitioners. Such individuals were beyond June Moxie's capacity to contend with, especially as assassins, deploying two silver-grade practitioners for a debauched scion. They truly regarded him highly. June Moxie chuckled bitterly within. To send such elite fighters against a mere wastrel was indicative of significant planning behind this assassination. With 2 gold-grade and 7 silver-grade practitioners converging against an unguarded, defenseless entourage, it was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The 2 silver swords glimmered as they descended forcefully. Behind the masks, their eyes gleamed with a cruel hunger, intent on delivering a lethal strike. Faced with the incoming swords, June Moxie's mind raced through numerous countermeasures, but upon reflection, each option would ultimately expose him. Currently, the June family enjoyed the Emperor's unwavering trust. Despite their decline, with June Wooey incapacitated and June Moxie deemed a wastrel, it was akin to having no heirs, and no heirs meant that the aging June Jiantian posed no threat. Thus, the Emperor had entrusted the entire military to him. Yet, should it come to light that June Moxie was in truth a dragon among men, that trust would swiftly morph into profound suspicion. After all, June Jiantian's standing within the military was formidable. If June Moxie revealed his strength to the princess's guards, it would effectively compel the Emperor to take action against the June family. Therefore, he could not. In a split second, June Moxie made his decision. His face a mask of panic, he stumbled backward, inadvertently tripping over something and falling back, fortuitously allowing one sword to graze his scalp. Simultaneously, invoking his innate power, he fortified his inner core and twisted, causing another sword to pierce his chest. Though it appeared severe, it did not even break a bone as the innate power surged. A thick white fog enveloped his entire being, rapidly mending his injuries. At that moment, another assailant launched a dual kick to his chest, causing June Moxie to grunt and spit blood as he fell backward, rolling over, his white robe, now stained crimson, landing face down. Motionless, the 2 assassins exchanged glances, their expressions unchanged, and without a word, they surged toward the palanquin under siege. In their minds, they believed that June Moxie, the notorious wastrel of the capital, had surely met his end after taking a sword to the chest followed by a near full-force kick from a silver-gray practitioner. They deemed his chances of survival non-existent. Thus, they lost all interest in him and turned away. Unbeknownst to them, when they kicked June Moxie's body, his clothing had inexplicably bulged, absorbing much of the impact from their blows. Princess Lingming's guards were merely the most ordinary palace attendants, with only the 2 leading them possessing notable strength, both being silver-grade practitioners. Caught off guard, they struggled to contend with the assault of 2 gold-grade and 7 silver-grade practitioners, resulting in chaos. Strangely, since the black arrows had pierced the palanquin, it had remained eerily silent, leaving the fate of Princess Lingming uncertain. One by one, the guards in front fell, and the 2 leading assassins exchanged glances before rising simultaneously. Soaring into the air, their bodies shimmering with golden light, resembling eagles seizing their prey, plunging toward the palanquin's interior. The guards, horrified, shouted loudly while recklessly charging forward, attempting to sacrifice themselves to obstruct the attackers. Yet, with their meager abilities, how could they hope to withstand 2 gold-grade practitioners? The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Unlike waves crashing against the shore, they were pushed aside as the 2 cloaked figures swiftly ascended to the palanquin's roof. With 4 hands extended, swords flashed, and golden light erupted. The opulent palanquin shattered into fragments, vibrant fabrics swirling through the night sky, illuminated by the radiant gold and silver glimmers, creating a tragically beautiful spectacle. A flash of dark energy erupted, as the originally shot black arrows unexpectedly ricocheted from within the palanquin like a venomous dragon, lunging towards the bodies of the 2 black-clad figures suspended in midair. The glimmer of swords danced in the air, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds as arrows were severed. In that moment. Amidst the swirling, vibrant fabric, a lithe figure enveloped in resplendent silver light ascended swiftly and gracefully. Princess Lingming's eyes blazed with fury and defiance, each hand wielding a short sword that shimmered with a cold glint. The silver radiance shone brilliantly as she thrust down fiercely towards the two black-clad men. This seemingly delicate princess was, in fact, a silver-grade mystic. It was unexpected that such a young princess would be a martial arts prodigy, perhaps even surpassing the other martial genius, Dugu Xiaoyi, in terms of personal cultivation. The two black-clad men simultaneously let out a muffled groan, parrying their swords with a resounding clash, and the three figures dispersed in three different directions. As Princess Lingming landed, her body swayed, and an alluring flush briefly appeared on her fair face, only to be swiftly replaced by a deathly pallor, clearly indicating her internal injuries. Despite her remarkable talent, she remained merely a novice silver-grade mystic, and facing two golden-grade mystics simultaneously, albeit their strength diminished, was a daunting challenge. Even with her sudden assault, the rebound force would still exact a heavy toll. The distinction between silver and gold grades was fundamentally profound, rendering any comparison utterly futile. The two black-clad assailants retreated and advanced with lightning speed, their toes pushing off the ground with a resounding thud, creating two small craters beneath them that, in an instant, they darted across a span of 3 zhang, their long swords gleaming with a golden hue, devoid of any compassion, as they aimed to ruthlessly strike at Princess Lingming's delicate form. Having just endured a fierce confrontation, she had sustained considerable internal damage and, with no time to recuperate, was compelled to muster all her strength to barely evade their lethal blades. Yet, even in her desperate maneuvering, she could not escape their deadly assault. The internal energy she forcefully channeled only served to further disrupt her already chaotic internal flow, enveloping her in excruciating pain. Rendering her powerless, in that fleeting moment, despair engulfed her. Was she truly destined to perish? A hint of sorrow flickered across her exquisite face as she stood still, watching the two long swords approach her. No longer attempting to evade, she had no strength left to do so. A silver-grade mystic against two golden-grade foes, especially two at once. Even without injuries, and regardless of her evasion skills, it would be in vain. The long swords were now mere inches away, allowing Princess Lingming to see the cruel delight reflected in the eyes of her assailants, relishing the prospect of ending the life of such a stunning beauty. "Your Highness!" A chorus of anguished cries erupted from several guards, who rushed forward recklessly. But alas, it was too late. Was everything truly beyond redemption? If they could eliminate this beautiful woman before them, their mission would be deemed a complete success, freeing them from all future obligations. They would naturally enjoy boundless wealth and glory. And now, with a mere thrust of their swords, everything would come to an end. Even if she was the daughter of the Tianxiang Kingdom's ruler, even if she was a martial arts prodigy, a single breath lost meant the cessation of all. Though these black-clad assassins were elite killers, trained to be ruthless, their eyes betrayed a flicker of exhilaration as they prepared to slay a princess. In that moment, nearly all eyes in the vicinity were fixated on Princess Lingming, none noticing that, at this critical juncture, the seemingly lifeless body of Jiangxi, who was already considered dead in everyone's hearts, stirred slightly at a glint of cold light shot from his fingertips, spiraling upwards, completing a half-circle before transforming into a dazzling blue light that hurtled towards the space between the assassins and Princess Lingming. This young man, having foreseen the swift approach of the assassins, had already devised an escape plan. Though he appeared to tumble backward in a seemingly awkward manner, all his energy was concentrated in his chest. With his internal force activated, both his outer robe and inner garments swelled outward, creating two subtle layers of protection. The most remarkable aspect was that, although the assassin's heavy kick landed squarely on his chest, upon contact with the outer robe, it dissipated much of the force, followed by the inner garment once again inflating, absorbing yet another layer of impact. Thus, the actual force endured by Jiangxi was merely a third of the original strength. and by the time the foot made contact, it was already a fraction of its former might. Nevertheless, even this was a tremendous burden for Junxi to bear, causing him considerable distress. However, as the internal organs reverberated from the impact, he activated his transformative technique, expelling a mouthful of blood. Though it appeared alarming, he was far from gravely injured. The sword strike was merely a superficial wound, ensconced by the transformative technique, while the two kicks left him uncomfortably distressed. Were the assassins to ignore Junxi and turn their attention solely to Princess Lingming, he would have naturally departed unscathed. After all, Princess Lingming was merely the dream lover of Jun Mo, not of Junxi himself. Thus, he harbored no concern for chivalrous rescues or tender sentiments, as such strength was precisely what Jun Dasha lacked at present. Yet these assassins had marked him as a target, igniting Junxi's wrath. Regardless of any future occurrences, he would not allow this one to pass. Anyone who harmed him or aimed to do so would be met with preemptive strikes, since you intend to kill me. So be it. I may not be able to slay you now, but I can certainly disrupt your plans. Even if it meant engaging in a self-defeating endeavor, he was determined to take action. Therefore, instead of retreating, upon witnessing Princess Lingming in peril, Junxi funneled his entire energy through his meridians, mimicking the aura of a heavenly mystic, channeling it into a flying dagger, which he launched with a spinning technique. At the very moment the two assassin leaders prepared to deliver their lethal blows to Princess Lingming, they suddenly sensed an anomaly. A brilliant blue light flashed before their eyes, nearly blinding them with its radiance. Dazzling to the utmost, deep blue, a diminutive flying dagger seemed to emerge from the void, positioned between their long swords and the delicate form of Princess Lingming. This tiny dagger appeared to encapsulate the entire expanse of the azure sky, casting a captivating hue that stirred the very souls of all who beheld it. In the midst of the dim, shadowy night, this vibrant blue stood out as extraordinarily beautiful, a heavenly mystic. The two black-clad assassins gasped in shock, their eyes widening with terror as they hurriedly retracted their swords, retreating clumsily, gazing at the flying dagger as one would at a lethal serpent. The power it represented was beyond their comprehension. Indeed, while they could treat Princess Lingming as a child before them, before the peak existence of a heavenly mystic, even golden-grade mystics were no more than infants. The entire Tianxiang kingdom had scarcely heard of a handful of heavenly mystics. So how could one possibly appear at this critical moment? Although the flying dagger shimmered with an enchanting cerulean hue and seemed devoid of any force, it fell gently, directly embedding itself between the two black-clad figures and Princess Lingming. The slender blade, as light as a willow leaf, swayed gently. The brilliant blue light lingered, gradually fading to reveal the dagger's original clarity only after a brief moment. The onlookers were struck as if by lightning, halting their actions as dozens of eyes fixated on the small dagger, filled with astonishment. This diminutive flying dagger had become an insurmountable barrier. Its azure hue, rich with the essence of the extraordinary, remained undiminished even after its release. This indicated that the wielder, a heavenly mystic, had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of their realm, mere steps away from the exalted divine mystic level. Moreover, the dagger had been thrown without a sound, seemingly lacking in force. Yet the energy contained within was precisely calibrated, demonstrating the wielder's intention to intimidate rather than harm. The more composed they appeared, the more they disregarded the 9 assassins before them, embodying absolute confidence. Should these assassins dare to strike at Princess Lingming again, they would be obliterated in an instant. For a heavenly mystic, eliminating these 9 would be an effortless task. All present were seasoned practitioners, well aware of the implications of a hidden powerhouse's emergence. As the 2 dark-clad assassins lunged towards Princess Lingming, a figure clad in blue, hidden beneath a shadowy eave on the opposite side of the street, suddenly revealed itself. Eyes wide with determination, a brilliant azure light flickered around this individual, poised to intervene. However, upon witnessing the flying daggers, their body trembled, and the instinct to leap into action was abruptly stifled. Shock evident in their gaze, the blue-clad figure bore faint azure hues in their eyes, a hallmark of a nascent Tianxian realm practitioner, though they too were among the pinnacle of powerful beings. They paled in comparison to the Tianquan powerhouse who had launched the daggers. The eyes of the 9 masked assassins were filled with terror, their movements betraying a sense of indecision. Though they were trained killers, they cherished their own lives, and if a chance for survival presented itself, they would seize it. Yet when faced with certain death, retreat was the only viable option. In stark contrast, the guards surrounding Princess Lingmeng were visibly relieved, their faces alight with gratitude. With such legendary figures safeguarding the princess, she was as secure as a mountain, completely free from danger. Should the princess truly fall victim to an assassination attempt, even if they managed to survive the onslaught of these assassins, they would inevitably face the wrath of the royal family, which could spell disaster for their own families. Princess Lingmeng opened her eyes, immediately taking in the scene before her. Her gaze fell upon the small, flying dagger on the ground, and a glimmer of gratitude welled up within her. Had it not been for this miraculous dagger's appearance, she would likely have met a tragic end. Who among the esteemed seniors is present here? I humbly request your presence and guidance, she called out. The leader of the masked assassins straightened, bowing slightly towards the heavens, his tone respectful, yet feigning ignorance of the hidden presence's intent, probing cautiously. After all, if this assassination failed, they would return with nothing to show for their efforts. Clinging to a sliver of hope, they felt compelled to take a chance if it became clear that the Tianxian powerhouse was intent on protecting Princess Lingmeng. They would have no hope of completing their mission, and retreat would be their only recourse. Yet, despite Princess Lingmeng's status as a national treasure and the favored daughter of the Tianxian monarch, it seemed unfathomable for her to possess a Tianxian peak powerhouse as a bodyguard. Such an ally would be worthy even of the Tianxian monarch himself. The long street lay in utter silence, devoid of any sound. The enigmatic Tianxian powerhouse disregarded the insignificant gold-tier practitioner entirely. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed like thunder, drawing nearer. Clearly, this assassination had attracted attention. After a moment, the leader of the masked assassins narrowed his eyes. Signaling with a wave of his hand, he charged once more towards Princess Lingmeng. That if you choose silence, I shall test my hand again. Should you strike, we shall withdraw immediately. If you do not, Princess Lingmeng will surely perish. Our mission can still be accomplished. Yet, as he advanced, he carefully avoided the dagger at his feet, wary of provoking any strange temperament from the mysterious figure. Once more, a brilliant azure flash appeared in midair, as another flying dagger, shimmering with the same cerulean hue, struck the ground before the black-clad assassin. The force behind this throw was markedly swifter, indicating the mysterious powerhouse's growing impatience with the assassin's obstinacy. The 2 daggers stood side by side, quivering delicately, resembling exquisite artifacts that seemed fragile enough to shatter at a mere gust of wind. Yet to the 9 assassins, these daggers loomed like an insurmountable mountain between them and Princess Lingmeng, a daunting obstacle that spelled certain doom should they attempt to cross it. If they were to persist in their intent to eliminate Lingmeng, they would first need to dispose of the one who wielded the daggers. However, that was a Tianxian peak powerhouse. Even if all 9 assassins joined forces, they would likely find themselves decimated in the blink of an eye this moment. The hidden Tianxian expert had fully activated their spiritual senses, ardently closing their eyes, determined not to overlook any powerful aura nearby. Under such scrutiny, even a peak Tianxian or initial stage supreme god practitioner will be detected instantly. Yet, after an exhaustive search, this expert's eyes widened in disbelief, beads of sweat cascading down their forehead, as they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Who was aiding Princess Lingmeng? The Tianxian expert pondered, yet dared not probe further into the mysterious figure's presence. Despite their meticulous focus, they had discerned absolutely nothing. The air was devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy, not even a hint of spiritual disturbance. The one who had acted had concealed all traces of their power. What did this signify? What level of cultivation was required to achieve such mastery? In the expert's understanding, not even they at their current level could accomplish such a feat, let alone someone at the peak of the Tianxian realm or the intermediate stages of supreme god realm. Could it be that this enigmatic figure was so profoundly skilled perhaps even a supreme god at the pinnacle. Such a being would be invincible, akin to a mythic legend. Oh heavens! The Tianqian expert shuddered at the thought of their own meager initial stage Tianqian cultivation daring to probe such a formidable presence. Though unable to sense the figure, they were acutely aware that this divine entity had surely detected them. If this being had unleashed their spiritual energy, their probing would have been met with devastating force, obliterating their thoughts without effort. In such a scenario, they would undoubtedly appear foolish, fear and trepidation. How long had it been since they had felt such emotions? At that moment, the Tianqian expert was struck by a wave of genuine apprehension, their eyes reflecting gratitude as they silently bowed to the air, their demeanor respectful, akin to a humble descendant before a revered ancestor. They understood that the presence could sense and see them. Little did they know that this esteemed figure they revered had already transcended to the pinnacle of the supreme god realm, currently lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly still. The inability to sense the formidable aura was entirely justified, for at that moment, this supreme god expert's spiritual energy was weaker than that of a silver-tier practitioner, appearing exceedingly insignificant. Although the Tianqian expert had detected them, they had simply overlooked them due to their feeble presence that, of course, it was also understandable why this supreme god expert would choose to intimidate the assassins with their Tianqian prowess. Once one reaches the supreme god realm, their spiritual energy would revert to its purest form, completely devoid of color. Should they unleash their true power, the assassins, oblivious to its significance, would be left in a WIT would be beneath their dignity to personally crush a few ants. Thus, the azure brilliance of the Tianqian Peak was the highest manifestation of their power that could be perceived even by those untrained in spiritual energy. That it was clear that this elder was exceptionally astute and compassionate. Demonstrating remarkable thoughtfulness, the Tianqian expert marveled, filled with genuine admiration. No wonder they had ascended to such heights. Their cultivation, character, and temperament far surpassed the expert's own. Esteemed elder, the leader of the black-clad assassins, his eyes ablaze with defiance, shifted his gaze repeatedly before finally declaring, "If you do not permit us to act recklessly, we shall take our leave." After a moment's pause, seeing no response, and realizing that the Tianqian powerhouse had no intention of revealing themselves, he sighed deeply and commanded, "Retreat." The 9 cloaked figures withdrew in unison, golden and silver lights flashing as they prepared to flee. Suddenly, they heard a cold voice declare, "Having slain so many, do you truly believe you can depart so easily?" With this proclamation, a figure in blue suddenly materialized at the street's entrance, obstructing the path of the 9 assassins. Bathed in a shimmering azure glow, their eyes resembled 2 pale blue pearls, tall and slender. They stood in the night, evoking a profound sense of solitude and melancholy in all who beheld them. Desolation, sorrow, loneliness, and despondency emanated from this person, enveloping them in an aura of infinite sadness. Even the slender sword they held appeared particularly lonesome in their grasp. Princess Lingming's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Uncle Yi, it truly is you. Meng'er is so delighted." The 2 leading black-clad assassins' expressions shifted dramatically, their pupils constricting as they coldly remarked, "The lone star of the horizon." "Yi Gahan, it is you. Since when did you begin to wield throwing knives instead of your sword? Regardless of my choice of weapon, I am more than capable of dispatching you worthless fools." The night was cold and desolate as Yi Gahan cast a sweeping glance over the 9 assassins before finally turning his gaze towards Princess Lingming. That a rare warmth and tenderness flickered in the depths of his eyes. "Little Meng'er, why have you been so disobedient, sneaking out of the palace? Have you encountered something serious? Were you frightened? With Uncle Yi around, you are the safest." Princess Lingming smiled sweetly, and before the infamous recluse, the lonely star at the end of the earth, she appeared more like a little girl seeking comfort from her uncle than a royal princess. Yi Gahan, a solitary and formidable master of the heavenly profound realm, was renowned for his aloofness and ruthless demeanor. He never allowed anyone to draw near, and when he wielded his sword, there were never any survivors. Yet, unbeknownst to the populace, this solitary swordsman had once been a dashing and passionate young man. Moreover, no one knew that he and the current Empress Murong Xiuxiu had once been childhood sweethearts. However, for reasons unknown, Yigahan's family fell from grace overnight, erased from the annals of the capital, leaving him a mere penniless figure. Naturally, the powerful Murong family would never allow their daughter to marry someone who was nothing more than a poor practitioner of silver-level mysticism. The Murong family's relentless opposition ultimately tore apart the once inseparable lovers. Yigahan departed in sorrow, while Murong Xiuxiu, heartbroken, attempted to take her own life several times, only to be rescued each time. When news of Yigahan's death reached her, despairing and under her parents' insistence, she finally acquiesced to the family arrangement and married the current emperor, eventually becoming the queen of the land. After a decade away, Yigahan returned, his swordsmanship honed, and his profound energy reaching the heavenly profound realm, believing himself worthy to stand beside Murong Xiuxiu once more. However, he was met with a world irrevocably changed. His beloved had ascended to the throne, and Princess Lingming had already turned 7. The two exchanged tearful glances, both feeling their hearts shatter. Once one enters the palace, the depths are as vast as the sea. From thenceforth, Yigahan became a mere passerby. Fate is unpredictable, the past is no more, and the whims of destiny play cruel tricks. Leading to this moment, Yigahan, disheartened, turned gray overnight, his temperament transformed, becoming even more solitary and ruthless. Yet he regarded the daughter of his former love, Princess Lingming, as his own, showering her with affection, though he vowed never to see Murong Xiuxiu again. He frequently played with little Lingming, for it was only in her presence that the icy heart of Yigahan would soften. In truth, Yigahan had become the guardian spirit of Princess Lingming. No matter who it was, even if the current emperor sought to reprimand her, Yigahan would not hesitate to draw his sword. Princess Lingming had become the sole tether to life for this cold-hearted recluse. His greatest vulnerability. This matter was indeed a closely guarded secret of the royal family, known to very few. Thus, the masterminds behind the assassins were also unaware. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched merely 2 golden-level assassins for the task. Nor would this assassination have been undertaken so casually. Even if they truly intended to carry it out, at least 2 or more heavenly profound masters would be required. Yigahan had now ascertained that the mysterious expert lurking in the shadows would not intervene. Yet he would not allow these assassins to escape, thus revealing himself. Anyone who sought to harm Princess Lingming, in Yigahan's eyes, deserved only death, without mercy. Slowly turning, he drew his sword. The slender blade quivered like a serpent, the azure light rippling, the tip gradually rising to point at the 9 assassins. As Yigahan's expression turned frigid, "Die!" The assassins were momentarily speechless. They had been probing for instructions from the elder, only for him to remain silent until they attempted to leave, at which point he suddenly appeared to obstruct them. Was this not a blatant mockery? They were utterly unaware that everything amiss stemmed from the fact that their target was actually 2 individuals. Yigahan, to kill, one must wield a sword, not merely speak. The 2 black-clad assassin leaders, growing increasingly furious, felt emboldened despite knowing they were vastly outmatched. They couldn't help but taunt him while Yigahan remained unmoved. His demeanor as cold as ice, his gaze piercing like arrows, his figure standing tall like a pine. His heart was ruthless, and the sword light grew even colder, suddenly flashing. The pale blue sword light erupted like fireworks, enveloping the surroundings. Responding to the assassin leader's demand to kill with his sword, it was futile to waste words on those who were about to meet their end. Engaging in conversation with the dying was undoubtedly foolish. The brilliant sword light, infused with a delicate azure hue, sliced through the air with an ethereal grace. Yet amidst its mesmerizing brilliance lay a profound sorrow. This moment, the chilling sword light mirrored Yigahan's own desolate expression, both tinged with melancholy. Yigahan advanced, closing the distance, and struck. The nearest silver-level assassin found a haunting mark etched upon his throat, crimson mist erupting in an instant, merging into the vast azure sword shadows, red and blue intertwining, rendering the scene of carnage achingly beautiful. The sword severed life and fate, Where does one seek a kindred spirit in such desolation? The fallen assassin's body crumpled to the ground, while Yi Gahan, with his silvery hair billowing, had already positioned himself between the other two assassins. Those who had once exuded an air of invincibility now appeared as frail as clay dogs before him. Just as a silver-level master could regard those below the 9th rank as mere ants, a heavenly profound master viewed both golden and silver-level practitioners as child's play. Blood surged forth once more, and Yi Guhan's expression remained unyielding, unaffected amidst the deluge of crimson as he weaved through the air with an ethereal azure light, ghostly and elusive, like a wisp of fog. Confronting a heavenly profound master was akin to striking a stone with an egg. There was no glimmer of hope in this battle, especially against the infamous cold-blooded man known for his merciless blade. Scatter! With a fierce cry, the assassin leader's last remnants of hope evaporated, and he was the first to leap away, shooting forth like an arrow. The remaining 5 assassins dispersed like petals in bloom, each fleeing for their lives. The outcome was inevitable. The only question that lingered was whether any of the 9 assassins would manage to escape. Yi Guhan let out a long, mournful cry, a sound imbued with profound sorrow and chilling intent, echoing through the air. The azure sword light surged, resembling a massive sapphire soaring swiftly through the sky. With each flicker of the pale blue blade, another assassin fell, shrieking as they plummeted. With a mere flick of his wrist, in the blink of an eye, for fleeing silver-level assassins met their demise, their bodies yet to touch the ground, when Yi Guhan had already stopped one of the golden-level assassin leaders in his tracks. These 2 leaders were the most formidable among their ranks, one heading south and the other north, and despite Yi Guhan's prowess in dispatching the other 4 silver-level assassins, he could only intercept one if the other was beyond his reach. Jun Xie lay on the ground, peeking through a slit in his eyes to witness the spectacle. Seeing Yi Guhan's formidable prowess, he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Were they to engage in direct combat, even his former abilities would pale in comparison. This made Jun Xie reevaluate the mystical energies of this world at a higher level. Of course, this was predicated on a face-to-face confrontation. Should he employ the tactics of an assassin, Jun Xie was confident he had countless methods to eliminate Yi Guhan. Yet, direct combat was not his forte. The pale blue light, perhaps merely the initial stage of the heavenly profound realm, already wielded such power. One could only wonder how formidable the peak of the heavenly profound realm truly was. The supreme divine mystique, what could that be? Jun Xie felt a fervent exhilaration at the prospect of the hunt. Only through conflict with the powerful could one accelerate their own growth. Regrettably, Jun Xie was far from possessing the strength to challenge a formidable opponent. Had it not been for this, he might have leapt up to propose a duel with Yi Guhan. The desire for power boiled within him like oil in a heated pan. Just then, he noticed that the fleeing assassin leader was, by a twist of fate, careening towards him in a desperate escape. Jun Xie's heart ignited with murderous intent. How dare you bring your men and leave me in this state? Thinking you can simply walk away? Such an easy escape would not be permitted. With a flick of his wrist, a throwing knife in hand, Jun Xie's face concealed beneath his body, he grinned menacingly. Die, you little brat. The assassin leader, seeing that Yi Guhan had momentarily lost the energy to pursue him, breathed a sigh of relief as he fled at high speed, glancing around. Looking down, he was taken aback to see Jun Xie sprawled on the ground, eyes slightly open, seemingly still alive. Turning back, he saw Yi Guhan had cornered his companions, intent on capturing one alive, momentarily oblivious to his own escape that a wicked thought crossed his mind. While he could not kill Princess Lingming, if Jun Xie were to perish, chaos would surely ensue in the capital. Suddenly halting midair, he prepared to swoop down and deliver a final blow to the debauched youth. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught sight of a young scion below, who blinked at him, stuck out his tongue, and made a face, muttering under his breath, "Fuck your mother." The voice was exceedingly low, and the surroundings were already in a tumultuous uproar. The distant sound of galloping hooves thundered closer. The nearest individuals were merely a few zhang away, rendering any discernible noise nearly inaudible, with no one particularly attentive to the commotion here, as all eyes were fixated on Yi Guhan's actions. Only the leader of the assassins, in a desperate flight and relatively close, could hear everything with utmost clarity, his rage causing his eyes to turn an indignant shade of blue. How could I do nothing against a Tianqian master, yet fail to eliminate you, this arrogant wastrel? You dare to insult me, you brat. With a resounding crash, a long sword was thrust forward. In his heart, he cursed furiously. I'll slay you. Just then, a sudden flash of azure filled his vision, akin to a magnificent blue sky and ocean converging before him. A dazzling flying dagger appeared before him, mysterious and enchanting, its target unmistakably his throat. The Tianqian, the assassin leader, was taken aback, his limbs turning icy with shock. In his extreme fright, compounded by his downward momentum, he exhaled sharply and plummeted, the azure dagger already trembling as it pierced deep into his throat, embedding itself 3 inches deep. With a soft thud, the assassin leader remained utterly bewildered until his last breath, questioning why Yi Guhuan, who was clearly 30 zhang away, had the dagger materialize right here. What could be the reason? This perplexing query left the beleaguered gold-tier assassin wide-eyed in confusion, embodying a thirst for knowledge. Jun Xie had already sustained significant injuries, making his movements somewhat sluggish, though his sword wound was bandaged. He still faced the dual kicks of a silver-tier assassin. He could only watch helplessly as the gold-tier assassin, puzzled, descended toward him, the most critical fact being that, even in death, the long sword remained clutched in his hand. Damn it, this stubborn fool refuses to repent. Jun Xie barked internally, desperately shifting his body forward, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Thud, the corpse of the assassin leader landed squarely on Jun Xie's slight frame. And with a hiss, the sword he still held plunged into the fleshiest part of Jun Xie's thigh. Had the sword tilted even slightly to the left, Jun Xie would have been honorably transformed into a palace dweller. With a gasp, Jun Xie was already knocked breathless, and as the sword pierced his leg, he winced in pain, the last word escaping his lips being a deeply frustrated curse. Who would have thought that a corpse could still wield a sword to inflict harm? This world is truly bizarre. The long sword had embedded itself firmly into Jun Xie's flesh, cutting deeply and possibly risking further injury to his tendons. In such circumstances, he was rendered immobile, while the assassin leader, now lifeless, could move even less. They were piled atop each other like a grotesque tower, with the assassin still gripping the hilt, the blade lodged in Jun Xie's body, creating an indescribably strange tableau. Damn it! Jun Xie lamented silently, feeling tears of frustration welling up. This is the second time a man has fallen atop me since I arrived in this world. The first time, that fat bastard, while disgusting, was at least alive. This time, I'm crushed by a corpse and unable to move. One living soul, one deceased, their faces pressed together, their eyes meeting. Jun Xie then noticed that this fellow had not closed his eyes in death. Curiosity piqued. Jun Xie observed closely, growing increasingly perplexed. His astonishment. The expression in the corpse's eyes was not one of fury or malice, but rather a semblance of inquiry and bewilderment. Damn it, can't you find a path to the underworld? Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. Jun Xie cursed in frustration. Most would be paralyzed with fear beneath a corpse, yet this oddity dared to engage in conversation with the dead. A testament to his formidable nature. With a crack, Yi Guhuan struck the long sword from the other assassin leader's grasp, the faint blue glow of the blade flashing as it hovered at the assassin's throat. Who sent you? Speak. Yi Guhuan was furious. Unless he uncovered the puppet master behind this plot, who could say whether such events might recur? He could protect Ling Meng once, twice, but not for a lifetime. What if a Tianqian master were to entangle him in the next assassination attempt? The assassin leader looked coldly at Yi Guhuan, despair flickering in his gaze, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Why, Yi Guhuan, do you truly think I would divulge anything? Ha! How laughable! I never expected the renowned Tianya Guxing, a dignified Tianqian master, to be so naive. As he spoke, black blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth, his breath stalling as he looked into Yi Guhuan's eyes, still laced with mockery. The moment he was captured, he had bitten down on his own poison pouch. Blood choked his throat, such a potent poison. Yi Guhuan sighed heavily, a flicker of respect in his eyes, murmuring, well, at least he was a man of resolve. I shall not trouble your corpse. With the attackers now all slain, A profound silence enveloped the scene. Though Yi Guhuan's words were uttered softly, they reached Jun Xie's ears with crystal clarity in that moment. Jun Xie was suddenly struck by the urge to laugh. What nonsense! Such behavior can be deemed honorable. If that's the case, then chivalry is truly worthless in this world. Had he not taken his own life, would you have spared him? Even if you did, would the assassin organization behind him let him go? I've seen foolishness, but this is a new low, and you a Tianxian master. What a foolish Tianxian master. Jun Xie couldn't help but feel an overwhelming disdain. If one intends to capture him alive, the first step should be to knock out all his teeth while he still has the strength to act. That is the bare minimum for immobilizing his acupoints and cutting off his inner breath. I shouldn't even have to point that out, right? Such a novice, truly unprofessional. Jun Xie, the professional assassin, sighed heavily. The scene was drenched in blood. And Princess Lingming slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly unable to endure the thick stench of blood. She stepped forward and asked, Uncle Yi, when did you master such exquisite flying dagger techniques? Once we return. Will you teach me? As soon as flying daggers were mentioned, Yi Guhuan snapped to attention, clasping his hands together and bowing towards the void, declaring loudly, Today, I am immensely grateful for the senior's timely rescue. Should there be any offense caused by Lingming's ignorance, I hope the esteemed senior will forgive her and not hold it against her. If there are any commands, just a word will suffice. And I shall gladly venture through fire and water to repay your great kindness. In his heart, he regarded Princess Lingming as akin to his own daughter, the sole reason for his existence. The mysterious master saved Lingming, thus saving him. Hence, when he expressed his gratitude, he made no mention of whom he was grateful for. Regardless of the person, the sentiment remained the same. Moreover, Lingming's strength was too weak to discern the profound depths beyond the Tianxian realm. Her earlier remarks had indeed offended that mysterious figure. Even if the enigmatic master possessed a broad mind and would not hold it against her, it was still unwise. Once such a powerful being was provoked, the consequences would be dire. Yi Guhuan understood the gravity of the situation and naturally sought to remedy Lingming's oversight. That, of course, given Yi Guhuan's temperament, if it weren't for Lingming, he would likely never have uttered such sentiments. Despite his gratitude, the air was silent, as if that mysterious supreme master had already departed. Why, Yi Guhuan sighed deeply, knowing well this outcome. Such otherworldly beings would never lower themselves to accept gratitude from a mere junior, let alone a princess of a nation. Uncle Yi, what are you talking about? Princess Lingming asked curiously, her eyes wide with wonder. Minga, your earlier thoughtless words have greatly offended the one who saved you. The senior who wielded the blade to rescue you is indeed another person entirely. Moreover, this senior's cultivation far surpasses my own. No, it is entirely incomparable. Yi Guhuan's expression turned grave. That single strike was already at the pinnacle of humanity. How could it possibly have been executed by me? Ah! Princess Lingming exclaimed in surprise, her delicate hand covering her mouth. Is that really the case? If Uncle is already a Tianxian master, then that senior must be an even more extraordinary existence. Absolutely. Yi Guhuan nodded solemnly. Princess Lingming took a moment to compose herself, her expression serious as she deeply bowed towards the heavens. Lingming expresses her gratitude to the esteemed senior for saving her. Previously, in my ignorance, I have offended the esteemed senior, and I am profoundly grateful for your magnanimity in forgiving my transgressions. Might the esteemed senior reveal themselves, so that Lingming may personally express my gratitude and seek forgiveness? The air remained utterly silent, devoid of any response, that if indeed this was a Tianxian master or an even higher being, would they truly care for the gratitude of a mere princess? If they were a supreme being at the pinnacle of the Tianxian realm, even the most revered monarch would likely not appear for such a matter. Princess Lingming was not oblivious to this reality, but out of genuine gratitude, regardless of whether the individual remained, she felt compelled to express her thanks. Since Uncle Yi had said so, it could only be the unassailable truth. Alas, fate has conspired against us. Yi Guhuan sighed, his countenance returning to its usual icy aloofness as he stood apart, saying, Little Minga, Uncle Yi must take his leave now. You should return to the palace early. The Imperial Guards are approaching in the distance. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves grows ever nearer. Princess Lingming gazes longingly at Yi Gahan and implores, "Uncle Yi, when will you come to see me again?" "Silly Ming, Uncle Yi has always been by your side." Yi Gahan sighs deeply, his voice gentle. "I will visit you, little Ming. However, a killer has escaped, and there may be lingering repercussions. You must be cautious in the coming days." Princess Lingming responds with a soft acknowledgement, her expression filled with reluctance. The sound of hooves reaches the street corner, and Yi Gahan rises swiftly, darting away. Mid-air, he suddenly changes direction with a surprised exclamation, soaring over to where Junxie is, his keen eyes catching sight of the small flying knife embedded in the throat of the assassin lying atop Junxie. Gratitude wells within him. It seems this senior has already dealt with this threat from me. I am truly ashamed. Without lingering, he gracefully ascends to the rooftop, a flash of blue light, and he vanishes from sight. At the street corner, a sturdy horse rushes in, and a young officer clad in blue dashes towards Princess Lingming, his face etched with concern. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" he inquires urgently, the worry in his tone unmistakable. Princess Lingming looks at him, somewhat bewildered, as she bends slightly to gather the two flying knives from the ground, examining them closely. The knives as thin as a cicada's wing, delicate and exquisite, with subtle curves and graceful lines. Immediately captivate her, that a glimmer of excitement dances across her jade-like face. Is this the divine weapon wielded by the extraordinary figure whom even Uncle Yi admires? Such a lovely blade. This knife? The young officer stammers. "Your Highness must exercise caution with such a deadly weapon. Were it not for the senior who wielded this knife, I would have perished at the hands of the assassin. How could I still be here for you to rescue? The existence of Yi Gahan must remain a secret from the unworthy." Princess Lingming casts a faint glance at him, her delicate face betraying a hint of exhaustion and sorrow. Previously, leaving the palace required at least one high-ranking Jade-level expert as an escort, arranged personally by her father. Why, then, was she dispatched alone on this occasion? Several elite Gold-level experts from the Guard were also reassigned for various reasons. And now, in this moment of peril, she encounters an assassin. What does all this signify? It is self-evident. Princess Lingming, exceptionally astute, already understands the implications, yet she strives to suppress her thoughts, unwilling to face the painful truth. For the outcome is truly heart-wrenching. You may vie for your throne, but why must I be regarded as a mere pawn in your struggles? Is a mere throne truly so precious? Am I merely a tool for you to manipulate for your own gain? Though we are not of the same mother, we share the same father. Blood is thicker than water. Why? Why? Is it truly the case that royal blood runs cold, as she feels the icy touch of the two flying knives against her skin? They bring her an unexpected sense of warmth and security. This mysterious master of Tianshu has saved her life, yet she is almost disregarded his assistance. As a supremely skilled individual, he bears no ill will. Simply this magnanimity captivates Princess Lingming. Although Yi Gahan knows that this enigmatic figure's prowess likely far exceeds mere Tianshu mastery, Lingming remains unaware, for she only perceives the elegant brilliance akin to the azure sky. In the ethereal dance of existence, saving lives, arriving and departing without a trace, he seeks no reward from others. He does not even mind the ignorance of those he rescues. What a noble spirit! This is the true essence of a refined master. In her heartache, Princess Lingming finds herself deeply reliant on this mysterious Tianshu master, who appears only fleetingly. In her mind, she suddenly feels that this enigmatic figure, much like Uncle Yi, is equally deserving of her trust. Clutching the flying knives, Princess Lingming suddenly feels a surge of courage. Indeed, with such a peak-level Tianshu master and the solitary star Yi Gahan watching over her, she can rest assured. Returning to her senses, she realizes that the young officer is still staring at her, and a flicker of annoyance mingles with embarrassment crosses her face as she shoots him a reproachful glare. Her heart filled with frustration. This young man is Murong Qianjun, the eldest son of the prominent Murong family in the city. He is also a rising star of the maternal family of her mother. The Murong clan, that if one were to consider blood relations, He could be deemed her cousin. He is a well-known young talent in the capital, and since he laid eyes on Princess Lingming, he has been utterly captivated, pleading with his family to secure a position as a commander in the Imperial Guard, hoping to win her affection. Since Jun Moxie's recent withdrawal from the scene, Murong Qianjun has emerged as one of Lingming's two most promising suitors. The other being Li Yuran, the eldest heir of the Grand Tutor's household. To any observer, Murong Qianjun possesses both literary and martial prowess, handsome demeanor, and elegant bearing, making him an ideal match for any young lady. Yet, Princess Lingming finds him exceedingly hypocritical, as he seems to wear a mask of deep affection whenever he is near her. Having spent so long in the palace, she cannot discern how much of his affection is genuine and how much is mere pretense. What is the true nature of this man? Princess Lingming feels utterly uncertain. As for the other suitor, Li Yuran, the foremost heir of the Li family, he is also the most talented individual in the Tianxiang Empire. Leaving her equally perplexed, Yuran is charming and composed, yet he remains virtuous and self-restrained, captivating countless noble ladies in the capital. Yet he traverses the flower-laden paths without ever becoming entangled, earning the reputation of the most refined gentleman in Tianxiang City. Li Yuran is perpetually courteous and unhurried, as if he has anticipated and mastered all matters in the world, gracefully maneuvering through life. However, Princess Lingming cannot help but wonder how one can exist so perfectly. If his outward appearance is merely a fade, it is all the more terrifying and unfathomable, for no one can hope to grasp his true thoughts. Whenever she is in his company, she often feels an inexplicable fear, sensing that this gentle youth is exceedingly dangerous. In contrast, she recalls Jun Moxie, who, while appearing rather slick, displayed his intentions unabashedly, presenting himself as a rogue unafraid of being discovered. Though his character may leave much to be desired, at least he is openly flawed. Even if he is a scoundrel, he is one of integrity, allowing no concern for hidden treachery, reflecting on Jun Moxie. She remembers that this debauched young man had just been present, seemingly offering her a reminder, whether intentional or not, there was a good intention. Yet he seemed to have been swiftly dispatched by the assassin. Suddenly alarmed, she urges, quickly, search for third young Master Jun. See how he fared. A wave of anxiety washes over her, for even though she has narrowly escaped with her life, Jun Moxie is likely dead. Should old Master Jun become enraged over this, the ensuing turmoil may far surpass her own assassination. It appears that the capital is once again on the brink of chaos. Hopefully, her three elder brothers will not use old Master Jun's wrath to incite a greater disturbance. Although she has not seen it explicitly, Princess Lingming fears that Jun Moxie's fate is dire. After all, two of the assassins had come from his direction, and by that time, he had already fallen. If he were alive, how could the assassins have spared him? The guards searched high and low, but Jun Xie's body lay concealed beneath the assassin's corpse, perfectly aligned, unnoticed that a burly guard hurriedly approached, reporting, "Your Highness. We did not find third young master's body. Perhaps he managed to rise and flee." Princess Lingming is momentarily blinded by his words, nearly spitting blood. What nonsense is this? If no body is found, can one suggest he simply stood up and ran away? Can a corpse rise and flee? Murong Qianjuan's expression darkens. What kind of talk is this? The guard stammers, "I meant to say, we truly did not find third young master's body. Perhaps he left. No. I meant to say, enough. Do not speak further." Murong Qianjun interjects, his face clouded with frustration, that if we did not see a body, we cannot claim he is dead. We must say, third young master's body is missing. Do you understand? The guards nod in agreement, yet some inwardly grumble. Isn't he essentially stating that the young man is dead? How hypocritical! Princess Lingming, feeling exasperated, instructs, search thoroughly if third young master's body is found. Ensure is promptly returned to the Jun family. Under their influence, Princess Lingming almost blurted out the word corpse. After searching once more without success, she ordered a guard to hastily inform the Jun family. Just as the guard mounted his horse and departed, a gray figure swiftly shot towards them, arriving in the blink of an It was a frail, withered old man. Murong Qianjun drew his sword with a swift motion, demanding, "Who goes there?" His tone was both stern and commanding. "A person in search," replied the old man, his face twisted in anxiety and frustration as he frantically searched the area, ignoring Murong Qianjun's inquiry. Enraged, Murong Qianjun barked, "Seize him," given that the princess had just faced an assassination attempt. The appearance of such an eccentric character was indeed highly suspicious. The surrounding soldiers responded in unison, ready to advance, when the old man exclaimed with excitement, "Found it! Huh! You thought you could escape, you little brat? Stabbed through by a sword, right? Let's see if you can run away next time." His tone was one of malicious glee. He was crouched before the corpse of a black-clad assassin, drawing a sword from it. It turned out he was part of the assassin group. "Seize him!" Murong Qianjun exclaimed with delight, thinking how foolish it was for such an imbecile to search for corpses while surrounded by soldiers. The old man, with a swift motion, tossed aside a long sword and carelessly threw the body of the black-clad killer as if it were a sack, showing no regard for it. He then bent down and picked up a blood-soaked figure. Princess Lingming quickly called out to stop Murong Qianjun, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was Jun Moxie. His body was covered in blood, resembling someone on the brink of death. Startled, she noticed the flickering of his eyes, and her heart leaped with joy. It turned out he was still alive. "May I ask who this esteemed elder is?" Princess Lingming inquired. "I don't have time to chat with you, little girl. I must tend to his injuries quickly. Otherwise, this lad may truly perish," the old man retorted, lifting Jun Moxie's body and, with a swift motion, appeared before Murong Qianjun, glaring at him. "You little brat, mind your words in the future." With that, he swiftly vanished without a trace. Murong Qianjun was about to erupt in anger, but the old man had already disappeared, leaving him fuming. Yet in front of Princess Lingming, he had to maintain his composure. Grinding his teeth in frustration, cursing the old man's ancestors in his heart, "Oh no!" Princess Lingming's expression changed. "I just sent someone to inform Lord Jun, and now Jun Moxie has already been taken away." If Lord Jun were flying into a rage, it would be disastrous. Murong Qianjun reassured her, "Do not worry, Princess, return to the palace. I will arrange for someone to go to the Jun family once more to report that this rascal is still alive." Princess Lingming sighed in relief. That would be best. As her gaze shifted, she noticed the throwing knife lodged in the throat of the assassin leader and could not help but exclaim softly. Realizing that this elder had already eliminated this threat, how foolish of her not to have realized it sooner. Approaching, she bent down to retrieve the knife, which matched the two others she had seen, and her heart filled with admiration. Such a remarkable individual. I wonder when I will have the chance to meet him in person to express my gratitude. Turning her head, she glanced at the disheveled caravan and sighed. In their current state, how could they possibly approach the Dugu family? Recalling what Uncle Yi had said to her earlier, she spoke, "Let us return to the palace. Compile the names of all the fallen guards and report to the imperial court for generous compensation." With a heart filled with compassion, Princess Lingming closed her eyes, allowing 2 tears to fall gently. These individuals had all died for her sake. The carriage was utterly destroyed, and there was no point in lingering on that. Princess Lingming mounted a horse brought by a guard and slowly made her way back, her mood exceptionally heavy. Murong Qianjun hurriedly commanded the imperial guard to follow, ensuring Princess Lingming was securely protected in the center. As he rode away, he glanced back, pondering, "Jun Moxie seems gravely injured. I wonder if he will survive? If he dies, that would be for the best. Just seeing him irritates me. What a deserving target for a beating." How foolish to pursue Princess Lingming without knowing his own limitations. With a huff, he returned his gaze to the graceful figure of Princess Lingming ahead, becoming entranced by her elegance, lost in a reverie as his heart filled with unspoken admiration. In that moment, he completely forgot about the need to send word to the Jun family that I say, "Old man, you've been trailing me like a ghost for 3 days. Could it be that my dashing good looks have caught your eye?" Jun Moxie mused, cradled like an infant in the old man's arms, who resembled a desiccated chicken, his body nearly devoid of flesh. The discomfort was overwhelming, akin to lying on a bed of pebbles. Knowing that the old man wouldn't harm him, he felt no need for politeness and let his sarcasm flow. "Huh, do you think I want to follow you, you wastrel? What are you scurrying about for? Not knowing what schemes you've concocted to escape my sight? Well, it seems you've met your match." The old man, indignant, retorted, "How could I possibly know you were trailing me for 3 days?" He was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. How could this useless brat know he'd been following him? Had his stealthy tracking skills diminished to this extent? Alarmed, he halted in his tracks, momentarily disregarding June Moxie's disrespectful manner of addressing him. "Fool, such a simple question. Obviously someone told me," June Moxie replied nonchalantly. Although the old man's tracking skills were not as keen as June Moxie's, they were still top-notch, and he mused that even with June Moxie's cultivation, he would not have noticed him unless he had trained for another 100 or 80 years. "That you're the fool. Of course, you wouldn't have realized I was following you, right? Who told you? But that person managed to lead you out of my sight." The old man's surprise grew. How could this little rascal escape his watchful eye? Moreover, that individual had the ability to allow someone like June Moxie to slip away. That was truly terrifying. What kind of strength would that require? If that person were an enemy, how would I know who that person is? June Moxie continued to mislead him. "I've never seen him, that of course. Such a high-level figure is not someone of your caliber could ever meet." The old man concluded, "So, it was that person who advised you to escape from me." He was convinced that this wastrel had no idea of his capabilities, and thus he asked, albeit with a lingering doubt. As he was highly confident in his tracking and counter-tracking skills, that a thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that the supreme god Xian has taken notice of me? No, that couldn't be. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. In truth, the old man's skills were indeed remarkable. Otherwise, how could June Moxie, the legendary king of assassins, have spent 3 days evading him? Anyway, old man, are you done rambling? Why do you keep saying such irrelevant things? Where are you taking me? Hurry up and send me home. That's what matters. June Moxie felt uncomfortable and inwardly cursed. "Get me home so I can use the Hongjun Tower to heal. If I reveal any weaknesses elsewhere, what then? Nonsense. You're in this state, and if I don't help you, you'll be dead before we even reach home." The old man was somewhat disgruntled. How could someone of his skill be outmaneuvered? If we head straight back to the June family, Lord June will surely blame me and be deeply frustrated. I must get this brat sorted out before I can return without losing face. As they spoke, they arrived at a modest dwelling. The old man bent down, hurriedly carrying June Moxie inside and placing him on the ground. Beginning to meticulously inspect his wounds, he examined him from head to toe. Exclaiming in astonishment, a sword had nearly pierced through June Moxie's chest, and there were 2 distinct purple-black bruises, clearly from 2 simultaneous kicks to his chest, with the prowess of those silver-ranked assassins. Even 2 of them could have delivered a fatal blow. How had this brat survived such a critical injury and still managed to speak? What was even more astonishing was that not a single rib was broken. The old man carefully infused his energy into June Moxie's meridians for a thorough examination and found no significant damage to his internal organs or any internal injuries. His eyes widened in disbelief. That sword strike was too precise, wasn't it? It landed in the gap. This little brat-ass luck is beyond measure. Tell me, did those assassins come at your behest? Why are they treating you with such care? Seeing June Moxie's injuries, the old man harbored deep suspicions that they had conspired together. Are you trying to play the hero to win the favor of that beautiful girl? The old man stroked his beard, casting a sidelong glance that was as indecent as it was disconcerting. Nearly suffocated by the sudden absurdity of the old man's words, Jun Xie found himself caught between laughter and tears. "Old man, you truly possess a remarkable imagination. I was almost at death's door. Is there truly such a thing as a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Why are you still dawdling? Quickly tend to my thigh. Can't you see it's still bleeding?" Jun Xie felt exasperated. How could this elderly man, despite his advanced age, appear so utterly unreliable? Why had his grandfather chosen such a person to accompany him? "Pah, you insolent brat. Do you think I require your guidance in my affairs?" The old man huffed, puffing out his beard. "You, my boy, are fortunate. You shall neither die nor be crippled," with a vengeful pat on Jun Xie's wounded thigh. He declared, "It's nothing serious. Jun Xie had just been pierced by a blade in his thigh. Though it hadn't shattered any bones, the muscle had been thoroughly pierced, leaving him with a genuine 2 holes in 1 stab." Now, at the old man's slap, a wave of pain surged through him. causing him to grit his teeth and hiss as he drew in a few sharp breaths, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Through clenched teeth, he inquired, "Old man, do you have a granddaughter?" The old man immediately became alert, glaring suspiciously. "What are you plotting?" He seemed to have forgotten that it was he who was supposed to treat Jun Xie's thigh. After all, that sword wound to the chest was far more critical. "If you have a granddaughter, I'd rather indulge and then eliminate you, you heartless old fool." Jun Xie cursed inwardly. "Can't you see I'm gravely injured? Why are you slapping my wound?" "Oh, I meant to say that such delicate matters are best left to women. Under my roof, how can I lower my head?" The old man shook his head vigorously. "You, my boy, are nothing but a lecher in Tianxiang City. Who does not know that?" Jun Xie was left utterly speechless. "Who labeled me a lecher?" "The true lecher is Jun Moxie." Not I doubt be by the time the old man had finished treating Jun Xie's injuries. It was already deep into the night. Both men were impatient, yearning to employ the Hongjun Tower for healing and hasten their recovery, yet they found themselves without opportunity, leaving them both rather vexed. The old man was preoccupied with thoughts of a certain masterful figure capable of tracking him down, while the two thoughtless souls failed to consider informing their families of their circumstances. Meanwhile, Murong Qianjun, who had fervently promised Princess Ling Ming to relay news to the Jun family, had entirely cast this minor task aside. What neither of them anticipated was that prior to the old man's arrival, Princess Ling Ming had already dispatched someone to inform the Jun family of Jun Moxie's disappearance, or presumed death. They were oblivious to the fact that this delay had incited Jun Zhantian's wrath, nearly bringing about a bloodbath in the capital. Just as night fell and assassins ambushed Princess Ling Ming's convoy, the Tang family estate was rife with tension. Old Master Tang stood at the entrance, his face shadowed with a grim expression, his eyes flickering with a hint of longing. After a painstaking search for what might be a clue, he could scarcely contain his eagerness. The earlier commotion had been too conspicuous. But now he was determined to act. With the night just beginning to unfold, all of the Tang family's experts had gathered. 246 of them. 2 mid-level Earth profound experts for Jade-level practitioners. 12 gold-level, 36 silver-level, and the remainder were all peak 9th-level practitioners. For this operation, Old Master Tang had concentrated every capable hand from the Tang family, both within and beyond the capital. In the span of less than an afternoon, he had assembled the strongest force available, representing the very foundation of the Tang family. This operation was absolutely critical. Tonight's target was the North City gang. With a somber gaze, Tang wanly surveyed his surroundings. "Listen, no one from the North City gang is to be let go, especially those of high rank, above the position of Hall Master. They are not to be killed, nor allowed to escape. They are to be captured alive. Is that understood?" "Understood," the crowd replied in unison. Though they were unsure why they were targeting the North City gang, and felt that such a massive show of force against a mere gang was somewhat excessive. None dared to voice their thoughts upon seeing Tang Wanli's darkened expression. "This operation will be personally commanded by me. If any of you allow a member of the North City gang to escape, you may present your head to me." Old Master Tang issued the most stringent of orders, casting a slow, sweeping gaze over the assembly. He noted the shift in their demeanor from nonchalance to one of heightened caution upon hearing the mention of the North City gang. He waved his hand. "Let us depart." 246 figures clad in black silently moved towards the exit. Old Master Tang strode down the steps, his dark cloak billowing in the night breeze. Though aged, he remained sprightly, each step he took exuding the determination of a man set on his course. "Wait for me," a voice called out as a portly figure wrapped in black cloth burst forth from the inner courtyard. Tang Yuan's physique was ill-suited for stealth, so he had donned a simple piece of black cloth in a futile attempt to blend and go back. In the inky darkness, a grand estate lay before them. This was the headquarters of the North City gang. Old Master Tang's white beard fluttered as he calmly organized his forces. Over 100 elite practitioners surrounded the estate, rendering it impenetrable. Everyone held their breath, not daring to utter a sound, quietly awaiting Old Master Tang's command. More than 100 others have been divided into 4 groups, each set to ambush the North City gang's various strongholds, including their casinos and the homes of key figures. Old Master Tang's strategy was clear: to strike from the outside in, leaving no one behind, to capture them all in one fell swoop before finally dealing with the main headquarters. At this moment, over 100 elite practitioners encircled the estate, and the people inside were like fish in a barrel. There was no hope of escape. Capture anyone who emerges. Furthermore, this blunt instrument of strategy would also serve to gauge the North City Gang's response. If they remained passive, it would indicate their innocence regarding the theft from the Tang residence. However, if they fought tooth and nail, it would suggest that Old Master Tang had stumbled upon something significant. Even now, Old Master Tang maintained a skeptical attitude towards the information Tang Yuan had provided. The clues discovered by the dandy Jun Moxie, and the report from the dandy Tang himself. How could this possibly be credible? Who would believe such a tale? Sigh. It was indeed foolish of me to grasp at straws in desperation. Let this be an endeavor for the greater good. However, should it later emerge that these two dandy youths had conspired against me simply for revenge, even with Jun Zhangtian's protection, I would certainly capture both Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan, thrashing them soundly until Jun Moxie resembled a plump pig and Tang Yuan a thin wretch. Let them exchange figures. Old Master Tang's expression fluctuated, his teeth gritting in anger as he surveyed the increasing number of captives bound like Zongzi. With a sigh, he mentally prepared to return and chastise the two dandy youths. The audacity of these two was astounding. Having surrounded the estate for half an hour, every person who dared to venture out had been captured, their internal energies sealed, hands and feet bound, mouths gagged, and piled up in one place. By all accounts, there should have been some reaction from within, yet thus far, there had been no unusual movements. Their compliance suggested that the North City Gang could not possibly be the culprits behind the theft of the profound pills. After all, what was the North City Gang? How dared they provoke the Tang family's authority? In the distance, shadows began to return, each Tang family expert emerging with several captives firmly bound. The sweep of the North City Gang's perimeter had concluded. Old Master Tang's heart sank further, his face twitching in disappointment as he internally cursed. Tang Yuan, Jun Moxie, I will not let you two scoundrels off lightly. You dare conspire against me. Just as Old Master Tang was about to contemplate his next course of action, a sudden commotion erupted. From the walls of the North City Gang's estate, a multitude of shadowy figures appeared, each drawing bows and unleashing a rain of arrows upon the ambushed Tang family experts. Simultaneously, cries erupted from within. The front gate, the rear gate, the side door, and the rooftops. Everyone flee! They dared to attack without declaration, exhibiting no willingness to negotiate with Old Master Tang. Each one scrambled to escape, as if cursing their parents for not giving them 2 additional legs. What does this mean? My goodness, their reaction is alarmingly fervent. This is akin to rebellion. Old Master Tang's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. The abrupt turn of events left him momentarily confounded. After a pause, he slapped his thigh with a resounding crack, wincing from the pain, yet a wave of exhilaration surged within him. This is promising. A series of muffled grunts echoed through the air, revealing the disparity in skill among the hidden experts of the Tang family. The situation had unfolded with startling abruptness, and in an instant, several individuals found themselves struck by arrows, sustaining serious injuries. The remaining members of the group surged forward, clashing fiercely with the rushing forces of the Northern City Gang, the clang of blades ringing out in a cacophony of sound. Tension mounted as the two factions became engulfed in a brutal melee. In an instant, flashes of purple, black, silver, and gold illuminated the entire area, rendering it a dazzling spectacle. From the moment the Northern City Gang unleashed their arrows to the chaotic clash that ensued, the interval was remarkably brief, nearly simultaneous in nature. The elder Tang's eyes widened in astonishment, his previously sullen expression transforming into one of inexplicable excitement, his hands trembling with fervor in his eyes. A glimmer of relief shone through. After a lifetime of composure, the venerable lord of the Tang family finally let out an expletive. By heavens, there truly is a connection, perhaps even the rightful culprit. Damn it! Who would have thought that this rascal Tang Yuan would achieve such a significant feat? Who says a blind cat can't stumble upon a dead mouse? I must reward him splendidly upon my return. In that moment, however, the elder's countenance shifted to one of embarrassment as he furtively glanced around. Tang Yuan, I cannot speak so of you, for you are my own daughter-in-law's kin," given the Northern City Gang's audacious response. It was evident that their actions were intrinsically linked to the theft suffered by the Tang family. Otherwise, how could such a mere gang dare to shoot arrows at the illustrious family of an imperial marquis and the Minister of Revenue, a clan renowned throughout the kingdom? Such audacity was akin to courting death, akin to a cat licking a tiger's nose. A S1 after another of the Northern City Gang's members were felled and swiftly bound. The elder Tang coughed a few times, standing resolutely with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his expression as calm as still water, his beard flowing gently, embodying the essence of a righteous figure intent on eradicating evil. With a resounding thud, one of the Northern City Gang's members was sent flying, and before he could hit the ground, a rope encircled his waist, binding him tightly. Upon landing, he resembled a large dumpling. And before he could utter a scream, a filthy rag was stuffed into his mouth, only to be tossed aside, as if he were a mere object, soaring several feet through the air in a seamless motion. When he finally landed, he realized he was surrounded by familiar faces. Another thud echoed. The Tang family's 240 skilled fighters advanced steadily, leaving no room for error, leaving no detail overlooked. At that moment, Qin Hu, the leader of the Northern City Gang, found himself besieged by 3 golden-tiered practitioners. He fought desperately, yet was unable to break free, despair etched across his countenance. Not far off, a strong earth-tier practitioner stood with his hands clasped behind him. Observing him with an indifferent gaze, trapped with no means of escape, and even deprived of the opportunity for self-destruction, Qin Hu was on the brink of madness, as the surrounding area was gradually cleared. The Tang family's experts converged upon him, while others swiftly infiltrated the mansion, conducting a meticulous search as though dismantling the very structure, leaving no stone unturned. They even excavated the ground in areas where secret passages might exist. Examining the soil closely, before long, a jubilant cry emerged from within. "We found them." The elder Tang's expression brightened as he stepped forward. He beheld several of his family's experts emerging, each one hauling a captive. Qin Hu's son, Qin Xiaobao, along with several flamboyantly dressed women. Qin Hu had hidden them within the most clandestine chamber of the gang, hoping that if he could not escape with his life, at least his son might be spared. Little did he anticipate the Tang family's expertise in such matters. The secret chamber lay nearly 10 feet underground, with an exceedingly concealed exit, and yet it had still been uncovered. Upon seeing his son captured, Qin Hu was engulfed in despair. Utterly losing the will to resist, he had already been at a disadvantage, and had it not been for his fear of being hunted down, he would have been captured long ago. Now, devoid of fighting spirit, he acted without strategy, and the 3 golden-tiered experts advanced simultaneously. With a couple of swift strikes, Qin Hu collapsed like a lump of clay, his senses intact, but the control over his body, the very essence of his life and death, had slipped entirely from his grasp. Victory was resounding. The elder Tang approached Qin Hu slowly, gazing down at his despondent face, and gestured for those around to step back, clearing a significant space. "Where is that item?" he inquired in a low voice, his eyes piercing into Qin Hu's, delivering a direct and unyielding challenge. He offered no opportunity for Qin Hu to deny his involvement. This statement was likely to instill in Qin Hu the illusion that the elder had irrefutable evidence linking him to the theft of the mysterious elixir. It was a matter of cooperation or defiance. And should Qin Hu be complicit in this matter, hearing such words while being a captive would likely push him to the brink of despair. Indeed, Qin Hu was left speechless, his eyes reflecting utter hopelessness. The elder Tang, who scrutinized every nuance of Qin Hu's reaction, felt a surge of elation as the weight of uncertainty lifted from his heart. It was indeed the true culprit. Tang Yuan. Oh, Tang Yuan. This grandson has finally accomplished something of significance, and a considerable achievement at that. Wait, it seems this affair was initially brought to light by that debauched scion, Jun Moxie. The elder Tang reflected. It appears that a gathering of rascals isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least they prove useful in critical moments, just as I was once labeled a wastrel in my youth. Yet here I stand today. Clearing his throat and realizing he had digressed, the elder Tang regained his focus. Silently resolving that regardless of whether the elixir was recovered, The Tang family owed a significant debt of gratitude to Jun Moxie. It would be prudent to forge closer ties with the Jun family moving forward. I know nothing of this mysterious elixir. Why has Tang Darren suddenly turned against us? Qin Hu stammered, his eyes flickering as he clung to the hope of evasion. You truly possess a talent for grandiloquence. Did I ever claim that item was the elixir? The elder Tang chuckled, his demeanor deceptively benign. Regardless, you shall soon learn its significance. With a wave of his hand, a Tang family expert approached, dragging the limp form of Qin Xiaobao and unceremoniously tossing him to the ground before retreating. Qin Hu, I have heard this is your only son. Regardless of the Northern City Gang's actions, if you divulge what you know, I will ensure your son remains unharmed. I will also protect the remnants of the Qin family's lineage from harm. The elder Tang stated with a congenial smile. However, should you continue to feign ignorance, I trust you will soon witness the fate awaiting your son. Such a turn of events would not be pleasant for anyone involved. Do you understand my meaning? Dad, save me. Qin Xiaobao cried out, his voice filled with despair. For this quintessential second-generation heir, the past year had been nothing short of catastrophic. He had barely managed to catch a glimpse of a beautiful woman on the street, only to be captured and rendered powerless. Having just regained his strength, he was then assaulted and injured. Now, as he was dragged out in a state of distress, the pain and terror overwhelmed him. The elder Tang extended a hand, gently stroking Qin Xiaobao's neck as though soothing a frightened puppy. Yet, no one would doubt that should Qin Hu's response fail to satisfy the elder, that dry hand would swiftly transform into a harbinger of retribution. With a resigned sigh, Qin Hu bowed his head and conceded, You have won. The elder Tang beamed with satisfaction, remarking, Qin Hu, you truly are worthy of your position as a gang leader, demonstrating a keen understanding of the situation. The sharp sting of sarcasm pierced Qin Hu's ears, his face flushed with humiliation, rendering him nearly unrecognizable as he stammered, Surely, the elder understands that I was likely acting under compulsion in this matter. Otherwise, how could I, with any measure of courage, dare to steal from the Tang family? That would be tantamount to seeking my own demise. Even if I had the intent, I lacked the capability, yet when faced with a knife to my throat, we were indeed left with no recourse. Continue, the elder Tang urged, his gaze keen. Seasoned by experience, the elder Tang knew that the Northern City Gang would never have dared to act so brazenly in the presence of such authority. And at this critical juncture, Qin, who was unlikely to fabricate a lie that could not gain the elder's trust, if he spoke the truth, there would undoubtedly be more to his tale. Qin, who noticed that the old man seemed to believe his words and could not help but feel a glimmer of hope. Even if he could not escape his fate, at least his son still had a chance to survive. He hurriedly continued, The person who instigated me back then, I know nothing of his origins. All I know is that he possesses immense influence, having orchestrated the layout of the old Mark residence, the location of hidden treasures, and even the timing of the strikes. That I suspect he must be someone of significant power in the capital. As Qin, who spoke, his eyes suddenly bulged with fury, and a look of extreme terror flashed across his face. In a state of panic, he shouted, Old Marquis, save me! At that moment, a piercing shriek echoed through the air, and a brilliant yellow light surged forth, accompanied by a tremendous pressure descending from all directions. Almost without warning, the sky seemed to have abruptly filled with several small suns, their earthy yellow radiance saturating the heavens. Earthly realm experts, 3 agile figures descended like lightning, forming a triangle as they charged swiftly towards Old Tang. Clad in black and masked, only their glowing yellow eyes were visible. The Tang family's masters gasped in shock, rushing forward recklessly, but regrettably, they were powerless to halt the advance of the earthly realm experts. The old Marquis let out a cold laugh and bellowed, How dare you, vermin! As his white beard fluttered, a denser earthy yellow glow radiated from him, defiantly confronting the intruders and shielding Qin, who behind him. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. They were here to silence him. However, Qin, who had become the old Marquis' sole lead in recovering the Xiandan, he could not allow them to succeed. And no matter what, he must obstruct them, resolutely preventing them from taking Qin, whose life, as long as Qin Hu remained, there was a chance to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Discovering the mastermind would lead to the retrieval of the Xian Dan. Only by reclaiming the Xian Dan could the Tang family forge an unshakable foundation for the next century. The old Marquis eyes turned crimson. Boom! Tang Wanli surged forth, single-handedly blocking the three equally ranked experts. Attacking fiercely without a hint of defense, like a maddened tiger, killing Emir Qin who was no monumental task for them. But should they slay the old Marquis here, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the entire Tianxiang Empire. Such consequences were not to be borne lightly. Thus, the old Marquis faced them with unwavering confidence. In an instant, he managed to hold off 3 earthly realm experts all by himself. The 4 of them formed a whirlwind of conflict, swirling and clashing as shadows flickered and dust rose around them. The 2 other earthly realm masters of the Tang family, fearing for their lord's safety, swiftly joined the fray, and the 6 powerful figures engaged in combat, rendering those below the earthly realm powerless to intervene. First, take Qin Hu away, the old Marquis shouted forcefully. Just then, a soft blue light elegantly flickered as a masked figure in white suddenly appeared, gliding over as if moving through flowing water. Against the backdrop of night, the white attire stood out strikingly. The figure moved with grace, yet their speed was astonishingly swift. As they approached, the blue light flashed several times, followed by 4 simultaneous cries of agony as the 4 leaders of the North City gang had their brains splattered, their bodies collapsing slowly to the ground. Initial stage of the Heavenly Realm. A Heavenly Realm expert, 200 Tang family masters surged forward, forming a formidable defensive line, yet the figure entirely disregarded them. Moving as if in an uninhabited realm, they leaped effortlessly 3 zhang into the air, and with a dazzling blue flash, Qin Xiaobao, lying on the ground, could only manage a muffled groan before a single punch from the air crushed his chest. Old Tang Wanli let out a fierce roar, pivoting to confront the figure in white. The disdainful glint in the masked figure's eyes flared as the blue light surged once more, and their palms collided with Tang Wanli's with a thunderous crash. The old Marquis grunted, his beard trembling, and he staggered backward. The figure in white spun away, effortlessly pushing back the Tang family experts who dared to approach, not even glancing back as they struck down with a backhand. Behind them stood Qin Hu. Qin Hu's eyes were filled with rage as he spat blood, crying out, "How ruthless! Old Marquis! He is the one!" Suddenly, he let out a horrific scream, collapsing weakly to the ground. His body devoid of any intact bones, the figure in white chuckled softly, commanding leave. Under the radiant blue light, they surged forth, causing the Tang family members to stumble backward in disarray. In a flash, they reached the wall, and with a brilliant flicker of yellow and blue, all 4 figures leaped onto the high wall, the 3 earthly realm masters vanishing over the top. The figure in white, however, remained atop the wall, their flowing white attire billowing in the wind. They bowed distantly and spoke with an elegant tone. "Old Marquis Tang, I apologize for the offense today, but it was unavoidable. The mountains are high and the waters long. Let us hope to meet again." With a long laugh, they leapt into the air, and with a flash of blue light, the sky returned to darkness. Old Tang clutched his chest, coughing heavily. He could sense that this figure in white was indeed formidable, and had shown him mercy, for otherwise, that previous clash could have left him gravely injured. Even so, the old Marquis trembled with rage, gazing at the gruesome corpses of Qin Hu and his son from the North City gang, as well as the remains of the 4 leaders whose brains had been splattered. His hands grew icy cold. Such a Heavenly Realm expert should have been in his own family. It was truly unbearable. After finally uncovering a crucial lead, he had witnessed it extinguished right before his eyes, with the mightiest force of the Tang family, over 200 strong, present yet powerless to act, having endured the humiliation of the enemy, showing mercy. What a bitter pill to swallow! As he gasped for breath, the onlookers lowered their heads in shame. That moment, a heavy, resonant voice echoed from afar, reverberating through the heavens. It sounded like the rolling waves from the horizon, or like distant thunder, slow yet relentless, striking repeatedly with an unmatched momentum that seemed capable of leveling the world and shattering the clouds, drawing ever closer. With the emergence of this sound, the entire realm seemed to transform into a scene of endless slaughter. Even the dark night suddenly felt unbearably heavy. The abrupt sound grew ever louder until it resonated throughout the entirety of Tianxiang City, initially at a dull frequency, then gradually joining together to form a colossal surge. Resounding through the realm, this was the war drum of the thunder god. This was also the prelude to carnage. The earth-shattering beat was the spark that ignited a grand war after 10 years of silence. The highest military summons of the Tianxiang kingdom rang out unexpectedly on this quiet night. When the war drum sounded, it could only signify mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, the clash of countless soldiers and the demise of innumerable lives. It also meant that a group of warriors would forever close their eyes, while a small fraction of survivors would tread upon mountains of corpses and wade through seas of blood to ascend to power. From all directions, countless soldiers awoke from their slumber, springing into action, swiftly donning their gear, their eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty fervor. It is the Grand Marshal Jun's war drum, a stunned earthly realm expert from the Tang family exclaimed. And everyone exchanged terrified glances. Tang Wanli's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. The sudden battle drum made him forget his previous humiliation and anger, his mind consumed by a single thought. Jun Zhantian has gone mad. Why is this old fool going insane now of all times? Everyone immediately returned to the Tang estate, those with military ranks hastening to change into their uniforms and report for duty. No one is to leave the house without my command. The old marquis ordered decisively, issuing a string of commands. Instantly, dozens bowed respectfully before turning to rush away, their pace exceeding their usual limits. The sounding of the war drum indicated that the situation had escalated to a dangerously critical level. No one doubted that if any officer dared to arrive even a moment late tonight, it would surely result in dire consequences. Jun Zhantian's discipline was unrivaled throughout the entire Tianxiang kingdom. Those who disobeyed his orders, whether they were nobles, officials, or scions of illustrious families, would be executed without mercy. The sound of hooves echoed urgently from all directions, surging like a tide towards the central parade ground. Clad in armor and with urgency etched on their faces, each soldier wielded their whips, striking their steeds, racing forward as if on an express route. Lord Marquis, how should we handle the remaining rabble? A Tang family expert queried, pointing at the remnants of the North City gang. Take them all back, interrogate them one by one. The old marquis knew this would likely yield no results, but still harbored a sliver of hope. As wave after wave of warhorses thundered past, the sounds of military horns echoed simultaneously from all barracks within and outside the city, as all troops urgently assembled, maintaining the highest state of readiness. Poised for immediate deployment upon the commander's return, Old Jun is truly going mad. This statement held no exaggeration. When Princess Lingming dispatched 2 individuals to Jun's residence, more than half an hour had already passed since the assassination incident. Old Jun was in his study, reading contentedly, a smile gracing his old face, utterly satisfied. The prodigal son returns, shedding his wayward ways and embracing righteousness. Observing his fervor and tenacity, one can assert that not a single noble heir from the entirety of Tianxiang City can rival my grandson. As the Jun family faces such desolation, the emergence of such hope and opportunity must surely bring solace to the elder Jun, just as his spirits soared. The butler, Old Peng, gently knocked at the door and entered with a grave expression, announcing that a messenger from Princess Lingming had come to report matters to the master. Jun Zhantian summoned the messenger immediately, but upon seeing the guard, whose body was smeared with blood, his heart sank. The guard's halting and evasive manner only intensified the elder's unease, darkening his countenance further. Old Peng's anxious demeanor behind him only deepened Jun Zhantian's foreboding, after a series of pressing inquiries. The guard finally uttered the chilling words, "The body of Jun Sangongzi is missing." Upon hearing this, it was as if 1,000 thunderclaps erupted in Jun Zhantian's mind. His robust form trembled, and his face turned as pale as death, collapsing silently backwards, lifeless in an instant. Old Peng was taken aback, but had prepared for such a contingency. After pinching the elder's acupoint and pounding his chest, he managed to revive him. The guard trembled, kneeling in fear, fully aware of Jun Mo's esteemed position in the elder's heart. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. When Jun Jiantian regained consciousness, he coughed up blood, his complexion instantly ashen, his eyes dimming. Yet his voice remained clear and grave. "What on earth has transpired?" Slowly, without omitting any detail, "Recount it to me." Those words were quiet. The weight they carried was akin to a towering mountain, pressing heavily down. The guard, pale with fright, recounted the events, while Jun Jiantian maintained a stoic expression, uttering not a single word. Finally, when the guard finished, Jun Jiantian wearily waved his hand, dismissing him. The guard, as if granted a reprieve, quivered as he exited, only then realizing he was drenched in sweat. In the study, Jun Jiantian closed his eyes, gazing upward at the heavens. His throat tightened, and a tear escaped from the corner of his wrinkled eye. Had Jun Xie continued to be the reckless scion he once was, causing havoc, the elder would have felt less anguish. Having long since been disappointed, the family's decline was inevitable, and this day's arrival would not have been so distressing. However, just as Jun Jiantian had witnessed his grandson's remarkable transformation, the dawning of hope, and the stirring of excitement for the family's future, this sudden news plunged him into an abyss of despair. The stark contrast of emotions was enough to keep Jun Jiantian from going mad on the spot. A testament to his self-control, Mo Xie had fallen to deliver a message to Princess Lingming. This was the elder's first deduction. The assassin's target was Princess Lingming. Only the three princes or hostile forces from other nations would dare such audacity. With the crown prince position undecided, and the three princes vying for supremacy, foreign nations would prefer to see them embroiled in chaos rather than act rashly at such a time. Thus, the three princes were the prime suspects. This was the second deduction. Thirdly, while the princess was the primary target of the assassination, Mo Xie had perished while she remained unharmed. This raised suspicions. Could it be that Mo Xie's enemies, namely his greatest rivals, the Li and Meng families, had orchestrated this? Was the assassination of the princess merely a ruse? This was the third deduction. With Mo Xie dead and the princess unharmed, it indicated that although Mo Xie had delivered the message, the princess had evidently not dispatched guards to protect him, concentrating all forces on her own protection, leaving Mo Xie vulnerable to assassination. This was the fourth deduction. The more Jun Jiantian pondered, the colder his demeanor became, his gaze sharpening until it turned feral. Why should my grandson, who acted with good intentions, perish while that woman remains unscathed? I, Jun Jiantian, have fought through countless battles since my youth, emerging as a Grand Duke for the Empire, achieving monumental feats unmatched throughout the nation. Of my 3 sons and 3 grandsons, 2 sacrificed their lives for the country. The youngest rendered a lifelong cripple, and the 2 grandsons perished under mysterious circumstances. Now, my last remaining bloodline has also fallen in the line of duty, protecting a royal princess. The once loyal Jun family faces extinction. In light of this, what do I have left to cherish? Since the end is inevitable, why not take down all who oppose the Jun family alongside me? Jun Jiantian laughed bitterly, his mirth growing louder until tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his eyes flashing with fury. Glaring coldly out into the night, he turned slowly to the portrait of his deceased wife, standing rigidly as he gazed longingly, his lips moving as if to speak but ultimately falling silent. He extended his hand, brushing through the air as if sensing something, perhaps bidding a final farewell. Jun Jiantian narrowed his eyes slightly, as if forcing back an emotion, before turning abruptly to remove his long dusty sword from the wall. With a mighty stride, he exited, his white hair billowing behind him, never looking back. At that moment, 2 tears fell from his elderly eyes, shattering upon the ground like fragile glass. The portrait on the wall depicted a kind-faced elder woman, eternally smiling, her gaze seemingly penetrating through the canvas, extending into the distance. The night breeze wafted through the window, causing the portrait to flutter as if attempting a futile plea for him to stay. Old Pang reached out, pulling the hidden cord behind Jun Jiantian's armchair, the sharp sound of bells ringing throughout the Jun estate. He then fell silent, following closely behind, his expression one of cold detachment and resolve. He had anticipated Jun Jiantian's next move and would not intervene. Rather, he intended to accompany him on this path. Without resentment, without regret, downstairs, a wheelchair stood silently, where Jun Wui sat upright, his fierce brows knitting into a frown. Upon seeing his father descend, Jun Wui's face remained expressionless. Their eyes met, and each turned away, exchanging no words. At this moment, there was no need for further discussion. Dozens of shadowy figures emerged from all directions, forming 3 silent rows in the courtyard, their calm gazes fixed upon Jun Jiantian. Regardless of his intentions, these individuals would follow him to the ends of the earth. Amidst the shadows, countless more gathered like phantoms, waiting silently for orders. The concealed power of the Jun family was fully mobilized at this moment. Jun Jiantian stepped forward, his voice low as he uttered a few commands. The figures in the shadows suddenly dispersed like a tide, vanishing without a trace, as if swept away by a storm of blood and chaos. The howling winds in the air thickened, amplifying the tension. After standing silently for a moment, facing the refreshing night breeze, Jun Jiantian inhaled deeply, only to be met with the overwhelming stench of blood filling his lungs. Mounting his horse, Jun Jiantian's face was as cold as iron, his crimson cape billowing in the night wind, blending with the color of blood. The rest of the group remained silent, mounting their steeds and following suit. Jun Wui clapped his hands on the armrests of his wheelchair, leaping gracefully onto a horse's back, gripping the reins and joining the procession, the sound of hooves fading into the distance. Moments later, the military headquarters blazed with light. Jun Jiantian, clad in armor, sat at the head of the hall. Outside, 40 large drums resonated simultaneously. Deep and thunderous, with the drumming's cadence, soldiers clad in full battle gear rode in hastily, dismounting in formation, standing as straight as javelins. As the numbers swelled, each remained silent, their eyes fervently directed at the commanding figure of Jun Jiantian. Old Marshal, it has been ages since we last sounded the call to arms. How we long for those battle-hardened days. The drums fell silent. The generals stood at attention, their expressions somber on either side. Dozens of banners rustled in the night breeze, echoing a mournful lament, as if a multitude wept together. Jun Jiantian rose from his seat, advancing to the platform. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, inquiring, "Is there anyone unaccounted for? We are all present, awaiting the orders of the esteemed marshal." Hundreds responded in unison, their voices harmonizing. "Very well. Let this old man accomplish a momentous task tonight." A fierce glint ignited in Jun Jiantian's eyes as he commanded, "All generals, heed my orders." "Yes." "Jun Yinfeng, present. You are in charge of the East Gate." "Yes." "Zhang Jiqian, at the North City Gate." "Yes." "Chan Linyu, at the South Gate." "The remaining individuals will follow me." A succession of command was issued, and everyone promptly stepped forward to receive their tokens, turning to leave without a single inquiry as to the reasons behind it. These are all veterans of Jun Jiantian, the backbone of the Jun family's military faction. Their obedience to Jun Jiantian's orders is unwavering, devoid of question or hesitation, even in the face of death. Particularly Shen Zhonan, Zhang Jiqian, Chan Linyu, and Jun Yinfeng, the 4 most formidable generals under the old Master Jun, are fierce and unyielding warriors. They execute Jun Jiantian's commands without fail, regardless of right or wrong. They constitute the very core of the Jun family's military might, as each general accepted their orders and departed. The expression in Jun Jiantian's eyes grew increasingly frigid. "Moxie, allow me to avenge you. Anyone who has opposed you, anyone under suspicion, will join you in death tonight." When the war drums commenced, deep in the night, His Majesty Emperor Yang Huaiyu of Tianxiang Kingdom was suddenly roused, exclaiming, "What is that sound?" This emperor, once a soldier amidst the chaos, now in the prime of his life, felt an inexplicable wave of impending doom. It was as though some earth-shattering event was unfolding. Outside the sleeping quarters, a soft voice reported, "Reporting to your Majesty, it appears to be the sound of war drums." The sound of war drums? The emperor's brow furrowed, suddenly alarmed. War drums? The assembly drums. His complexion changed drastically. He swiftly leapt from his bed, hastily draping a cloak over his shoulders, clad only in his inner garments, and hurried outside. Straining to listen for a moment, his expression growing increasingly grave. Jun Jiantian. Upon hearing the sound, the emperor immediately recognized it as the war drums of Jun Jiantian. Apart from Jun Jiantian's assembly drums, no other sound in the capital could be so resounding and tragic. Only Jun Jiantian's war drums could manifest such might, sufficient to stir the entirety of Tianxiang City. What on earth has transpired today? What is it that I do not know? The emperor maintained a composed demeanor, slowly inquiring that in this moment, any action could be taken, but haste must be avoided. Only by understanding what has occurred could he discern why Jun Jiantian would strike the assembly drums at this critical juncture. I do not know, Your Majesty. Upon inquiry, the 6 eunuchs beside him simultaneously knelt, unable to provide any answers. Investigate. Reporting to Your Majesty, I recall that an hour ago, Princess Ling Ming sought an audience with you. Though I am unaware of the matter, a middle-aged eunuch cautiously stepped forward, responding in a soft tone. Ling Ming? What does she seek? Ling Ming has always been well-behaved. She would not disturb me at such an hour without significant reason. Why was I not informed? Who dares to act so audaciously and intervene in this matter? The emperor instantly sensed the oddity. The eunuch hesitated, his gaze flickering towards the sleeping quarters. Quickly summoned Ling Ming. Yes, Meng Fei, the emperor bellowed, and a lady clad in diaphanous silk gracefully emerged. Kneeling on the ground, did I ask you, what matter does Ling Ming seek? Why did you obstruct her? The emperor's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. The princess, she claimed to have been attacked, yet I perceived no harm upon her, and her demeanor was as usual. I believe it to be mere childish folly. Moreover, Your Majesty, you had already retired at that time, so I did not dare to disturb you. Meng Guifei replied, trembling with trepidation, why daughter has been attacked, and you still hinder her from seeing her father. You dare to dismiss it as mere childish antics. Ha ha ha, you truly are my beloved consort. The emperor's tone was deceptively gentle, seemingly unconcerned, yet Meng Guifei quaked in fear, knowing that when the emperor spoke in such a manner, it invariably foretold dire consequences. The emperor leaned in close to her ear, whispering, I suspect you lack the courage for this. Yet what the eldest has promised you is surely unattainable. I shall not allow it. Meng Guifei's eyes widened in terror, her entire being collapsing to the ground. Take Meng Guifei away and confine her to the cold palace, awaiting judgment. No one is to approach her. The emperor's calm declaration sealed the fate of the once exalted Meng Guifei. Father, Princess Ling Ming rushed in, her hairpins ascuity, oh not fret. What has transpired today? Come, tell your father in detail. The emperor gazed at his daughter with a kind smile, as though nothing had occurred, artfully concealing the chill in his eyes. As Princess Ling Ming recounted the events, the emperor's expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes flashing with cold light. He lowered his head, remaining silent, only listening intently. This undeniably pertained to the safety and well-being of his daughter, and it also involved another crucial individual, whose fate, though seemingly inconsequential, could bear monumental repercussions, so significant that even he, the emperor, might not be able to bear them, nor would he wish to, an emperor concerned for his daughter's assassination, while simultaneously preoccupied with a frivolous wastrel. How lamentable! Finally, based on Meng's account, prior to the assassination, Jun Moxie had sent word to you. Shouldn't that at least count as a warning? The emperor mused. Indeed, although my daughter could not be certain, Jun Moxie's motives seemed to be above reproach, or perhaps he had uncovered some thread of evidence. Princess Ling Ming spoke in a low voice, yet her tone was unwavering. A thread of evidence? With Jun Moxie's limited abilities, how could he possibly discern anything of significance? These matters are trifling. Furthermore, Jun Moxie was later rescued by another adept, suggesting that he did not perish. Correct? The emperor's gaze deepened. Precisely, father. Princess Ling Ming was aware of her father's reservations, and thus refrained from mentioning Yi Gahan's name, although the emperor was already cognizant of the situation. If that is the case, why has Jun Jiantian gone mad, recklessly sounding the assembly drums? The emperor contemplated, realizing that his grandson was not dead, and that the Jun family had not reached the point of extinction. Thus, this action was perplexing. Such behavior was truly. He rose, pacing slowly, lightly tapping his forehead with his fingers, contemplating. The grandson is alive, yet Jun Jiantian inexplicably has lost his senses. Perhaps one thing can be confirmed. Jun Moxie surely has not yet returned home. I suspect Jun Jiantian received alarming news about his grandson, and, not having seen him return for an extended period, became agitated. Ha ha ha. It seems I have underestimated them. This is a case of striking multiple birds with one stone. The emperor's laughter was cold and chilling. Suddenly, Princess Lingmeng recalled something, her delicate face paling. If this is indeed the case, although it may be a mere misunderstanding, the consequences could be irreparable at that moment. Since Jun Moxie was not in mortal danger, why was there no immediate notification sent to the Jun family? Ming'er, your handling of this matter has been rather careless. Did you recall something? Seeing the drastic change in Lingming's complexion. The emperor smiled, striving to control his rising anger. Yet the signs of barely suppressed emotion were evident in his eyes. His daughter was typically composed. How could she have made such a grave error today? Was it due to the assassination that she lost her usual steadiness? Father, upon discovering that Jun Moxie's body was missing, I did indeed send someone to inform the old Master Jun just as the messenger departed. That elder arrived and took the injured Jun Moxie away. Princess Lingmeng stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. And then, the message was delivered, but upon realizing that Jun Moxie was not dead, did you not take further action? The emperor's gaze was filled with disappointment as he regarded his daughter, yet his heart stirred. An elder? Could there be others, aside from Yi Gahan, secretly protecting my daughter? If so, the emperor pondered silently, his expression remaining inscrutable. Such a significant revelation naturally warrants a remedy. At that time, my guard were gravely injured, so I instructed Murong Qianjun to send word to the old Master Jun regarding Jun Moxie's survival. If the old Master Jun ultimately did not receive news of Jun Moxie's safety, then the only possibility is no need for speculation. It is evident that Murong Qianjun either did not deliver the message or conveyed only news of death. Otherwise, the emperor sighed, his previously composed face now marked by a few traces of ferocity, which quickly faded, and he spoke softly. It is no longer your concern. You may take your leave and rest. As he spoke, he gently stroked Lingming's hair, his vacant gaze fixed upon the hazy yellow of the imperial palace shrouded in darkness. The emperor suddenly found this emblem of nobility, the bright yellow, to be glaring and disheartening. This assassination incident was rather peculiar. How unexpected it was, indeed. The emperor pondered for a moment, a flash of sharpness flitting across his eyes. Perhaps it was time to cleanse the palace. He wondered whether using human blood for this purification would render it more vibrant. In the distance, the resounding war drums had fallen silent, yet the atmosphere remained thick with an impending storm. Oppressive in its intensity, that I hope, Jun Jiantian, that you do not make my situation too difficult. A complex array of emotions flickered in the emperor's eyes, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. Observing his daughter's departing figure, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought, before suddenly commanding, "Shadow, go and investigate. Do not act unless absolutely necessary. Inform Jun Jiantian that his grandson is not dead, that a little commotion is acceptable. But it must not go too far. Oh, and while you're at it, bring me something, just a small favor. That old fellow has been pent up for years." With that, the emperor penned a few characters, rolled the note, and handed it over with a flick of his wrist. A gust of wind arose, and a seemingly formless shadow slipped away. In the next instant, the note had vanished from the emperor's hand, and a faint silhouette swiftly darted out of the palace. "Though I grant you some leeway this time, I too shall borrow a blade," the emperor murmured to himself, a profound smile suddenly gracing his face. The emperor was typically a master of strategy, yet this time he had grossly underestimated the extent of Jun Jiantian's fury. Moreover, sending someone now was already too late. "Summon General Duga Wudi," the emperor exhaled, his voice booming. "Well, let us further disrupt the situation, that I hope that those who possess wisdom will restrain themselves. As for those who do not, there is no need for them to remain, or perhaps they lack the qualification to do so. It is not that I forbid you to fight, only that what arises from conflict must be strength, but there must be moderation in battle. Exceeding this moderation will lead to irreparable consequences." Princess Ling Ming bid farewell to the emperor, and only upon returning to her chamber did she suddenly realize that throughout the entire assassination ordeal, her father had relentlessly inquired about the Jun family, particularly Jun Moxie, while neglecting to ask about her, the very target of the assassination. Why was that? Did her father regard this convoluted assassination, which involved a princess and possibly other royal figures, as less significant than the affairs of the Jun family? Or was her father avoiding something? Remembering her father's profound gaze, Princess Ling Ming couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, she had Uncle Yi to protect her, along with that mysterious, powerful figure. Lost in thought, Princess Ling Ming reached into her bosom and drew out 3 exquisite throwing knives, playing with them in her hands. Each knife was no larger than half a palm, with a gracefully curved form that was truly as delicate as a cicada's wing. Stacked together, they formed but a thin layer. She was quite curious about how such diminutive knives could possess such terrifying strength, capable of making a group of merciless assassins retreat without a fight. The knives remained silent, their blades shimmering with a crystalline brilliance, refracting dazzling colors under the light. If one were to merely gaze upon these knives, they would likely assume them to be mere toys for the children of the affluent. Who could have imagined that they were, in fact, the lethal weapons of an extraordinary master? However, should this unique throwing knife ever reappear before me, I would recognize it instantly. Princess Ling Ming mused joyfully, her heart filled with boundless admiration. I wonder what kind of person this unparalleled master, whom even Uncle Yi greatly admires, truly is? General Dugawudi returned home, his heart brimming with frustration. He was utterly bewildered. Upon hearing the sound of war drums from the military camp outside the city, he had hastened back to the palace. Eager to await the emperor's summons, he had even ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. Should Jun Zhantian rebel, the Dugu family's army would be the only force capable of defending the throne and contending with Jun Zhantian's military faction. Yet the emperor's unusually ambiguous demeanor left Dugawudi at a loss. Such a grave matter could erupt into turmoil at any moment, and the palace could very well be besieged. Yet the emperor simply uttered 4 words: remain calm and patient, and sent him back home to seek his father, not even allowing him to return to the barracks or take measures for defense. This was simply unfathomable. Dugawudi, in a state of utter confusion, returned home, but before he could reach his courtyard, he immediately sought out his father, the venerable Dugazongheng. The outcome, however, left the general, who commanded thousands, feeling utterly humiliated. Are you a fool? You dragged me out of bed for this trivial matter? You unfilial son, how could I have raised such a worthless wretch? From now on, do not dare to call yourself my son in public. I cannot afford the disgrace. Dugazongheng roared, his voice echoing throughout the estate, spewing spittle onto his son's face as he pointed a finger at Dugawudi's forehead, causing him to stagger back. Have you even considered with that pig's brain of yours? What nonsense about rebellion. Let me tell you, even if the Dugu family were to rebel, Jun Zhantian would not. Even if the emperor himself were to turn against his own, Jun Lauer would not. Now get back to bed. I can't be bothered with you. You are nothing but a complete fool, a stupid pig. Damn it. With that, Dugazongheng kicked Dugawudi out, storming back to his chamber, where a muffled grunt soon followed, along with a voice. Old man, what did you just say? What nonsense. Who the hell is Woody? He is a pig. And what are you, old man? What are you filled with dog shit? You are a pig. A thoroughbred pig. Then came a series of muffled grunts, as he struggled to suppress his indignation. Rubbing his backside, Dugawudi returned to his courtyard with a face full of indignation, only to find the place bustling with activity. Brightly lit, his wife and the concubines were still awake, each wearing a worried expression. Upon seeing him return, they quickly gathered around him. It turned out that his daughter had rushed home in tears that afternoon, and despite everyone's efforts to console her, she remained locked in her room, clearly having been bullied. The increasingly frustrated Dugawudi felt his temper flare. What? Someone in Tianxiang City dares to bully my precious daughter. Just wait until I lead an army to annihilate them. Furious, he stormed into his daughter's chamber without hesitation, soothing her tenderly for a while until she finally ceased her tears and drank a bowl of bird's nest porridge, which eased his worries. Who dared to bully my precious girl? Speak up, and watch as I obliterate them. Dugawudi's expression turned fierce as he looked at his daughter's swollen eyes, his heart aching. A voice within him cried out in agitation. I must explode. Daddy, please stand up for me. Dugu Xiaoyi pouted, eagerly looking for her father as support. Dugawudi sensed something was amiss. Could it be that my daughter was bullied? Who is it? It was none other than the Jun family. That vile Jun Moxie. He infuriated me today. Father, you must stand up for me, Dugu Xiaoyi declared, her lips pouting in a pitiful manner. After holding it in all day, Dugu Xiaoyi was desperate for her father to return and share her grievances, seeking his approval to take her brothers to teach Jun Moxie a lesson and retrieve the fallen iron. She knew discussing this with her mother would be futile, as she would never agree, nor would she dare to. Upon hearing the events unfold, Dugawudi let out a sigh of relief, realizing the situation was not as he had imagined. However, his brow furrowed as he felt a headache coming on to my dear daughter, if it were anyone else, I would not fear them. Even if that blind prince were to act recklessly, I would surely capture him and give you the satisfaction. But Jun Moxie, he is a different matter altogether that of course, it is difficult. Even Jun Zhantian does not know where his grandson is. How could I possibly find him? Even if I did find him, I would hardly dare to act. That old fellow has gone completely mad. Daddy, are you afraid of Jun Lao? I am so unfortunate. It makes me furious. Dugu Xiaoyi cried out once more, turning away with an expression of hurt. Unbeknownst to me, whenever I think of Jun Mo's face, an overwhelming desire to strike him arises, and my heart fills with fury that I long to wipe that detestable smirk from his visage. Alas, it is not like this. Upon seeing my daughter weep once more, Dugawudi finds himself at a loss, hastily attempting to explain. It is truly this scoundrel. Alas, I do not even know whether he lives or dies. For I cannot locate him that I suppose I shall wait until I find him before taking action. Rest assured, father shall avenge my daughter. I shall deal with that rascal properly. He might be dead. What has happened to him? Dugu Xiaoyi, perplexed, suddenly feels a pang of anguish in her heart, turning to her father with tear-stained eyes wide open, her heart racing with an inexplicable sense of dread. What am I truly afraid of? I have heard that Princess Lingmeng was attacked this afternoon, and that fool, oblivious to his own limitations, rushed to inform her, only for the princess to emerge unscathed while that wastrel became a scapegoat. Dugawudi, reveling in a sense of schadenfreude, fails to notice that his daughter's complexion has turned pale, her small hands clenched tightly. He continues his tirade. He was struck in the chest by a sword, then trampled by a silver assassin, and subsequently taken away, the destination unknown. In my estimation, that rascal's life hangs by a thread. Dugu Xiaoyi emits a soft groan. Frozen in shock, she suddenly feels an emptiness within her, grasping nothing, and to her astonishment, she realizes she has not absorbed a single word of her father's subsequent remarks. Even his voice seems to fade into the distance, becoming unbearably vague. Not worry. If that rascal is still alive, I shall certainly capture him and allow my precious daughter to deliver her own retribution. I shall thoroughly discipline him. Ha ha. Dugawudi chuckled heartily, only to then notice that something was amiss with his daughter's expression. He waved his large hand before her. Xiaoyi? Xiaoyi! Oh, Dugu Xiaoyi, as if awakening from a dream, gasped, her countenance suddenly composed. She slowly leaned on her bed, whispering, Father, I am tired. I wish to sleep now. Very well. Then rest well. When you awaken, all shall be well. Father must go indulge in a bit of wine to ease my spirits, for today has been truly disheartening. Dugawudi shook his head as he departed, utterly oblivious to his daughter's distress. Dugu Xiaoyi pulled the quilt over herself, cocooning her entire being within it, remaining utterly still. She heard her mother's gentle murmurs and a few concerned words from her aunts. Yet she grasped not a single syllable. Her heart was in disarray, and she could not discern her own thoughts, inexplicably wanting to weep. Her nose tingled, and her heart ached with a bittersweet pang. Tears silently streamed down, soaking the brocade quilt, and she remained unaware of when her mother and aunts had left. Could it be that he has perished? Yet I have not. Jun Zhantian, his face ashen and radiating murderous intent, strode out from the command platform, mounting his steed with the intention of galloping forth. There are several places he wishes to witness, turned to ashes to appease the spirit of his grandson in the afterlife. Suddenly, from the darkness, as if the night itself rippled, a figure darker than the shadows emerged, ghost-like. Though it stood before him, none could discern its true form. "Shadow, what brings you here? Did His Majesty send for you?" Jun Jiantian inquired, raising his gaze. "This is a decree from His Majesty." The shadow raised a hand, letting a delicate white paper drift into Jun Jiantian's grasp. The obscured face seemed to smile momentarily, yet it only heightened the eerie atmosphere. The voice transformed into an intangible thread, weaving into Jun Jiantian's ear, proclaiming, "His Majesty states that your grandson has not yet perished. Moreover, he has instructed me to convey 2 words, balance." He emphasized the word balance. His voice was dry and tinged with reluctance, as if unaccustomed to speaking so extensively. "Amidst is not dead." A wave of inexplicable joy surged through Jun Jiantian as he recalled the mysterious figure he had entrusted. Could it be that he rescued my grandson? Stepping forward, he eagerly inquired, "Shadow, is my grandson's injury severe?" The shadow turned, intent on departing, seemingly unwilling to linger even a moment longer, displaying no interest even in the foremost military figure. However, upon hearing Jun Jiantian's question, it reluctantly offered a few more words. "Not dead, but gravely injured." After delivering this, it cast a glance at Jun Wui beside Jun Jiantian, snorted softly, and vanished in a flash. The glimmer of hope in Jun Jiantian's heart was extinguished in an instant, leaving him feeling chilled to the bone. The shadow's final glance at Jun Wui served as a reminder that, given Jun Mo's injuries, he might not die, yet he would likely not be in a superior condition either. The flicker of warmth in Jun Jiantian's heart was doused once more in icy despair. Could it be that the only heir of the Jun family would also become a cripple? With this thought, the flames of fury ignited within Jun Jiantian. Prior to this, he had often clashed with the Meng and Li families. Cursed be them, regardless of whether today's events are connected to you. I shall make you the scapegoats. Consider yourselves unfortunate. Jun Jiantian cursed inwardly, mounting his steed, gritting his teeth. The army shall follow me. We shall raid their homes. Oh heavens! The shadow's glance at Jun Wui was far from the reminder that Jun Jiantian fancied it to be. There lay deeper reasons behind it. This night was destined to be one of bloodshed. With Jun Jiantian's wrath soaring, a tide of carnage engulfed the entire imperial capital. Within the city, war horses galloped ceaselessly, flames igniting in the homes of numerous court officials, the clashing of weapons echoing alongside anguished cries. Before the shadow made its move, countless figures clad in black emerged from the darkness like phantoms, stealthily infiltrating the residences of officials. In some homes, the residents had no time to resist, swiftly meeting their demise as blood splattered. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Meng Jiu, and Li Qiao, both aligned with the Li and Meng families, loyal to the crown and frequently at odds with the Jun family, were among the first to suffer this night. As the battle drums resounded, several masked figures leapt into the courtyards of these 2 families, commencing their assault on the guards at the entrance, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Storming into the main hall and bedrooms, the unfortunate officials had no chance to utter a word before their heads were severed. And soon, their entire families faced the same fate, followed swiftly by flames engulfing their homes. The current imperial censor, Tai Yin, upon hearing the battle drums, felt a surge of indignation, believing it was his opportunity to topple Jun Jiantian, as he hastily drafted an impeachment letter against him. Yet, halfway through his writing, the doors and windows shattered with a thunderous crash, and several masked figures ghosted in, seizing the unfinished document and shoving it down the throat of the poor old man before swiftly silencing him with a single slash, severing both his neck and the letter. The 2 defector officials from the Jun family, Qian Wangwan and Wu Yun, realizing the brewing storm, made a wise decision to prepare for an immediate escape from the city, only to find themselves encircled at the city gates. The commanding officer shouted for the capture of assassins, arrows raining down, leaving no opportunity for explanation, issuing a command for indiscriminate slaughter. Over 100 members of the Qian family were transformed into living pincushions outside the southern city gate, their faces barely recognizable on the other side. Nearly 60 members of the Wu family met the same fate at the western city gate, their bodies mangled and set ablaze, filling the air with the stench of charred flesh. Beside the remains of these two families, two tall wooden signs were erected, the fate of assassins. Meanwhile, a solitary censor, Shan Zhongyun, who had risen in the middle of the night for relief, was discovered the following morning, having suffocated in silence for an unknown duration. These once powerful officials now found themselves akin to lambs trapped within a wolf's den. In an instant, the entire capital resembled an apocalyptic scene. Jun Zhantian's wrath had ignited the entire imperial city. The events of this night transcended the emperor's wildest expectations, leading him to shatter everything within reach upon learning the news. The clandestine forces of the Jun family unleashed a frenzy of bloodshed, shocking the upper echelons of the capital and inflicting deep wounds upon many, leaving countless individuals in a state of trepidation. Each person pondered their predicament, contemplating how to navigate this irresistible force. Should they reconsider their allegiances? Especially the three princes each gathered their advisors for an urgent conference through the night. This moment. The immense power of the Jun family rendered the three royal princes intensely envious, if such strength would be wielded by their own hands. However, amidst their deliberations, an unexpected calamity struck as flames erupted simultaneously from the three royal residences. Following this, countless severed heads, dripping with fresh blood, were hurled into their midst, leaving the three noble scions nearly paralyzed with terror. The palace guards commenced a frantic search, yet not a trace of the assailants could be found, only to be hastily driven back by the ironclad cavalry patrolling the city. Nevertheless, there were exceptions among the esteemed families of the capital, such as the Li, Meng, and Song clans, whose profound heritage enabled them to respond swiftly to the sudden onslaught of the massed assailants. They intercepted the attackers with their formidable family experts, yet thick plumes of smoke and raging flames continued to billow forth. Within the Li family's secret chamber, several individuals, hearing the cacophony of battle outside, struggled to restrain their urge to rush out. Among them stood a man clad in white robes, in his 30s, with a stern visage that exuded an air of haughty pride. His demeanor and stature unmistakably identified him as the white-clad celestial master, a lethal figure who had previously silenced Qin, who on the orders of the venerable Tang Wanling, as the door swung open, Li Yuran, the eldest son of the Li family, stepped inside. Yuran, let me out. The highest among these masked men is but at the Jade Xian cultivation level, hardly worthy of concern. Any one of us could easily subdue them. I fail to comprehend why, even with our home under siege. You remain so lethargic. If they seek death, we shall grant their wish. The white-clad figure furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with anger. He had always held himself in high regard. How could he now cower like a coward within this secret chamber? No, it was utterly unacceptable. In this moment of peril, Li Yuran maintained his calm demeanor, smiling serenely. I would rather see the entire Li estate reduced to ashes than act rashly. His smile, oddly tender yet chilling, conveyed a resolute message. As long as life endures, the Li family shall persist. However, should you venture out, regardless of the actions of the masked assailants, I can assure you that countless eyes will be drawn to this place. Once your identities are revealed, or even merely exposed, the Li family will inevitably face insurmountable difficulties. Furthermore, the rumors of the Xiandan within the Li family will spread like wildfire, leading to disastrous consequences. Senior brother, remain within the chamber and do not emerge. Once the commotion in the capital has subsided, I will arrange for your safe passage out of the city should any issues arise in the future. I shall seek assistance from my master, and you that Yuran smiled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. This time, not only will I refrain from hindrance, but I shall also send a few more individuals to their demise. I am rather curious to see how Lord Jun will resolve this situation. This, indeed, was an unpardonable act of rebellion. While the court officials might tolerate it, could the royal family do the same? A rare smirk of cold amusement graced Li Yuran's face. Very well. Since it is so, I shall say nothing further. Proceed as you wish. The white-clad figure displayed a look of discontent, yet reluctantly nodded. Young Junior, do take the time to visit home. Master is quite concerned about you. Rest assured, senior brother, I will do. Eli Uran replied with a gentle smile as he stepped outside. Just then, a vibrant firework rocket exploded in the air, releasing a dazzling array of colors. As the fireworks blossomed, all the masked assailants abruptly retreated, swiftly vacating the battlefield, scaling the walls, and vanishing into the depths of the night. Almost immediately, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed as thousands of ironclad cavalry surged forth. Their formation precise and menacing in the blink of an eye. They converged at the entrance of the Lee family estate. A series of commands resounded, and the cavalrymen split into orderly lines, encircling the Lee residence completely. The gates were forcefully smashed open, and Lord Jun Jiantian, exuding an aura of malevolence, strode in with purpose. His azure attire shimmered with a celestial light, indicating that he had summoned his own Xian energy. Although his status prevented the Lee family from confronting him, it was prudent to exercise caution, for safety is the mother of security. But on either side, two squads of elite soldiers advanced in formation, their blades glinting ominously. All members of the Lee family, come forth. Assassins have appeared in the capital. A citywide search is underway. Lord Jun's voice boomed, reverberating for miles. It is a pleasure to have you here. Lord Jun, your presence truly illuminates our humble abode. The Grand Chancellor, Li Shang, greeted him warmly, stepping forward with a beaming smile, as though reuniting with a long-lost twin brother amidst the chaos of war. Jun Jiantian's expression remained stern as he replied, Chancellor Li, kindly manage your own subordinates and relatives. Princess Lingming was attacked today. It is my duty to apprehend the rebellious assassins, should any collateral damage occur. I shall bear no responsibility. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Search! Hold! Li Shang's white beard bristled as he stepped forward, his demeanor shifting from cordial to fierce in an instant. Although you are the commander of our military and a duke of the empire, I too am a first-rank official and a duke, without the emperor's direct decree. Who dares to act recklessly within my Lee residence? Jun Jiantian scoffed, a hint of suppressed rage flickering in his eyes. Are you implying that being a first-rank official grants you the right to harbor assassins? Search! Any obstruction to the search will be dealt with ruthlessly. Instantly, hundreds of soldiers surged forward, intent on scouring the Li estate. Li Shang trembled with fury, shouting, Jun Jiantian, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you truly wish to rebel? Jun Jiantian let out a hearty laugh. Your words are truly peculiar. Chancellor, my purpose here is solely to locate the assassins who attacked the princess. Where is the overreach? How am I acting audaciously? Your persistent obstruction raises questions. Are you perhaps connected to those assassins? Ignoring him, he gestured for the soldiers to expedite their search. That moment, a young man in white stepped forward, his demeanor respectful as he addressed Jun Jiantian. Lord Jun, should you be conducting a search by imperial decree, the Li family would never dare to defy it. However, if you lack the emperor's edict, your intrusion into the residence of a first-rank official for such a broad search seems quite inappropriate. Even if you are above reproach, my family still deserves a measure of dignity, should word of this spread. It would reflect poorly on all involved, would it not? Jun Jiantian regarded the composed and scholarly young man before him, yet was reminded of his grandson, Amidst, who could have surpassed Li Yuran, but had met a tragic fate. Anger flared within him as he coldly inquired, And what do you propose? I merely wish to pose a simple question to Lord Jun. You claim to search for assassins within my household. Yet, regardless of how you obtained your information that we harbor them, if no assassins are found within our residence, what then? Li Yuran's gentle smile belied the pressure he exerted. If that is the case, will Lord Jun provide my family with an explanation? Jun Jiantian burst into laughter, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap across Li Yuran's face, the sharp crack echoing through the air. Following that, he delivered a swift kick to Li Yuran's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground as he bellowed. I am searching for assassins, and even your grandfather, Li Shang, would not dare to utter a word against me. You, insolent brat, dare to come forth and prattle. You seek an explanation? Here is your explanation. He spat contemptuously. If no assassins are found, it merely indicates your family's innocence. The search will continue until I apprehend the assassins. What else can be done? I must ask, why does your family resist my efforts to capture the assassins so vehemently? Do you intend to rebel as the masterminds behind the assassination of the princess? Should the assassins escape during your delay, how many heads in your family can bear this sin? This statement was directed at Li Shang, as clearly, in the eyes of Jun Jiantian, Li Yuran lacked even the standing for an equal conversation. Even in a clash between armies, hierarchy must be observed. Those without the qualifications to engage could only invite disaster upon themselves. Yuran understood this. But witnessing his grandfather's humiliation and knowing there were others hidden within the chamber, he feared the consequences should they be discovered. He steeled himself to emerge, hoping that Jun Jiantian would exercise some semblance of dignity befitting the empire's foremost military leader. Little did he know, Jun Jiantian was prepared to abandon all decorum, striking swiftly and mercilessly to Li Yuran, though a prodigy in martial arts, is still limited by his youth, having only reached the initial stage of the Golden Xian level, which is a far cry from the heavenly Xian mastery possessed by Lord Jun. Furthermore, having been unexpectedly struck, feeling the sting of a slap and a kick, he was left reeling, his mind buzzing, and stars dancing before his eyes. While Lord Jun did not truly employ his Xian energy, the sharp crack of that slap, witnessed by nearly 1,000 onlookers, resonated deeply within Li Yuran's heart. Silently, he rose from the ground, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Yet he maintained his genteel demeanor, offering a humble smile as he said, "Lord Jun's reprimand is most just. It is indeed my impudence. I sincerely hope Lord Jun does not take offense." He smiled as he gazed at Jun Jiantian, his expression radiating genuine remorse, as if he were truly embarrassed by his earlier transgression. Jun Jiantian's eyes widened suddenly, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from this young man. This lad, with his composure, is undoubtedly no ordinary character. Perhaps he is a ruthless individual capable of bringing about one's downfall. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, were it not for Mo Xie. This young man would likely become the greatest rival of his generation. Coldly, he turned away, scoffing. Indeed, the Li family breeds nothing but treachery. Master Li Shang trembled with indignation at these words, which were tantamount to cursing the ancestors of the Li family for 18 generations. "Clear the way. I must search. If no assassin is found, Lord Jun, I shall have a thorough discussion with you in front of the Emperor tomorrow. Let us see if you still possess such bravado." Li Shang coldly waved his hand, turning away to sit beneath a flowering tree. Closing his eyes, remaining steadfast, Jun Jiantian gestured for a meticulous search. Leave no stone unturned. Not a single clue should be overlooked. The nearly 1,000 soldiers behind him responded in unison, rushing in with fierce determination. Instantly, the entire Li family estate was thrown into unprecedented chaos. Not far from the Li family residence, an utterly ordinary sedan chair stood still, with 4 individuals stationed at its corners, their expressions indifferent. The curtain of a sedan chair was gently lifted, revealing a pair of profound eyes observing intently, straining to listen to the commotion. The individual within had a gaunt visage, slightly square in shape, yet his eyebrows arched like 2 azure dragons soaring through the clouds, exuding an imposing aura even in silence. After listening for a while, he gently closed his eyes and murmured, "Jun Jiantian's confrontation with the Li family seems somewhat excessive. The Li family certainly possesses many secrets concerning their own safety that must not be revealed. Should they be uncovered, the Li family might cease to exist." Jun Jiantian was evidently unwilling to relent easily, yet the empire could not do without the Li family. He furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of headache, and softly said, "Shadow, should anything unusual arise, you shall intervene to resolve this farce." Outside, not a sound could be heard, but the individual knew his orders had been clearly understood. He closed his eyes again, lightly tapping his fingers on a jade tea table beside him, his brows gradually knitting together. A sudden thought crossing his mind. Li Shang's grandson, Li Yuran, indeed possesses talent, but he is also a dangerously gifted individual. Jun Jiantian's soldiers searched vigorously, rummaging through drawers and overturning boxes, creating a cacophony that suggested they were not merely hunting for assassins but were intent on wreaking havoc. Crash! A large vase shattered into pieces. Master Li Shang's face twitched violently, for it was a rare artifact. Crash, crash. Lord June, with a stern expression, held his riding whip, breathing heavily as he shouted, "Search with vigor," even in such a serious moment. Those behind him couldn't help but turn their heads and stifle laughter. Search with vigor. Such an expression seemed quite unprofessional. It would be more fitting to call it a smashing spree. This old fellow is rather amusing, as if he fears others might not recognize his deliberate provocation. The individual within the sedan chair could not help but smile at this. With the command of search with vigor, the soldiers intensified their efforts. Nearly 2,000 soldiers surged into the Lee residence as if they were attacking an enemy stronghold, smashing and wrecking, surpassing even the devastation of locusts. The Lee family members gathered in the courtyard, their hearts bleeding at the sight. All of it represented their wealth. After a while, the individual within the sedan chair slightly closed his eyes, whispering, "There should not be any major issues. Let us return." He lowered the curtain of the sedan chair, leaning back to rest. Jun Jiantian had evidently grasped his intent, causing a ruckus in plain sight while avoiding any sensitive areas of the Lee family secrets. It seemed that no significant troubles would arise from this, that I wished to see which family in the capital would dare to take sides after this uproar. The occupant of the sedan chair smiled. The conflict must remain contained, for should it threaten the stability of the state, today would serve as a warning. The sedan chair departed silently. Jun Jiantian remained steadfast, while Jun Wui, after the chair had left, cast a casual glance back, reporting to the marshal, "No traces of the assassin have been found." One soldier after another came to report. Subsequently, reports flooded in from all directions, each stating that no assassin had been discovered. Jun Jiantian was furious, roaring, "Do you mean to say the assassin flew into the sky? Not in the Lee residence. Let's check elsewhere." He turned with his soldiers, mounting his horse, thundering off towards the Meng family's direction. The Lee family members surveyed their courtyard, now resembling a beggar's den, each one on the verge of tears. Master Li Shang groaned as he struggled to sit up from the ground, while Li Yuran hastily approached to assist him. The two locked eyes, each recognizing the fury and a hint of relief within the other's gaze. "Grandfather, those men in black were clearly under Jun Jiantian's command. He is accusing us of crimes we did not commit, which is tantamount to rebellion. Since no assassin was found, you could certainly bring this up during tomorrow's court session alongside the officials." Li Yuran pondered. Jun Jiantian is clearly showing signs of madness, mobilizing troops and intruding into the residences of high-ranking officials for a reckless search. If the Li family's modest possessions can be exchanged for the downfall of the Jun family, grandfather, this deal is worth considering. Conversely, should you remain silent, it may instead give rise to suspicions of guilt. Li Shang furrowed his brow, deeply sighing as he gravely stated, "Yuran, you are exceptionally gifted, possessing extraordinary intellect and strategic foresight, truly the foremost among the younger generation, which brings me great pride. However, there are still some shortcomings, for instance, in politics. You're still a tad too young, and your vision is slightly limited." "Politics?" Li Yuran responded, puzzled. "Isn't Jun Jiantian's grave transgression sufficient to warrant action against the Jun family by the emperor?" "Sufficient? Not nearly enough. Far from it." Li Shang's white brows twitched, and the expression of indignation and helplessness he had earlier displayed before Jun Jiantian had vanished, replaced by a profound cunning. Clearly, the earlier timidity was mere pretense. "You do not yet grasp Jun Jiantian's significance in the emperor's eyes. Let me simply point out that the emperor's life has been saved by this old man on no less than 6 occasions. Had Jun Jiantian harbored any rebellious intent, or even a hint of ambition, he would have long ascended to the throne. The imperial family may lack true kinship, but they would never eliminate someone utterly loyal to them. This is the fundamental reason why, despite the Jun family's apparent lack of successors, they can still command the military. Take the recent events as an example. Do you genuinely believe you can topple Jun Jiantian?" Li Shang chuckled dryly. You think Jun Jiantian is so foolish as to offend our Li family to such an extent? Moreover, do you believe his recent actions have left us with no room for negotiation?" Li Yuran, indeed perceptive, suddenly comprehended much, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "Could it be that—" Li Shang's smile darkened. "Humph, Had today's events not been sanctioned by the emperor himself, the Li family would already be strewn with corpses. Not a single soul would have survived, and Jun Jiantian's original intention must have been just that. Otherwise, he would not have mobilized his troops so ostentatiously. Yet for some reason, he altered his course. The only person in the entire Tianxiang kingdom capable of dissuading Jun Jiantian is none other than the emperor. Or perhaps that wastrel, Jun Mo Xie. You just informed me that the wastrel is likely dead. That may not be the case. Should Jun Mo Xie indeed be deceased, even with the emperor's intervention, Jun Jiantian may not simply relent. Thus, Jun Mo Xie must not be in mortal danger. And this news must have just reached Jun Jiantian. Therefore, today, even Jun Jiantian is left with no choice. While it may seem we are the unfortunate ones, believe me, there are those even more unfortunate than you. Aishang smiled slightly and remarked, the incident involving the princess has indeed struck a painful chord with His Majesty. Consequently, Jun Jiantian has gone mad, and the emperor is poised to seize this opportunity to rearrange the hierarchy among the three princes. Any family or official that has leaned toward any of the three princes will undoubtedly face warnings, exile, or punishment tonight. Those within the palace have likely already been dealt with, and it is regrettable that our previous preparations have come to naught. Although Jun Jiantian's madness was unforeseen, it was, in a sense, inevitable. Had our scheme successfully controlled Jun Moxie, that old man would have surely gone mad long ago. The emperor is cleverly utilizing this bout of madness to weaken the military power of the Jun family and suppress the major clans, ensuring that the matter is thoroughly quelled. The individual behind Jun Laotu is none other than the emperor himself, and the true mastermind, in fact, is also the emperor. Do you think it is possible to topple Jun Laotu? Li Yuran was genuinely astonished. He had never imagined that these seasoned politicians would consider matters so profoundly, even anticipating each other's thoughts with such clarity, particularly the one seated at the pinnacle of the Tianxiang Empire. The emperor, with his grand vision and remarkable capabilities, certainly does not wish for an inept heir. Thus, he desires a contest among the three princes while simultaneously wishing to avoid chaos. Therefore, should matters escalate excessively, he would eliminate all contenders and start anew. Hence, although the three princes engage in open and covert struggles, the true powerful families in the capital would never recklessly involve themselves. This is the crux of the matter. Remember, let bygones be bygones before today. Until the situation becomes unequivocally clear, one must never hastily choose sides. Li Shang gestured towards the black smoke rising in the night sky. Those who have prematurely chosen sides are now in the heavens. In that case, do we simply let today's events pass? Li Yuran inquired. How can we possibly let it go? Even if our Li family is willing, the emperor would not be. Li Shang, with a cunning smile, continued, thus, we shall certainly need to lodge a formal complaint tomorrow. This will provide the emperor with justification to suppress the various families and achieve his ultimate goal. If we do not cooperate, our future endeavors will become exceedingly difficult. Yuran fell into deep contemplation. Despite his exceptional intelligence and ability to draw inferences from one example, he now realized his youth had left him lacking in political awareness and cunning. Gently touching the mark on his face left by Jun Jiantian's slap, his gaze turned cold and venomous. Jun Jiantian, I shall never forget this slap for the rest of my life. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Meng family. The Meng household had been thrown into greater disarray than the Li family, nearly dismantled by Jun Jiantian. Yet despite this, Jun Jiantian remained deeply frustrated, for this was neither his initial intention nor the outcome he had desired. Following this incident, the capital would likely experience a prolonged period of tranquility, at least on the surface. However, he was left wondering about Moxie's current state. Whether there remained any hope for recovery, it was truly distressing. With a heavy sigh, Jun Jiantian mounted his horse, casting a glance back at the Meng family members who were wailing in despair, his expression not much better than theirs, since the emperor had declared that Moxie was not dead. Then this time, the old man would once again act on behalf of the emperor, which was still worthwhile. However, this affair had indeed become somewhat of a botched endeavor. His original intent had been to eliminate all these individuals. And while he had slain a significant number, those he most wished to kill remained untouched. That moment. a voice suddenly rang out urgently. Jun Jiantian, you old scoundrel. Have you had enough? Jun Jiantian's body jolted in disbelief. Slowly turning to face the source of the voice, his eyes widened, and a look of wild joy spread across his face. A frail, emaciated old man, clutching someone in his arms, rushed towards him, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Yet, Jun Jiantian paid him no heed as he swiftly dismounted and hurried forward to receive the person from his embrace, his voice trembling slightly. Moxie? The return of these two was indeed fortuitous. Arriving just as the situation was nearing its climax, Jun Xie beheld the elderly man before him, overwhelmed with joy, clearly having emerged from despair, as he held on to him as if clutching the most precious treasure in the world. The deep lines etched into his face were filled with profound concern, and the ecstasy of having regained what was lost made his fingers tremble. His old eyes glistened with tears of excitement. In that moment, Jun Xie felt a violent tremor in his heart. This was a man who commanded 1,000,000 soldiers, a seasoned warrior who had returned from countless battles, yet upon seeing his grandson alive, the sheer delight rendered him as fragile as an elderly man nearing his end. The profound bond of kinship surged within him. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of warmth washed over Jun Xie, accompanied by a bittersweet feeling that made his throat tighten and his nostrils flare, as if he were on the verge of tears. Was this the familial love he had long yearned for? In both his past and present lives, who had ever cared for him so deeply? Who had ever mobilized an entire nation's army for his sake? Who had ever disregarded everything, reputation, life, family, on his behalf? Looking at the old man before him, Jun Xie had no doubt that this elder would go to great lengths for him, even to the point of breaching the heavens, for he was the only hope that remained. Grandfather, Jun Xie exclaimed, the words tumbling from his lips as if by instinct. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he had willingly called someone by this title from the depths of his heart. In both lives, this was indeed the first. Yes, this is my grandfather. Not merely Jun Moxie's grandfather, but also mine, the grandfather of Jun Xie. Beside him, Jun Wui, whose body bore the scars of disability, had unknowingly slipped off his horse and sat on the cold ground. His gaze towards Jun Xie filled with warmth, surprise, and satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, tears had welled in his fierce eyes, but he turned his head away discreetly to let them fall before returning with a gentle smile. These are my kin. Is there any reason to resist? No. In that moment, Jun Xie fully embraced his current identity, his family, and this world, for the sake of the elderly man before him, for this family. From now on, I shall be known as Jun Moxie. I am a member of the Jun family. Tianxiang Nation, Tianxiang City, the Jun family. This is my lineage. The old man nearly wept with joy, overwhelmed by emotion. His grandson, though appearing on the brink of death, had not perished. Moreover, the severity of his injuries did not seem to align with the grim tales that had circulated. Thank the heavens, as long as he is alive. That is all that matters. The joy of having regained what was lost left the old man's eyes moist, his body trembling, nearly collapsing from the strain of the night's anguish. Beginning tomorrow, updates will occur from 9 to 6. Additional updates will be announced separately, aiming to avoid the early hours of the morning. Let everyone rest well and strengthen their health. Haha. The following day in the court, the fervor of disputes among the factions was more intense than that of a bustling marketplace. After the customary audience with His Majesty, a moment of silence ensued, reminiscent of the stillness before tempest. This was not surprising. Before a storm, there is always a suffocating calm. Even His Majesty, observing the suddenly vacant seats and the towering stack of memorials impeaching Jun Jiantian lay before him, could not help but feel a pang of astonishment. While it was within the realm of expectation, it was also far beyond what he had anticipated. This was excessive, although he had received word of the events the night before and had expressed his anger. That had merely been a list of names on a piece of paper. Now, witnessing nearly half of the court vacant was an entirely different experience. To illustrate, imagine a classroom of 100 students. Hearing that 30 had either dropped out or transferred the night before may not evoke much of a reaction. However, confronting an empty classroom the following day would invoke a stark realization of the situation. Much like the current state of the Tianxiang court, last night marked the beginning of turmoil, ignited by the assassination attempt on the princess and the upheaval instigated by Jun Laotu. Throughout Tianxiang City, chaos reigned, and death loomed everywhere. More than 10 high-ranking officials met their demise, many of whom had previously sworn to be at odds with the Jun family. Apart from this characteristic, another shared trait among these individuals was their alignment with one of the three princes. Yet, this undeniable truth was one that all understood but would never openly discuss. To utter such words at this critical juncture would be tantamount to courting death. Among those who perished that night, 12 were deemed deserving of standing in this court, and coincidentally, each faction represented one of the three princes, with exactly 4 individuals from each camp. Among them is 1 vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, 2 vice ministers of the Ministry of Personnel, 1 executive officer, 3 officials from the Ministry of Rights, 1 from the Ministry of Revenue, and 3 censors. Furthermore, there are 2 grand scholars. This is merely the assembly that is visible before us. One cannot help but ponder how many remain unseen. The collective downfall of these individuals would undoubtedly cause a significant upheaval within both the court and the realm, even posing a potential threat to the very foundation of the state. However, under the machinations of certain esteemed figures, such matters may ultimately be rendered trivial, despite the fact that this particular esteemed individual is presently so incensed that his eyes appear to be turning blue. Additionally, some astute and well-informed ministers, possessing sharp memories and extensive networks, have inadvertently noticed that during this recent visit to the palace, there seems to be a notable influx of unfamiliar faces, the once familiar countenances, many of which were exceedingly recognizable, have largely vanished. For instance, the former leader of the Imperial Guards, Murong Qianjun, who once experienced rapid promotions at an unprecedented pace, is now among the conspicuously absent.